Okay, take two. Hopefully it works this time. I like to be able to say it was the oligarchy who messed it all up, but it's not. It's my ancient devices. So, I will start. Even though I don't have an audience this time, this needs to be put on the record. And like I said before, I hope Bird doesn't hide his stream because I need something to distract me when I'm done this. And I didn't get a chance to see his because I was catching up on the stupid, asinine press conference between Supreme Leader Dump and Netanyahu. To start off, Trump has been nothing but a shit show from before he even took office. He said in front of the whole world that he would allow other people to buy TikTok, and they would only get their permit if that private company were to hand over half to the United States. As in, the United States would be pieced off. They'd get half of what TikTok, I always get TikTok and Twitter mixed up. The United States would get half of TikTok, but those people would only be able to buy TikTok, and they would only be able to get their permit, or whatever they call their permit, if they were to give half over to the United States. That's some mafioso shit. He said that in front of the whole world. Criminal. Then the trade deal that he set up with Canada, he then comes out a few days ago, and he says, whoever set that deal up, I don't know what the hell they were doing. It was him who set that deal up. He set that deal up with Trudeau. And then he goes and badmouths his own deal and says they got to get rid of it. Well, cool, because I have always wanted that. I have always, for many, many, many years, said that I think the best thing would be that we only trade what's surplus, that we use what we have and then trade what's surplus. So we shouldn't be sending this United States all our AAA meat and leaving only the AA meat for Canada. Why do they get the best meat? Why do they get the best potatoes? They should only get what's surplus. So now, this ultra criminal government, which is never really the ones in charge, I firmly believe that the oligarchs' shadow people are the ones who are running this. They had Trump go in, start that normalization deal. Now, obviously, oligarchy is concerned with much more than what goes on in Palestine, aka Israel. But they had Trump go in, set up this Abraham Accord, and then I think the timing wasn't right. The public wasn't primed. So they put Biden in for, what did he get, 4 or 8 years? I think he only got 4 years. They put Biden in, and Biden was the destruction company, right? When you're going to build, but there's already something there, you need a destruction company to come in and destroy what's there, so they can then come in and bring the construction people in and build again, right? So Biden was the destruction company, and Trump is the construction company. But he is not constructive, except for Israelis, for Zionists, I should say. Because the Israelis are losing out too. They're all just a bunch of brainwashed people. All they know is what they've been fed. just like the United States, just like Canada, just like Britain. They're all fed bullshit, and they hadn't been primed yet. So now that Biden came in and destroyed the quote unquote old Holy Land, now Trump is going to come in and construct what do you call it? Condos. For who? For the Zionists. Because anybody who would buy a piece of land, that's illegally buy a piece of land, is against international law to be doing what the United States have been doing for decades, but still. In Palestine, what they're doing is illegal. So now comes to this. Now they put off the trade deal thing, the tariffs, because Canada fought back. Mexico fought back. The United States are not what they think they are. Trump is giving the whole, just gaslighting all his citizens and the world. Gaslight. Saying, he's going to say in this press conference, we're more respected now because he's in power. United States are not respected. Most of the world does not respect the United States, hasn't for decades. But he just says it and thinks it's going to be true. Everything the guy says is a lie. When he was talking about why he was putting tariffs on Canada, he said because of our immigration problems, and that because fentanyl is coming into the United States through Canada. 0.2%. That's 0.2 of 1%. 0.2 of 1% of fentanyl comes from Canada and goes into the United States. Lie. Utter and complete lies. All the guy does is lie. So now we'll start off the press conference.
You, but we'll only be satisfied when all of these problems are solved, and we have the team to solve them, and that's going to happen. And it's going to happen, I think, very quickly. I also strongly believe that the Gaza Strip, which has been a symbol of death and destruction for so many decades and so bad for the people anywhere near.
Symbol of death and destruction. To who? To the Israelis, maybe. It's not a symbol of death and destruction. Gaza is an ancient place. Long before it was ever even called Palestine, Gaza existed. Gaza has gone through many changes over time. But you know what hasn't changed? The Canaanites, the Arabs and the Jews, the Canaanites, the real Jews, the ones that are from there, not the ones from Europe, the ones that are from there, the Canaanites, the Arabs and Jews from there have always been there. That's what hasn't changed. People have come through, they've come and gone, but Gaza has always been for the Palestinians, always. And when I say Palestinians, I usually mean Arabs, but it does include the Jews from that land, the real Jews, the ones who they say, if you want to be, you can't be a Jew unless you have the lineage, unless you have the blood, and the blood has to come from the mother. And they say that because those are the original Jews. Those are the real Jews. And then some megalomaniac in Europe decided he wanted his own cult and called them Jews and gave them the books. But those people's ancestors are buried in Europe, not in Palestine. So the Jews that are there now in Israel are not the Jews from the Bible. They're not the Semites. They're not Semites. Semites are people who spoke Semitic languages. They are the Semites. Not the Europeans did not speak the Semitic languages. The Arabs and Jews from that land, from Palestine, that's who spoke the Semitic languages. And that's who the Semites are. If you are against Palestinians or Jews from there, that's what would make you an anti-Semite. If you're against Jews that are from Europe, that's not anti-Semitic because they're not Semites. If you're from Germany or Hungary or Britain or Poland or wherever in Europe, you're not a Semite. Sorry to break it to you. Your people did not struggle in the land of Palestine or ancient land of Israel. And from my understanding, Israel has existed 3 times. And from my teachings, and I can't tell you if this is true or not, but it seems right, Israel doesn't last long. It lasted somewhere around 80 years the other 2 times. And if we get our way, it's only going to last 80 years this time, too. Otherwise, it's just always been for the Canaanites, the Arabs and Jews from that land. So it is not a symbol. So Gaza is not a symbol of death and destruction. And the only death and destruction that's caused in Gaza is from the Americans and the Israelis. That's who causes the death and destruction, not the Palestinians. And that includes the Palestinian Jews, not from the Palestinian Arabs or the Palestinian Jews. That's not the people who create the death and destruction.
Especially those who live there, and frankly, who's been really very unlucky. It's been very unlucky. It's been an unlucky place for a long time.
Unlucky. They are the victims of criminals. Unlucky. That's like so trite to put it that way.
Being in its presence just has not been good, and it should not go through a process of rebuilding and occupation by the same.
It should not go.
Time. Being in its presence just has not been good, and it should not go through a process of rebuilding and occupation by the same people that have really stood there and fought for it and lived there and died there and lived a miserable.
It shouldn't be lived in by the people who fought for it. What the hell does that mean? That's a stupid thing to say. No, really, it should be turned into golf courses and condos for rich Americans and Jews, right? Israeli Zionist Jews.
There. Instead, we should go to other countries of interest with humanitarian hearts, and there are many of.
We should go to other countries. You go to another country, Trump. Why should Palestinians go to another country? That is the land that they were born on. That's the land that their great grandfathers are buried in. So you go to another country, Trump. It's not for you to say that Palestinians should go to another country. And you say we should go to other countries. Bullshit. You mean they should go to other countries.
I want to do this and build various domains that will ultimately be occupied by the 1.8 million Palestinians living in Gaza, ending the death and destruction and, frankly, bad luck. This can be paid for.
Bad luck to run into Americans.
Wealth. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 12. It could be numerous sites, or it could be one large site. But the people will be able to live in comfort and peace, and we'll make sure something really spectacular is done. They're going to have peace. They're not going to be shot at and killed and destroyed like this.
He says this standing next to the man who is currently responsible for all of that shooting and killing. He's acting like it's somewhere else, someone else who's making that happen. It's those two people standing there right there who are responsible for what's going on now. Because if it weren't for the Abraham Accords, October 7th would not have happened.
Of wonderful people has had to endure. The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative.
Fuck
It's
you.
right now a demolition.
Fuck you. Again, lies, lies, lies. He can't tell the truth to save his fucking life. That is not why the Gazans want to go back there. They want to go back there because it's their fucking home. Because it's got the energy of all their ancestors on it. That's why they want to go back there.
Just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under.
It's a demolition site because of Netanyahu and all of the other prime ministers before that, before him.
Fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious.
Yeah. So why did you provide them with the bombs
occupy
to make it happen?
A beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do it.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip. You hear that?
Job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the.
We'll own it. How does he even get the deed? We'll own it. He means we'll steal it. That's what he means. He will steal it. He's made a deal with Netanyahu, Netanyahu. I know, as soon as he sent his envoy to Israel, and then they came out with the ceasefire, it was because Trump had gotten a message to Netanyahu, look, just make the ceasefire. I have your back. I'll make sure that you win in this thing, but you have to make the ceasefire now so that I look like a president who ended the war. I heard one of the commentators say he wants a fucking Nobel Prize. That piece of fucking shit wants a fucking Nobel Prize.
Loaded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area.
The people of the area, meaning the fucking Zionists. They're not the true people of the area. Not the people who belong in that area. He means the new people he's going to install in there. We don't want your fucking development. We don't want your fucking, oh my God.
Do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years.
No, if the Palestinians go back, the Palestinians are winning. It doesn't look like they are, but in the deep-seated politics of the area, the Palestinians are winning. Mrs. J, my sweetheart. Hi, baby. You can come up here and keep me company if you want, but I'm just going to rant.
That this ceasefire could be the beginning of a larger and more enduring peace that will end the bloodshed and killing once and for all with the same goal.
They tried to kill off the Palestinians. And I suppose eventually they could. But they were losing. We just found out yesterday the number that they let slip, Israel said that they'd only lost 900 soldiers, but they actually lost 5,942 or something. And thanks, baby. They actually lost more than 6 times that amount because they fucking lie. They can't open their mouths without fucking lying. They were losing. They were trying to draft the religious Jews, the Orthodox Jews, who get off from having to belong to the army because they choose to do their studying. And so they tried to draft them. No such luck. They said, fuck you, and they didn't join. They are losing soldiers left, right, and center. They're losing. They lost tanks. They lost planes. They're losing. And Trump stepped in and said, look, you're fighting a losing battle. Let me step in and I'm going to take over. And you're going to give me the Gaza Strip and you can have the rest. Although I don't know what's going to happen with the West Bank, but Trump will probably get a share of that too. More specifically, Trump's son-in-law, who illegally built settlements in the West Bank.
Administration has been moving quickly to restore trust in the alliance and rebuild American strength throughout the region. And we've really done that. We're a respected nation again. A lot's happened.
You are not a respecting nation. Nobody fucking respects you except the idiots who fucking voted for you. The rest of the world does not respect the United States. You are the least respected in the whole entire world. But you're lying to your people by saying that you're respected again. Thank you, Mrs. J.
Couple of weeks, we are actually a very respected nation again. I ended the last administration's de facto arms embargo on over $1 billion in military assistance for Israel. And I'm also pleased to announce that this afternoon, the United States withdrew from the anti-Semitic UN Human Rights Council and ended all of the support for the UN Relief and Works Agency.
You don't know what anti-Semitic means. Netanyahu is not a Semite. None of them are fucking Semites. And the UN Human Rights Council is not anti-Semitic. They're anti-Zionist, you piece of shit.
Money to Hamas, and which was very disloyal to humanity.
And they're not even anti-Semitic. I mean, sorry, not even anti-Zionist. They are just pro-human rights. It's the Zionists who are anti-human rights.
They also took action to restore a maximum pressure policy on the Iranian regime, and we will once again enforce the most aggressive possible sanctions, drive Iranian oil exports to zero, and diminish the regime's capacity to fund terror throughout the region. And
it's another lie, because when the United States put sanctions on Iran and on Russia, they did business together. In fact, they're not using American dollars anymore to do business. Have I shared it? To where, baby? I don't think you mean like on Discord. No, who am I going to share it to? There's only you, me, Joe, and Danny in my Discord, and I don't know where else to share it. If you want to share it, go ahead. I'd love that. Thank you. Where was I? Yeah. So thank you, baby. Oh, on my, nobody reads my community page either. But thank you for sharing it. So, Russia and Iran were doing business, and all kinds of other countries, I guess China and and stuff, and they're not using the American dollar to trade anymore either. So the United States is losing out. They're not in this good position that Trump is trying to portray.
We had no threat when I left office. Iran was not able to sell oil. Nobody was buying oil because I said, don't buy it. If you buy it, you're not doing any business with the United States. And Hamas was not being funded. Hezbollah was not being funded.
Bullshit. So how did Hezbollah manage to stockpile something like 1 million fucking rockets? How did they manage to do that? It's just bullshit. Iran was helping them the whole time. Iran has money. They don't have the money they did have, but that's because the United States held on to their money. Biden freed it up, but Trump stole Iran's money. They put a freeze on it. It was Iran's money. But it's not anything like what he's presenting.
Funded that would never have been on October 7th. 2 weeks ago, I once again designated the Houthis as a terrorist organization. They're trying to destroy world shipping lanes, and that's not going to happen. And over the weekend, I ordered airstrikes against senior ISIS leaders hiding in the caves of Somalia and took them out. Here in America, we've begun the process of deporting foreign terrorists, jihadists, and Hamas sympathizers from our soil, just as we have people that are extremely evil, and we're sending them out of our country. They came from jails, they came from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they were done.
What a fucking liar. He's trying to justify what he's doing right now. What the fuck?
And they were dumped into our country. They're gang members. We're getting them out at numbers that nobody can actually believe. And every single country.
Oh my God, 4 years of this superlative talking. Everything is like you wouldn't believe.
Is taking those people back. They said they would never take them back, and they're all taking them back, and they're taking them back very gladly. And I recently signed an executive order combating the vile wave of anti-Semitism that we've seen in the aftermath of the October 7th attack.
It's not anti-Semitism. You're accusing Jews of anti-Semitism. You're an idiot.
Together, America and Israel will renew the optimism that shined so brightly just 4 years ago. It was really a bright, beautiful light. We will restore calm and stability to the region and expand prosperity, opportunity, and hope to our nations and for all people of the Middle East, including the Arab and Muslim nations. Very important. We want the Arab and Muslim nations to have peace and have tranquility and have...
on your terms. And if it's not on your terms, you'll make sure that there isn't peace.
Great lives. I'd like to now invite Prime Minister Netanyahu to say a few words, and we'll take some questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Okay, this part's going to be painful for me. I kind of fast forwarded through him because I can't stand his fucking voice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored that you invited me to be the first foreign leader to visit the White House in your second term.
This man, I don't know who's got a bigger ego, Trump or Netanyahu. They both have tremendous, humongous fucking egos. And it hurt Netanyahu's ego to not be invited to the Net needs to be arrested for work. Absolutely. And so should Trump, and so should Biden, and so should everybody, every member of the Knesset, and so should every IDF leader and their thousands of soldiers that went on TikTok to humiliate the people whose houses they broke into and kicked out and stole from and murdered. They should all be standing trial and then be buried underneath the Hague.
This is a testament to your friendship and support for the Jewish state and the Jewish people.
It's not a Jewish state, it's a Zionist state. You kicked out the real Jews, and they either died or ended up in the West Bank. Those are the real Jews, and you don't respect them one bit. You mean for the Zionists.
I've said this before. I'll say it again. You are the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House.
Well, I won't argue about that. Probably the only true thing he said.
And that's why the people of Israel have such enormous respect for you. In your first term, you recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital. You moved the American embassy there. You recognized Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights.
Is it
You
420?
withdrew from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. I remember we spoke about it. You said,
Listen to him fucking laughing. All right, 420. Right, 3 minutes to 420. I gotta roll something. Oh, take a break from that piece of shit. That's the only true thing he said. That's the only true thing he said was that Trump is the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. He said it many times. Thanks for reminding me, Mrs. J. I'm glad to have my star mod here to deal with these hordes of people here in my chat. I just bought an ounce for $50. I feel so lucky. Oh my gosh, I don't know if I can get through all this bullshit that Netanyahu says. It's bad enough what Trump says. And the other shit that he says later on. The problem with Americans is they can't understand that other people have different priorities, different ways of thinking. Palestinians don't give a shit about condos if it means that they have to leave their land. Ooh. And the 3 what? Well, let me roll first. It's not quite 420 yet. It's 419. There might be a minute. Wait. I don't roll that quickly. But I'm doing my best. The Palestinians would rather live in shacks on their land than live in condos in Egypt or Jordan or Saudi Arabia. The Palestinians want to be left alone. And poverty is not the same thing in Palestine as it is in the Western world. Poverty is more to do with a poverty of spirit. You're poor if you don't have a connection with whatever you consider the Most High. That's what poverty is. They're fine cooking on stones. They're fine living in stone houses as long as it's theirs. Before England made the Balfour Declaration, Palestine was growing on its own with its Palestinian leaders. It was growing on its own. Oh, I need tobacco. I'm a cheap shit. And also, the joint burns smoother if you put tobacco in. I used the back of a Giant Tiger gift card just to mix it and scoop it up into the paper. All these youngins are always using their updated bongs and dabs and shit. But even though I try some of those things, I've never done dabs. I don't think I want to do dabs. All I need is a couple, like 3 to 4 tokes, and I'm high. I don't need to turn it into crack. High. That's what I think that dabs are. It's like crack, like punk crack. But I don't need that much to get high. Now, Mrs. J, you're probably already ahead of me by hours. Probably smoked 2 joints in the time it took me to roll 1. But I am now ready at 4:23, which I guess it's 9:23 for you. It burns the best when it's 4:20 with Cal. Okay, so get your dabs and bongs and Ventuzels and rubber wuzzles. And 3, 2, 1. Light up your dang shit. Cheers, Mrs. J. And anyone else who's toking with me. Oh, that emoji showed up. Sometimes they just turn into rectangles on this old piece of shit tablet I'm working on. I can't read some people's names because they've got characters that my tablet won't recognize. I don't use filters either. It always make me cough more. And filters on my cigarettes, but not on my joints. So, yes, cheers. Strawberries for everybody. I won't bother muting because I'm not interrupting anyone else. This shit is good too. I don't even know the name of it. We never did. Before these pot stores came out and it became legal, we never knew what kind of pot we were buying. It was just whatever the dealer had. You didn't know the terpenes or the percentage or nothing. It's just, hey, you want to try this pot? It's pretty good. Okay, cool. Alrighty then. Let's see if we can get through this piece of shit's words. Thank you again, Mrs. J, for reminding me what time it was.
Nuclear deal. I remember we spoke about it. You said, this is the worst deal I've ever seen. I'm elected. I'm walking out of it. That's exactly what you did. And I think it speaks loudly for just common sense, just looking at things and seeing them as they are. And of course, you also brokered the groundbreaking Abraham Accords, in which Israel made peace with 4 Arab states. We did this in 4 months. Nothing happened for a quarter of a century, but in 4 months, we were able, working together under your leadership, to have 4 historic peace accords. And now,
See, now the way I believe is there is an unseen oligarchy that is running everything. So they put Trump in to start the accords. Thank you, baby. They put Trump in to start these accords. Now, for other things too, the oligarchy has they have other interests besides Palestine. But of the things that Trump was put in there to do the first time, he started the Abraham Accords. The climate, as in the people, were not ready yet, right? So they sent Biden a destruction company, right? You have a destruction company and a construction company. Well, Trump is in the business of constructing places. They put Biden in to destroy so that Trump could then come back in and then start rebuilding. So this is all going according to plan. It always has, from before Biden was even elected. But he was put in there, he was installed. The American people thought that they were voting, but they didn't have a fucking say at all. They just made it look like that. They changed everything in the media to be anti-Trump, pro-Biden, right? And then made it look like the people voted for Biden. But really, they installed Biden. And then when it was time, when Biden was hated, he was expendable, right? They didn't give a shit about him. So they don't give a shit about Trump either. But see, Trump is smart. He knows he's being used by the oligarchy. But he intends on making deals to benefit himself while he's a fucking minion. He's just the smartest minion. That's all he is. So now it's his job to now get rid of the Palestinians and make that Zionist stronghold even stronger. So they're going to get rid of the indigenous people that belong there so they can install Zionists and Zionist sympathizers into that land and then have a stronghold in the Middle East. Now, the Middle East has many, many, many corrupt leaders, including Palestine. The official leader of Palestine is a corrupt piece of shit, Mahmoud Abbas. He's owned. He does everything Israel tells him to do. He needs to go. And I believe 2 of the prisoners that are to be released tomorrow, maybe, or in the second phase, but I think it's tomorrow, is Barghouti, which that guy is a fucking hero for Palestine. And if he gets out, he will be elected. And even though they're going to try to make him go to another country, if he's elected, they'll have to let him back at some point, you would think. It's kind of hard to run the country when you're not in the country. But that's who Palestinians want as a leader. That's what Palestinians in Palestine and outside of Palestine all want Barghouti. But there's another guy who's supposed to be released tomorrow too, and he would be a contender because he's also loved. I don't really know him. I know Barghouti, but I don't know the other one. But these are real Palestinian heroes. And these would be excellent leaders for the Palestinians. But they made sure that it was someone like, because they killed Arafat and then installed Mahmoud Abbas. And ever since then, it's just been criminal. They've been skimming off the money. They've been doing everything Israel tells them to do. But because Abbas only had control of the West Bank. He didn't have control of Gaza. Gaza was Hamas. And Hamas was not, they didn't vote for an army, for the Al-Quds army. They voted for, or is it Qassam? Qassam Brigades? I don't know. Anyway, they voted for Hamas because Hamas was, they have an armed wing, but that's not who Hamas is. Hamas is a total package. And it was Hamas who was building homes, securing jobs, and building in businesses and securing jobs and getting the food in. They took care of the Palestinians. And Trump tries to make it like Palestinians were suffering under Hamas. They were flourishing under Hamas.
Or historic peace accords. And now in the first days of your second term, you picked up right where you left off. Your leadership to help bring our hospital.
Oh my God, he's just licking Trump's ass. Just licking it and squeezing it and oh my God. It's like a Carson show.
His home, among them American citizens. You freed up munitions that have been withheld from Israel. They had been withheld from Israel in the midst of a seven-front war for our existence. And you just freed it. You ended unjust sanctions against law-abiding Israeli citizens.
Those unjust sanctions he mentions, those sanctions that Biden put on because he was forced to by the media, kept on him and on him and on him. Not the good media. I'm sorry, not the MSM media, but some really good journalists were just hammering and trying to say like all these things. What I didn't even know you could do this, but you can make sanctions on a person. You can make sanctions on a neighborhood. You can make sanctions on anything you want, that the Americans want anyway. So the settlers are big fucking criminals that never ever see justice. They never get in trouble. They never go to jail. They never get prosecuted for the killing and the stealing that they do on a daily fucking basis, where the IDF will stand right beside a settler who is shooting at a Palestinian who's trying to tend their farm. And they never get in trouble. And so when these things were being put out into the media now in the last 16 months, ever since everybody but Americans' eyes have been open, now people are seeing that some, not even all, some of the shit that settlers do and saying, are you going to put sanctions? Are you going to put sanctions? There are thousands of requests for sanctions or investigations to see if they're going to put sanctions. They never bring these, hardly ever bring these investigations to the end, but they do sometimes, for appearance's sake. So they put some sanctions on some of the criminals. And now, I guess, according to what I was saying now, Trump lifted those sanctions because those criminals should be free to do what they want to do in someone else's country.
Boldly confronted the scourge of anti-Semitism.
Not anti-Semitism. You're a fucking anti-Semite. Because you're not a Semite. You're a fucking European, not a Semite.
Stop funding, as you just said, international organizations like UNRWA that support and fund terrorists.
Also, never proven. Never, ever proven. Even if those individuals, which there was no proof of those individuals doing that, but there was no proof whatsoever. This is another fucking lie that the U.S. is telling at Israel's behest. UNRWA is a beautiful organization. It's the UN's relief for the Palestinians, what's kept the Palestinians fed and clothed for so long, along with Hamas. But that's the humane part of the world in Palestine, is UNRWA. But Israel, who banned all cameras from the war, they wouldn't let journalists in. The Palestinians had to do doing the journalism themselves, or anybody who was already there in Palestine were doing the journalism themselves, because Israel would not let the journalists in. It's like clue number one that they're up to no good. And now they want to get rid of anything that keeps Palestinians alive. And that's why they say this shit about UNRWA. It's just a complete fucking lie. Because even if those individuals were guilty, which, where's the fucking proof? Then that doesn't make UNRWA, UNRWA, doesn't make UNRWA a terrorist organization. That's a terrorist saying that they're a terrorist organization. But Israel are the terrorists.
You renewed the maximum pressure campaign against Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, all this in just 2 weeks. Can we imagine where we'll be in 4 years? I can.
My God.
I know you can, Mr.
That is a criminal laughing about getting away with their crimes in front of the whole world. And they ban any media that calls them on it. And what you'll see is that the questions that are asked are just, what do you call them? Slow pitches. They're nothing. They don't let anybody who's got real questions that need answering in there to talk. They're not going to call on them. They're not going to let them speak. Just like they wouldn't let some speak at the final press conference with Matt Miller in the State Department. Two of the journalists burst out during Matt Miller's speech, during the secretary, what the fuck's his name with the B, Secretary Blinken. Blinken was making his final press conference. Matt Miller's his mouthpiece, his evil minion. And Matt Miller told at least a couple of the journalists, that they wouldn't be allowed to ask any questions. Why? Because they're going to ask the secretary questions that he doesn't want to answer. And that's probably who was in this press conference here, were only the ones who would not get answered properly, right? They're not going to stand up and demand a true answer. They're just going to get their one shot and then be gaslit.
For our part, we in Israel have been pretty busy too.
Yeah.
Since the horrendous October 7th
Killing and
attack,
murdering and raping.
we've been fighting our common
stealing.
enemies and changing the face of the Middle East. On that infamous day,
Look, why does he say our common enemies? How is Hamas an enemy of the United States? Tell me, what operation has Hamas ever done outside of Palestine / Israel? Small I.
Hamas monsters savagely murdered 1,200 innocent people, including more than 40 Americans.
Okay, that right there is its own fucking rabbit hole. All right? Because investigations have been done by Israeli newspapers, Israeli journalists, as well as Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera did one, but from the outside. The Israelis did one, actually two, I think, on the inside, and came to the conclusion that the IDF murdered a lot of the people on October 7th. their own fucking people, as well as Hamas, or it's not just Hamas that's fighting. There's the PIJ, and I think I heard there's 14 resistance outfits in that tiny little area. They got 14 resistance guerrillas, right? Bands of guerrillas, and some of them have different battalions within them, right? So, oh, that he says babies were killed. I believe one baby was killed, not beheaded. All the rest of that is lies.
Headed men, they raped women,
No,
they burnt babies.
no fucking pure proof of that. The UN was called in to see, because Israel was saying that Hamas was raping women, had raped women on October 7th. And the UN did they tried to go to Israel to interview the people that said that they were. And nobody came forward. Nobody talked to them. They couldn't get any fucking evidence. Only accusations. No evidence. You know what there is evidence of, though, is that Israel has raped many prisoners, men, women, and children, because Israel takes children. They kidnap men, women, and children. There are hundreds of Palestinian children in Israeli death camps.
And they took 251 people hostage.
Yeah,
To the
yeah. And Israel has 10,000 people hostage. They go into the West Bank and they steal these people from their homes, from their jobs, businesses, from the parks, for God's sakes. They steal people and bung them into Israeli jails. And they are basically death camps. They're torture camps. And a lot of those people never even get a court date. They never even get a lawyer. They don't get anything. They just get to sit and languish in an Israeli death camp with no rights, as if they're not even human.
And after this worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust, Iran and its henchmen
On Zionists, okay, because the real Jews are in the West Bank and they didn't get attacked. They lived peacefully with the Palestinians, with the Arab Palestinians.
in the Middle East were absolutely ecstatic. Haniya praised the massacre. Sinwar said that Israel was finished. Nasrallah boasted that Israel was, here's what he said, is feeble as a spider's web.
It is. It is. Their Iron Dome is a fucking. Oh, I should have put that on snooze. It's gonna start talking.
Hi, sweet lady.
It's 4:45 a.m. Waste trucks coming soon. Right now in Rome, it's minus 14 degrees and partly cloudy. Today, it'll be mostly sunny, with a forecasted high of minus 8 and a low of minus 14. Have a nice day.
Haniya is gone. Sinwar is gone.
Oh yeah, he says everybody was that there was all kinds of people who were ecstatic about October 7th. I don't know one person. I haven't heard one person be ecstatic about October 7th. October 7th was violent. It was violence. It was violence on both sides. Both sides were violent. But you want to know something? There were thousands of Palestinians being held hostage, aka detained, just like the Americans got away with not having to follow the Geneva Convention on the people they stole from Iraq and Afghanistan and bunged them in Cuba, right? They called them detainees. They were prisoners of war and should have been treated by the Geneva Convention. But no, they called them detainees and thought they could avoid all that. And they did. And so they call the Palestinians detainees, but they're not. They're fucking hostages. Now, it's hard to call them hostages because usually you keep hostages to bargain. Well, hostages have one purpose, and that is to be bargained with, right? So I don't know if they could call the Palestinians. They're just victims of Israel. But Palestine wanted them back. And how do you get your people back when the enemy just keeps on coming in and swooping in and stealing your people? And some never ever come back because they're tortured and raped and murdered. They never come back. The Palestinians want their people back. How do you get your people back when you can't? You've got nobody else on the other side to bargain with. The only way to bargain is to take some of their people and then make an exchange. But Israel doesn't give a shit about its own people. That's why Hamas had to practically beg Israel to take hostages back. You don't hear that. You don't see that. Not unless you're on the internet. You don't know about it. Hamas, they tried to give back 2 hostages that I guess they felt they really needed to go home, right? They had to send those ones home. Maybe they were sick or I don't know. I can't remember. It's so long ago. It was like, it started in October 2023. I think maybe in November, these first 2 got released, and Hamas tried to tell Israel, we're releasing people, right? Like, don't shoot at them. Because the hostages were being bombed too, you know. They were also running from the IDF. I'm sure that they would have wanted to run to the IDF, but you know what happens is the IDF shoots them, even if their own hostages are waving white flags, which was the case. The IDF shot them. They didn't want their fucking hostages back. The people did, the Israeli people did. And they're totally disillusioned with their government because they can't believe that their government doesn't want the hostages back. But they don't. They just give lip service. So there was those 2. And then, even though Israel firmly believes that the only way to get the hostages back is by military force, the only time that a shitload of hostages got released was by diplomacy. It was diplomacy that got them released. And that was again down to Hamas. And it is they've also shot other prisoners too. Israeli prisoners that Hamas had, the IDF shot too or bombed. That Hamas did their utmost to keep those hostages healthy and alive. And now that we're seeing the hostages come back and forth, like the exchange, the Palestinians are coming back worse for wear, skinny, bad health, completely fucking traumatized, some with lifelong injuries. And the Israeli prisoners are going back to Israel, nourished, fed and nourished. They had showers. I mean, Israel turned the water off to a whole fucking culture of people. They had the power. They say, oh, we got out back in whatever, 2000, whatever, 1980, whatever. They say we got out. But they maintained control from outside the fucking barbed wire. They kept the Palestinians in the fishbowl. They got outside and ruled from outside. They have control over whether the food is allowed in or not. They have control over whether the water is running or not. They have all those controls. just one of the many, many lies.
Sinwar is gone.
Yeah,
Nasrallah is
Sinwar's
gone.
gone. Sinwar, they made him into a bad man, but he fought till the very last second. He was in charge of the Al-Qassam brigades, right? That's Hamas's military wing, is the Al-Qassam brigades. And he was the leader at that point. Now, Netanyahu is the leader for his brigades. Was Netanyahu fighting? No. Was Haniya fighting? Yes. He was fighting till the last. It looked like he was missing his hand or something, missing his arm. He fought till the very last second, and he hadn't eaten for 4 days. He hadn't eaten for 4 days, but the hostages were eating. They were eating and they were showering. And when they went back, they'd learned Arabic, some of them. They had, this does happen when you are a hostage of somebody. You start to sympathize with your captors. But why shouldn't they sympathize with their captors? Their captors were right. And they treated them as much gold as they could. Is that Smilers? Palestinians completely abused whilst in custody. Abso-fucking-lutely. Good morning, Smiler. I have two of my favorite British people are in here. Sinwar stood for the people. Saturn stands for Zion. Satan. Oh, see, you wanted to spell it differently, so you don't get. That's right. That's right. Satan Yahoo is what I call the Yahoo.
We've devastated Hamas. We decimated Hezbollah. We destroyed Assad's remaining armaments. And we
Great to see you too.
air defenses. And in doing this, we've defeated some of America's worst enemies. We took out terrorists who were wanted for decades for shedding rivers of American blood.
American blood. Oh my God. He has to make it. They have to create this idea that somehow Hamas is the enemy of anyone else but Israel. It's, again, fucking lies. There's lies in the lies. They tell lies with sub-lies. I'm afraid to fuck with the thing or else I end up getting kicked off. I'm going to use it. Satan Yahoo. Yeah. Yeah, but put like put like oh at the end, like he's a Yahoo, right? He's a Yahoo and he's a Satan Yahoo. Yeah.
The blood of 241 Marines murdered in Beirut. We accomplished all this.
Murdered in Beirut. What were U.S. Marines doing in Beirut, which is in Lebanon, across the other fucking side of the world? The globe or the flat earth or whatever you want to call it. It's across, the U.S. Marines or whoever don't have any business being in fucking Beirut unless they're on holiday.
With the indomitable spirit of our people and the boundless courage of our soldiers. The Bible says that the
boundless courage of their soldiers. Do you know that there are many reports of Israeli soldiers running away? They just abandon their posts and they run away. Many, many of them They were dying for soldiers, excuse the pun. They needed soldiers. That's why Netanyahu, he wanted to end it, but he couldn't because he's under pressure in his own government to keep the war going. Because the people he had to back him up in his government wanted the fucking war. Which may be why there wasn't anybody at the fucking gates on October 7th to fight off Hamas or the other guerrillas.
Shall rise like lions, and boy did we rise. Today, the roar of the Lion of Judah.
You didn't rise. You used your privilege, which is multi-billion-dollar rockets practically given to you from the United States, who is using you as their base for the Middle East and to steal Gaza's gas. Where are my cigarettes? Damn it. I always have a backup plan. Okay. More lies. Let's go.
Loudly throughout the Middle East. Israel has never been stronger, and the Iran terror axis has never been weaker.
Oh my gosh, exact opposite. Get used to it, because everything he says, the truth is the exact opposite. Israel is the weakest it's ever been. They are on the verge of civil war. That's Israelis against Israelis. They are so weak. Their economy is suffering badly because of the good people who do the BDS, boycott, divest, and sanction. The ones who say, I'm not going to buy Israeli products. And you know how many companies have failed in Israel? They are tearing at the seams. They're tearing from inside and the seams. They are so not strong. And they're down a shitload of planes and tanks and people to fight. They are down in morale. They are down in every fucking way possible. The only thing keeping them alive is the United States. If the United States were to do the honorable thing and pull away from anything to do with Israel, Israel would be gone in a couple of years. I'm sure it doesn't happen right overnight, but probably a couple of years, which would bring it to 80 years. Somewhere around 80 years would be the third time Israel failed to survive. They only last about 80 years. So we're coming up on 80 years. They are the weakest. And the axis of the evil, the true axis of evil, okay, is Israel, the United States, and the UK. Or I should say Britain. Because Ireland, I don't know. The people are our friends. Look at all those people in London every fucking Saturday. They are fucking troopers. Those are the English people. But the governments of the United States and Britain and Israel, all the people in Israel, not just the government, not all, but like 95% of the people in Israel, because they are so fucking brainwashed. They don't know the truth. They live right there. They're right in the middle of it. And they don't know the truth. And they refuse to see it. Thank you, Mrs. J. So everything he just said was opposite.
We discussed, Mr. President, to secure our future and bring peace to our region, we have to finish the job. In Gaza, Israel has
We have to finish the job of ethnically cleansing the Palestinians. The peace he's looking for, you know, my dad said something when I was a kid. He says, now, back then we didn't say Zionists, we said Jews, because it was hard to make the difference. It was hard to say what the difference was, right? So they identified as Jews, so we called them Jews. But now we know better to call them Zionists, because Jews are just people who follow a certain religion. Who gives a shit? Everybody's got their own religion. But it's the political aims that are the problem. Tonight I was on a panel. Ed Denizen invited me to one of his friends' panels, and I went on, and the ignorance was just too much. I couldn't fight it. I'd rather just get on here and talk to myself. If nobody showed up, I'll just talk to myself on here and hope somebody who needs to hear it hears it. Or be joined by my favorite people. But even if it's a small number, I'd rather do that than have to sit on a panel with ignorant people. And, they weren't, for the most part, they weren't disrespectful. One of them was a troll. But the people who came on, they were sort of sympathetic. They were sympathetic. Some, like the owner of the live stream, he was on the right side. He didn't know everything he was talking about, but he seemed to have the basics down pretty good. Unfortunately, his guests, not so much. But, so I just couldn't just like, I've never heard all of this speech that Satan Yahoo just is saying, because I can't listen to him. It's painful. Anyway, my dad said, you can't, I'll say Israelis. You give an Israeli a finger, they take the whole hand. And he says, the only piece that an Israeli believes in is a piece of this and a piece of that. So, they're trying to take over Syria too. They act like they're just talking about Palestine, which, by the way, Syria used to be Palestine. It was part of Palestine. Sorry, I'm trying to keep my eye on the chat in case you guys say anything. So now what they did was, apparently I didn't even know all this until it happened, but Al-Qaeda and ISIS people were in jails in Syria being guarded by the fucking Americans. And then the Americans let them all out of jail when it was time to take over Syria. They had the ISIS and Al-Qaeda works for the US. So they act like Al-Qaeda and ISIS are enemies, but they're controlled opposition. They are not enemies. They work for the fucking Americans. Actually, the oligarchs, really. But the Americans were the ones guarding them in Syria. Let them out. Completely fucking decimated the culture of Syria, and then installed someone in there. And the Israelis went in there, and I don't know if they went out or not, but they were free to come in. They have already said that they want Syria. They call it Greater Israel, and they include Syria in that land. What they mean is Greater Palestine. That was Greater Palestine, but Palestine was not a country. It was a whole bunch of villages, independent villages, but they traded with each other. They have family in different villages and stuff. And everybody else built their borders around, so by default, they had borders. But like the First Nations here in Canada and the United States, the indigenous people, the Palestinians, didn't believe in owning land. They were just caretakers of the land. And I've heard now that it was the Greeks who first named us the Palestine. But before, I heard it as it was the Romans. But we didn't even call ourselves Palestine. But we're Philistine. And the Philistines in the Old Testament, they're meant to represent us. We're the animals. What the fuck?
Destroy Hamas's military and governing capabilities, secure the release of all of our hostages, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. I believe, Mr. President, that your willingness to puncture conventional thinking that has failed time and time and time again, your willingness to think outside the box with fresh ideas will help us achieve all these goals. And I've seen you do this many times. You cut to the chase.
Oh,
You see
more
things
kissing ass.
others refuse to see. You say things others refuse to say. And after the jaws drop, people scratch their heads and they say, you know, he's right. And this is the kind of thinking that enabled us to bring the Abraham Accords. This is the kind of thinking that will reshape the Middle East and bring peace. We also see eye to eye on Iran. That's the same Iran that tried to kill us both. They tried to kill you, Mr. President.
Lies.
They tried through their proxies to kill me.
Lies.
We're both.
Well, no. Okay, Hezbollah tried to kill him. Hezbollah tried to kill him. They sent a drone. They sent a few drones to try to kill him. I don't believe that the guy who got Trump's ear, that had nothing to do with fucking Iran. Nothing. That's a lie. Iran has never gone after the United States. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. There were hostages in Iran. Okay, that was a different Iran back then. The Iran that is now was changed. It was changed before, like changed from before. So it's run a different way. So the politics are different. Anyway, Israel has made the enemy of Iran. And Iran is more than capable of decimating Israel. That would include Palestinians too, though, unfortunately. But they are more than capable of decimating Israel. They were the ones who exposed to the whole world that the Iron Dome is not what it's fucking cracked up to be. And the Yemenis made a rocket that supersedes everything that Israel has. And they're just a tiny little band of ragtag unit of people, you know, the Yemenis. They have had the strongest heart besides the Palestinians in these past 16 months. They have been the greatest ally to the Palestinians in the last 16 months is Yemen. And they're already standing up for themselves against Saudi Arabia, trying to absorb them. And they still stuck up for the Palestinians. Israel equals more weapons. Ukraine equals more weapons. Both equals money. Makes the world go round. Yeah. Yeah, that's the interest of the United States. Yeah.
Back Iran's aggression in the region and ensuring that Iran never developed.
Iran's aggression was only in response to Israel's aggression. Do you know over the past few decades, Israel has gone in and has assassinated the scientists in Iran. Iran has whatever it is that they need to build the nuclear bombs. I forgot what it's called, uranium, right? But they decided on religious grounds that they would not make an atomic bomb unless absolutely necessary, unless they were being threatened, their existence was being threatened. They would not develop nuclear weapons. If they have or they haven't, I can't tell you for sure. But I believe they haven't. But I do believe they can. But Israel assassinates Iranian diplomats and scientists in Iran and elsewhere in the world. And Israel bombed the Iranian consulate in, where was it? Syria or in Lebanon. They bombed it and killed a top Iranian official. And then they said, well, what are military people were doing in the consulate? And that is where a lot of consulates do that. They have military, political meetings in the consulate. So that was not a gotcha. And that was not a reason to bomb. And that was in Lebanon or Syria. And Iran had a right to bomb back. So what they did was they did a whole bunch of little bombs just for a fire show, like old weapons that they didn't give a shit about, right? And then they sent a few of the supersonic ones or whatever that can get past the dome and exposed the weakness of the dome, Iron Dome. And then Israel went and hit Iran again, saying they were retaliating when they weren't retaliating. They were making another first move because Iran was the ones who were retaliating. So Iran retaliated back again. This time, lots of bombs managed to hit. And I think only one person was killed. And I think it was a Palestinian that was killed. They were so precise with their bombing. They managed to completely decimate the, what's the name of the outfit in Israel that's like the Mossad headquarters. Their Mossad headquarters, I think in Tel Aviv, they decimated it. But not one person got killed except for the one Palestinian. I think that was in the territories too, so Palestinian that died. I guess the bombs were going over top. Somehow a piece fell on a person. But it wasn't, no Israelis were harmed during True Promise 1 nor True Promise 2. And True Promise 3 we're waiting on because Israel went again and went against Iran doing something I can't remember now. It's been months now. They should have already retaliated, but every time they were being told, well, no, please don't retaliate yet because a ceasefire is just around the corner. And so Iran, for the Palestinians, did not complete True Promise 3 yet. They can at any point. They reserve the right to, but it's been months. And it was all in aim of achieving a ceasefire for the Palestinians and to get the hostages back. So Israel is due another beating from Iran. And Iran is way more powerful than Israel is. Israel's like the wizard behind the curtain.
The weapon. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Israel will end the war by winning the war. Israel's victory will be.
They lost the war. What were their objectives? Their objectives were to destroy Hamas and to get the hostages. To destroy Hamas and to get the hostages back. They weren't even trying to get the hostages back. They were making it hard to give the hostages back. And they didn't destroy Hamas. Hamas is just as strong, like a manpower way, as they were back on October 7th, if not stronger. Because that's what happens. You bomb a people, they want to fight back. Whereas Israel is down thousands of soldiers, and they can't get more because people don't want to join. They're refusing to be enlisted, or what do you call it, drafted. They're refusing the draft.
We will not only win the war, working together, we will win the peace. With your leadership, Mr. President, and our partnership, I believe that we will forge a brilliant future for our region and bring our great alliance to even greater heights. Thank you.
You know what they're banking on? Is that all those corrupt Arab leaders will go along. They will be somehow, one by one, convinced to go along and make the appearance of peace.
Very much, baby. Very nice. Thank you. And JD Vance, everybody. JD, please, Vice President, stand up. He's been doing a good job. He's been working very hard on
This press conference
all
has
things.
been like a business meeting from the very beginning. It sounds like one. It almost looks like one if it weren't for the podiums. And the way that Trump talks is the way he talks in a business meeting. He gets people to stand up and take a bow because what? He secured some company for them.
Particular. We'll take some questions, please. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Can a normalization deal with Saudi Arabia be achieved without the acknowledgement of a Palestinian state? That question for you too, Mr. Prime Minister. And Mr. President, given what you've said about Gaza, did the U.S. send troops to help secure the...
What's that? Nick, you can word it slightly differently. What do you mean? Who's Nick? I only see you and Smiler talking. Unless that's a term of endearment that I've never heard. Nick, can you word it slightly different? Oh, I'm seeing on the StreamYard. Is this somebody whose comment didn't make it through? Oh, I see. Am I here? Hit comms can't get through because of wording. His comments. Trying to get my live stream up so I can see. If it starts echoing, tell me, but I've got the sound off. Review channel live. Why can't I join the stream? Won't let me join my own stream. Doesn't come up on my home page. I guess because it's my own stream. Or am I being blocked? Or are other people being blocked? You can still hear me because you're answering me. There we go. What did Nick say? Oh, I don't see it. Shouldn't I be able to see it? He's not blocked. No, I thought I was blocked. I can't see the comment he made. Safe to say. Okay. I'm not going to concentrate on this. Mrs. J has it in hand. So on with the bullshit circus.
Secure the security vacuum.
So Saudi Arabia is going to be very helpful, and they have been very helpful. They want peace in the Middle East.
I gotta hear it.
Thank you. We'll take some questions, please. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Can a normalization deal with Saudi Arabia be achieved without the acknowledgement of a Palestinian state? That question for you too, Mr. Prime Minister.
So for those who don't know, thank you, Mrs. J. For those who don't know, Saudi Arabia would not sound so old now. That was somebody in the audience of one of the journalists asking a question. Saudi Arabia would not sign the Abraham Accords because the deal was you let the Palestinians have their own space and then we'll sign it. And they were starting to come around to be signing it without the Palestinians getting their own state. And that was one of the triggers for October 7th, was this fucking Abraham Accord. Because the only thing that the Palestinians had going for them that the other Arab countries were doing was that they were saying, you let the Palestinians, not help the Palestinians, you give the Palestinians their own piece of land and let them govern themselves, or else we're not going to sign your fucking Abraham Accord. So, according to them, a few signed it. Smiler would know more than me. But according to them, there were some Arab nations that did sign it. Fucking sellouts, probably UAE and fucking Dubai and shit like that. But Saudi Arabia said no until you let the Palestinians have their own land. And now Trump is making it like he's going to make them an offer like they can't refuse. So they're very confident that the Abraham Accords will be assigned. Abraham Accords will be assigned by all the Arab nations, without the Palestinians getting what they rightly deserve.
President, given what you've said about Gaza, is the U.S.
So the journalist is saying, are you sure that Saudi Arabia is going to sign the Abraham Accords without the Palestinians getting their own land?
Troops to help secure the security vacuum?
So Saudi Arabia is going to be very helpful, and they have been very helpful. They want peace in the Middle East. It's very simple. We know
they want peace in the Middle East. It's very simple. It's as simple as you sign this, or we're going to do this, this, and this to you.
And their leaders very well. They're wonderful people, and they want peace in the Middle East. As far as Gaza is concerned,
everybody
we'll do what
peace,
is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that. We're going to take over that peace, and we're going to develop it, create thousands and thousands of jobs.
We're going to take over that peace. We're going to develop it.
And it'll be something that the entire Middle East can be very proud of.
Nobody's going to be proud of the Americans taking over. There would be peace without Americans. You get that? And then there'd be peace without the British government.
Everybody feels that continuing the same process that's gone on forever, over and over again, and then it starts, and then the killing starts, and all of the other problems start, and you end up in the same place, and we don't want to see that happen. So by the United
The only reason why we're in this place is because of Americans. If it weren't for Americans and the British, Israel would not even exist. And if it weren't for the Americans and the British, Israel would not be getting away with what they get away with for the last 76 plus years.
stability and strength, owning it, especially the strength that we're developing and developed over the last fairly short period of time. I would say really since the election. I think we'll be a great keeper of something that is very, very strong, very powerful, and very, very good for the area, not just for Israel, for the entire Middle East. Very important. And
You
we'll
don't know what's good for the Middle
again have
East.
thousands of jobs, and
You
there'll be
don't care
jobs
what's good
for
for them.
everyone, not for a specific group of people, but for everybody. Okay, please.
I think peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia is not only feasible, I think it's going to happen. I think if
Yeah, because now the
we had
Big Don
another
is
half a
in.
year,
The Big Don is in his seat now. So that's why he's so fucking confident.
in your first term, it would have already happened.
True. Many, many more. I agree. Many
It
more
would have
nations.
I think you can't prejudge and pre-guess how we'll achieve it, but I'm committed to achieving it. And I know the president is committed to achieving it.
Admitting,
And I
oh
think
my
the Saudi
God.
leadership is interested to achieve it. So we'll give it a good.
I don't know what Netanyahu thinks is going to happen, but he is wanted on many fronts. He's not only wanted by the ICJ or ICC or whichever one it is. Smiler probably knows. He is wanted by his own fucking people for fraud. Do you know that anyone I saw in a documentary, anyone who wants an interview with him, who wants some time with him, has to bring him expensive presents? Not just him, but his wife too. His wife gets jewelry. She gets like bunkers full of wine or champagne or whatever the fuck it is she drinks. They have to bring these things to the Netanyahus, to the Satanyahus, to have an audience with him. And he has defrauded the Israeli people. And he made rules that would make it so that he doesn't get in trouble. I know they all do that, but the Israelis saw that what he did, and they want him prosecuted. But he keeps on, this war was very convenient for Netanyahu, because while he's fighting the war, I guess they can't prosecute him inside Israel. But he's wanted outside Israel and inside Israel for fucking crimes. He is one fucking ultra fucking criminal. And so is Trump. He's getting to be, he seems to want the same things that Netanyahu requires. Gifts. He wants gifts. Expensive fucking gifts.
We'll succeed.
Yeah, please go ahead.
First of all, President Trump, did you hear from Prime Minister Netanyahu from maybe guarantees that ceasefire will go, including case? Prime Minister Netanyahu has to you. Why are you refusing to set up a national commission to investigate the failure?
They're purposely not giving her a fucking microphone.
Well, I can't tell you whether or not the ceasefire will hold. We've done, I think, a very masterful job.
I can tell you right now, the ceasefire is not going to hold. What's going to happen is Israel's going to break it, just like they break every fucking. They already did break the ceasefire, but they're going to break it. And then what all the idiots are going to see on their MSM news is that Hamas broke the ceasefire, and then they're going to make it like, well, that's it. We're going in now, and we're just going to clear house. And Trump is going to give them all the fucking weapons that Netanyahu can even fucking dream of to just wipe out the area. Anything it takes so that he can start developing.
We weren't helped very much by the Biden administration, I can tell you that. But we've gotten
He did
quite
all
a
the
few
destruction
hostages.
for you. He gave you the land all destroyed so you could go in there, grab the rubble, and then put your fucking condos on there.
We're going to get more out, but we're dealing with very complex people, and we are going to see whether or not it holds. We certainly want to have more.
You know what makes them complex? The complexities are that Palestinians do not value the same things that the Western people value. They value their connection with their deity, right? The Jews, the real Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims. They value their connection with their deities, their spiritual connections, and their spiritual connections to the land. They value their independence. They value their humanity, and they can't be bought. They tried to buy out Hezbollah. Hezbollah refused. They tried to buy out the Yemenis. Yemenis, who are, people know them as the Houthis, right? But the Houthis are just a band of people within Yemen. They're fighters within Yemen. And they're the ones who have created all kinds of fucking headaches for the Western world, trying to traverse the Red Sea. So they're shooting at anyone who's trying to do business with Israel. So they tried to buy them out, and they couldn't. No matter what amount of money they try to give them, they're not going to give up their land, their heritage, and their culture. And that's what makes them complex to Trump, because Trump is of the idea, like some of my dear friend Denizen, who said on the fucking other live stream that as far as he is concerned, if somebody's gonna stop shooting at me and set me up somewhere else, I'll go. I don't give a shit about the land, right? That's what Western people think like. So they don't understand the way that the Palestinians and other people like the Palestinians, like the Yemenis, feel like about their land. They can't be fucking bought. They're the ones with the ethics, not these fucking Westerners, especially not Trump and Netanyahu.
They've come out damaged in many ways, very damaged people. But they're going to get better, and they're going to be strong, and they're going to have a good life. And we hope to.
Can you hear this shit? They're damaged because of you, you piece of shit. You fucking murderous piece of shit. They're damaged because of you. How about you stop damaging them? Let's listen to this call again.
Damaged in many ways, very damaged people. But they're going to get better, and they're going to be strong, and they're going to have a good life. Say. And we hope to get as many as possible out. Whether or not it holds, I don't know. We hope it holds. We hope to
get them out.
We hope it holds.
He sounds like he's fucking rescuing them. He's making it like he's a fucking hero, rescuing them, when he is ethnically cleansing the land so that he can make money. Oh, I can't see those emojis.
I think that at the appropriate time, which I think will enable us to really investigate what happened, what were the causes of the failures, by an independent commission that will be accepted.
The independent commission? Bullshit. They wouldn't even let journalists in to show independently what was happening. They won't let anyone in there to do any investigations whatsoever. He's saying independent. It'll be a Zionist organization that will do the fucking investigating. We know why October 7th happened. The whole world knows why October 7th happened. if they didn't keep on stealing Palestinians and bunging them into their fucking death camps, if they would just stop stealing more and more land in the West Bank and then trying to claim it as Judea and Samaria, that's why October 7th happened.
By the majority of the people. We don't want it accepted by one half of the people and not the other.
Liar.
I think we should have it, and we should find out exactly what happened. I'm insisting on it. And believe me,
I'm
it will
insisting.
surprise a lot of people
Insisting
when it
on
happens.
it. What a fucking piece of
Kelly,
shit.
Kelly, go ahead.
Independent journalists in Israel already did 2 investigations, both finding that that there were oddities that shouldn't have happened on the Israeli side, like the fact that nobody was at the fucking gates to prevent it from happening in the first place, like the fact that stocks went up. There was something that happened a few weeks before, and stocks were that were affected by October 7th happened, and the right things happened for the people who wanted it to happen. My fucking YouTube just crashed on my other phone. Yeah, my phone or my regular phone. Ugh. And I have to now switch the Bluetooth speaker to the other phone. Connected devices. I got the beep doesn't mean it really worked. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister. You are talking tonight about the United States taking over a sovereign territory. What authority would allow you to do that? Are you talking about a permanent occupation there, redevelopment? And Mr. Prime Minister, do you see this idea as a way to expand the boundaries of Israel and to have a longer peace, even though the Israeli people know how important that land is to you and your citizens, just as the space is inherited by the Palestinians as well?
I do see
Inherited. This woman was a good woman. Those were good questions to ask. And the way that she phrased it was perfect. Inherited by the people of Palestine.
Term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East.
Hold on, let's see her here from the
Inherited by the Palestinians as well.
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East.
He didn't say ownership by who, did he? I'm here. Yes.
And everybody I've spoken to, this was not a decision made lightly. Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land, developing and creating.
Everybody he's spoken to loves the idea. So he's obviously not speaking to Palestinians. And I doubt very much that any of the Arab states love the idea of Trump owning Gaza or the United States owning Gaza. See, he doesn't have to own Gaza. He can't, right? But he can get it so that the United States, basically, the United States installed Israel for the United States. But now he's saying the United States is going to own Gaza. But who is going to get all the developing deals? His son-in-law.
up with something that will be magnificent in a really magnificent area that nobody would know. Nobody can look because all they see is death and destruction and rubble.
Fuck you. Who sees that? That's what the Israelis see. That's what the Americans see. That's what the West sees. That's not what the Palestinians see. They see the death and destruction, but they also see home. You piece of shit, lying fucking pig.
And demolished buildings falling all over. It's just a terrible,
Yeah, because of you.
terrible sight. I've studied it. I've studied this very closely over a lot of months, and I've seen it from every different angle. And it's a very, very dangerous place to be. And it's only going to get worse. And I think this is.
Yeah, if you have anything to do with it, it's only going to get worse. It's like when a bully says, why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? While they're hitting you with your own hand. That's what they're doing. That's what he's doing. That's what he's saying right now. It's the exact same thing. They are the reason for the death and destruction.
Gotten tremendous, and I'm talking about from the highest level of leadership, gotten tremendous praise. And if the United States can help to bring stability and peace in the Middle East, we'll do that, baby.
Liar.
I mentioned again tonight our 3 goals. And the third goal is to make sure that Gaza never poses a threat to Israel again. President Trump is taking it to a much higher level. He sees a different, future for that piece of land that has been the focus of so much terrorism, so many attacks against us, so many trials and so many tribulations. He has a different idea. And I think.
So he says, even though Israel has their foot on the Palestinians' neck, they're not allowed to fight back. That's what he's saying.
It's worth paying attention to this. We're talking about it. He's exploring it with his people, with his staff. I think it's something that could change history. And it's worthwhile really pursuing this avenue.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Cha-ching,
Go ahead.
cha-ching, cha-ching.
Yeah.
So for rebuilding Gaza again, obviously, all the hostages and one of them is Islamic State.
What kind of
Go ahead.
outfit is running the White House when they don't even give microphones for the fucking journalists to ask the questions? There is a microphone, but they're not passing it to people who need it.
Question for you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So for rebuilding Gaza again, obviously, all the hostages and one of them is Islamic State, an American soldier.
Oh.
How will you?
Oh, you're welcome, Mrs. J. Thank you for saying that. And I'm sorry you have to go, but thank you so much for being here. I love you so much. We'll talk soon.
The issue that will take out all the hostages and then rebuild.
We're working very hard to get all the hostages. The word is all, and we are working very hard. So far, it's been moving along fairly rapidly, pretty much on schedule. I'd love to have them all out at one time, but we're taking them out, and tomorrow more are being released, and over the days more, and then we're going to a phase 2. But we'd like to get all of the hostages, and if we don't, it will just make us somewhat more violent. I will tell you that, because they would have broken their word. Mr. Witkoff and his entire.
They would have broken their word. It's going to be the Israelis who break the fucking ceasefire. Believe me. It's not going to be Hamas. Hamas wants those Palestinians out of those death camps. They are not going to jeopardize that. But they're not going to lay down and just let the Israelis do what they want to do either. So you get more violent, so will the Arabs.
Have been working 24 hours around the clock, and they want them out, and promises have been made to them, and we'll see whether or not those promises will be kept. But we want all the hostages. That's right.
How How much time do you think it will take? Do you support, Mr. President, do you support?
Did you hear what he
And
said?
we'll see Mr. Witkoff and his,
It was sort of cleverly juxtaposed, but they're saying about Hamas breaking the ceasefire. He's saying we better get those hostages or else, right? But then he changes and says promises were made to Hamas. We'll see whether they're going to be kept or not. So what? They're not people of their word.
have been working 24 hours around the clock, and they want them out, and promises have been made to them. And we'll see whether or not those promises will be kept.
Yeah.
But we want all the hostages, that's right.
How much time do you think it will take? Do you support, Mr. President, do you support Israeli sovereignty in Judea and Samaria, areas which many believe is the biblical homeland of the Jewish people?
Okay, that's a Zionist asking that fucking question, no doubt, because he called it Judea and Samaria. They keep on trying to push this Judea and Samaria over the West Bank. They're trying to rename the West Bank, and they're trying to put it in people's minds, Judea and Samaria. It is the West Bank, and it is referred to by all officials around the world, except in this fucking hellpit called America. It is referred to as the West Bank, because it's the West Bank of Jordan, of the Jordan River.
Well, we're discussing that with many of your representatives. You're represented very well, and people do like the idea, but we haven't taken a position on it yet. But we will be we'll be making an announcement probably on that very specific topic over the next 4 weeks. Go ahead, please. Please.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
See, so what he just finished commenting on is, yes, we're stealing Gaza, and we're going to make an announcement in the next 4 weeks of how much we're stealing of the West Bank.
You just said that you think all the Palestinians should be relocated to other countries. Does that mean that you...
Which is also known as ethnic cleansing, which is what the NAZI Germans were doing to the Palestinians. We're doing to the Jews. We're ethnically cleansing them. And that's what these people are doing, ethnically cleansing.
You just said that you think all the Palestinians should be relocated to other countries. Does that mean that you do not support the two-state solution?
It doesn't mean anything about a two-state or one state or any other state.
Because Palestinians won't exist according to the way he's thinking. Good morning, exiled.
It means that we want to give people a chance at life. They have never had a chance at life because the Gaza Strip has been a hellhole for people living there. It's been horrible.
What do you mean they've never had a chance for life? Even in the fucking pits that you left them in and make them sit in poverty because you count the calories. You only let food in based on counting the calories based on who's living there. You count their calories. You don't let them have sweets. You don't let them have chips or chocolate. You don't let them have whatever they want to build their country. And yet they still excel. They still build businesses and homes and villages back up again. In spite of you people, you fucking monsters. And you act like their lives have been shit because they can't run things. Fucking liars.
Hamas has made it so bad, so dangerous, so unfair to people.
Hamas got jobs and built businesses and secured food and housing for the Palestinians. They were not treating the Palestinians badly, for fuck's sakes.
And by doing what I'm recommending that we do, it's a very strong recommendation, but it is a strong recommendation. By doing that, we think we're going to bring perhaps great peace to long beyond this area. And I have to stress, this is not for.
Because they're planning on taking over the whole fucking area. They're going to finish taking over Palestine, their plan, and then they're going to take over Syria and places around. I can't remember how far they go over, but they want to take over a few countries and call it Greater Israel.
So this is for everybody in the Middle East, Arabs, Muslims. This is for everybody. This would be where they can partake in terms of jobs and living and all of the other benefits.
They can also do that for themselves, irrespective of you or your fucking kind.
And I think it's very important. It just doesn't work the other way. You know, you can't keep trying. They just has been going along for so many decades. You can't even count. You just can't keep doing. You have to learn.
We can count. It's 7+ decades, you piece of shit. And it's all because of you.
From history, you can't keep doing the same mistake over and over again.
That's right. So we have to absolutely get rid of all the fucking enemies so that we don't have to deal with it anymore. And there will be peace. Take the fucking Zionists out of the Middle East, there will be fucking peace. You piece of shit monster.
It is a hellhole right now. It was before the bombing started, frankly. And we're going to give people a chance to.
Yeah, that's how he pays homage to the fact that it was a hellhole because of the Israelis. October 6, 2023, by October 6th, in that year, hundreds of Palestinians were murdered and there was never any justice served for those hundreds of Palestinians. That was just in that year, and that was before October 7th happened. That was because of Israel, not because of Hamas.
Beautiful community that's safe and secure, and I think you're going to see a tremendous outflowing of support. I can tell you, I spoke to other leaders of countries in the Middle East, and they love the idea. They say it would really bring stability, and what we need is.
He's a liar. Everything this guy says is a lie. Like he said that all this fentanyl was coming into the United States via Canada. 0.2 of 1% of the fentanyl that ended up in the United States came from Canada. 0.2 of 1%. He's a liar. Everything this guy is just like Satan Yahoo. Everything he fucking says is a fucking lie.
Yes, sir, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Are you still committed to imposing sanctions on the ICC despite the move being stalled in the Senate? And please, a question for the Prime Minister as well. The President has been very...
That, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is an Israeli accent.
Clear about his desire to achieve a deal with Saudi Arabia. How do you settle this if Israel is required to renew the war against Hamas in the future?
Go ahead, baby.
I swear to God, that sounds like baby. When he calls him Bibi, it sounds like baby. And for those of you who don't know, the name Bibi was introduced to the Western public so that everybody's going to think that Satan Yahoo is just everybody's college buddy. He's got a nickname. Isn't it cute? It's Bibi. That's the name of my favorite monkeys, too, in Vietnam. But this Bibi is a fucking golem. It sounds like he said baby, though.
Stands that just as the President fought and defeated Al-Qaeda and ISIS, that we can...
He can't make a statement without licking Trump's ass. Every time he opens his fucking mouth, he's licking Trump's ass. Oh, and you, Supreme Leader, got rid of Al-Qaeda. Yeah, you bunged them in Syrian prisons and guarded them until it was time to let them out and wreak havoc on Syria because they work for the fucking Americans. He didn't get rid of Al-Qaeda. He put the leash back on them, that's all.
there because Hamas will continue the battle to destroy Israel. They'll do, when in this temporary ceasefire, one of their leaders comes out.
By the way, another fucking lie that the Zionists say is that it's on Hamas's charter to destroy Israel. It was on their first charter, but they came out with a second charter instead of to cancel out the first charter. And it does not call for the destruction of Israel. I don't know any other way to have peace except for the destruction of Israel, but I don't have a say. So that is not what Hamas's purpose was. Hamas was trying to get the Palestinians, the thousands and thousands of Palestinian hostages, back from Israel, from the Israeli death camps. Why your hate? Hold on. From my Jewish. Oh, fuck off, you exiled. Did you hear any hate for Jews or did you hear hate for Zionists? It's not a religious battle, exiled. Fucking go get educated. Go get educated. It's got nothing to do with being a Jew. Jews are fucking human shields of the Zionists. They don't give a fuck about Judaism. Zionists are not just Jewish. They're Christian and they're fucking atheists. And the people who made Zionism, the ones who authored Zionism, are fucking atheists. It's got nothing to do with the Jews, except that the Jews are used as a cover. Yeah, fuck Israel. Fuck Israel with a capital fucking F. It's got nothing to do with Jews. The true Jews, the real Jews, not the European ones, not the Hungarians and the Polish and the fucking British and the Germans, not those people. They're Europeans. Their ancestors are buried in Europe. They're not Semites, exiled. They're not fucking Semites. The real Semites are the Palestinians, the Palestinian Arabs, and the Palestinian Jews. The Jews that were chased away when the fucking Orgun gangs or whatever the fucking names are of the gangs that took over and then worked with the Americans and British to form Israel. Those are Europeans. They're not Semites. The real Jews were chased, they were killed off, or they were chased into the West Bank. Those are the real Jews. Those are the Jews of your precious Bible. Not the people from Hungary and Poland and Ukraine and Germany. Those are not the Jews of the Bible. They're Europeans. Their grandfathers and grandfathers and grandfathers' grandfathers are all buried in fucking Europe. Not in the Semitic country that is now called Israel, was once called Palestine. The Canaanites. The Canaanites. The Canaanites are the Palestinian Arabs and Jews. Those are the true Jews. Those are the ones whose mother matters. The ones who say you can only be a Jew by blood and your mother has to be because of the way DNA works, I guess. They didn't know about DNA, but they knew that it's passed down from the mother. That's who is a real Jew. And none of the fucking people from Europe have Canaanite mothers or grandmothers or grandmothers. So this has nothing to do with what God you praise or worship or whatever. You can go by the biblical writings. And that place is America, where okay, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about now. America. From what I understand, the Vikings were here, and then, as in North America, the Vikings were here, and they apparently were here without anybody living here, but who knows if their records are right. or if it's even true, but the First Nations are here. That's who was here. I don't know about biblical's times or not, but in the Bible speaks about corn being in the land of Israel. Corn originates in this region back 2,000 years ago. It wasn't in any other region. So by biblical standards, the original Israel is here in the West. Well, good. There's so many fucking Zionists out here. Let this be Israel then. Fuck. Let America be Israel. It basically is anyway. Go ahead. You can have them. Take them all. Every last drop of them. We don't need them. We need the original true Jews back with the Palestinians in our fucking land. Well, I don't know what lore you want to go by, Exiled. I don't know. I don't care. I don't think the First Nations necessarily believe that. And I go by the First Nations stories instead of fucked up Zionist stories, but I don't care. It's got nothing to do with Palestine. That's my point. And it's not a religious war. Get that through your head, Exile. And who I hate, and I'm trying not to hate, but it's really hard at this moment not to hate, are Zionists. The Jews, the Christians, the atheists, whatever. I don't know of any Muslim ones. It's the Zionists, and the Zionists are not a fucking religion. Zionist is a political thing. It's not a religious thing. And just so you know, the Zionists are using your people. I thought you weren't a Jew. I thought you just liked the Jewish religion, but that you weren't a Jew. But now you're claiming to be Jewish.
What he says, we're going to do October 7th again, except we'll do it bigger. So obviously, you can't talk about peace neither with Hamas or in the Middle East if this...
You can't talk about peace with an Israeli. Israelis are the ones you can't talk about peace. Hamas are the only ones that have consistently been trying to get a peace. Not Israelis trying to get a piece of this and a piece of that. That's what my dad always said. The only peace an Israeli believes in is a fucking piece of this and a piece of that. Well, you know what? I don't believe in what you call the Most High. I am spiritual, but I don't believe in a sky daddy. So I don't believe that there are any commandments. But I do try. I've been trying these past 16 months to try to love the Israelis. It's very fucking hard when all they want is your destruction. Everything that the Israelis say, exile. You're half Mexican, half. See, that's what you're not Jewish in that, your people are from somewhere in fucking Europe, okay? So if you're going to claim heritage, you have to say Mexican and whatever fucking country your Jewish relatives are from. You don't say one as a culture and one as a religion. That's like saying I'm half Palestinian, half Catholic. What the fuck? You're half Mexican, and where are your European ancestors from? Hungary? Poland? Ukraine? England? You know, the Balfour Declaration only happened because the British were trying to get rid of the Jews. Okay, so you're German. So you're half Mexican, half German, not half Mexican and half Jewish. You're half Mexican and half German. And your religion that you're claiming is Jewish. And if you're Mexican, Mexicans are Catholic, aren't they? So you want to claim your religion, you're half Catholic, half Jewish. but you're half Mexican, half German. I, on the other hand, am half Semite. I'm half Irish, Irish Canadian. There's quite a few generations here on my Irish side, and half Palestinian. And my family, exiled, was there when Jesus was there, and before that. My family walked with Jesus. My family were Christians before there was any such thing as the business of Christianity. You do know Jewish is not just a religious thing, it is a bloodline, right? Yes, it is, but not for you, exile. It is for the Palestinian Jews, the ones that were murdered and forced into the West Bank. Those are the people who are Jewish by culture. You are not one of them. Okay, Yeshua, Jesus, whatever. Jesus, whatever you want to call him. My people walked with him, not your people, my people. And they would have spoke the same language, which was probably Aramaic. Because they're not even sure that Jesus was a Jew, but they did supposedly refer to him as, the Bible lies, but they referred to him as rabbi, and he kept the high holidays for Jews. But see, there was no Christianity. So my people could have been Jews too. But real Jews, not German Jews. Sure, Cat, you believe in him, but you don't believe in the one that sent. Well, see, that's the thing, exile. I believe in Jesus as a human being. I don't believe in him as a demigod. I believe in him as I would believe in any strong human being who's got a strong spiritual connection, and who teaches and who lives what he believes. Someone who has gentle, kind, thoughtful, compassionate kindness. I think I already said kind. I believe in him as a teacher and a great man and a great legacy. I don't believe him as a demigod. I don't think you even know where the German Jews came from. They didn't originate. Look, the Jews in Europe, there was a megalomaniac who wanted his own cult. So he gathered people and called them Jews and gave them the books. But their blood is from Europe. I don't care which country it is. They're not from the quote-unquote Holy Land. So if they're not from the quote-unquote Holy Land, they don't have that bloodline. All the other bloodline is just made up. It's not real. It's real, but it's real to Europeans, not the people of the Holy Land. The German Jews came from the same place the Ukrainian and Polish and Hungarian Jews came from. And that wasn't the quote-unquote Holy Land.
Toxic, murderous organization is left standing.
You are the toxic, murderous organization that's left standing.
More that you could make peace in Europe after World War II if the Nazi regime was left standing. And
you are the Nazi regime. You are exactly the Nazi regime. That's what you are. Everything this man says is the complete and exact opposite of the truth. Then how do you explain my DNA test and where my DNA comes from? Ha ha ha. Where does your DNA come from? Germany? Hungary? Where does your DNA come from? And should I believe you, you do understand that there was 12 tribes and they were scattered. Okay, this isn't Battlestar Galactica, okay? The Jews were on the Holy Land. That's where they were. That's where they lived. This is all just bullshit made to make you think that somehow you're fucking special, that somehow God loves you more than anyone else. Nope, all over, including what your DNA is from all over, including the Middle East and Far East. Is that what you're saying? Your DNA is from all over? So you're a mutt who believes in the Jewish religion. That's who you are. Your mother has to be Jewish by blood of the real Jews, not blood of Europeans. Well, that's what your people believe, right? That somehow God loves them more than anybody else, that you're chosen people. I mean, that is such a load of fucking crap. I heard you talking another one just recently, and you said that Henry VIII changed the Bible. I didn't know that there was a King Henry VIII version. There's a King James version, but there's also other versions. The whole fucking thing has been changed. They took books out of the Bible back in 300 when they were making the fucking New Testament. They took books out of the Bible, books that described how to be connected with spirit, how we can connect with spirit. They took that out and they made all the language to make it so that there's a hierarchy, so that you worship people, you worship priests and what do you call it? Not reverence, Jewish one. I just said it, rabbi. The rabbis, and they need it. They need for people to think that there's a hierarchy. Right. I know that you know that, but you've twisted the information to make it seem like that. I don't know why you said King Henry VIII, so he could have more wives, but that does ring a bell because he wanted more like, I think that's more like, wouldn't that be different versions of Christianity? Like people try to make a difference between Catholics and Christians. Catholics are Christians. It's just one sect of the Christians. So Catholics don't believe in divorce, but I think Anglicans have no problem with it, right? So maybe that's why he made the Church of England into the Anglican Church so he could marry more wives. That sounds more like the truth than that he changed the Bible. Because King Henry VIII did that. Look it up. You look it up. I don't care. I know the Bible shit. I mean, it's got good bits of wisdom in it, but it's been completely bastardized. So I'm not fucking looking it up. Hello, Sly Shy. Good to see you. You need a rest, French lady. Nice of you to drop by. Let me see if I can get my YouTube started on the other thing. Channel. There you go. Slice Tiger Blue now. I got anything more else for me? There you go, slide tighter.
Oh.
Turn the sound off. Okay. Good to see you too. You're welcome. So, yes, I'm finished with Exiled. I'll start playing this again.
Army was left standing. You want a different future? You got to knock out the people who want to destroy you and destroy.
Yes, that's right. If you want a different future, you have to knock out the people who want to destroy you. Hamas was not trying to destroy Israel. Hamas was trying to get Palestinian prisoners back. The thousands and thousands of hostages that Israel had been taking. Day after fucking day. Just coming and kidnapping Palestinians and throwing them in death camps. And the Palestinians saw no other way than to get some of your people so that they could trade. Because there's no talking peace with Israel, ever. There never has been, and there never will be. Because the aim of Israel, the Zionist state, is to take over. That is the aim of Zionism. Just to keep on grabbing more and more and more. All that Zionists do is steal and murder and rape and pillage. That's what they do. They destroy and take over. And the Palestinians won't let them. You have to take them out in body bags because they will not give up their right to their land.
We're going to do. I think that will also usher in, actually, the peace with Saudi Arabia and with others. And I think there'll be others too.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
It's mafioso moves. That's what the government is. That's right. Oh, we could get into the layers of all that shit, right? Because these people aren't even running it. It's the oligarchy behind them. They installed Trump, got him to start the Abraham Accords. Then they said, oh, it's not time. We have to prime the public more. So to put a couple more coats of whitewash on and to completely confuse them, the public, they installed Biden, made the public think they voted for him. They installed Biden so he could be the destruction company and destruct everything there to lay the land for Trump to come back in. And then they installed Trump back in. But I don't want people to own their own guns. That's right. That's right. They gaslight everybody, but they gaslight their own people the worst. Israelis gaslight Israelis the worst, and American government gaslights the Americans more than anybody else. But it's the oligarchy behind them that are trying to get this done. Trump just sees a way to make money for him and his son-in-law.
Can suffer from an as a high expectation from you. Do you have any plan to change Afghanistan situation? Are you able to recognize Taliban? Because
This has nothing to do with the situation. So now what you're going to see is Trump is going to do that bullshit where he is a racist, but he has to cover it up by saying, if my daughter's father, his mother, my mother-in-law, she was a beautiful woman, but she was from a long time ago, and she's Scottish, and she was white racist. She didn't want to be, though. It was just the way she was brought up, so she didn't see it any other way. She knew that her language should be polite, but she still couldn't. She looked at black people different than white people. She couldn't help it. She was indoctrinated that way. She knew that people shouldn't be hanging people, but she also thought she should grab her purse more if a black person would walk by, that kind of thing, right? So she was a beautiful person, but what she'd do is she'd say things like, she's talking about a black person, right? I'm using black, but it could be anyone, it could be Indian, whatever. She sees a black person, and she'll say, they're black, but they're nice. They're black, but they're beautiful. The but is where she gives away her, she's not alive anymore. She gave away her racism. Because with that but, she's black, but she's beautiful. She's black, but she's nice. She's black, but she's honest. So the racist Trump, and really it's hard to call him a racist because he pretty much hates everybody equally, but he's now going to say to this Afghani woman who, on Denizen's Friends stream, he thought that the Afghani woman was calling for the Americans to go back into Afghanistan because women can't have jobs, girls can't go to school. So, but anyway, she's asking what the Americans' plans for Afghanistan are. That's pretty fucking low to even ask a question like that, like that's a fucking valid thing. The Afghanis are the only people who have a say in Afghanistan unless you let the Americans in. But how he's going to say is, I don't understand what you're saying, but you sound beautiful while you're saying it. Hold on. The but. Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot your black flash. He's covering it up by getting people like Snoop to help. Yes, that's right. Okay. And that's what Kat doesn't understand. It's the government still want to kill those people, not the Jewish people that want to kill. Look, exiled, you're not listening to me because I did not say get the Jews out. It's got nothing to do with Jews, except that Jews are used as a cover by the Zionists, by the atheist, Jewish, and Christian Zionists. They're using Jews as a cover because the Americans want, the oligarchy wants a foothold in the Middle East, and they want to rape and pillage and steal everything from it. Because now it's been found that Gaza has a big store of gas right off the coast. And so everybody wants a fucking piece of it. And Netanyahu, or Netanyahu, was trying to sell pieces off already before and during the war. He was trying to make deals with gas companies. They want the land. They want the land for real estate. They want the land for the gas. They want it from the Palestinians. And they don't give a fuck about the Jews. That's why Israel was responsible for so many of the Israeli deaths on October 7th. That's why they're responsible for killing many hostages, Israeli hostages in the Palestinian territories, and the Israelis are responsible for shooting and bombing Israeli hostages. They don't give a fuck about the Jews. It's not about that. It's what you don't understand, exiled. It's not a religious fight. The Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims, the real Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims are all in it together. They all want the same thing. They want their land back. Now the Jews, the real Jews that were forced out to the West Bank, they're not, chiming up so high, right? Because they also got chased and murdered by these European quote unquote Jews who are not following the Jewish religion. It's not in the Jewish religion to do anything that Israel is doing. Not the apartheid, not the murder, not the raping, not the stealing. That's not part of the Jewish religion. And if you listen to the Jews, even the Ashkenazi Jews like you, exiled, the ones in America that are standing up against Israel, you will understand they're saying, not in our name. That's what the Jews, the Ashkenazi Jews, who are against Israel, not against Jews, against Israel, against Zionism, they say, not in our name. You just said not too long ago to destroy Israel. To destroy Israel, what people do you think you're going? I'm not saying kill them. I'm not saying kill them. Don't kill them. It would be nice to chase them out, though. I don't want anybody killed, except maybe Netanyahu. But you know, I don't really want that because I'm working on my spiritual growth, and wanting somebody killed is not in the proper direction. So, but yeah, get rid of them. Anybody who is anti-Semitic, which means against the Palestinians or the true Jews, that's the anti-Semites, the ones who are against us. So, get rid of those truly anti-Semitic people. It's like saying you Canadians wanted to, it's like saying, are you Canadians wanted to destroy Iraq when you went there to kill Iraq's people and all Canadians' fault? See how that, first of all, we had, who was our prime minister? The one who pretended he was friends with Trudeau. The one I argued with on Much Music. Oh, anyway. We had a prime minister who said, no, we're not going to Iraq. Now, I'm sure that we had people in secret that were helping the bloody fucking Americans. But officially, Canada didn't go to Iraq. So right there, your point is moot. And it was the Americans and the British who went there to kill Iraq's people. And it is all their fault.
Afghan Safak woman, any comment about Afghanistan? What's your future plan for Afghan people, especially Afghanistan?
I have a little hard time understanding you. Where are you from? Oh, actually, it's a beautiful.
She said she's an Afghani reporter. I guess he didn't understand. But he doesn't even understand the fucking accent either.
Voice and a beautiful accent. The only problem is I can't understand the word you're saying. But I just say this, good luck, live in peace. Go ahead, please.
That was an incredibly undiplomatic, rude thing to say to an Afghani. The Americans went in unjustified and murdered, like, I don't know, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people, destroyed Afghanistan, put them in an even worse position, and then he tells them, good luck. He says, good luck. I hope you live in peace. How fucking rude and undiplomatic is that? He needs a punch in the face for that.
That's okay. Yeah, please.
And Prime Minister, you said earlier today that it was tough for you to implement these sanctions on Iran, but you did indicate that you were willing to negotiate with them. What would that look like, and are you in conversation?
So if it's tough to instill these sanctions against Iran, it's because Iran found a way around the bullshit American sanctions, and they did business with Russia. And now they have BRICS, and they have a whole system of trading oil and everything, not even using American money, which is really killing the Americans. The American money is worth less than zero. In real life, the way that money is supposed to work, the Americans owe way more than they could ever pay back. They crossed that line a few years back. So really, if the money was set on something real, the American money, it would be worth nothing. It is the exact opposite of the standard that should be set. But now, the Russians and the Iranians and all those people who America wanted to make sanctions on decided they'll just do business with each other. So they're not suffering the way that Trump is lying about. You are aware that they took plenty of Palestinians' DNA plenty of Israelites DNA. The Palestinians are the Israelites too, you know, buddy. It's the same fucking DNA. And they are relative. Of course, we're relatives. We're Canaanites. Canaanites. You understand? That's a biblical word. Canaanites. You are not a Canaanite. My daddy was a Canaanite. His daddy was a Canaanite. And all their daddies before were Canaanites. And so were the true Jews. Canaanites. So who you're calling Israelites are actually Canaanites. And yes, we have the same DNA. It's no big secret. You want to know something that was secret to me until recently? Was that my Irish side also is from the Middle East. My Irish side came from, well, I guess only if we're Black Irish, but it might not be. There are the Black Irish, or the dark-haired Irish. They are from the Middle East. I thought that was so fucking cool. Canadians were in Iraq as well. I have friends that served the military. That's when you guys first started building. Oh, come on. Exiled, you know that before you had the Israelis training you, it was the Canadians training your fucking army. Exiled, look it up. When we started building our army was when we started building this country, which was what, like over 150 years ago? So what the fuck are you talking about? We were not officially in Iraq. Like I said, I'm sure that we had sent some troops underneath, you know, like in secret to back the Americans up, because the Americans start a war and expect everybody else to save their fucking asses. So I'm sure we sent some people on the down low, but officially Canadians were not in Iraq. We refused to join that war against Iraq because it was so obviously bullshit. Everybody knew it was bullshit, except the fucking Americans. Not the Americans, the American government. See, that's where you got things all wrong. Governments make these orders, not the people. Okay, now I don't know what you're talking about. Obviously, the governments make the orders. And the governments make the orders because the oligarchy tells them what orders to make. Because Trump is not the ruler of the world, even though it looks like it. The people who own Trump are the rulers of the world. Like Miriam Adelson, fucking low life, who fucking gave him, I don't know, like $1 billion or hundreds of millions of dollars to do exactly what he's doing right now. Because he is a paid fucking stooge, Trump. He's doing what he's being paid to do. No, the Most High had all of the ancient Canaanites destroyed, right? That then the Jewish people took over the land. The ancient Canaanites were not. Oh my God. Okay, well, I don't know what the Bible says, but we're all God's people. We all belong to the same Am I back? Damn it. This ancient tablet is a pain in the ass. The Canaanites were not destroyed because my people are Canaanites. And the true Jewish people that now live in the West Bank, they are Canaanites. That's who Canaanites are. And we weren't destroyed. We still exist. So, this is probably just some propaganda of the Jewish religion.
And
Yeah.
the same for the Prime Minister, sir.
I hated doing it. I want Iran to be peaceful and successful. I hated doing it.
Iran is peaceful and, well, I don't know about peaceful, but they're successful. And the only reason why you would have a problem with them is if you strike first, you piece of shit. Just like the Israelis. The Israelis struck first. Then the Iranians fought back. They bombed Israel and showed that the Iron Dome is nothing without killing a single fucking Israeli. And then that was after Israel bombed the Iranian consulate in Lebanon or Syria. I can't remember which. Israel struck first, and then Iran retaliated. And they retaliated without killing one Israeli, even though Israelis killed many people in their bombing of the consulate. Both Iranians and either Lebanese or Syrian, whoever it was that the consulate was in. And then Israel went and bombed Iran. And so Iran bombed back again. And this time it was a fucking fire show. And so many, even though they lied on the MSM, so many of those missiles hit the fucking ground. It destroyed the Mossad headquarters without killing one Israeli, and they managed to kill one Palestinian by accident. I think they were in the Palestinian territories, not in the Israeli territories. So that's a lie. Again, Iran is strong, and they are very strong in their religion, which keeps them on track. It keeps them from having these fucking library readings. It keeps them from identifying as cats. It keeps them from murdering each other. Now, they do have very strict laws, and that means that people are murdered by the government because they didn't follow the religious laws. I think that's a bunch of shit, and I don't think it should be happening. But there's something wrong with every fucking country, and that's what's wrong there. But as far as dealings with other countries, they have way more class than America could even dream of having. Hold on, I gotta catch up on Exiled. Every time I have to zoom in, I risk kicking myself off. No, your people, as well as my people. You're not the true Jewish people. You're a fucking European exiled. Face it. Our people took over the land after the giants that were the original Canaanites were destroyed in the city. It's taken over were the original Canaanites. Have you ever traced who the 12 tribes are that were scattered throughout the earth after the destruction of the Tower of Babel? Do you know what you're talking about? Look, Exiled, I deal with family history. I deal with my country's history. I don't deal with biblical history. Okay? To me, these are all fables. They have nothing to do with the truth. I am not downgrading any one religion over another. I don't believe in Old or New Testament bullshit. And if you want to believe in it, go ahead. As long as it keeps you peaceful, as long as it keeps you connected with spirit, I don't give a shit what you call your God or how you do it, as long as you do it in a kind and cooperative way. If your religion doesn't call for kindness and cooperation, then fuck yeah, and your religion, right? But you're telling me, you may as well be telling me about Snow White, because all of these things mean nothing to me. There is a real history, and then there's the fucked up Bible history. I just don't know how else to impress upon you. You want to call them Canaanites, you want to call them Abrahamites or whatever, I don't give a shit. Us and the Palestinian Jews, the real Jews, we have the same DNA, and we weren't wiped out. We were always there for thousands of years. We were just always there. Because clearly you don't know who all is that bloodline, and where all they are located in the new age. From murder on each other. Isn't that the same culture that throws people? No, that's also another lie about the rooftops. Exiled, you watch way too much MSM to consider yourself even remotely intelligent. You can't throw this bullshit at me and expect me for you to have one on me. You have to have real facts. The rooftops thing is a fucking fable told by Zionists. Slice, laugh her ass off. Not sure why though, but so by your own words, the Most High eyes you are a heathen and separated from God. Exiled, I hate to break this to you, but I am God. And you know what? Even though you're sounding pretty pathetic right now, you are God too. We are all a piece of God. We're all made from God. The Most High energy. The Most High energy is a piece of all of us. It's what gives us life. And I am not considered anything except loved. I am only loved by the universe.
Once before, and we brought them down to a level where they were unable to give any money. They had to survive themselves, and they had no money. They were essentially broke.
He's talking about Iran. But you know what? Iran did not go broke, and Iran found a way around their fucking evil sanctions.
And they had no money for, as I said, Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for any form of terror. The 28.
So how did Hezbollah build up their stores of weapons? Their million-plus rockets. Missiles? How did they build that all up if Iran wasn't helping them? You are calling for destruction of a land and its people, and that doesn't sound like love to me. Look, I'm calling for the exile of the Zionists. And those people are not that land's people. Those people are Europe's people. And Europe can have them back, gladly. And I said to you already that I don't advocate killing anyone. Just get rid of them. Get rid of anybody who doesn't belong there. And that means Europeans. And that doesn't mean kill them. Open your ears, exiled. Unless you're just fucking trolling. In which case, move on. I'm sure there's a troll stream going on somewhere. We only need intelligent people here. Your dribble about what you think the Bible says means nothing to this conversation.
Well, at the 28 sites of terror, they had no money for any of it. They had to do their own and focus on their own well-being. And I hated to do it then, and I hate to do it just as much now. And I say this, and I say this to Iran.
That's like the Godfather saying, I hate to have him killed, but, you know.
Who's listening very intently, I would love to be able to make a great deal, a deal where you can get on with your lives and you'll do wonderfully. You'll do what?
A deal you can't refuse.
People, industrious, beautiful, just an unbelievable group of people in Iran. And I know them well, have many friends from Iran, and
some of my best friends are from Iran.
Friends that are Americans from Iran, and they're very proud of Iran. But I hated to do it, just so you understand. And I hope we're going to be able to do something so that it doesn't end up in a very catastrophic situation. I don't want to see that happen. I want to.
I don't want to see it so that we have to destroy them. And Iran could destroy America too. They could do it in all kinds of ways, not just with missiles.
Really want to see peace, and I hope that we're able to do that. They cannot have.
Hey, Crafty.
Nuclear weapons. Very simple. I'm not putting restrictions. They cannot have one thing. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if I think that they will have a
guess what? You're not in charge of the world. I know you think you're in charge of the world, but Iran can have a nuclear weapon if they deem it so.
Nuclear weapon, despite what I just said, I think that's going to be very unfortunate for them. If, on the other hand, they can convince us that they won't, and I hope they can. It's very easy to do. It's actually very easy to do. I think they're going to have an unbelievable future. Yeah, please, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. You just laid out your plan for Gaza.
Yes.
Can you lay out your plan for Ukraine and also
for Ukraine?
For Ukraine, yes. You consider yourself a strong leader. You blamed your predecessor for
a lot of time because we're here for another reason. But we are having very good talks, very constructive talks on Ukraine, and we are soldiers now. The cities have been largely done. I want to see that end, and I want to see it end for one simple reason: 800,000, maybe more Russian soldiers dead. It's very, when you hit above everything, you have to.
Russia's totally winning that fucking war. And they could win it completely if they just decided to be completely inhumane.
Can't let this continue. You can't. This is an absolute slaughter that's taking place on the beautiful farmlands of Ukraine.
Yes, you're right, Crafty. I said that earlier in my stream. These two men are the epitome of ego. Supreme Leader Dump and Netanyahu. They are the epitome of ego. But that's not why this is being done. This is being done because the oligarchy that owns these two people want it done. And that's not ego. It's just pure fucking evil. But these men are in it for their egos, definitely.
To stop it. We can't let this continue. It's a human tragedy, and we're going to
about Palestinian leader Abbas' role in all the regional changes you want to do. And a question for the Prime Minister: what's your view on President Trump wanting to reach a deal with Iran and not a much more active military stance towards him?
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
I think the president.
Go ahead, baby. Anybody who uses the word BB here is going to get silenced. No using the word BB unless you're talking about my favorite monkeys.
Just said something that.
As I said, there are new people in here, so I'll explain. The name BB is used so that people will see this monster as their college buddy. He has a nickname, a cute little nickname. But it's bullshit. He is not maybe, he is Satan Liahu.
The pivot of everything that we're talking about. He said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And we fully agree with that. If this goal can be achieved,
He makes it like it's Trump's idea. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's Israel who doesn't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. I'd rather that nobody had nuclear weapons. But if some are going to have some nuclear weapons, they don't have the right to tell others that they can't. Equal opportunity destruction.
pressure campaign, so be it. But I think the most important thing is to focus on the goal, which the president just did, and I fully agree with it.
He fully agrees with it.
Well, I said it, and he said it very well. It's a campaign of pressure to see if we can get something done. He doesn't want to do what some people think will automatically happen because they're very difficult people to deal with, as you know. But if we could,
They're difficult people to buy, you mean. They're not difficult to deal with if you're an honest broker. They're difficult to deal with if you want to be a fucking criminal and you want them to be the same criminals as you. That's why they're difficult to deal with.
solve this problem without warfare, without all of the things that you've been witnessing over the last number of years, it would be, I think it would be a tremendous thing. Go ahead, please.
Do you have any plans to visit Israel soon?
To visit where? Oh, well, I love Israel. I will visit there, and I'll visit Gaza, and I'll visit Saudi Arabia, and I'll visit.
When he visits Gaza, he'll just be surveying it as future development. It's funny you said son of Saturn, because earlier Smiler said Satan and spelled it with a U, and I thought it said Saturn, but it said Satan. Yeah, Trump Heights, yep.
Over the Middle East. The Middle East is an incredible place, so vibrant, you
know why it's so vibrant? Because it's not America.
One of the really beautiful places with great people, and I think a lot of bad
Great people. There's Violet speaking. They're brown, but they're great people.
leadership has taken place in the Middle East that's allowed this to happen. It's just terrible. And that includes on the American side, by the way. We should have never gone in there a long time ago, spent trillions of dollars and created so much death. So that includes Americans. But I'll be visiting a lot of different places in the Middle East.
It only includes Americans because Americans didn't belong there. Those Americans that died were fighting Arabs who do belong there. See, if those American warmongers weren't there, they wouldn't have died.
Everywhere, but I will be visiting some, yeah. Okay. Let's go. Caitlin, go ahead, Caitlin. Caitlin, go ahead.
On what you were saying there.
Say it, go ahead, please.
Just to follow up on what you were saying about the Gazans leaving Gaza, going to other countries. One, where exactly are you suggesting that they should go? And two, are you saying they should return after it's rebuilt? And if not, who do you envision living there?
So what she's saying is, what she should have called it was ethnic cleansing, because that's what he's doing. It's completely against international law. Everything that Israel's doing and the United States is doing about Israel is all against international law. They are international criminals. So she's saying, once you do this illegal thing and take over the natives' land, what do you intend to do with it? Who's it for?
World people living there, the world's
Fuck
people.
you.
I think you'll make that into an international, unbelievable place. I think the potential in the Gaza Strip is unbelievable.
Yeah, you're just chomping at the bit. You're drooling. because you want all the profits you're going to get from Palestinian land.
And I think the entire world, representatives from all over the world will be there, and they'll live there.
They're not welcome.
Palestinians also. Palestinians will live there. Many people will live there. But they've tried the other, and they've tried it for decades and decades and decades. It's not going to work. It didn't work. It will never work.
It will work once Israel falls. That's when it will work. So once the Zionists are out of the area, there will be peace and prosperity.
And you have to learn from history. History is, you just can't let it keep repeating itself. We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent. But more importantly than that is the people that have been absolutely destroyed that live there now can live in peace in a much better situation, because they're living in hell.
And we're only living in hell because of you. Just get the fuck out. You act like you're fucking rescuing the Palestinians from their own fucking land. You lying son of a bitch.
Those people will now be able to live in peace. We'll make sure that it's done world class. It'll be wonderful for the people. Palestinians, mostly we're talking about.
Whose daughters are married to a Lebanon family? Are you saying that? I don't know how many daughters he has. I only know about one of them. And she's married to an Ashkenazi Zionist Jew who builds illegal settlements in the West Bank and who is going to end up getting the contracts to build on Gaza land if he gets his fucking way. Tiffany Trump. Well, you know what? The Lebanese are not Palestinians. The Lebanese sell out all the fucking time. So I'm not surprised.
I have a feeling that despite them saying no, I have a feeling that the king in Jordan and that the general president, but that the general in Egypt will open their hearts and will give us the kind of land that we...
Their hearts are open enough to say that they will not stand for ethnically cleansing the Palestinians off their land. That's why the Egyptians and the Jordanians are saying no. They know that the whole Arab world will be angry if they do take in the Palestinians, because there should not be any ethnic cleansing. That's why they're saying no. They're also corrupt. Jordan and Egypt, the leaders, they're also corrupt. But they know damn well which side their bread is buttered on.
This done, and people can live in harmony and in peace. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, Syria is part of Palestine. But the Lebanese are a different, they're similar, but a different culture. Syria is part of Palestine, and Lebanon was created from Syria. But Lebanese people they all went there where they are now because they were different. They looked at life differently than the Syrians. So the Syrians carved up that land for them so they could live their way. And Trump ended it, and the Zionists are clapping. Absolutely disgusting press conference. Everything they fucking said were lies, lies, lies. Every time they fucking opened their mouths, they should have burst into flames from the fucking lies. Unbelievable. And the ignorance of everybody in the United States and Canada discussing it, and probably England. I don't know. I'm not hanging around there. They're so fucking ignorant. Even if they're on our side, they're still ignorant. They don't know what they're talking about. There's other ones I should have gone over so many times, but now they're kind of moot because Biden's not in anymore. This was absolutely disgusting. I don't know what the UN's going to say, but all they do is talk. They should have stopped Israel a long time ago. See now, my first 3 notifications are Monkey BB, Family BB, and then Monkey BB again. Those are the only good BBs on my monkeys. Yes, I know. It was so hard. I had to fast forward through Satan Yahoo's words because all he did was lick Trump's ass. Every time he opened his mouth, when he wanted to make a statement, he'd first preface it by licking Trump's ass. Oh, Bird must have taken his down. Now I don't have anything to decompress with. It should be in my history, and it's not in my history. Fuck. Anyway, that's my coverage of that bullshit news conference. I'd like to argue with a fucking Trump supporter right now. Everything, okay, since you're here, Crafty, let's get into this Canadian thing. That Canadian bullshit of the trade war. First of all, I've always said that I wish that Canada that we would only supply ourselves, and then what's extra, we sell. Just sell the extra. So take care of Canadians, make products by Canadians, for Canadians. Keep our own economy going. So we're not relying on other people, other countries for things. So even though it was a pain in the ass, the fact that they took Fireball off the shelves because it was American, I guess they're back on the shelves if there's a pause in this tariff thing. It's been put off for 30 days, which I find funny because February's only got 28 days. But it was a pain in the ass because my birthday's on August 30th. So I was hoping that by then, Fireball would be back on the shelves again. But if I have to pay extra for it because there's a tariff, okay, I don't care. I'll pay it. I only drink once a year anyway. It'll be worth it. As long as it doesn't triple in price. Then I'll have to get drunk on just a Mickey. But I like that idea. But he said that so much fentanyl was going into the United States from Canada when only 0.2 of 1% of fentanyl came from Canada into the United States. 0.2 of 1%, not even 0.5%. 1/5 of 1% of 1% of the fentanyl that ended up in the United States came from Canada. That's it. That was a lie. And if they don't like our borders, who we let in our borders, they are responsible for their own fucking borders. They tried to blame us for 9/11. As if we're responsible for who they let in their fucking borders. Trump is full of shit. And he said, whoever made that trade deal, we're not thinking this was such a bad deal. Well, it was Trump who made the deal with Trudeau. And the only reason why he backed down was because Canada was willing to fight back. and Mexico was willing to fight back. They were going to lose out big time too. Big time. They do so much business with us. And it didn't mean we couldn't get avocados because we weren't going to stop doing business with Mexico. Might cost extra, but fuck America. Fuck the American government anyway. Not the people. Some of my best friends are Americans. Yep, they did. Always blaming Canada or Russia. Yep. What's not coming back? ASMR is back. Where is he? Well, what I caught from Birds, this is totally off topic. What I caught from Birds was ASMR was on Lisa B's, and that somehow he rage quit. Of course, you can't believe that, but with their kind, I can. So he got chased off. So I don't know where he is now. I don't know what you're saying about Duck Ford, but fuck him. Cat, I posted about foods from Canada, USA. Alcohol maybe not coming back to the source. Oh, no more Fireball. Oh well, I guess I'll have to learn to like Canadian whiskey. Or if we can get, don't we get tequila from Mexico or do we get it from the States? Tequila used to be my drink. Anyway, I got months to plan it anyway. My birthday's not till the end of August, so. Oh, I love Bailey's Irish Cream. Is that from Ireland? So you've got a post that says all the foods from Canada versus USA. You have all the foods? You know what's funny is Fireball is made from Canadian whiskey, I read. So maybe there's something we can do to make our own Fireball. Just call it something different. Make a cinnamon whiskey of our own. Go Glenfiddich. What's that, Ireland? It's an Irish flag. Yes, a list provided for anyone. Tariff the freshwater. Oh, did you ever see that CBC, I wanted to see documentary, that CBC miniseries? It was 2 episodes. You can find it on YouTube. I've got links to it. It's called H2O. And Paul Gross wrote and starred in it. And it was so eerie that I get goosebumps. There was they made a second one too, but the first one just left me with goosebumps. And it was so much like Trudeau. And I kept on thinking, oh my God, he's going to sell us out. He's going to sell us out. And here we are at the end of his regime, Trudeau's regime, and Trump is talking about making us the 51st state. And that's the way this thing ended. Harvey's Cream is another alternative. Oh, to Bailey's Irish Cream. The thing is, I don't really get drunk off that shit. And it's got so much sugar in it. And I've got diabetes. I shouldn't be drinking at all. But see, I've had that apple pie moonshine. Like actual, made in the States, real apple pie moonshine. Not from the stores, but from people. It was killer. Oh my gosh, it was amazing. But I hear that the stuff in the stores aren't like that. It's not. It's like difference between eating at Milestones and eating it at McDonald's. Oh, I don't like sherry. Oh, I can just feel it right now. I don't like sherry. I don't like wine. My auntie loved it. What? Oh, Harvey's Drink Cream. Oh, she liked sherry. I see. Yeah, the UK people really like sherry. I think it's French, isn't it? Sherry. And the TikTok thing. He said in front of the whole world that was her drinking every night till 97. Yeah, it's funny. You remember the old ones as being angels, but really a lot of them drank. Yeah, TikTok. He pulled a total mafioso move in front of the whole world and said that he'll keep TikTok running if the person who buys it, they will only get a permit if they give the US half. So he is negotiating for the United States to be pieced off by a private company and claim half the profits and half the control of TikTok. That's the only way he'll let it go. So, like any mafioso, do what we tell you and give us a piece, or you can't do business. We'll make it impossible for you to do business. That's what he did in front of the whole world. And who called him on it? I didn't see one person call him on it. Oh, Sherry, yeah, it could be Spanish. Yeah, I can. When I think of Sherry, I think of Patrick's aunt. She'd be like, she was a tiny little thing. She was like a little mouse, and she'd just sit there quiet and stunned the whole time. And you ask her, "Do you want something? You want something to eat? You want something to drink?" Oh no, thank you, in her Scottish accent. Just a wee piece of cheese and maybe some sherry, a wee glass of sherry. That's how they come in wee glasses. Yeah. So what do you think of that TikTok thing? That's fucking criminal. Why does it say 16 for 16 degrees? Oh, it's minus 16, minus 17 degrees. Minus 17 feels like minus 17. Oh, no wind chill. Today and tomorrow are bitterly cold. Oh, sorry, hold on. That's hourly, not daily. Today, oh, the high is minus 3. Tomorrow, the high is 0. It was supposed to be 1. They took a degree away. Then it starts going back down, down, down. Single digits, but all in the minus. That's the high. The lows are February lows. Minus 17 next Thursday. Minus 16, minus 30. Oh, I don't want to think about it. The older I get, the harder the winters are. Small and mighty. Like my Nana. Hopefully you're one. I am. I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but the heater's going. And I have the heater in the living room too. I think it's colder in the living room than it is in here. And here is where the windows open. Excel stop talking. Oh, what is today? Wednesday. I never got the recycling and the organics out. I have to keep them for another week. Have a link. I'll have coffee with you. I don't drink coffee, but okay. I'm done talking about what I wanted to talk about. Well, that part anyway. Invite. It's not what I was typing. And no. Link. Tighter I get, the worse my eyes get. Glasses or no glasses. Is that an N? I think so. There we go. And I'll use my trusty phone. What the fuck? Oh, I wanted to highlight it, but I ended up going to the link. Oh, what the fuck?
Hello.
Good morning, Bad Cat.
Good morning, Bad
Are
Cat
you,
too. Yeah. Remember, we're Canadians. We're both Bad Cat is.
I am a good cat.
All right. What are you doing?
You have a different.
Besides all that, I mean, I was listening. I was. And I fell asleep a little bit, but then you started yelling again, and I was like, oh shit, he goes on a fucking tirade now. Because I wouldn't watch that. I don't like Benji. I don't like him. I
You
can't
don't like
stand to look at him. I think
who?
he's evil. No, he's evil.
Who?
The one that I can't say his name, and I said it, and I'm not saying it again.
I heard Bungie.
Yep, but you should give him a bungee cord and tell him to go find a tree.
Well, both of them. I feel that way for both of them. I don't know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, one in Israel. The
Oh,
sellout.
Satan Yahoo.
Yeah, him, Satan Yahoo, or I called him. I go around to the kids. I go Benji, as in money, and get it, Benjamin, on the
Yeah.
dollar, and then Netanyahu. That's why I never use Yahoo freaking email server. I seen him coming from a long time ago. That's how they start laughing at me, and they go, "Oh my God, you're right," and I'm like, "There you go."
They
And
own
they're from the
everything.
east.
Yahoo.
They're from the
They
east
own,
when I say that shit to them.
they own YouTube. They own Gmail. They own Google.
I
They own all.
understand that. I understand that, but it's one of them where kids, yeah, less time on it, the better. Yeah, trust me, the less time on it, the better. Do it for work reasons and do what you need to do, but less time on it, the better. Or use it as a source, right?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, it's like
Yeah,
money. Right? The money isn't evil. It's how it's used that makes it evil.
correct.
Internet's
It's
not
the
evil.
ethnic
So it's
cleansing that we're walking around and we're going, yeah, you're here for a reason, kids. And it's a good thing you're not where you are. Because, these kids are good kids. Some of them are a little lost, but they'll find themselves. They find themselves when they're here. Cat.
What?
I have a kid next door. Okay. Full house, as you know. 7 kids. A lot of kids, right?
Next door?
And a lot of people in Canada will complain However, these guys, they're into their studies.
Kids, right? Whoops. Next. Sorry.
Yeah, they're children. They're children, guys, and they're learning their studies. They're
Yeah.
Quran. Well, hey, the kid turns around to me and he goes, "No, I don't deal with those kids down there anymore." And I said, "Oh no?" And he goes, "No." He goes, "But your package was there, so I figured I'd knock on your door." And I said, "Thank you." You know, he has his little sister, little tiny sister, and I look at him and I go, "Yeah, I'm glad you're here." You know what I mean? Like, just
This
thinking
isn't
about what goes on in
some
the East. It's
this
what
isn't
it
some
goes.
prejudice stuff, is it?
No,
You're
I
not
mean,
talking,
the kid
are they
was.
Mus-
I'm sorry.
are they Muslim?
Yeah,
Okay, I knew it.
they're so cute though. It's one of them. Like that's what I'm saying. Like these kids down the hall are gonna bite you, and that's when he goes, "Yeah, they did." And I went, "Yeah, you see." I said, "Don't worry, son." I said, "You continue going down to." He goes, "I'm gonna do my studies downstairs," and I said, "Good." Good. Get back into your culture. Learn your culture. And look at your little sister here. And this where I'm really real with them. And I go, this is why you're here. Because we don't want anything happening to people like you and your sister. We're Canadians. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's wrong what's going on over there.
Crafty,
Yeah.
I've heard you talking about Muslims, and I know that you're prejudiced against Muslims.
Some of them.
I know that you don't want Muslims here. You've
No,
said
not all. No, I don't want trouble here. The ones that I've contacted, okay, I've come into contact with, they're really not trouble. They're smart people.
of course
These
they're
are the
not.
people that you want in your house. You don't want the troubled ones in your house. That's the problem. You have to learn the good ones, goodies from the baddies. Okay, like
Well,
you
the
were saying
same
about the
everywhere.
Lebanese. And I'll
The
tell you
same
a story
everywhere.
about the Lebanese. Hang on a second, Kat. Let me hang on. Because when you're Lebanese and you're portraying your country, it's one of them. You came into my house. You're telling me I want to love this and love that and love the other. And you're holding up people that can actually move on and make a little extra money. I don't care if they're under sponsorship from you. So I told that guy, go fuck yourself. I don't like my closets. And you know what? I don't like you. I like your freaking team. That's the thing. He's not allowed back in my house, but his workers are. You see how that works? When you're from
When
Canada and what I see you're doing is wrong. So I'm going to just check them when they come around. And I go, wow, you're going to keep this guy that's laid my floor, has worked 11 hours in my house, and you're sitting on your ass? And you're supposed to be a boss? No, because guaranteed you're not paying this guy the right money.
that's what
And I
all
was correct.
construction for. Everybody does that. The
I was
supervisors don't
correct.
do shit. The workers do these things.
Yeah.
The bosses don't do the work.
You know what? I was correct. That's why I was like, I don't like that. And I looked at, the Polak that lives with me, and I went, you see, he's a shady fucker. And nah, not when this boy is in my house doing this, and coming back. And you see, I even gave him my slow cooker because he's got 2 small kids and a wife. And I said, take that. That will help your family more than me. And you know what I mean? Like, I've got a slow cooker. This guy's going to come back into my house. I said, we'll pay you money to paint. Not a problem. Like odds and ends jobs like that, you can't make him not come over to my house and get paid. Or I will go to your apartment and tell you, go fuck yourself. I'll have you in the better bureau. You see, that's where they need our help, where he's not going to do that to you. Otherwise, I'll flag him. I'll flag him at any place
Yeah.
because you're a good worker. That's
I
why.
don't want to fight with you. Let's change the-
I can barely hear you.
I said I don't want to fight with you. Let's change the subject.
Oh, I'm not fighting. I'm just saying.
I will. Though.
Like, when I see
I
people in
will.
Canada do that, I don't like it. To
Okay.
other people that are strapped at the moment, I don't like it.
Let's hate on Trump instead.
And I hated Trudeau when he did that because he fucked them. And I went, yeah, you see, he's another snake.
They've squeezed him all the life out of him.
Mhm.
They've They've squeezed all the life out of Trudeau. Trudeau is already spent. He's nothing. He's just an empty bag of juice. He's on his way out.
He's still diabolical, so keep an eye on him, Canada.
Well, yeah, but they're
He's
all
still rounding
diabolical.
up his daddy's plan.
Name one that isn't diabolical.
Well, I mean, right now, I mean, we're doing good. Look at what happened with the Aga Khan yesterday. He passed away.
Who?
Aga Khan.
Who's that?
He's a big prince. Remember when he got his in 2015 when he came in? He's like, "Oh, that's my briefcase. The Aga Khan gave it to me. It's my gift, and you're not allowed to take gifts."
You said he's a prince of what country?
Persia, and he's like Ismaili. He's got a big, huge thing for the Muslims downtown. A big, huge museum.
Aga Khan? Is that his
Aga
name?
Khan, yeah. Look up CBC News.
Well,
Aga Khan passed away at 88. Yeah.
I don't look up who he is.
He was a big guy, but he was more a spiritual leader, right? And he came on the scenes in 2015 when we had the migrant crisis. And it was one of those things where my daughter was going to go downtown to his museum. And I said, there's a lot of shit going on right now, kid. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people are upset. And I said, it doesn't matter if you're going to go to this field trip, you're going to this field trip.
He looks white.
Yeah. He's Ismaili and Persian.
What is Ismaili? In
Kareem.
Arabic.
Yeah, it's ish. And that's what I was wondering. Like, what's Somali?
It's not Somali.
No. So when I read the article, it's saying that he was, you know, like he's got money. He's a prince. Like we would say an Arab prince. Okay?
Where?
Persia. I would say Persia more.
Prince Shah Karim Al Husseini.
Mm-hmm.
And Aga Khan is his spiritual noble
His spiritual name, right.
List of Aga Khans.
So he's got a huge thing downtown. A big, huge museum.
But he's wealthy.
Yeah, he was very wealthy. That's when Trudeau got his briefcase from him. And of course, you're not allowed to take gifts as prime minister. And that was a big controversy.
Trump gifts. Trump expects, so does
Trump will take his money, not a problem. He'll go to his funeral. He'll love the family. He'll say, guess what? I'm here for you, but he's not here for you. Don't worry about it.
He's Indian.
India? Okay. Makes sense.
He's not Arabic.
Makes sense. Makes sense, though, because of when 2015 came through, Kat, you might not remember, but that's when we had a lot of spiritual shit coming through. Okay, so Sanguru came through with the water, India. You had David Icke here, too, where he was like, oh, God, they'd hate when I come. He had to go to the Metro Convention Center because it's privately owned, because a lot of people won't give him a platform. So he had to go through the Metro Convention Center. That's when he said it's privately owned. So I have to, contact them. Because traveling for him, with what he says, a lot of people know. David Icke. And then who else came through?
David Icke is a bit questionable. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we know. Connective thoughts, Who else came through?
Okay, so
Nobody came through.
He was born in Karachi, India, which is now Pakistan, which makes sense because
Pakistan.
The Pakistanis are the Muslims, there are Muslims in India, but the major amount are in Pakistan, and India are the
This is the problem in Brampton, right? When we look at Brampton, how we call it Bangladesh over here, but it's Pakistan, Muslim, it's the three faith. That's why I jump out of it and I go, that's up to you guys. Like, you guys can fight. Jesus crikey, you're gonna get everybody involved. So it's
We
one of them like, nuh-uh, I'm not getting involved.
we came up with the word Bramla just when you were a kid.
No, they did, not me. The people in
No,
Brampton came up with that.
no, people in Toronto came up with it. It's a slur
Slang.
because it's mostly it's the Pakistanis that are in
It's the
Brampton.
home of Russell Peters. What are you talking about?
Fuck, I fucking hate that guy so much. God, he is such a fucking sellout. That guy.
I know.
He is for sale. That piece of
My name
shit.
is Russell Peters, and now I'm forgetting about Brampton.
He get me in trouble for the stupid accent.
Sorry.
I just don't want to be in trouble with YouTube.
No trouble. That's just me.
Okay, so why is Aga Khan so famous? In recognition of its exceptional efforts and contributions to human development and improving the social condition of. What are you doing? Sipping on something?
No, I was making myself a coffee. Sorry, honey.
Oh, that's your coffee maker.
Yeah, it's going right again.
I know. Big gurgle. Improving social condition of societies globally. The
Right.
Aga Khan has, over the last 6 decades, received numerous decorations, honorary degrees, and awards from institutions and nations across the world. You know what? That probably means he's fucking corrupt.
He's corrupt.
Probably.
Well, think about it. If he has all that money, why
Yeah.
didn't he do anything for the Middle East or even India?
He is not part of the Middle East.
Ah, well, what about India? You see,
I
a lot of things though that do happen, right, are also underneath and we don't see. So these are the things that will come out and be like, remember when you gave me money?
Yeah.
People like Donald Trump will stir that pot.
You
Same
know,
with
Donald Trump got bailed out by it was either the Rothschilds or the other R1,
probably
Rockefeller.
Rothschilds
Yeah, he got
and
bailed out
Rockefeller.
from 1 or 2 bankruptcies, and I'm sure that they said, "Okay, we'll rescue you from this,
Oh
but
yeah,
if we want a favor one day, we'd like you to grant it." So that's how he ended up where he is now, I'm sure.
yeah. It's businesses,
The Canadian
major families,
The Canadian
corporations.
federal government has given $235 million over 5 years, just over 5 years, to the Aga Khan Foundation.
Yep.
Let's put the money received in the last fiscal year in perspective. Oh, it's part of an article. Who is Aga Khan in Canada? At a Lunar New Year event in Ottawa, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau spoke about finding out just minutes earlier
like he did with Gord. So here comes the tears.
that his very good friend, quote unquote, Supreme Aga Khan IV, the spiritual leader of the Ismaili Muslims around the world, had died.
Yeah. So he came all, oh my God. You know, kind of like when he did with Gord. You'll act like an asshole, and then you'll come to the camera and you'll be all, ooh, which is bullshit. Don't care what they say. It's bullshit.
A Khan. Oh, the question is, are Khans Shia or Sunni? It says a Khan can be Shia or
Sunni.
Yeah.
Right.
I believe that the Palestinian Muslims are mostly Sunni, because I had it explained to me by a Muslim from Turkey what's the difference, and the difference is that they believe that the way that they deal with their leaders, that they pick their leaders, have to be based on a bloodline.
Yes.
And it seems to me that the Sunni Muslims are a lot more peaceful than the Shia ones, because the Shia ones are
They
they
can
believe.
both be as bad as each other, really and truly, when we sit back and we look at them and we go, wow, look at them. They're all fighting.
No, because I think the Sunni Muslims, if they're the ones that don't believe in those certain leaders, they are more peaceful because they include everybody, whereas the Shia ones are the ones who want to separate themselves from the other Muslims, whereas the Sunni ones don't separate themselves. They just got separated because they're not Shia, right? So by
Like
default,
the Middle East, same stuff that's going on over there.
no, Shia and Sunni Muslims are different all around the world, right? So there's
Yeah,
not a Middle East thing. It's a,
and the Sikhs.
well, yeah, I
Then you
mean,
have the Sikhs, right?
Sikhs, I think Sikhs are Sikhs and Muslims
Yeah,
are
the
Muslims.
Sikhs.
So
Hindu.
yeah,
There's the three symbols that they'll identify themselves at.
but
And
the
honestly,
Muslims in
if you're that
the
smart,
Philippines,
you'll actually learn the three symbols. That way you're not going to fuck up.
there are Muslims in the Philippines. There are Muslims all over.
Mm-hmm. There's
So
three faiths all over the place.
there's more than
All
three.
over the place.
There's Buddhism. There's pagans. There's all kinds of
Yep.
religions.
Paganry came before Christianity, which
Yeah.
we were never taught that in think about it, Kat. When we were taught about the Vikings in school, we weren't.
Well, I wasn't paying attention really. I don't know.
We never were. We never got taught that. No, we did not.
I ever got my history credit. I got my
Well,
geography credit, but I don't think I got my
that would have
history.
been like a grade up to grade 5 thing. Like you would have learned. Like French was a mandatory thing, right? So we never learned about that, which is kind of effed up in our head. When we think, liars, pants on fires.
I was in advanced French. By the time I was in grade 5 and 6,
Right.
they were taking me to another school to learn French because we didn't have the advanced French in my grade school.
Oh,
so
okay.
he used to get an adult to walk me to another school. So
Like a French immersion?
No, it wasn't that. It was just French as a class. It wasn't French immersion. Hi, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
You missed me running off at the mouth about the fucking bullshit Trump Netanyahu press conference.
Oh, Satanist. Yeah, the sons of Saturn. She was just looking for another cop watcher or somebody to start yelling at, and I'm like, I don't think they're around.
I was not. You can come up.
Somebody that likes Trump. She wanted to yell at you, and I thought,
No,
oh,
I don't think Joe likes Trump.
ooh, she wants to get upset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, cat. I'm the good cat. She's the bad cat.
No,
Yeah.
we're both bad cats and good cats. Depends on the day.
I don't troll people.
Just this cat. And then there's that cat.
She's the yin to my yang. Yeah.
That cat's.
My black cat's dead many years ago.
This one's from you know where. Yeah, I'm gonna redo this place, Cat. Look, it's all fixed, but it's not semi-gloss on the ball. I listen to a man. No, I have a injured foot, so of course walking around after these people going, yeah, I'll come look at the paint. Hang on a minute. Like working with men, it's almost like working with women for men.
I guess because
Sorry, I have to kind of reverse it there, but it's like working with women. You'd probably be like, wow, you're getting on my nerves.
I don't find any difference working with women or men.
No, it was fine. It was fine and everything, right, Kat? It's just a matter of up and down the stairs, and my whole place was all over the place. Slicer, what's going on?
I think we should smoke a joint.
Okay, let me come on my computer. I'll come back in on my computer.
Very messy if you come
Because
on.
then I can hear you better.
Yes, but it'll get very messy if you come on your computer. You'll have to
Yeah.
wipe it all off.
I'm coming in. Because StreamYard can piss us off sometimes.
Oh man, this old 1945 tablet I'm on right now
Mm-hmm.
it won't even update to the most recent Chrome, and because it says it's out of date, so it won't even give the update to it. And you know how much StreamYard takes out of your computer?
Yeah,
You have no idea what it's taking from this fucking tablet.
I'm coming into the back.
You're coming in. Oh yeah, okay. Add to stage.
There you go.
There we go.
Now I can hear you better
Oh, okay.
because I have the
All right,
headset
so
on.
you got anything rolled?
Yeah, I have something right here. I did it with you
All
at
right.
420.
Oh, did
I'm like,
you?
this bitch doesn't even know I'm listening, but I'm right here. Fucking 420, bitch. She's like, I have 3 minutes. I'm like, no, you don't. It's 420 actually. But okay, we'll delay the time.
Oh, what are you saying? My clock was slow.
Yeah, Mrs. J was in here telling you it's 420. Maybe you should smoke a joint before you listen to this.
All my devices say 7:43 right now.
You maybe have them on quicker.
It was
Or slower.
4:17 when she said it. Oh,
7:43.
right. By the time you got hold of it. Yeah, maybe you were a couple minutes behind you. Okay, well,
Yeah,
it's 7:43.
you had to roll it.
It's 3 hours and 20 minutes exactly from the last time we smoked. So get your bongs and your dabs and your pantoozles and rubble wuzzles in 3, 2, 1. Let it go, dang shit.
I have a roach right here. It's good enough.
I just rolled this joint before at the last smoke section, so I only take 3 or 4 doses at a time.
You're like me. I cut down too. I cut down, but I heard that you said you like this strain, so remember this strain and always continue to get it. Makes you cough.
I don't know what it was. It was from the States. I got an ounce for 50.
Fuck it. Where is that guy? You need him back.
Usually I'm too scared to buy from the streets now because I don't want to die from the fentanyl. But
yeah, fuck it. They're not going to kill you.
The guy who got it for me, he smoked it first anyway. So. I knew it had fentanyl in it. So
put it this way. I know people that smoke and they grow and they sell on the street. It's a job. And like I always told them, I'm like, you're going to have your own job. This is your job. I don't care how old you are. But you're not going to be sharing with your friends all the time. Because that's what they were doing. They were waiting for the kid to come home. And I'm like, you know that they sit around and wait for you. So therefore, you're going into your own stash and smoking up your friends. How fair is that game? It's not fair at all. He understood. He understood. Like, you're smoking yourself and how many other people when they're waiting for you.
Your son?
No, not my son. Buddy I know upstairs. I'll help him grow this year, if anything. I'll have a couple of plants out there.
Slyshite, what do you mean getting your chat connected to your TV? You mean YouTube connected to the TV?
Yeah, she needs to see comments.
Yeah, but
her
she
TV might need an upgrade.
She didn't say the stream. She didn't say the YouTube stream. She said my chat connected to the TV. So
yeah, she's probably watching it on TV, and her chat's not loading.
Look, it's all one package though. Just has to. Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again?
Are you forgetting that we are Canada? We own your line. No.
We don't know. We don't know shit. England owns. No, Rome owns us.
Nazi and grazie. Just learn.
Dennis invited me to his friend's stream because they needed a Palestinian voice. So I joined, but then I was like, the guy who owned the stream he was pretty decent. He didn't know everything he was talking about, but he wasn't pretending he did either. But he was definitely in the know enough to give a good synopsis, a trite synopsis, but it's a good synopsis. And but then he let other people up on the stream too.
Uh-oh.
And one of them, he's a fucking troll. And
Yeah,
the other
uh-oh.
one, and he said he was a Zionist too, so I don't know if that was a troll or if he really is a Zionist.
Oh, no.
And then some other guy who was an American who only knows about what's going on from other Americans. So
Oh,
he was,
gosh.
he seemed to be on the right side, but he said he was like his opinion was cut in two. I didn't hear the bad part. I didn't hear the bad part of his opinion. He only stuck with the good part. So, but it was one of those things where it's just a shame for those people, kind of thing, right? It was like he doesn't really understand what's going on, and I'm just so sick of the ignorance. I've had decades of it all my life, and now there's people out there that are finding out the truth about what Israel really is. I can't tell you from a Canadian's perspective, you know, because there's nothing I can do over there. I can't feed anybody. I can't dress anybody's wounds. I can't run with them. I can't do anything except over here, the narrative. The narrative is the fucking key to everything over here.
Oh,
And
yeah.
the narrative is owned by the Zionists the whole fucking time.
Yes.
And now that they don't own the whole narrative, now that there are people who are smart enough to go to other sources and not the MSM sources, not the Zionist sources, they're seeing the truth. And my heart is so light now compared to the way it was before, that I am willing to find love for Israelis now, to find a way to love those pieces of shit.
Love them anyway, for they know not what they do. Now listen.
Exactly.
Right? They don't know what they're doing. They're being told what to do. And even when they say a ceasefire is happening, it's not happening. It wasn't happening. You're so bullshit. Bullshit right there.
They're so violently brainwashed that they don't hear themselves.
When I open the door,
so violently brainwashed that they don't hear themselves saying,
these innocent faces.
Crafty. They're so violently brainwashed that they don't realize that it's not okay to say that it's okay to kill babies. They say it's okay to kill us babies. And no matter how much I'm brainwashed, I can't imagine that somebody could brainwash me that thoroughly to think that it was okay to kill a certain race's babies. That's just bullshit.
A life. Yeah.
So it's hard to forgive them.
So then they want to.
At some point, they have to break out of their cognitive dissonance. At some point, they should have a long time. This. So it's hard to.
They're under a spell.
They are.
These people are under a spell. They're under control. Yeah. And that's the sad part. They don't even see that you're controlled. You're like a controlled opposition, and you're not doing any good for anybody. The best thing is what we want is like drop the gun, drop the fucking gun.
Well, they have to. I mean, at some point,
especially when it comes to children, like you're killing babies.
They're lied to about their history, and they're lied to about where they come from.
Ukraine as well is doing it. So you guys are machines, and that's where. When George H.W. Bush wanted us to go, no fucking way. No way.
Who is a
go
machine?
To hell. Well, our body is a machine for one, right? Like I said, I was saying on a panel yesterday, like, you're a machine. I'm a machine. Our bodies are a machine. That's Gord Downey too. I'm a machine. Anyways, needless to say,
we're me.
Yeah, but we don't need to be controlled opposition with guns in our hands and, like, I'm going to go kill kids and go kill fucking people just because we're mad.
That's
And I
not
mean,
the controlled opposition is Al Qaeda and ISIS. They make it like they are the enemy, but really they're being controlled
formed,
by the same side. So
exactly,
the U.S. owns Al Qaeda and ISIS, and
exactly.
they put into position wherever they want them to go and do their murdering
So
and
that's
killing,
your
right?
military. So there's your military. When you want to yap off the mouth, please go tell your other people. Don't forget about ISIS is ours, Al Qaeda is ours, and the Taliban as well. They're a little,
Yeah,
they're a little trouble. And good luck. I mean, you got
that's
motherfucking
controlled opposition. That's controlled opposition. When you get
right,
somebody like Piers Morgan, who's a fucking Zionist, saying,
idiot.
"Oh, I've got more people who talk about the Palestinian side than any other journalist." Bullshit. It's controlled opposition.
He's an
That's
idiot.
all. So, but what you're talking about is not controlled opposition. That's just opposition.
Right.
Yeah.
Opposition. So,
The actual
meantime, not none of you is in the fucking military. It's really funny to hear them pop off. I mean, okay, Canada, you too. It's Canada or America, it doesn't matter. It's one of them. Wow, so easy for you to say. Why are you not in the military? Damn, popping off at the mouth, but you're sitting here over on a panel, fucking drinking beer and getting high. That's what I mean, Kat.
Yeah.
Where are my cousins in the military?
It's not something to be proud of as far as I'm concerned.
No, he's a sergeant, but hey, that's the route he took to protect,
Yeah.
even including people like us, and same with people over here in United States of America. If they're bad people, they're bad people. Shoot them.
We don't get attacked though. So we've got armies. They should be in reserve. They shouldn't be they shouldn't be anywhere in the world except here.
No, a lot of people just want
attack
peace.
us.
We're ready for peace now, but we're not there yet. I think we all know that. Let me go grab my cigarettes.
I've been trying to stay quiet because I don't want to put bad stuff out into the universe. I want to only
Positive.
even if I've got bad thoughts, I can't help it, right? But I am trying to control my thoughts so that they go in a certain direction and
Kat,
train
you're
myself.
human.
Yes,
You're human.
but in this case, where I see the good parts of what's happening, which is that the truth is coming out,
right?
And more people are finding out the truth. That's a majorly huge point.
Wait till it breaks a little bit more. The levee will break a little bit more, and you're going to see a little bit more truth. Okay, think about the moon. All right. So each time the moon cycles come by, this one's going to be the Leo moon, a feisty moon. So like, whoa, shit's going to come out of this one. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I do it.
Are we in a Leo moon right now?
We're coming into a full Leo moon in the new age of Aquarius. So this is a reset. They're actually saying, look, we're structuring now for 2030, 2050. We're going to need money.
When is it, on the 15th?
I think so, on the 15th. Let me go and see my calendar and let me get my cigarettes. Just 1 second.
Right.
On the 15th, Kat.
Oh my God, I just pulled that out of the air. Spirit just told me 15th.
On the 12th. On the 12th.
Oh, okay. 12th. All right. February 12th. So let's see what happens in politics on February 12th, February 13th. A couple days before and a couple days after. That's when the energy of the full moon is, a couple days before and a couple days after. So let's see what they implement around February 10th to February 14th. I wonder if that's at night on the 12th or in the morning on the 12th. Those assholes. So the reason why I have to speak now is because this is really fucking dangerous. Trump is in power now, and he's doing exactly what we feared he'd do, which is ethnically cleanse the Palestine of Palestinians.
So I grabbed the Tylenol.
Oh, you're gonna need it.
No, you know what? I'm gonna need I should take a Nadolol, but I don't want to go that strong.
What?
It's my migraine medicine.
Oh, I never heard of it. I don't know too many pharma things. But that
I
reminds
don't
me,
take it that often.
the one pharma that I do take, the
Right.
one pill, and it's the lowest dose possible,
Hmm.
is my cholesterol medicine.
Oh, your
Or
cholesterol.
medication. I don't call it medicine, medication.
Your cholesterol pills.
I have
That's all?
one cholesterol pill, 5 milligrams. It's the lowest that it comes in.
Oh, okay.
And it works. I don't know what else it's killing, but I had to do something to slow it
Oh, I
down.
know.
The damage. So I compromise on one pill. But everything else I do is an naturopath. They wanted me to take that baby aspirin. I take garlic. I use, I make a medicine of hot water over a half a lemon, juice from half a lemon, brush, cinnamon, the Ceylon cinnamon, a clove of garlic, a big one or 2 smaller ones,
Garlic's good.
and apple cider vinegar.
Do you know my cousin gave my gram garlic pills when she knew that she had heart problems? She was like, "Oh, that's supposed to help your heart." And you know, my cousin was really good at it. Where her birthday was yesterday, the day before, and she's from Holland, right? So of course, like, talk about the same age. You guys would be the same age.
Mm-hmm.
So she's had a mastectomy because of brain or cancer.
Yeah.
It's high and that, yeah. She lost her mom in 82. So, of course, she's also almost blind. She's had the tumor in the back of her neck. Like, you would think that my cousin should be dead. My cousin is still kicking, live and kicking.
There's no should be. She could have been dead, but
thank God she's not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's been times, and migraines. Yeah, my cousin is one of them. Like, my migraine is killing me, and I need a dark room, and that's that's also comes with trauma. My cousin's been in deep trauma, so when you learn all about like who these monsters that are hanging around, motherfucker, let me tell you,
I'm
glad the fucking people are dead. No, sometimes I'm glad that they're dead, Cat, because of the shit that I would say. You see what I'm saying?
The experts, you know, the ones with the coats, the experts.
And same with my uncle, like my aunt, she passed away.
Yeah, both my parents are gone. Well, they're not gone, they're here, but they're not in flesh.
Yeah, like, I get that. I always say fuck cancer.
Yeah, I don't think anybody likes cancer. I think that's something we can all...
Or dementia, or anything like that. Seeing these things happening, it's one of them, like, yeah, I get it. Dr. Death over here.
Well, you know, I was thinking about it, and there's more people that I have that have passed on that are here. Like,
I know.
I knew more of them are dead than alive.
All my peeps are dead. All my peeps are dead, and they're in my head. So I never am alone. I know that.
They're right there at your back. They got your back.
Oh, of course they do. They're my brigade. There ain't nothing bigger than my brigade of angels.
Even ones you never met, they got your back.
Yeah, the ones to come. Like, look at what I do on my live stream. It's funny. I'll walk down and I'm wearing angel wings on the back of the t-shirt. It's fucking hilarious. And a lady out of nowhere. You might have been watching that live where she's like, I saw a church. I was wanting to go to the church. It was over here somewhere. I actually walked her over to the campus and told her how to get to the church, you know. Otherwise, I would have walked her straight to the fucking door. I like, but I was on camera, right? So I was like, yeah, let me take you and show you. So,
Really?
yeah, why not? She was here from Asia. She's a
Sorry,
visitor.
I misunderstood what you're saying. When you said I
No,
would have
she was
taken
a
her
visitor.
right,
I would
thought
have.
you
I would have taken her right to the door.
yeah, but I thought you meant you would have kicked
But
her out. Like you would have taken her the door to exit.
oh
But
no,
you
no,
were on
no, no,
camera
no.
saying yes.
She was here through the summer and she was visiting, and then she was going to go to Alberta right afterwards. So she was talking to me and she was hiking along the river. And of course, it was one of them. Here, I'll take you over there. I know what church you're looking for, the one on the hill there. Yeah, no problem. I'll take you so you're not lost. And I'm going to take you towards the school campus, the university here. And she, of course, she was like, "What's that?" And I'm like, "Oh, that's for another day. Like, you won't be able to walk around there and get to church on time."
People from my town are always like that. They'll go with you just to take you to show you where something is. They're
Same
so
with the
nice
little
here.
boy. Yeah.
Except that so many people from Toronto are moving up here because they're building condos like nuts.
Oh
But
God,
they're turning it into fucking Barrie.
I know.
And but and you know why? Because they get money in their pockets from the fucking developers.
Farms,
I'm sure that's the reason why.
the fucking
And
farms.
because the city gets more money when there's more people living here.
It's the
And
farms.
this is a tourist town.
I
We do
know.
well because we're different than the city. But
Right.
instead, they're trying to make us a fucking carbon copy of
I
a
don't
fucking city.
want them kinds of towns to turn into the city towns because that's why we have a
Yeah.
city and that's why we have country mouse, okay? And
What's
putting
gonna make
country
us a
mouse and
tourist
city
town?
mouse. Yeah, they're doing it everywhere. I'm watching them building the substations for the energy that's going to be around. Um, say like they said they would never go into Caledon. That's a lie. They're
They
already
would never
there.
go. What?
Then
They
when I
never.
went up there to
They wouldn't go into what?
2001, they said they were never going to go past Mayfield in Caledon. They were not going to do any kind of building up in Caledon. Okay,
I can't believe they
anything
said they would do something.
in 2001. That's what the plan was until they started building. And same with the 410, extending the 410. And of course, a lot of maneuvering has gone on. That's
Yeah.
it.
Well, if you want to get out of Toronto now, you got to go all the way to fucking Timmins or something.
Yeah, to get out of the city limits today, there is
Yeah.
a few places that I know escape to. You know what I mean? Like there are those back roads that we can
Yeah,
escape to.
but they're being taken over, so they're only going to be there for a certain amount of time,
This
and
guy
then by the
won't
time
sell
you
his
die,
farm.
they'll be gone.
This one is an equestrian farm. He won't sell it.
You might
So
not
they
have any choice. They
and
might
think
just
of
take.
no, I don't think so. It's lots of money and it's where it is. It's not feasible. However, you see what they're doing. I posted it with the Badlands. That was a farm. The Cheltenham Badlands.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, because I used to just drive up there to see how far Tincuzi Road would go, and it goes all
Yeah.
the way up, and it stops. And we'd take my dog and go for
Yeah.
walks, right? So of course, the one time I said, "Get in the truck, let's go." Yeah, it was about sunset, and I already knew like no freaking houses are out here, and no fucking dogs are out here. So what's yeah, get back in
I
the
didn't know you
car.
had a dog.
Coyotes,
I didn't know you had a dog.
and keep your eyes out, cats. Cat.
What?
I did when I had my house in 2001.
Oh. And did you say
Mm.
coyotes ate
When
them?
I moved to Brampton. In hell.
Did you say that coyotes ate them?
Coyotes. There's a no. The coyotes. The guy apparently that's a farm, okay, and the man who bought the farm knew that
Yeah.
everybody would pull over like on the side road there, and
Yeah.
same with today. That's why they stopped doing it because the road isn't that big. And it's one of them, you guys are putting your cars all down there, and it's one of them, like, it could get an accident. So now it's like you can go onto a bridge. They don't want you stepping on the land anymore because it's old seabed, old ocean floor, old Lake Ontario, all way up there. Okay. And it's very soft. I mean, it's ridge running. So yeah, these things are huge, and you can see how the glaciers formed and what have you in the land. But definitely, it's something where let's not walk on this anymore. Let's kind of restore this. Otherwise, it's soft land. Like you
You know
couldn't
how
farm there.
lakes are on the lowest land, right? And then
Right.
the land goes up from there, right? But there's a place in just east of Toronto, well, not just east, but east of Toronto, called Lake on the Mountain, and it's a
Oh.
lake on top of a mountain or very big
Mm.
hill, what classifies as a mountain, but it's probably near
See, those
Ticonderoga.
are the red clay hills. Those are like red clay hills. So the clay kind of the same kind of red clay. That's over in Oakville. Not where I
Yeah.
am, but over in Oakville.
There's red.
So
Is there red clay beaches in Oakville?
there should be. And same with like Shell Park is old gas, like Petro. And those kinds of places, they have houses on now. So I always worry about those kinds of people because same with Brightwater, which is old Texaco. And it's like, you shouldn't be living here. They shouldn't put you here. And you're going to be all new people and not knowing what's underneath was like, hello, petro, oil. That's
Are you
scary
saying?
to me. What? I wouldn't
Are you
live
saying?
there. Cat, I wouldn't even put you there, honey.
What?
Fuck no. Because it's oil.
Are you talking about the tar sands?
I'm talking about down at Lake Ontario. All across Lake Ontario where Petro Pass is. Petro that blew up a couple of times down by me.
Huh?
Okay. So that's where as well they're making a lot of you wanna see it? Brightwater. It's been a lot in the making. And it's oil.
Right
Like the
now, my mind is somewhere else because you said red clay and asked you if there's a beach
Okay,
that's
so the
red.
red clay, yeah,
But
that's
there's
Oakville. You were asking
beach.
about Oakville.
But there's a beach that my dad took me to a couple of times, and the sand was red. There were bits
Okay,
that
let me
were
look
red.
it up.
Okay,
Lakeside Park.
I don't know the name.
Yeah,
I
it
was
could be
little.
Lakeside Park.
Lakeside Park is
Well,
where?
here it's right near hiking the GTA,
In
Ontario.
Toronto?
Yeah, I'm
It
looking.
can't.
I'm looking for Oakville Red Clay Beach.
Well, there was Red Bay Beach they had, or they were in Google, but it wasn't clay. It was sand, but maybe the sand was formed from the clay. I don't know.
Yeah. So let me just see here because where I know when they build, right, and they're digging and shit like that, it's all red clay. It's a mess. See, there's the red rocks of Cheltenham. That's what we were talking about. Cheltenham Badlands. Those are red rocks. Now, over in Oakville, so you think about Rattlesnake Point, this, that, and the other, same kind of thing. But I'm looking for the red beach that you're talking about.
Is there something called
Oh,
the red and black beach, or the black and red beach sand?
I want to say it's this one, honey. I think
is
it's
it?
Pebbles that you were look. I think it's here. pebbles, the red pebbles. And
No,
you
there's
might have
sand.
thought it was
No,
sand.
no. It's red sand. Red
This
sand.
is Hamilton. Okay, here. Let me give you this. And then you can pull it up. Because
Well,
this
I've got
might
one
trigger
right.
a memory. Here, right here in the back chat. That might trigger a memory for you.
Honey, I can't share anything on here.
I
My
understand that, but
version,
you can pull that up.
no, my version is so old that it's like being on a phone. You can't share anything, and you can't go to another. Well, I might be able to go to another window.
Do you have a phone?
I do,
Or
but
do
right
you,
now, listen, on my phone, I've got one up here called Black and Red Beach, and I'm looking at red sand right now. So I'm trying to figure out where this is, because it's supposed to be in Ontario.
ew.
What?
Yeah. I'm looking at what's here. The pipes are buried and forgotten. The Hamilton Toronto Sewer Pipe Company built a factory in Clarkson in 1955 with the idea of operating the state-of-art facility, except for they left a lot of fucking crap around. So this is what they're coming and cleaning up. You know what I mean? Like Clarkson. Think of Al Capone. That's one of our oldest villages from 1800s. Okay.
Okay.
National Sewer Pipeline, made in Canada. That was called Made in Canada. There's a triangle on it. Wow, I wonder what that means. Rattray Marsh. This is where freaking Trudeau wants to come and plop his freaking, oh, we want to build here, here, and here. And fuck you, and fuck you. So this is some place where I can go around and I can be like, look, click, click, look, click, click. You know what I mean? Because I'm closer. You're not. However, this could trigger some memories for you. Hikingthegta.com. Hikingthegta.com.
No, it wouldn't. We had to drive. We had to
Yeah.
drive far.
You'll drive to the spots, but you'll have to get out and walk and be like, oh yeah, exploration, right?
Well, see,
Like
Oakville might be like it was far away. And
Oakville,
when you said
Burlington.
Oakville, I was thinking when I was a little kid, because your idea of time is a lot longer, right? So it might have only been 20 minutes away, but for me it was like an hour, right?
Yeah,
So
but that's kids.
Where
See,
are
this is a hell of a lot of places, like abandoned rail lines, Ancaster. So these are all places that Crafty kind of hits. You know, cemeteries, the creek that's around me, the river that's around me, the Don River that they're building down at Cherry Beach. I've been taking you there to show you. So this is stuff where this is a good site that I'll keep, and definitely Hurricane Hazel. We all remember that. No, but that's why they won't build on the Don. Mimico, all this military. So all this stuff around us is getting changed, right? And I happen to be catching it on the phone, on my YouTube. That way I go, really? Really? I got the fucking evidence. It's right here. You see? So this is Scarborough Bluffs. I haven't really been there, but it's someplace where it's nice to get out.
I
and
have.
Of course.
I
I mean, you want to get out and you want to kind of look at it and be like, nice, check this panoramic view. Except for stupid people.
Get this. This is what Scarborough Bluffs means to me.
Hi.
There was a guy who took my virginity when I was almost 17, and he was older. And then after I got married, that was when I was 20. I got married, and that's when I really learned how to be in bed, right? And
okay.
So when I split up with my ex-husband, I made a date with that guy that took my virginity.
Oh, alrighty.
And we met on one of the picnic benches out where the houseboats are parked.
The houseboats.
You know where the houseboats are?
No, but I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna be like, oh my god, the houseboats.
Yeah, I don't know if it's changed now, but used to be that people lived there.
I'll
On
go
boats.
back just for you to be like, does this look familiar, Miss Katz? Does this look familiar, Miss Katz?
Yeah, you have to find a bench. It was on a bench. It wasn't on one of the boats.
Oh,
And,
does this bench look familiar, Miss Katz?
and you know what I did? Because he was such a jerk. I mean, as I got older, I realized that this guy should not have done what he did with me.
No,
right?
asshole.
But yeah, but it wasn't until I was older that I realized there was something wrong with it, right? Before I was just, when you're in high school, if you can get an older guy, you especially if you've got a car, you made it, right? Dr. Prince, he's older and he's got a car. So,
yeah, I mean, like, look what I picked up a guy with a car, and I was like, thanks, it's warmer than the bus, and at least I don't have to pay. Before that, it was Shoelace Express. Fuck that. See, my daughter's the same way. Like, you better have a car, or I'm not fucking looking at you.
Well, yeah, it was like I'd hit the jackpot.
Oh,
So,
I hate to say that, but that's how the girls are.
The guy was a drummer in a band, and so he anyway, that's gonna be too much information. Anyway, so when I'd have to go back to school, like, because we'd end school, high school, I'd end school, but then the band practice wasn't until nighttime, right? So sometimes I'd go. I had a job at Rogers selling pay TV on the phone, and he worked there too. He worked for full time. I worked there part time after school, and then he might drive me back to my band practice afterwards, right?
Right.
So I'd show up in a car. So I was fucking happy. Anyway, that guy should not have taken my virginity. And
no,
I wasn't ard, right? That it wasn't like that. It was just that I was not seeing it through the proper eyes, and he should have, because he was older, right? He said he was 24, but when my parents met him, they said he's older than 24. So I don't know if he was in his 30s or whatever.
Here.
Anyway, but so I made a date with him to go over to Scarborough Bluffs.
Right.
And I did it there on the fucking picnic bench. And then I got up, pulled my pants up, I fucking walked away.
You said, watch my ass while I walk away, bitch. I'm leaving. Okay, so I'm trying to find the waterfall you're talking about.
Waterfall?
Yeah, the waterfall.
I didn't mention a waterfall.
Yeah, the waterfall was on top of the rocks. Are you talking about Spencer's Gorge in Hamilton?
No, now I'm looking up the Rondo Provincial Park, because it was a provincial park. The way that we had to, it was a provincial park. So
this one I'm just reading about Webster's Falls.
Okay. They have red sand?
No. This is up, way up. And how it's created by the electric company. Because when you look at my river used to be a lake and a hydro dam. Yeah. Hydro dam. So
where's Morpeth, Ontario?
Where?
Morpeth, Ontario.
Morpeth?
Oh, Morpeth.
Yeah. Let me look. Morpeth.
Peth, not P.
I'm looking.
I'm looking.
It's near Troy. Oh, I know where this is. Chatham, Kent. Troy.
Where's Troy? Troy is in Greece.
No, sweetie. Troy's here too. Remember, we're a mock of a shoe. It's St. Thomas. St. Thomas.
What province? Ontario?
Yes, little town called St. Thomas, which is in London. Think of London.
London. Oh, London.
London, St. Thomas area.
Okay.
Okay, so Chatham, Kent.
That's a few hours away from Toronto, so
That's
it
a couple
was
hours.
long.
Right. So
Okay,
Chatham,
so
Kent.
Chatham, Kent, that's
So
the county.
think about St. Thomas and think about Black Donnelly's, the Lucan. Little town called Lucan.
You're speaking another language. I don't know
No,
any of
that was a big thing in Canada where the boys, that house went on fire. Irish Black Donnelly's. But that's where it is. Morpeth, Ontario. It's one of them little towns where blink and you'll miss it. It's got a big church here.
activities.
Rondeau Provincial Park is in Morpeth.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking up. It has
Rondeau?
red sandstone.
Rondeau? Okay, here. I'll look it up.
It's okay.
That's
For the
one.
red sand. I'm looking for the red sand.
Okay. Morpeth, maybe.
And it's on the beach. The sand.
It's like Huron. Terrace Beach, public park.
Lake Erie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It looks brownish. Yeah, I see what you mean by as a child, you'd be like, this is more red than
It was red.
white
It was
sand.
red, and it's known as a red sand beach, and that's how I ended up here because it was in Google as a red sand beach in Ontario.
Rose Sands. It's called Rose.
Rose is
Rose
red.
Sands. Yep.
You know what it's from? It's from garnet.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Rose
got
quartz.
No, garnet.
It's right.
Red sand beach.
Or it's known as Monkey Beach. So sometimes it's the same thing. Rose Sands, Monkey Beach, because there's a lot of Monkey Beach. Yeah, that's what they're saying here.
Do we have a Cavendish in Ontario?
Cavendish is PEI, but we could have a smaller town.
Yeah, that's PEI. I thought so because I thought of Jason and I was thinking about my potatoes and my favorite
fries.
My favorite processed potatoes are the Cavendish brand.
Cavendish.
Yeah.
So this is Lucan or St. Thomas, London area.
Right. I went back to find out why there's red sand beaches.
Oh yeah, well, this beautiful beach has wonderful wildlife, oyster catchers, little terns, rose sands, not to be confused with Ross Sands, further up the coast. Yeah, it's Fort Erie. Lake Erie.
Lake Erie, yeah.
Cold. Nice and blue. Reminds me of when I first saw it.
It was almost like I dreamed it. Like it didn't really happen.
Yeah.
That there was these red. And I went there twice. So it's like, it wasn't just once. I went there twice. But I've also dreamed in continuation from other dreams sometimes. So I don't know. But it was just, I remember being on the inside side of the turnstiles. And so that's why I remember it was a provincial beach. It wasn't just some beach dad drove up on. We just got out and had a picnic. It was
well, these are the kinds of hills that you can climb down to, and kind of like over here with Niagara, where that big freaking I call it the pirate ship. Like the kids call it the pirate ship.
The escarpment.
Right there. You can get out and you can panoramic view of Toronto.
Oh,
Our city, Oakville, Burlington.
We used to go to Hamilton and go drive up onto the mountain.
Yeah.
And we would look down at the fires from the smelting plants, you know, where they were
Right.
what are they, steel or, you know, iron or whatever, right? And
Or
all the
Fastro.
fire, there was like,
Stelco.
I think 3 fires would be going at the same time, and you could see all of them.
Yeah,
from
Gotham
the,
City. That's
yeah,
Stelco. That's
it was
Stelco.
beautiful. Yeah,
Seeing it at nighttime, you're like, look, we're in fucking Gotham City.
yeah. We
Fire
go
over
drive,
there.
we drive it at nighttime. We would say to each other, we go, this is so pretty. We should come in the daytime, the day sometime, but we always went at night. So we could
Sometimes
see
I
the
see
fire.
the kids up on the cliff and I go, get back. Like, what are you guys doing? I know that you're smoking a joint, maybe drinking a beer up there, but it's one of them, it could crumble. Get back. It's like Niagara Falls. It's sedentary rock, right? So you just don't want to be too close to the edge. And yeah, well, you never know. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of, well, there has been a lot of work on the mountain. Spencer's Falls, like all them falls right there that go all the way down. So there's been a
Yeah.
lot of work being done on the mountain. And definitely that's because of the falls there.
No, it's not going to be good because of the falls, because they want to change everything. They want to take control of everything. And anything that's
Well,
beautiful, they take it.
it's kind of dangerous sometimes going up to the res, just being on that freaking incline because it's like magnets, right? When you're driving it. And the last time I went out there, I looked over to, you know, it's called Cook's Creek right there, right where Dundurn Castle is. And I see lights out on the freaking lake. And I go, what the fuck? What are the people doing out there? Like, if that's a snowmobile, like, I don't think it's too thick to be on the freaking ice because I don't want to hear about people going through. I really don't. Like, our river was just at the where the bridge is and what have you, because they fixed it, right? It's retaining walls, so we all can kind of fish and have our space. But it was frozen, and it's like, yeah, nobody's gonna stand on there, I hope, because you'll be told get the fuck off, or you're gonna go through. And we used to be able to skate there, Cat, going all the
But
way
some
up to the
people are
Tutu
just
trade bridge.
stupid.
Yeah,
I mean,
we can't do
but
that
it's so
now.
yeah, but seriously, we get treated like we're idiots and we don't take responsibility for our own selves. So
Mm,
they need to be building, they don't need to be building fences or whatever. We just need to
no,
watch where we're going.
right. They
So
just need to stop with the people coming in because there's no place to put these people. And that's terrible to do to
what
people. Like,
people?
yeah, come on over to Canada where there's no place for you to stay. And I mean, we're Ontario,
How
so
do
we're
we
going
get
to tell
the
you,
immigrants?
what's that?
We're talking about red sand beaches. How do we get on
Oh,
immigrants?
I'm talking about anybody who comes to Canada, they fall in love with what we have. Like, wouldn't you?
It's
If you
starting to
were
sound like
blind to this. No, think about it. Let's think about an immigrant. You come over here and you go, "Wow, this is beautiful." A lot come for immigration. They come for education. That's why they're here for education purposes, and they don't want to go home. They fall in love with our home.
don't believe Canada's own press. You're starting to sound like an American.
No, I'm
This is
saying
what Americans
this is out of their own mouth to me. They're saying we don't want to go home. We love it here. They refer to us as the frozen land, and I say you're the land of sand. So I can understand you don't want to be a failure. You want to make it here. I've got a couple of friends that are stressed out right now, Kat. And I'm like, just don't worry. Something will come. It's working, right? A lot of jobs. And they
Yeah.
stress out. It's stressful. Knowing full well if they wanted to, they could go home, but they don't want to. Otherwise, they feel themselves as a failure. And I can understand that. Doesn't matter
Now
how
we
much
have
they have it. Kat,
now we have
honestly, it does.
red sand.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel to take a trip somewhere north. I've been trying to get north, and every time I go north, it's snowing.
Yeah,
And
that's
of
what
course,
happens when
it's about back tires. Yeah, I need good tires because when I wanted to come up there, it wanted 27 centimeters of snow. And I went, you see, I went to this, I went to the res that day and filled up on my freaking cannabis. I was like, it's a good thing. I went the opposite way. And then
Yeah,
we've been busy with renovations.
I wish I could get my pot from the reserve.
If you can get your pot. Oh, I'm going to ask this guy down the
No, I
street
got it.
because
No,
I
no,
think
I
he's
got it.
affiliated.
I said I got an ounce for 50
Oh, okay.
bucks. Yeah, but I'm saying I wish I could
Yeah,
get it
that's good.
from the res. But I
I
can't
know.
get it.
I got to go there this weekend. And same with cigarettes, right?
You go down south,
When you
right?
don't have a car,
You
I
go
go
to
to the six
Brantford, right?
stations.
Yeah.
Yeah. I go to my one place that I go to because she's got great deals. I got to exchange my grinder. But I got to wait for Daddy. Now, Daddy, he runs the cigarette side. And she runs the pot side. But either way, they can run each other's side.
Yeah.
And once I found her, like I don't go anywhere else. I click with her. She's great. I could even text her and be like, you know, get me some of your stuff. Like we're friends. And it's one of those things where, yeah, working. Majority of the girls do work.
What do you mean? What girls on the res?
The girls work the the smoke shops. It's usually women that are the smoke shops.
I see white people in
And
some
of
of the
course,
shops in
she's got
Rama.
another job that she goes to.
I see white people in the shops.
Yeah, that too. There are some white
in
people,
Rama.
but they don't live on the res.
Yeah, but Rama's not a
Yeah.
res.
I've seen some white people here, and that's the thing. Like they go out, but they're not living on the res. You know,
Yeah,
where
but
no, I just got a job here, and then I drive home.
Rama is not a res.
Rama's a
Rama's
gambling place.
Rama is a place where Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, they had to buy their houses, and they're not. It's not like one big square kind of thing. It's all higgledy-piggledy.
No.
So there's not like one land. They do have, you know, what do you call that land where everybody has the ceremonies, where they have
The sacred land.
It's all sacred land.
Yeah. Yeah. They have their
the gathering area. They've got that. They've got different facilities, but it's not a res. Like it's not like one chunk of land kind of thing, right?
Yeah, it's not the Six Nations, which is a huge chunk of land that's just
They're Anishinaabe.
treaty.
They're not. They're Anishinaabe. They're not Six Nations.
No, that's different up there.
Yeah. But
and of course,
the Haudenosaunee is part of the Six Nations.
Haudenosaunee.
No,
And that's
Haudenosaunee.
they're over there. That's my river.
Yeah, well,
these are the
Mohawks
people
have
that
a lot of
used to be down here. Yeah.
The Mohawks have a lot of
The
territory.
Mohawks.
They've got Tyendinaga, which was given to them
Mhm.
from Akwesasne.
Yes.
So, and Akwesasne is where you'll see the stuff that I got. Most of the stuff I got is from Akwesasne and Tyendinaga.
And Tuscarora. The Tuscarora.
I've never been to any reses south of Toronto. Like I never went to Brantford.
See, there's Onondaga. When you go first in, that's Onondaga. And then there's the Cayuga, Tuscarora. There's Mohawks. There's we're new credits of Mississauga. And how you doing?
That's not with the six. By themselves?
They were the last out there. They were the last out there. Treaty. It's with the
Well,
treaty right there on the credit. No, not
Mohawks
the
are
Mohawks. Not the
Mohawks are
Mohawks.
Mohawks are the guardian of the east door,
Right.
and I think the Seneca or the Oneida, no, it was Seneca, are the guardians of the west door.
So Seneca, right? If you
Uh.
look over at the Six Nations, go to East New York, and right there,
That's
it's right there.
Akwesasne. Those are Haudenosaunee. They're
So yes, that's correct, and that's the oldest
I know, I'm living there.
running like United Nations with the women, the Longhouse.
I was living there.
The man that I go to, he's from Seneca side, Iroquois, Seneca.
West door.
So of course we laugh, we fucking laugh. And he told us where the real Mohawk college is. And then I said to him, I don't care what you say, shit going on at that fucking collegiate. It's haunted as fuck. And he's like, I bet you're right. He goes, I bet you're right. And I go, I'm telling you, it's fucking haunted as fuck. Anytime I go by their cat, it's like my whole freaking, ugh, I want to puke.
I lived near there. My
wanna
parents both went and took courses there. My mom took a secretarial course, and my father took computers. When computers were done on cards, I don't know if you know about that, but
yeah,
computers used to have punch card things, right? They come out like that, and so the programming for that was a course at Seneca, and my dad took that. So when I found out that there's First Nations people called Seneca, I was like, cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized it must
in
have
Buffalo.
been. Yeah.
See, it's Buffalo, and then you
That's
come
the
up
west
here.
door. That's the west door.
That's right.
Mhm.
So of course that's Niagara Falls, and it's treaties. It really matters. It does. This is back to your treaty, and you hold everybody to the door. You know, like, hello, I'm putting you over the fire because of the treaty. The treaty matters. Doesn't matter where we come from. And these treaties now, after 100 or quote unquote 1,000 years, yep, you get to redo them again, and you want to be fair.
You know what I learned during the trucker thing?
Because
You know what I
what's that?
learned during the trucker? There was a guy named Pat something or other, and he was hanging out with the native people, and
Mm-hmm.
I found out that there is an agreement that the I don't know if it's only certain peoples or all the First Nations have with the Queen, and
Right.
every hunting license, every fishing license, the money is supposed to go to the First Nations.
Yes.
That money belongs to First Nations. It's never been
Yes.
paid to them.
It needs to be. That's where a lot
Exactly.
of us need to hold them accountable. You know, like, hello, Mary Simon, fuck you, and pay the people. Pay these people. They're owed. And I can't wait till they fucking rise up. Because when they rise up, I'll be right behind them.
That's
Motherfuckers,
what I said.
let's go.
That's what I said. My whole adult life, that's what I said.
I don't
Once I
care,
found out
God.
that-
I'll be in Ottawa. I'll go to Ottawa and I'll stand with Cub and I'll be like, you motherfuckers. We're standing on dead people. And fuck you. It's one of those things where no, these are the ones from Oka. And
But you
that's
know
where
what?
Oka is.
Not the ones who's from the Oka.
Well, I mean, he's somebody that he was there. And
Oh.
of course, he's a fighter. It's one of them motherfuckers. It's like, yeah, Cub, you tell him.
A warrior.
He's a fucking warrior, all right. And he's not going to fucking back down.
Yeah, but you want to know
No.
something? I learned
I love him for that.
during COVID, I learned that because okay, this is the way it went with my love for First Nations. So
Mhm.
I was little. My mom used to read me stories from books like Hockey Cards and Hopscotch and other different books.
Mhm.
And she would read me native stories, and then I would go to school and lie and say that I had, we used to say Indian back then. I had an Indian grandfather, and that he told me these stories. And then I'd tell the kids at school these stories as if I had some Indian grandfather. Now, then I got a little bit older and we started learning about First Nations in school, which we still called Indians. And what we learned was they used to have longhouses and they built their things out of clay. And I thought that they were gone now. I thought there weren't any more First Nations people, that they were just in history books. And so then I got to be 17. I moved out. I went to Spadina and Bloor, and I got myself a bachelorette. And almost across the street was a native center. And I walked in and I said, can I walk around? And there were all native people in there. I was like, so, I was like, holy shit.
You were like,
they
where'd
really
you come from?
You just came right out of my history book. So what did I know? They made
Your
pots.
cupboard, people.
So then I learned about their cause and how they've been treated. And then I was like, shit, they're the Palestinians and I'm the Jew.
Right.
So then from then on, and I was only 17 back then, I was always going to demonstrations in Palestine. But no, I've never been to a powwow. I was always going to demonstrations but I didn't go to any demonstrations for First Nations because I didn't know anything was going on. I didn't even know they still existed.
We must take you to a powwow.
But ever since then, I've been on their side. I've been speaking for them. I've been showing up. I've been whatever I could do to spread the word and to correct people when they're wrong about things. But then I thought they were so mystical, and because they're so spiritual, they're probably right about so much. And spiritually, the closest to them, I don't believe like them, but closest to them than anybody else, any other religion or whatever, right? So when Theo died, I got to be with a Native Women's Center, and they had me at full moon ceremonies, and I could feel the energy, and I loved the energy. And I'm thinking, I always thought that they were wise, right? So then, COVID hit, and what they bought it. I'm like, look, the government's lying to you, and you're fucking buying. If any government you wouldn't believe, it would be the Canadian government. And here you are, buying lock, stock. You're just as stupid as everybody else. And when we had the lockdown, not the what do you call that? The where in Tyendinaga they camped out right beside. They weren't on the train tracks, but they were beside the train tracks. And there were demonstrations right across for the Wet'suwet'en in the BC, the Wet'suwet'en 5 clans. Not to be confused with the Wet'suwet'en band, because the Wet'suwet'en band was Skylar's in Land Back Lane. That's Skylar.
Skylar ripped up the road, sweetie. Skylar ripped up the road.
Yeah, no, you're right.
October 22nd, because of a fucking cop, because the Cayuga cop came up to him and wanted to agitate him. So this is where no. He ripped up the road and he got the big fucking thing. They don't care. They don't care. That's the Grand Valley.
Take over land. They were trying to take over. Ontario was taking over land, and there were some condos. There were some condos, and somebody broke in or something like that because they're building these condos on ceded land. So that's why Land Back Lane started. But also there was something for the Wet'suwet'en in BC, the 5 clans. And so there was all kinds of demonstrations. And
that's Haida.
But so there wasn't one in my town, but we have Anishinaabe here, and it really pissed me off. So I set up something on Facebook so that people in my town could come and make a demonstration in the streets and make a protest. And so then these Native people contacted the people here contacted some in Bramalea or Brampton or someplace like that. They're like more like Toronto people, right? But they're native. One was Mohawk, one was Ojibwe, and
Right.
they were a couple, right? And so, but they had their political. They came and they scooped it out of my hands, which was fine because the only people who can get a permit to have a sacred fire in the fucking road, in the middle of the fucking
them.
road, wherever they want it, is native. So I
The
wouldn't have been able
natives.
to secure the permits,
No.
right? But
Right.
so it's good that they took over, but the way they did it was so low. It was like all of a sudden I was in the political game. It was like, okay, like, you know, like City Hall kind of people, right? I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. And then they fucking paired up with the Black Like Me. What's that?
I was gonna say they did it with Black Lives Matter. They did it
Black
with the
Lives Matter.
blacks because
Yeah,
because of
that was a psyop. The government
Yep.
took over, just like they took over the Black Lives Matter. That
Mhm.
was set up. Black Lives Matter were two women, older women, who set up this campaign, Black Lives Matter, because their son or their nephew was killed by a fucking racist, and
Right.
in Florida, I think. And so that was an honest one. That was an honest to goodness grassroots movement. And then another murder happened in the same way. Black person got killed because they're black. And
Yeah.
then the fucking, what are they, the CIA or whatever it is that takes over these things, they took over the Black Lives Matter, put those Antifa people and, you know, the
Right.
black, yeah,
And,
the black,
and
what do you call
Black
that?
Bloc.
Black Bloc, yeah, Black Bloc
That's
in
Black
there.
Bloc.
Yeah. So, and then, so the same thing, they tried to co-opt
They're doing it again, Kat.
the First Nations thing, saying, look, the Wet'suwet'en Five Clan, the Five Clans, they are the caretakers of that land. That's not ceded land. It's unceded land, and so it's not the same as the Wet'suwet'en band who lived on a res. These are actual lands that have been
taken.
like, just the people have been at that land. So
The people are left.
and they were the BC cops and the RCMP went in and handled it like it was a war. They had helicopters. There are 5 families. They got the fucking army after them. So
I know, it's crazy. I fucking hate the RCMP.
So it's a land rights and it's a human rights. These are the two things that is really what's being fought for. But then you know who joined in? The fucking climate cult and the Black Lives Matter. And they charmed them. You know, they made it like, you know how
they were downtown. They were downtown in a sit-in with Attawapiskat when all those kids were taking their freaking life. When they were taking their lives.
Attawapiskat's even one. So you know, remember that fight between Huckleberry and Sweet? I haven't seen anything since, so I don't know what's going on. But that night when Kaylee came in and she was saying all the things that Huck likes, and then making a wedge in between, and Kaylee ended up because Huck just liked what everything that Kaylee was saying, right? So her ego is just like pounding. So this is what happened to the First Nations when the climate cult and the Black Lives Matter people started to join up with them, because they thought, oh good, more people for our cause, and they bought into it. But really,
more trouble.
They're too. They fuck they make the
they
public
fuck them
tired.
over. Yeah, they fuck them over.
The public tired of hearing
took
about
their
it,
money.
so nobody's listening anymore, and then they ruin the movement, and that's exactly what happened every fucking time. And they wouldn't listen to me.
They're
and
interference.
I said,
That's the thing with them. They were interference, and I caught them the first time when I went down there, and I looked at the lady and I said, "It's all lives matter." She looked at me dirty, and I said, "I don't give a flying fuck. It's all lives matter. We're sitting here for the ladies upstairs and the gentlemen upstairs that are not being treated well. There's no black people here. That's because Mark Saunders doesn't want to listen to you." And then you came over here.
There's no black people where?
No, at first it was just a freaking Idle No More. Okay, Idle No More was sitting quietly outside
I
in a
don't know
sit-in.
more was I don't know more was controlled opposition.
No, they went down for a sit-in right at their office on St. Clair, and of course it
Yeah, that's
was
the church that Occupy.
it, that was with Attawapiskat. That's why I was like, what's going on in Canada is disgusting. When kids are
I knew
taking a
one of the
pack.
guys. I was knew one of the guys in the sit-in.
Yeah, it was. I was there because my family was like, seriously, you want to go down? And I said, do you think I'm making a poster for nothing? You know what I mean? Like I need to go down there and put the poster there, and that's some of the people had good intentions, and some of them were like, what the fuck are you doing here? You know what I mean?
Well, I knew the
Where
guy
you
from
could see trouble.
I knew the guy from Occupy because when
The
I
one,
was when I was taking part in Occupy, I
the
was
one
part
man.
of the media division, and when I'd go there and hang out, it would be with the First Nations crowd. So I was around the
Yeah.
Sacred Fire the whole time. If I was
Well, the
there,
funny
I was
thing is,
I was either in the media yurt, and that's the first
right.
time and only time I'd ever been in a yurt. That is so fucking cool. A yurt is cool. So
And
I was either in the
same with
media yurt, or I was Sacred Fire.
Six Nations when they started there. It was one of them. The Iron Fence came. All Black Lives Matter got told to get the fuck out, and I'm like, see, they're thieving from you, and get the fuck out of here.
I don't think
Otherwise,
there was Black Lives
more
Matter back
people
then.
like us will come. Yeah, there was. There was out on the Six Nations, and you were bringing heat to the Six Nations, and of course they were watching them with the drone. That's what the lady told me. She goes, "That's a drone up there watching us," and I said, "I know." I said, "These people are fucked up, and they're thieving from you. Get them off your land. That's the best thing to do. Kick them out." And of course, a few of them stayed behind, and we helped them. They're still standing there watching the pipeline because the pipeline came through, right? And
In
whatever
Ontario,
yes, my river too. You dug out fucking bodies. Where? Good
are you
luck on
saying
you
the pipeline is in the Credit River
in the Lake Ontario.
in Lake Ontario?
Yeah,
We have. Oh my God! I thought
that's
that was a
why it
West.
goes across, and it goes in the land on Six Nations. That's where you can see the grass is going back now, but definitely, I've got it all on camera because I was like, this is disgusting. This is what you want? A big TPP from Michigan to Illinois coming through Ontario? This is
Didn't
disgusting.
that get
You're ripping up
canceled?
land. Nope,
Didn't that get canceled, or was the one
nope,
out west that got canceled?
nope. The LNG is still going and it's going across to Alberta. I have the pipeline map.
That's all
Let me
right.
get another coffee. No, you don't want to look at it because you'll get pissed off. And same with Standing Rock. I talked to my friends that were doing the Standing Rock thing. So he went around the world for water.
Thing.
Standing Rock?
Yeah, wasn't
That
that
was
American?
military. That was military.
Military
It's funny
where?
when I
Here,
no, the military were in Standing Rock, the
Canadian or
Dakota,
American?
on American side.
Yeah, that's
When
what
you
I
wanted
thought.
to cannonball them with water and try to poison them. Yeah, we're not them. That was military.
I'm not on specific battles.
That's why I
Except
kept trying to tell the Americans, your military is right there in Iowa. What the fuck is wrong with you? They've been there since freaking Standing Rock. And we know that. And now your ICE people are going on reservations. Good luck. Down in the Navajo area. Good luck.
You know, in
Because
Akwesasne on the American side, on the
Mhm.
American side in Akwesasne, when you cross the border and you're in the American side of Akwesasne,
Yeah.
there as you go in, there's a building on the side of the building, and it was up there until 2017 or 2018, and the sign said, "This is Mohawk land," and it was a
Right.
big banner right across the building.
You
And
need a
they had
Mohawk flag.
I have a Mohawk flag. The
Well, then
Mohawk flag is the Six Nations flag.
put it in. No, you need the actual Mohawk flag with a chief
You
on
mean
it, the red
you're
one.
talking about the warrior flag?
Fucking right. Get that out and fucking fly it
have
high, bitch. Just fly it high.
I can't. I don't really have a right to be doing that, but I have it
Fuck
on my
them. Put it in your window.
I have it on my drum bag.
Well, you support them. That's why. Because that's your army
Yeah,
right there.
I do.
That's my army. And the cops hate them. And we
I
don't
was-
care. We love them.
I was at a demonstration, and there was a guy who was carrying a Mohawk flag,
Yeah,
and the
put
cops
it higher.
they fucking tackled him, took him to the ground, and took his fucking flag.
They hate them. That's the thing. They have so much
Strong
detest
cops.
for them because they're strong people. You're not going to take down the Mohawks. That's why we go fuck yourself. They're Mohawks. And that's why they go take that flag down and they go put it higher. That way the freaking, you see, what they've done over the years has been hilarious to me because they're like, look, we put our flag so high that the fire department has to come and get it. Because
Where
you
was
think
that?
that was in Quebec somewhere. And I'm thinking, continue doing it, my friends. Continue. And we'll continue in Upper Canada and Lower Canada. Why not? This is a fight against Trudeau and everybody else.
Where was the other fight in Quebec? There was Oka, and then there was another place too.
Fucking hell. See, it's near, see, my grandma made me go and learn this history. The Jesuit priests.
Oh, Jesus.
That's why I say, fuck you, Trudeau. You're a black robe. Fuck you all. And yeah, you see,
Jesuits
this
are
is,
the enemy of all of humanity.
there's Trudeau, black robes. Anybody in your fucking court, that's what they are. You've learned not the Jesus plan, the Jesuit plan.
Hey, did you ever hear that Trudeau, that Daddy Trudeau, Pierre, did you ever hear that he had been accused of doing things with minors?
Oh, yeah. And not only that, this is part of his plan to destroy Canada. Go fuck yourself, Pierre
Pierre.
Trudeau. And
Pierre's dead.
Pierre, I know, he's dead. It's a good thing.
Yeah, what I'm saying, yeah, but I learned about this in the documentary.
Oh, he
somewhere.
diddled kids. He diddled
No,
kids. Give me a break.
Huh?
He's a weirdo. He's a weirdo. He was a weirdo.
Pierre?
Yeah.
So maybe Trudeau.
Look at Maggie.
Maybe baby Trudeau was abused, and he's part of this whole dark robe thing, like the whole
Baby Trudeau? Oh, I need a coffee for this.
Daddy Trudeau, baby Trudeau. Yeah,
Just
it's easier to remember that way.
hang on. Justin and Nixon. There you go, wanted to fuck around.
Can't hear you.
Help me spread the word that we're over there in America.
Are you talking to the Coppola? Because I can't hear you. Was that a toilet? Wish you had told me. I would have gone too.
Sorry about that.
You-
I had to go get a coffee.
A coffee? It sounded like you went to the toilet.
No, I went to go get a coffee. That's me stirring my stuff.
Oh.
Ding, 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 ding. That's me stirring coffee. This sun is it's like throwing out freaking. Oh, the sunspots are throwing whatchamacallit out. Plasma.
Plasma.
Fucking hell, I can't remember. I'm having a brain fart moment. Energy waves. Yeah. Like little solar maximum is what we're in. Because I look outside and I go, what the fuck is with this guy? So yeah, solar maximum.
I can't see it.
See, I just rather look at the sky sometimes. It's easier. That way we know what's going on.
That way you get blinded and you don't be able to tell what's
Oh,
going
it's
on.
a white Christ light, isn't it? It's like, Jesus, cranky, get out your sunglasses. You're
Did
blinded
you
by
ever
the
look
light.
at the sun? I did.
Yeah,
They
the
told
solar
me not
eclipse.
to, so I had to
I
do
looked at
it.
it. I said, fuck it, I'm looking at it because Slow Burner said it's not working with the glasses. Look directly at it, Cat. I'm like, now I have sunspots in my eyes. Thanks.
I was watching a stream and I heard somebody say, "I Slow Burner," and I'm not sure I expected it to
Rada?
be there. Oh, maybe it was.
Ah, I see you're eavesdropping. I always know you're eavesdropping. It was Rada.
Oh, I watch all of them.
I know it was Rada when he goes, "Hello, Slow Burner," and I was
They
like,
don't
"You just dropped
Yeah,
out of the
okay.
tree."
Yeah, because I was like, does Slow Burner even know Rada? Like, I've never seen
Yeah.
Rada pants together or anything, so. But Slow Burner was here before I was, so I don't know what the hell he got up to.
Yeah, he's all right. He's got a lot. There's a lot of building going on.
I'm listening in everywhere where there's going to be something where
Drama.
Yeah, but not just any drama, because I only
I know.
tuned into Hux because I heard about this fight, and then I watched the way that
Yeah,
Kaylee worked the whole thing, right? She was
came out of nowhere. What the
it was
fuck?
like taking candy from a baby, really. But I thought to myself, she's working him, and I'm watching what she's doing, and it was kind of breaking my heart. But at the same time, I'm thinking these are all evil bitches. Although I have a thing for Kaylee, I think she's really sweet. Not I have a thing for her, but I mean I sort of.
Callie?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
she spells it
Callie.
Kaylee. She spells it
Kaylee.
Kaylee. So she adds another.
See, that-
I'm going to call her
she-
Kaylee.
Right. So Kaylee, coming from the north of England, it's one of them. You're getting a different taste of medicine.
She's like
really
the
and truly.
shameless girl. She's like the shameless girl.
She's just gonna say what's on her mind.
Yeah, I know. I love it.
And if you don't like it, she's gonna be lump it. I don't give a flying fuck.
Well,
I'm gonna
that's
tell
why
you how it is.
That not that she really holds panels, but that's why I've never tried to talk to her, because she could just be mean to me and then I'd stop liking her so much, right? So
It's funny. It's so funny when fucking Rebel goes, hello, Miss Cat, hello, Crafty, hello. You know, like he just fucking mocks her because he's upset that why am I blocked? Like, and I've asked her, Rebel's blocked. Why have you have Rebel blocked? He feels unwanted.
Who? Rebel. Blocked her? Who
No,
blocked Rebel?
Is blocked, I think, in Callie's stream.
Oh,
so it's
I
one
see.
of them. Rebel. And it was funny yesterday. Shelly's calling Rod a fucking rebel.
Shelly's calling Rod a rebel.
She stepped up and called him rebel. And he goes, that's really nice.
You know,
really
one
nice,
of the
Shelly.
things that makes Rada the
Called me
most
rebel.
annoying. One of the things that makes Rada the most annoying is that he will talk over top of you. He won't let you talk. He'll turn everything into a joke when you're talking seriously, and he'll just talk over top, and he won't let you talk. And then when he's sitting there with Squishy, and he's trying to say something, or Weenie, because Weenie's always interrupting with her laughing, right? So, but Squishy, these millennials are so fucking rude to each other. They interrupt each other to talk to the fucking audience while they're in a conversation with someone. They're supposed to be listening to that person, but instead of acknowledging what that person said, they'll go and talk to somebody in the chat instead. It's so fucking rude. Anyway,
right.
The whole
Right.
lot of them.
I know, because it's a girl.
No, because our generation
It's
didn't
like
teach
when he
them.
wanted to put my picture.
Our
My
generation.
picture on his thing. And I went, how dare you? He's like, Crafty Cat, nice hat. And I'm like, is that my Blue Jays hat? Oh, fuck no, it's my strainer. And
So,
I'm being a Pastafarian with hippie. What the fuck's wrong with you?
so
Did you
he
see
sits up
be
there with
fucking-
Squishy. He's trying to say something, and
Mhm.
Squishy will interrupt him, and she'll go, sorry, like a good Canadian. And then
She does
he
it on
gets
purpose.
pissed off. He gets so pissed off, but he can't finish his sentence. But he
That's 'cause-
uses that to get at other
Mhm.
people. It's his sword.
She does it on
But
purpose. I love her. I love
Huh?
Squishy. I love Squishy. I always
No,
ask
but I'm
Rada,
talking
where's
about-
Squishy?
Squishy does what Squishy does. I
Uh-huh.
don't own nor nothing, but she sounds sweet. I mean, I know
The
she's
thing is,
told.
with Squishy,
She
it's
sounds
what
sweet.
it is. She just laughs all the time. She thinks, ha, you're retarded. Just,
Serious, yeah. But that's
And-
a good measure in a troll, right? So
and she's doxed herself. So it's like any one of these people that live in Canada. No, we're not going to each other's house. Get the fuck out of here.
yeah, but
You
there's
couldn't
some.
even pay us to do that.
It's
Sorry.
not us. It's not us. AC and Brett and Bird, they're not going to show up my fucking door. But
No,
some
it's privacy
other-
would matter. No.
Crafty, some other
Mhm.
creeple who's watching. We don't know who they are. They just watch, just like I sit in the treehouse and watch, and nobody knows I'm watching their stream.
You're a bushwalk.
You're
Yeah.
watching, and they could be sickos, and
Mhm.
they could. So that makes it dangerous.
Yes,
So,
of course it does. Of course.
She's
Just leave
just
people alone.
ass. She's a tough ass. She's either got somebody who lives with her in her
Just leave the
house.
peeps alone.
Is she married, Squishy? Or has a guy?
I
Or
don't
girl?
know. I don't ask those questions.
No, but
For
she's
me, the
never
less
mentioned.
questions, the better.
I don't,
Wait.
I'm not that familiar with her. I've seen them many times. Her and the wicked weenie. I don't
Wicked
see any
Weenie.
difference. Wicked weenie. Yeah. They
Yeah,
used to have a
she's
show together.
squeaky
Now
now.
it seems now Rada is Squishy's co-pilot, and I saw Weenie with somebody else the other day. I was like, oh, is that how they're still friends? Because Weenie still shows up
Mhm.
on some streams that Squishy does, but she doesn't show up too
Mhm.
often. So I assume that they got sick of each other. Familiarity breeds contempt, right? So they might have got. I don't know. It's none of my business. So, but Rada, it's funny.
So what do you think about the Backstage
Huh.
Boys coming back in tour?
The backstage?
I called AC a Backstreet Boy.
Oh,
I'm so sorry, but I'm not sorry.
which one is he?
I don't know.
They're their
Everybody.
own. They're their own version.
Yeah. Get your body. Mm-hmm.
He's
Backstreet
he's still shaky on his feet, but he knows how to put on a good game. I was listening. I took a, well, this is good. I was going to make a video out of it, but I'll just say it here. I was watching a documentary on psychopaths.
Oh,
and
great.
it was stuff that took place in Canada. So there was some guy named Earl Jones.
Goodbye, Earl.
Well, I was thinking about News Now Houston's name is Earl David, right?
Ugh.
So
Right.
but they were describing this psychopath, right? And I was thinking, oh my, this is the exact, and I'm not talking about News Now Houston, okay? The guy's name was just Earl, right?
I understand that.
Yeah. But when they were describing this psychopath, I was like, oh my gosh, it's exactly what AC does.
AC, are you listening? Is AC listening? I hope so.
Oh, wait.
I hope
Let
he
me
is.
see. Okay. Let me turn the
Hey.
power or the volume up.
Backstreet Boy, are you listening?
I'm not calling him back. I like the Backstreet
Now
Boys.
that I'm older and I've been through the experience with Earl Jones,
Earl
it is really
Jones. Oh
Oh,
God.
sorry.
We have too many psychopaths here.
I've been through the experience with Earl Jones. It has really opened my eyes to how duplicitous someone can be.
Duality. Mhm.
On the one hand, he was charming, fun, great to be around.
And on the
But
other hand,
he would
See, isn't that like AC?
he's
He's great.
diabolical.
He's charming.
He's
He's
motherfucker.
great. Hey,
I'm
can you
here.
hear me?
Yeah, I hear
Okay.
you.
So
AC?
on the one hand, he's funny. He's great. Well, sort of funny. He's great to be around. He's charming, right? So you want to be around him, right? So
Mhm.
on the other hand, though,
manipulative person. Earl is a pathological. On the one hand, he was charming, fun, great to be around. But on the other hand, he was such a manipulative person. Earl is a pathological liar on a level that no one could even have imagined. Earl's a psychopath. He's someone who really comes looking for you. Someone who takes his time, takes great care, and
see, the takes his time thing, that was what really got me, because that's something when I've studied AC, I've noticed that he can sit on a panel forever and not be interested in what's going on. He's got an agenda, but he wants to slip it in like it's organic, when really he went there with a fucking agenda, right? So I've seen him sit in panels for what seems like forever before he gets to the fucking point, because he's blending in, right? He's your friend.
It's, you know what it is? You know what this is? This is a chameleon card. It's act as if. Okay? So the chameleon card is act as if you're interested. Act as if you belong here. Act as if you're one of their friends. You're blending in like a veiled chameleon.
You're like a hunter. Like a
However, I already knew he was gay.
He's not gay.
Yeah, you got gay tendencies. We know. It's okay.
Because I've heard of this before, where you can, there's just a button there. You can't help that there's a button there. He was born with it, right? So when he found it, it was like, okay, this is fun. And that became his favorite thing. But that doesn't mean that he wants a man's body behind him doing it, right? That's a totally different thing. So I don't think he doesn't, although he does kind of do some gay shit. Like there's a couple noises he makes that are like, that's not very manly. But I don't think it makes him gay. I think that just makes him awkward.
I heard him saying something about, I guess, when he goes to Brat's house. Brat, I call him Brat.
Yeah, he calls himself Brat.
Go brush your tooth.
Brat?
Yeah, he has to brush his tooth. Needless to say, yeah. Apparently you texted him or something like that.
He doesn't go to Brett's house. I don't think they even just said, like 2 nights ago.
Stream
they
together.
I
thought they do streams together.
They do streams, yeah. I thought you meant, didn't you say that they met
what
each
I mean
other?
No, that's what I mean, but at your house. Like right now I'm at Kat's house.
I see.
Like I look at your panel as a house, right? So
Right.
I'm like, oh look, we're all in Kat's house, and you better take your shoes off.
Brett's the new hangout. Brett's
Right.
Tonics. They're the new hangout.
Yeah.
So that's where I watch, because wherever the bullies are getting their medicine, I want to see how they handle it, right? Like AC is the toughest nut to crack, because he's such a pathological liar. And the way that I picture that he got like that is that it started out by just trying to avoid punishment for something, right? And then it became like learned how to work people and what people want to hear. And then he got really good at it. So when he's here doing this trolling shit or stirring the pot shit, he likes to exercise this superpower that he learned. And so, But then when it comes to him accepting responsibility, he can't do it. He just can't do it. He has to rewrite the narrative. It's amazing. He's tough as nails. He just will not give up, even though everybody else knows now that he's lying. His word means nothing, but he just keeps on with the face. You know, like he's, yeah, I'm an asshole and I know it. And that's him taking accountability, not making it up to the people that he's hurt, not apologizing in public. No, that would be having accountability, right? Trying to make things right. That's having accountability. Just saying I'm an asshole and, at least I say it out loud. That's not accountability. So he will just keep on lying no matter what. No matter what. He just will not. Unless it's one of the bullies themselves. Then he does say, okay, I lied. Because those people are the ones he respects their word. He doesn't respect anybody else's word. He respects the word because he wants to be in with them. He doesn't want to be in with somebody like me because it would be boring for him, right? He can only take
Flynn. In with Flynn, sipping on the gin.
That's why it upset him so much when Andrew was upset with him. Because that was someone, like it does seem like what Bird said. It's like when Andrew gave up the crown and just walked away, supposedly, he's never really walked away, but when he walked away from participating so much, AC was left everybody was left in a vacuum, and AC said, well, the chair is empty, why don't I just take it? And he slowly did it. He's very
methodical.
Yes, in his approach. And he, just like when he's hunting new victims on their panel.
Ooh, hunting.
Well, that's what he's doing, right? What does a hunter do? They sit in the bushes and they wait. And when AC could be on your panel, but he's still in the bushes because you don't know what his true agenda is. That's where he's in the bushes.
Do you think he's here listening?
Probably. If he's not, he's got somebody else recording it for him.
Oh.
And they'll go, AC, look, somebody was talking about you.
Yeah,
look, I got you the video. Don't you like me?
And Miss Cat starts talking about you. But you're more than welcome to come up and talk. You see?
I wouldn't say that, but...
Oh, I'm sorry. That's...
The link's out there.
It's not my panel, but hey,
It's okay.
Click the link.
No, well, I mean, there were times where he was more than welcome, but he just won't. I mean, he was on Brett's the other night, lying his fucking ass off, saying that I was getting mad that I wanted to be have attention from the show, and he was lying, saying that I said, I don't understand why you hate. I never asked him why he hates me. He made that up. He pulled it out of his ass from nowhere.
You made up a story? Did he make up a story? He really did? He had lived to this story? Never.
That was good. You just talked me down. That was good.
Never. AC would never do something like that. Paint a picture all beautiful.
But the thing is, he hasn't learned his lesson. And it's
coming.
like, I've seen some humility from Tonic because when the thing with Steph happened, he was hurt and he thought, I'm not even trying to hide this. So he got hurt. And who made that happen? Bird. And Brett, you could tell he got broken and he got really meek, for a bit. He came back, right? But he's, I think that took a few days off his life. And who did
ego gets hurt. Oops. The ego.
Yeah. Now they've hurt Bird's feelings, I'm sure, especially at the beginning, not now. And now it's like old hat. But at the beginning when they were saying things like his house is empty and his wife left him and all this shit and spreading around that kind of bullshit. And that he had to leave because nobody's ever shown proof of this, okay? That he had to leave because he felt like he was going to be violent to the household members. That's just bullshit. And I think that hurt him in the beginning. Now, I don't think those things hurt him
Well,
anymore.
if he was gonna get violent, that's a smart ass move for him to do, is remove himself from the freaking house.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what happened.
But I
And
don't
if
think
it
that's
was,
what's gonna happen. I mean, me personally,
what-
but that's a smart move to be like, you're all pissing me off, and I'm gonna just take off because I'm getting a little agitated. That would be the best move for anybody.
yeah, but that's all hypothetically.
Hypothetical, right?
Yeah, because that didn't happen. If it had happened,
Right.
then AC's side would have shown us the papers, because it
Mhm.
would have been down paper. Otherwise, where would they have gotten it, right? Unless they pulled it out of their ass. So I'm just saying, I'm sure that there are times where they shot some arrows and some of them have pierced him. But
Mhm.
otherwise, Bird is doing damage to them, getting them to do damage to themselves.
Oh, I know that you guys are even with Game Over. Like, hello, you just deteriorated.
Well, I don't want to talk about that wave too much because I really don't know anything that's going on.
No, I understand that, but
it's obvious that I don't really have much love for Game Over 2. He's been an asshole to me, and he's used me for his own popularity, and it pisses me off because he's not such a nice guy. He's only a nice guy to girls that he wants to sleep with. Otherwise, he's not a nice guy.
you see it, you can hear it in his lyrics.
His lyrics are all about how he's butthurt about whatever things in the world. I don't see him doing anything particularly deep. But anyway, it doesn't matter. He's just neither here nor there. But it does turn out that AC, one of the slings and arrows at him, is that he lied to his buddy Game Over 2. So I don't know. I don't have any. I'm not in the Discords, so I don't know any of this shit. But this does seem to be a truth in this whole play. So, but what are the chances, though, that this whole thing doesn't even exist? I mean, I don't go check out those papers. I don't go looking for Bird's divorce papers or that he's even divorced.
I don't have time for shit like that.
I don't have the inclination. I just don't give a shit much. They're not involved. They're not involved with my life or my family. So I don't see any reason to fucking look up their private business. But what are the chances that all of this has all been one big lie? Like that whole thing with Huck and Sweet. I'm not sure if that was real or if it was a play they were.
You mean a psyop?
Well, more like a play, like, because it's entertainment. They view all this vitriol as entertainment. What I see it as is karma. I like to watch. I sat back. I was quiet, and it didn't even take more than a few months, and they started to go in on each other. It was amazing. Well, I guess it was inevitable. I don't know. I'm not that wise to know those. But I did know that karma was, I saw little bits of karma that would pop up every now and then. It was like, oh, they just got hoisted by their own petard, right? So this is like sweep. Although it's lasted like 5 months, but it's sweep. It's like, this is, who shot JR kind of shit, right?
Dallas.
So, but what if it is just a play? I mean, can you see them? Can you see them all making up at the end, or coming to terms with their nowadays friendships, and then just coming to the audience, coming to all the audience and saying in one big fell swoop, take a bow, and then say it was all a dream.
It's a hallucination. It's not real.
Do you remember that in Dallas when they fucked up, and then they fucked up in one season, and they decided they'd just write off that whole last season by opening. Yeah, Pamela, what's her name? the two main ones. No, Pam. That was her name in the show. Was Pam.
The blonde.
No, she had brown hair. She was the
Okay.
wife of Bobby. Bobby's wife. Because Bobby, they killed off Bobby. That's what they did. They killed off Bobby at the end of one season.
Doesn't
And
it
it's like,
sound like Young and the Restless?
well, yeah, it's all soap operas.
I
It's
know,
just a night.
right? I know.
So-
It's crazy.
So when they opened the next season and they wanted to bring Bobby back because they realized they made a mistake,
Uh-huh.
and so they wrote it like that whole last season was a dream. And the first thing you see that next season was Bobby in the shower. So that's what I'm expecting. It might happen like that. Even if it was real, they'll just do like an MIB, just make the big bright white light and just pretend that it never happened.
Yeah, give us the probe,
That's-
but not the anal
Yeah.
probe.
But
I don't
if
want
these
that
things are real, if Bird's divorce is real, if AC and Brett really did fuck around, if they ended up having to tell their wives because Bird was threatening them, I don't know what he did to. He just humiliated that little fuck. What's his name? Tonic. So, but it seems to me that Bird has been controlling more. He made them look like lol cows more than they made him look like a lol cow. Sometimes, huh?
Did you see him painting?
I did. He was
The
painting an
owl?
owl.
That's
Yeah.
pretty cool, huh?
Well, I did one of my videos that had him in it. I made
Nice.
him an owl, a very colorful owl.
Yeah, I've been drawing owls, coloring in owls over here. I've got my owl ring. I want to fix it. I actually have a jewelry cleaner. I want to get to do that today.
Well, you know me and owls too, right? I have an owl
Voodoo.
ring, an owl oil painting.
I have a couple of
What-
rings. I mean, the rings of owls.
Oh. Yeah, I just have one, but it was my grandmother's, and it also has a lot of meaning because
Right.
my
That's all.
grandmother named us all characters from Winnie the Pooh, and
I
she
had
was
to-
Wall, right? She was the wisest, so she was Wall because she knew how to spell her name, right? So she
Okay.
was Wall, and then I
Okay,
was
Mama.
friends and relations. My brother
Mhm.
Pat Tigger and my brother Michael was both Roo
Piglet.
and Piglet.
Piglet.
Yeah, but he was also Roo because he was Mom's favorite.
Oh.
So, and my mom was the mother kangaroo. I forgot her name, and Eeyore. And nobody was Winnie the Pooh. I wanted to make my dad Winnie the Pooh, but
No.
because my dad. What do you mean no? You don't. You
Winnie
can't
the
say no.
Pooh. Winnie the Pooh is just a total person on its own. Like he's the master.
Should have been my dad.
It could have
But-
been your daddy.
But allow him to have a character because my parents were split up, and my grandmother really did not get along with my dad.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so he never got a character, but he should have been Pooh. Anyway, so when she died, my mom should have got Wall, but she didn't. She passed it on and gave it to me, so I became Wall. So that ring is very important. It's the one ring that rules them all. So I only need one. It's the ring. And the
See, I
painting was
looked down on my
grandmother's.
finger the other couple of weeks ago, and I
Huh?
went, "Where the fuck is my ring?" Because I noticed when,
Oh.
like, whoa, where's that ring? It fell off my finger, right?
Yeah.
So there I am looking in my windowsill to make sure that it didn't fall. Is it behind the bed? I don't know. Needless to say, I had to go out and rebuy it. It was on sale though, and it was one of my Claddagh rings. And I was like, no, I need to go and get that back because that's one of my good rings. I just had gotten it not too long after, and then I lost it. It was a little bigger.
I put
However,
my Claddagh has a diamond in the middle. It's a custom made
I've
Claddagh.
got one that I bought my daughter with the gemstone in, and of course, I've got the one that I got the dragon that I'm wearing, the infinity And of course, I've got the double Clara. There's 2 of them. And the
So my
lapis.
Claudia was my mother's wedding ring to a very
Mhm.
bad man, but it was a Claudia that she had put a pear-shaped diamond in.
This
And
one's lapis lazuli.
oh, that's money.
And the lapis lazuli, you will not find it again, Kat.
Why not?
I mean, it's one of them that it was on sale, and this is the last one we're getting. And I thought, well, it's all right. I'll wear it. Put it on my finger and walk on out. And it's a good thing that I purchased it because it's lapis
Yeah, I was gonna say
lazuli.
you have to pay for it too. You can't just put it
Yeah.
on your finger. Yeah.
No, I have them clean it because of the stickers usually that are on it. And of course,
Stickers?
yeah, the stickers that come with the price tag on the ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'll pay money for a good silver, good stones. The next one is going to be a little bit more expensive.
Well, mine's on a chain right now.
Yeah,
On a chain.
mine. That one place I went into and I got my chain of lapis. It's not lapis. It's Larimar. It's that turquoise. It looks like a pendulum. I told them already, you're not going to last here because you're pricing everything too high, right? They're not there today. They're not there today. That's why I said you're pricing your shit too high. And just for a little tiny thing, like I got mine on sale, and I'm being honest with the girls. I'm like, these rocks are too expensive. You can get them cheaper downtown. And I can get them cheaper elsewhere or up the street. Like, you got to bring down your prices, sweeties. Or, nah, I know where to go. Thanks.
The only ring I wear is my this was also my mother's ring. It's a nice big amethyst with surrounded by marcasite, and it's on silver. Because I like silver and gold.
See, I got silver with it's a dinner ring, if you will. And of course, I mean, I've got my fire opal from Mexico.
Oh, I love opal.
I got fire opal, right? And I've got mother of pearl.
Yeah, mother of pearl is that is like the most beautiful I've ever seen. Is mother of pearl.
It's a pendant.
Yeah,
And
it's on the inside of clams. It's just the inside of clams.
Yeah, but if you ever see a black pearl, that's it. I'm buying it.
Oh, sorry,
There's
oysters. Sorry, it's on the inside.
Oysters.
Yeah,
Ocean
pearls.
pearl.
I love pearls.
Anytime, I'll give you a website, okay? And that way, if you
I
see
can't buy
anything that you
pearls.
like- I know you can't. It's one of them. If you see anything, usually they come on discounts. You never know. You might want to treat yourself. Authentic crystals.
If I treat myself, it's French fries. I don't have money for fucking pearls, even if I'm treating
Doesn't cost anything to look through the catalogs today.
It doesn't, but then I'll sit here and feel lack. So
Not really. Don't feel like that.
I like to watch the housewives dripping in them. I like to
Right.
watch them and eating them.
Well, I'll give you the catalog and you'll be like, I know how much that is.
I don't even do that.
That's costume jewelry, bitch. Olivia, give me a break.
Costume jewelry.
It's costume jewelry. My grandma had that. I find some really wicked shit.
They've had arguments like that, and a couple times
Oh,
when
I
they told the truth, they'd say that the real one was in a safety deposit box, and that this was a replica, right?
That's
So-
right. It's
Yeah, I
cubic
know, but I
zirconia.
don't think about how much anything costs. I don't think about who's the richest one. I don't think
Think
about.
about going into Burke's.
I know
jewelers.
nothing. I know nothing about fashion. I know what I like, but I know nothing about fashion except
Today the
red
kids
bottom,
know.
red bottom shoes. That I know.
Oh, Prada.
Is it Prada?
Devil wears Prada. Not
That's the
Louis
red
Vuitton.
bottom.
Yes.
Yeah, I know
And
that.
Jimmy Choo.
That's what I thought it was. I thought it was Jimmy Choo. I didn't know it was Prada.
No, it's Prada. My daughter
Okay.
has a pair. And I'm
See,
like,
I
well,
I know nothing about any of these things.
you buy
I
this
know
just to put it on a fucking shelf. That's the
I
thing
just
with
love
kids.
I just love the beauty of all the rich stuff, and I love how their lives are so, they're not the best, but they're so easy. Anything that they need, they don't need anything. Like,
No, they don't.
not need anything.
Nope.
It looks such a beautiful life. Although, no matter who you are,
It's a
you're gonna
bullshit
bitch.
life.
Yeah, and one thing I do know is that half those wives and husbands they don't actually own a lot of the stuff.
No,
Some of them are
it's
even
rented.
fucking renting.
I was
Huh?
gonna say it's rented. It's rented furniture and shit like that because of the show
Or
that
they've
they
got
have
huge
to.
mortgages that they've got to
Right.
rob Peter to pay Paul. And
Well, you saw that with Teresa Giudice, right?
yeah,
Exactly. So you know how
that's a
fucking
tax thing.
fucked up it can get, right?
Yeah, but
You gotta
she's rich
claim your
though.
taxes, and these people who think that they can.
She worked her ass
Mhm.
off and she's rich. She even had to pay something for
It's usually the family too.
her ex. She just paid his taxes or something.
Right.
he
So
could-
Joe, and it's one of them. It's also family money.
No. Teresa made that fucking money. She used to do
books.
She used to be a buyer. She used to be a buyer for a department store, and
Right.
you make a lot of money for that shit.
She made books too when she was doing her cooking.
Yeah, but that wasn't until she was a housewife.
Right, cooking with Teresa, but we saw her doing these things.
Her first book, the wording was she was always shading Caroline.
Yeah, and then Caroline has money.
Oh yeah, Caroline's family has
Yeah.
Caroline's family she married into, they have family
Right.
money. Yeah,
The
but not
husband has money.
Yeah, her Teresa's family were just hardworking people.
It's almost like he's mob connected.
Yeah.
When you watch him, it's like he's mob connected, and it's one of them like, I don't have time for this. Yeah, it's one of them like, yeah, he was really quiet on the show, and it was one of them. I bet you he's mob connected. He's Italian.
Yeah, but when he opened his mouth, he should have shut.
Yeah, exactly. Shut up. It's one of them. Yeah, you're talking too much, bro. Shut the fuck up. Or
I don't know how much you ever watched. I don't know how much you ever watched, but Joe Giudice got caught on a phone call. He was near a microphone, and he answered the call, and it was one of the people he was having an affair with on the side, and he says he says my bitch wife, and he called her a CUNPD, and
yeah,
and she didn't know that he talked about her like that,
right?
And she's so fucking embarrassed.
Exactly.
And she still stayed with him after that. She stayed with him.
Meantime, think about the kids. And that's exactly why a lot of people do it. Otherwise, he would have been deported. He could have been deported.
He was deported.
Right.
Or when he finished his jail sentence, they deported him.
Right. So you think about that with no matter what happens, it's that love that connects them. And unfortunately, that's what happens.
I think Teresa's over that now. I think she's over that now.
Yeah, she might get sick of it. She might get sick of it and move on.
No, she filed for divorce from Joe when he went to jail. Because when she came out, her mother had died while she was in jail, and she will never ever forgive him for that. So
no, because that's a big thing.
That was the final straw, and that's why she divorced him while he was in jail, and then he left and went. When he got out of jail, he went, but she got married to a new guy.
Oh, did she? Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it since then. I mean, like I knew that they went to jail and bankruptcy and stuff like that. But that's a toll on your kids as well. Never mind anything else.
Oh, those kids don't want for anything. They're so fucking
I know they
spoiled.
don't.
Oh,
I know
shit.
they don't. They have
They're
everything.
spoiled. She spoiled
Where
the
at
shit
least
out.
the other ones, they had to work for it. Like Carolyn's kids, you had to see them working for it,
Yeah.
not just hand it to them. That's something where, yeah,
They
you
still
see,
had it
be more like Carolyn's kids. Work for
They
it.
still had it easier, but if they wanted their fortune, they had to work for it.
They had to also go to their uncle to ask them about that black water and stuff like that, and that they were selling black water.
What they called it, Blackwater?
Yeah,
That's funny. Isn't that one of the big oligarchy companies?
that's exactly
Blackwater.
what I said. Here comes Blackwater, motherfuckers. Here comes Brightwater and Blackwater.
I didn't even know about Blackwater when I saw that
Mhm.
episode about selling the water.
Yeah,
It was called Blackwater though.
yeah.
Um.
BLK.
Oh right, BLK.
BLK water. When they did the convention centers and stuff like that to try selling this water. And of course, that was with Hoboken. The boys moved to Hoboken, and that was the same time Buddy, Kate Boss. He's just down the road.
I can't hear Hoboken. I can't hear the name without hearing Bugs Bunny go, Hoboken.
Well, you got to think of Cake Boss as well from Hoboken, New Jersey.
I never watched Cake Boss. But
and here you go. You got Bon Jovi on the radio, "Slippery When Wet."
Oh
Bridges to
yeah.
Babylon. You think about it, it's Bridges to Babylon.
That's Spirit Talk.
There you go.
But
It's
the
called that.
episode of Bugs Bunny was with the little penguin, and he took the penguin to the North Pole, to the South Pole, and then finds out that he's from a circus in Hoboken, and he goes,
Hoboken.
Hoboken.
Hoboken. Well, why
His
didn't
whole
you tell me?
He did all that fucking tap. Like,
Yeah,
you
why
had
didn't
to
you
bring
tell me that's where we had to go, you fucking Pingu? You don't speak Pingu.
That was a cool show for kids.
And I would have been like, she's just watching APTN and telling you that grandfather is talking with grandfather tales.
APTN is a fucking
the-
fraud too. You know that? They're fucking
Yeah.
they're just native CBC.
Right.
I thought that they were amazing. I thought it was amazing that ATP.
Some of the things we can learn on there, though. We learn on there too.
It's true, but they are also part of the brainwashing, part of the
Anything about
right narrative. And they hurt their own people with that fucking station. But
Did
I
you
used
see
to watch
about the guy in Winnipeg?
Huh?
The guy in Winnipeg was exonerated.
What guy in
He came out of jail. Apparently, they tried pinning 3 freaking natives from something First Nation, like a nation reserve, and they didn't do it. They spent 50 years in jail.
50
fucking years in jail, and he's come out. That's fucked up, man.
50.
50. Apparently 50 years in fucking jail. And that's almost like how with Wheat Kings with David Milgaard. You see, going out into jail and you're fucking innocent, but you didn't know what you were signing because the RCMP cop knows that you can't speak English, you don't write English, you don't talk English. You sign something. They trick him.
They
Make him sign the paper. They made him sign the paper, and he didn't kill the woman.
I've seen CSIS interviews where they have convinced people to say that they were guilty when they weren't.
Right.
They fucked with their minds, and they've got it so that
them.
so that they just wanted it to end, so they just confessed to it when they didn't do it.
That's the thing what happened here, because the man did not speak English. So therefore, the breakdown of the language barrier, and of course, when it goes to natives, they're going to put the native behind the bars before a white man. And that's wrong. they made him sign a paper and he didn't have anybody there to tell him, like, this is what you're signing. Like, don't sign this. And no lawyers were there. That's exactly what they do to your kids. That's exactly what they make you do. They try to get you to sign these papers, and you don't want to sign them. You don't want to sign them. You want a lawyer. And
Yeah, I watched.
unfortunately, when you don't have that language, there's nobody there to help you. And that was years ago. So
Another
you're
thing I
going,
watch on YouTube is the interrogations. I like watching
yeah,
the interrogations. But
some of them are
I don't.
fucked.
But see, I don't really get as much out of them as I should, because I should be learning how people lie. But at the
Mhm.
same time, I see people lie in so many different ways that I can't tell the difference all the time. But one
Right.
thing I do see is the way that people, it's like a game people play with each other, fucking
It's a
with each
mind
other's
fucking
mind.
game.
Yeah, the
Mind
bad
fuck.
guy is fucking with the good. I don't want to call him a
Right.
good guy. The bad guys were fucking with the cop, and the cop is fucking with the bad guy. So it's like a game that they're playing.
That's
And
exactly what you do as when they want to put you on the opposite side of the table, you start mind fucking them. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like it's one of them. You're trying to make me agree to your terms, and I'm not agreeing them. No,
you
I'll
know,
fight you tooth and nail.
I heard Brett say about somebody that I watch. My daughter actually turned me on to him, and then I heard Brett. He listens to him too, and his name is Mr. Ballin, and Mr. and then Ballen, and he's got a few
Okay.
channels. There's Mr. Ballen's podcast, and then just Mr. Ballin, and he tells all
Mhm.
these stories. Most of them are true, but some of them are made up. But
Right.
you'll find out that they'll tell you if it's true or not. But not, by the end. I mean, not right at the beginning necessarily.
Okay.
So, but he tells these stories. He's so good at telling them. He says all kinds of detail so that you really get a picture of where you're standing, what the facts are, what facts he doesn't want you to know till the end, and
Mhm.
really tells good stories. And I can't listen at night because I'll have nightmares. So, but I love
Oh,
listening when I'm doing my housework or whatever, and I'm just listening to him and telling stories. And if
yeah.
there's no drama to watch, I'll go watch Mr. Ballin. And I think it's funny that Brett, like Mr. Ballin's pretty clean cut. It's not
Mhm.
like shit that Brett shows, all the evil satanic shit, right?
I
It's
don't
just
like
normal,
that.
stories. Well, not the stories aren't about normal people. There's one that got me really paranoid. That there was one that with this guy that was living in the walls. It was a true story,
I
and the
know,
guy
right?
lived
That's crazy.
for months in the
He's a
walls of
hamster.
somebody else's house.
He's a
What?
hamster. He's like a
Oh,
hamster in the wall.
he could get in and
The
out,
man.
like to go
That's
get
weird.
food, but he had people believing that that they were talking to their mother was a ghost, right? She died. They were pulling a seance, and this guy just started knocking on the walls, and they
Oh, that's
thought it was their
creepy.
mom.
That's fucking
I
creepy.
know. I know.
He can hear you.
I
He's
will
like, "Yeah, I'm
never
gonna
forget
fucking
that
fuck you
story.
up now. Get out of here."
Oh, I'll never forget that story. And one day I'll tell you. Maybe I can see. Where I live in a century-old building. Like it's older than a century old,
Yeah, you don't want to
right?
hear them things.
Well, no. It gets worse. There's holes in this building.
Oh God, she
The
doesn't
last,
want to hear this shit.
the last time. No, this is. It's kind of like the story, but not. There was no person living in the wall. Not that I
Oh,
know
thank
of.
God. Oh, good.
But it does have holes in it. Now, the last 2 winters have been mild winters.
Mhm.
And I live near the lake, and down near the lake, there used to be a grain and feed mill there. And
Okay.
when they tore it down, all the rats in the fucking factory went scurrying
Came
away.
around. Yeah.
And yeah, and now that was many years ago, but that's why there's rats downtown. And so last 2 winters were mild, and so they had a chance to breed more.
Yeah,
And
they got in their
this winter
balls.
was really fucking cold, and they found their way into the walls of this apartment and
Oh,
into
yeah.
my apartment. So I
Fucking
had
gross.
rats. Oh my God, it was so horrible. It was, oh my God, it was just so horrible. But anyway, I heard this story about the man in the walls at the same time as I had the fucking rats. And I was like,
Get down.
oh my God, what if that's a person in the fucking, because you can hear them scratching and
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
they
You
drop
can.
things. It's like they're playing with
They
ball
chew
bearings in
things.
the fucking walls. They're
Mhm.
so loud. They're not like mice. Mice are nice and quiet. If you don't bother them, they won't bother you. And hopefully
Mice
they
are
won't
lighter.
bother you.
Rats are heavier.
Yeah, but also it's like they don't care that they're making noise.
No,
And
they don't
apparently
give a shit.
they don't see very well either. Apparently.
They're
So
smart. They're smart, but it's one of them. My grandma would call them long tails. Like, I don't want to fucking look at that long tail. That's
yeah,
outside.
and me
Yeah,
too.
she hated mice. Like, think of old maid and she's up on the table, like, yeah, get rid of this mouse.
Mice don't bother me. It's like I never
They're
had a
quick.
problem with mice. The mice would come and go, and I didn't have a problem with them. But this was rats, and they
Yeah,
don't
rats.
behave.
No.
Yeah, they're gone now, but you wouldn't
Yeah.
believe what a fucking stress it was. It was
Oh,
because
yeah,
I had to protect
stressful.
dogs. My dogs are the kind of dogs that are ratters, like they're terriers. They're in the
Mhm.
terrier. Well, actually, I found that out, and then I unfound that out because apparently it's not true for Frodo. But Samwise is half. Well, he's a quarter Yorkshire Terrier, and he's a
Yorkie?
quarter. Yes, and he's a quarter Maltese, and he's a quarter Shih Tzu, and he's a quarter Pomeranian.
So that Yorkie alone will smell out the mouse.
Yeah, and I don't want them biting into the mice. I had to protect them from them.
Now they hear them where they are. That's the
I
one
kept
thing
them
to
in-
listen to your dog, right? And your dog would show you, like, it's over here, Mom. It's over
Yeah, but
here.
they bark at
The ball.
They bark at anything. So you can't really tell what they're
That's
barking.
true.
But when the rats were here, you could hear them. So it wasn't
Mm-hmm.
really a mystery anymore. Although I wasn't sure what the fuck it was. I was like, is that a squirrel or could it be? I was like,
Yeah.
oh, please be an otter. I like otters.
Otters are so cute.
I know. I actually was thinking of
I saw
calling
them on
my dog.
TV this morning, and I was like, "Aw."
What, you saw one?
Well, yeah, no, but if I'm at the water, possibly, but it's one of them. They're up north, right?
Hey,
They're
Mrs.
north.
J, welcome back. Sorry.
Hi, Mrs. J. They were on the TV, and I went, "Oh yeah, look at the otters. This is so cute."
When you just
But
said,
you know
oh
what
yeah,
you-
you just wanted Pink
Yeah, because
Boberto.
Oh yeah. Oh, you mean when he goes, "Oh yeah, oh yeah."
I can't stand that sound. And it's so fucking loud too.
Oh, when he does it, I know. It's him and
Well,
his
even
Rada
with
mating call.
Rada
Rada's
too, he
mating
does.
call. It's Rada's mating call. Oh,
Well, he does. Hey, Mrs. J, the link's at the top. We're not talking
Oh,
politics anymore. We're
no.
just shooting shit. Smoking
Shooting
joints
the
and
shit.
shit.
Having
Almost
coffee.
time to smoke another joint.
I got her off of the, Satan, Sons of
Just get me
Saturn.
off. I have to get you off because you're being prejudiced and I have to change the subject. I wanted to talk about the other stuff, but I'm
You
cool
can
with just
talk.
shooting shit.
Go ahead.
No, I got the main thing was to talk about that bullshit in the press conference.
I wouldn't
I'd
watch
like
it
to
yesterday
talk
because
about,
it pisses me off.
well, I didn't see it until the nighttime. And
Yeah,
then
'cause I knew you would
after,
see it.
oh, Jesus. Oh,
I
first I
understand.
said Trump's lies, then I had to sit through Satan Yahoo kissing Trump's ass.
Makes you
What-
want to vomit.
Oh, she just said,
I said it makes me want to vomit.
it does.
Yeah,
But
it
that was
does. It
especially
makes you really
that was
fucking want to vomit. No, I'm doing saying these liars. Like, wow, you bold-faced lying in front of me. Fuck you.
listening idiots and food. Joe, you around? He probably left. He hasn't said anything for a long time.
I think he was around when we were talking about America.
America.
Yeah, America.
You know, I had an American boyfriend, and I would not the one I lived with, the another one before that, and he was like a proud American, and I had zero respect for America. So what I would do is, because we used to type. Anyway, what I do is, I would take the A off America and just have a small M and call it America. That was a long time before I ever heard that eagle going, America.
America.
Yeah, everybody here was doing that, and there was like a big joke. But I said that in like decades ago.
I told them we were the A to America. Tell them we're North American. And I don't want to become an American. United States. Thanks. We're Canadians.
Yeah. Well, I just don't want to be in the American rules. I'd rather the devil I do know instead of the devil I don't.
Right. We know our demons. We know yours.
Yeah.
I know yours. Anyways, it all ties
Every
back down to England.
My American boyfriend that I lived with in the RV, for 10 years, we had to cross back and forth on the border. Like every 6 months, we had to cross back and forth. So, when I'd be down the States, and I was learning all about 1A, right? I was learning, like, our life was on the road. So the chances of running into a cop were great, right?
Yes.
So we needed to know our rules. And so when I started learning these rules, the constitutional things in the states and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, or as Ricky on Trailer Park would call them, the Choices and Voices Act.
The choices and the voices.
That's my favorite thing that they ever said on Trailer Park Boys was the Choices and Voices Act. That was my favorite thing. So I started learning all that stuff, and then sticking up for myself. And when the cops would stop us and ask things like, "Where are you coming from?" and stuff like that, I was like, "We don't have to tell you."
None of your business.
My name, because I'm a passenger.
Right.
So, I was learning all this shit. Now, our rules are a little bit different, and they can ask you to identify, even if you haven't committed a crime. If they're detaining you, you do have to give your. And I was arguing with a cop, an OPP cop, about it, and then he showed me in the fucking law, like online.
Yeah.
We went online, and he showed me. You do have to give it. So not all the rules are the same, and you should always have rules. But it was cool because the cops were always trying to chase us away because we lived in an RV. So we were like, they chased us away like we're seagulls. So like the rich people would call the cops and say, "There's an RV parked there," and so they'd come and just harass us. So I learned the laws of where we were. This was down on in Toronto, on the edge, almost at Mississauga, the Humber West,
Humber River,
or the Humber West Park. There's on the left west side of the Humber, there's a park, and on the east side of Humber, there's a park. So the one on the west side, there's a road that runs. I think it's called Marine Park Drive.
Right.
And we used to park there, and
it is called that.
Yeah, and that was the time where they knocked down the Beach Motel and a whole bunch of motels on Lake
Remember,
Shore.
I sent you a picture of what it looks like today, and it's all freaking condo.
Yeah, that's all they were doing.
Across from Kraft, where Kraft was, Mr. Christie's. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all condos now. That's my, because I sent a picture to you to be like, look, you were talking about here with all
Yeah,
the sleazy motels. Yeah, where are they? They're not
I
here
love
now.
I love those sleazy motels. Me and Theo used to stay in those sleazy motels.
Well,
But
I'll show you
we
more
just,
sleazy hotels where I'll be like, just come here. Sleazy motel.
well, they had them in the East End too, near the Bluffs.
Hmm.
But I don't know if they still have those either, because they probably condoed that area up too.
Because that's what they want. They want you out of there and in a condo. And it's
Into a chicken
stupid,
coop.
Million. Yes, yes, more windows. Those windows fall out, Cat. You're paying them. It's
I don't
stupid.
even. Is that what's happening? Oh my God! I
Yeah,
remember
my girlfriend has to get rid of hers downtown. Like, get rid of it. It's a pain in your ass. Capital
it was
gain.
one of those skyscrapers. They were
Yep.
loose windows, and
You
they were
should
just
check
crashing
them.
onto Front Street, onto
Still
Spadina, onto
happening.
University.
It's the way that they build them. Give me a break.
Yeah, I
It's one of
know.
them. You're building too quick. And this new one that they want to go 100 stories in the fucking air. Are they dumb?
Is
Yeah.
is it the tallest 100
That's
story?
Sky Grid. Yeah.
There
It's
was
on
one.
Young Street. Young
There was a
Street.
bar on the 52nd floor downtown.
Mm-hmm.
There was a bar on the 52nd, and that guy that I told you, the older guy.
Mm-hmm.
He took me to that restaurant on the 52nd floor downtown,
Oh, Manulife.
and but I wasn't old enough to drink yet.
That was the
So
Manulife Center. They live in there too. Manulife Center?
is that where the 52nd
Yes,
floor
there's a
was?
it's called Panorama up there where you're
I thought,
looking out.
no, that's the CN Tower has a
No, no,
panorama.
no, no. That's Manulife. There's a bar up there called
Oh,
Panorama. It's expensive.
okay. Well, yeah, it was expensive, and he had
That's right.
money, right?
That's
So
right.
we went there, and he said he was going to order me a drink, and I said, well, I
You're
don't have
paying.
I don't have any big.
You're
He says,
paying.
look, he says, you're with me. He says, when I order you one, they'll go get it for me. He goes, just don't smile, he said, because my smile used to make me look so young.
Man.
And I was young. I was 17, but my smile made me look young. So I couldn't look like an adult when I smile.
Right.
So he's just don't smile.
Just look away when they give it to you.
But I couldn't help it. I could never stop. Like even now, I'll smile as if I've still got teeth. And then you see the reflection, I'm like, oh my God. But I can't not smile. It's hard. I gotta learn to cover my mouth when I smile or something.
I think I'm gonna repot something today.
Oh yeah, you got enough heat?
Do I have enough heat in my plant room?
Yeah.
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 I got a heater up there.
You have a plant room?
Yeah. I put the
What is that?
sliding doors out there.
On the first floor or the second floor?
Second. Right
On the top.
where the balcony. Yeah, I encased the balcony a little bit. And added an extra plant room.
You have two balconies.
And then I have the balcony down here. Yep.
Hey, and one of them is a Cole Pollock one, right?
Hmm.
One of the balconies is the one that the Pollock sits on.
Yeah, that's upstairs.
So your flower room or your plant room is his
It's his
balcony?
TV room. That's his TV room. It's true, Miss J. So see, now he wants to sleep in there. Whatever. I don't care.
The woman always gets more closet space.
We just got new closets and doors.
Huh?
Yeah, I've been busy over here, bringing the dream to life. So now I've just got to repaint the walls, and I'm getting that done. I want to do like a nicer, like a grayish blue, I think, in the rooms, just on a couple of walls. Like the window wall, I'm gonna have to replace my windows. So they're on order. They're coming.
If I had enough motivation, I would paint my walls and make it like a scene. I would make it like bulrushes and tall grasses in the
Yeah,
corner.
I would need my cousin for that because he does great murals, great wall work,
It would just be
and he does
graffiti.
canvas work.
Yeah, but I'm not really that great of a like a painter or
Yeah,
anything like that. It's not my art. So it'd be
I
more like
want one of
graffiti.
his art.
It'd be more like graffiti if I did it.
I told him I want to buy one of his art paintings. That means I have
Yeah.
to go to the house and look at his collection. Ooh, yeah, because there's one that he's been doing, like he's been doing the cosmos and stuff like that. He's over there on TikTok.
You know my friend Wayne here where I live?
Mm-hmm. I've
You
heard
seen him on a
about.
couple streams? Well, he was on a couple streams too.
Oh, have you been?
He's a painter, and I got one of his paintings. It's beautiful. And I have another painting from my next door neighbor. He gave me a painting that he gave to his grandmother when his grandmother died. It went back to him, and he
Mm-hmm.
gave it. And he paints very dark pictures, but
Dark.
this picture was all purple and pink and a big flower. And it was like, oh, that's really cool. Like your most
See, the
positive.
painter.
Yeah,
Yeah, the painter gave me a picture. He's like, I have a nice art picture at home. And I said, okay. And he showed me 3 different kinds of art. And, you know, the first 2 weren't for me. And I went, I'll take the third one. It's palm trees and a hammock. And that's why I say I'm hammock chilling. I'm hammock chilling. So, of course, there I manifested my hammock. Yeehaw.
See your hammock
see?
chilling.
I'm hammock chilling always. It's one of them sayings that I have, and a lot of the younger kids are like, "Is that
I
code?"
learned it from Shiz.
Shiz got it from me, so
Yeah,
of
I know
course
you
I'm
don't
like,
need-
"You're stealing my words again, Shizzle." So of course it's fine. It's something where no problem, take it. And of course, when a crafty cat is that code? No, it means I'm actually hanging in my hammock.
I forget about the hammock.
Chilling.
I'm
I'm
always
chilling
forgetting.
out. Yeah. Maybe I'll do a stream where I'm in the pool. How's that? I'm floating like Adele with wine. Fuck off. I'm in my floaty and
Floaty.
and then I'll take you into the sauna room and we'll be like, let's hotbox this bitch.
I heard you say that to someone. I heard you say that to someone on their stream. You
Yeah.
seem to be on everybody's fucking stream nowadays.
Vids.
You're something about your sauna room.
I told COVID I would go down and I'd be like, yeah, wait till I get my floaty and I'm in the pool. And I've got the gym downstairs. So really and truly I don't have to go anywhere. I have it
I
all
haven't
here.
watched it. I watch him once in a while
Yeah.
because you know, something will happen where somebody gets tangled up with him or something happens on his show because I didn't even know Terry goes to his show. I didn't even
Yeah.
know that. Terry makes his way around too. Although I
Terry
haven't seen him.
Terry
I-
says
I-
he's moving in.
Has Terry still been on COVID streams? Because I don't see him anywhere else that I was seeing him.
He's doing his
not-
thing. He's around.
Yeah.
He's got his own channel.
I don't like him because he's also a racist, but against
Ah.
Arab. But he can be entertaining.
I'll
and I
just
love
tell
the-
him you're German.
I love the way he treats Americans.
I say you're from fucking Germany, and don't forget.
Yeah, but I love the way he
hate-
treats Americans.
Exactly. That's why we keep
condescending-
Terry on our side.
Yeah, it's
That's why he says he's moving in with Kat, and I'm like, fine.
Who's moving in with Kat?
He's saying that he's moving in with me, and I'm like, okay, no problem. Everybody wants to move in with me.
Yeah, that was even when he was on Brett's show as a regular.
Yeah.
He used to talk about getting a visa and coming here. Like he
That's
went
why he needs me.
married for a green card in America or something.
I
Right?
know they just want to utilize us, Kat. That's it.
Yeah, but he's upfront about it.
They all are. When they come to me, they're all fucking like, listen, this is what we need you to do. And We just have the money. We just need you to, get us in the door. It's one of them like, you fucking assholes. This is why you come to Canada.
What's that happen to you?
Why?
I,
I'm not doing a lot of things that they want me to do because, no.
who?
Some
Who's asking
people,
you these things?
a few people in Canada, but I'm not going to name who they are.
No, don't. No. No, I'm assuming they're not people we know.
I'm not doing
It's
anything that's illegal. And definitely, I wouldn't do it.
It's only
So-
illegal if you do it.
Yeah, well, I'm already tied up and messed, tangled, and weaved and everything else when it comes down to legalities. And if you're in Canada, I'm not doing it. End of story. No.
Just say you already married a Polak for his green card.
I know how they want to work it for their fucking Canadian citizenship. And I'm thinking, no, I'm not doing that. I tried to help you out and you fucking fucked up.
They'd
That's
rather
the
have
thing here.
American citizenship.
The problem is, it's one of them, no. You fucked around. You were supposed to get a computer. You were supposed to do these things and get your English better, and you're not doing it. And why should I help somebody when you're not going to help yourself? When I can look at the other one that came with you and, wow, look at that. He's English because he practices. He gets on the line and he's learning. He's getting better at his English. And he's doing the exact same things that everybody else has to do, which
Are
is
you talking
whether
about
it's
the
skip the
Polak?
dishes.
You're not talking
No,
about
I'm talking. No, my Polak knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, I've heard him speak English. He doesn't say he sounds like he's Canadian.
Oh, yes. He's when I hear the French Canadian in him, I go, fuck off. I don't like that part because I'm going to kick you. I don't like French Canadian. And it's the arrogance in them. That's all. And you'll hear it coming out of some of the Canadians where you're like, yeah, that's a French Canadian part in you, and I'm going to kick it out of you. That's when my grandma will come in. All right? Remember the north of Britain. Fuck you! We don't do that here. But yeah, like he can be arrogant, just like I could be arrogant too. I get right back on him. And I remember one thing that his grandfather told me. Don't worry, I got a hammer. Now I got two. I got Thor's hammer and I got the real fucking hammer. And I remember what your grandfather told me. When in doubt, my girl, take the hammer. So anytime I say that, it's one of those looks where he goes, yeah, my grandfather would tell you that. Get the hammer. And what's really sad is a lot of them are gone. Out of their own stupidity, guys. It's their own stupidity. It's fucking drinking. It's dumb.
Where have all the flowers?
I've seen a lot of people fall for stupid reasons where it could have been prevented.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. When Natalie was little, we could have sold pot to make some money, but
Yeah,
we were
but I'm
gonna-
talking.
we'd end up in jail. We'd end up in jail, and she'd end up in children's aid.
Yeah, I'm
So-
talking hard drugs, and a lot of it, messed up my mini me when she had to watch that, one after the other, just leave the plane of the earth. And yeah, that hurts her.
Yeah.
That hurts her. That's why she'll act out.
Hopefully, it teaches her something though too.
Yeah, she knows she's diabetic, so no, she's got a lot of pent up anger, and that's how I was when I was a kid. So it's one of them like, I get it. Do what you need to do. Go get your yayas out. Go find yourself.
Hopefully
Because
not.
half of them applied to them. So I call it the brainwashing system. When you find out that you've been fucking coerced by stupid people, and oh yeah, go figure, they're supposed to be blood family related, right? No, this is why I don't associate. I sit back and I watch karma. And it's coming.
It's hard to do that with your children though.
Oh, it's gonna come to them that think that they know better. I know it will. Already you've increased rent, so that's making it a little hard on the people. And I'm already prepared for this. Like I've been talking to you, Kat. You know what I mean? Like I'm just sitting over here doing my
What
same
pay
thing.
rent?
Huh?
You don't
That's
have to
little.
pay rent.
No, I pay a mortgage.
Yeah.
And I've gotten my shit every time I turn my camera on. I do it on purpose. No way. Go eat your heart out, bitches. And I'm not talking to any one of you. I'm talking to the spies that are on my street. That's why I go ahead. Yeah, they're called so-called family. And
Oh.
I got you all last year when you wanted to pop out of nowhere and just come at me. That's why I said, come on.
Oh,
Who
your
else is
sister
watching
and
me?
your mother.
Who else is watching? I'll pull you under the tree. Not a problem. Because I know who's watching me.
I saw that fight with your sister outside at the car.
Damn right. Oh, she's scared of me. I know she is. That's why I keep my distance.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes family.
You don't need a dead sister. She's a Pharisees. No way. That's why I say I leave them alone. But when you want to call the pee popo on me for no fucking reason, yeah, I'm gonna lose my temper a little bit. Because you're diabolical, and I see you for what you are. My daughter will too. Don't think that my daughter's not smart. She is. She'll walk around with her freaking phone. Oh, my daughter's told me to fuck off. Hey, not a problem. I'll be here when you need me.
Oh, fuck that. My daughter told me to fuck off. She's gonna hear it from now till fucking September.
I went silent. It's nothing better than going silent.
Silence is cruel and unusual punishment, though.
It's okay. It's one of them. Wait till we run into her. And that will happen. I know my daughter. She'll get hot-tempered. And start, quote-unquote, lying. I know what happens to her. That's why I say, good luck to you. Good luck to you.
Quote-unquote lying is telling the truth. If you put
My
the
daughter
quotes in it.
is, my daughter's a Virgo. She's going to tell you exactly. Go fuck yourself. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know I'm a Virgo too.
She's like me. And don't
You're
come at me for
Sagittarius.
money. Don't come at her for money. And that's one of
Sagittarius, aren't you? Or Capricorn?
I'm cusp. That's why me and her will be like, we'll battle. Not a problem.
Yeah, but the opposite of Virgo is Pisces.
Yes, well,
Which
I know. That's why she's dealing with that. She deals with that now. And how you like her? How you like this stupid bitch? Hey? How you like this stupid bitch? I can eat a fish anytime I want to. Look at your dad. He's easy. Get over here. Yeah, fucking
both my
fucktard.
moon and both my black moon Lilith are both Pisces.
See, mine's Gemini. That's why I'm saying you're fucking with the wrong one, bitch. You fucked up with the wrong one.
She's Gemini and Virgo, then she's completely Mars.
My kids are 8
Mercury.
years apart.
Mercury, not Mars. Mercury.
See, my son's gonna be 29.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for all hell to break loose. It's gonna come. Booyaka.
How old's your daughter?
21.
20?
21. And my son's
My
gonna be
daughter's
29.
My daughter she's 35. She'll turn 36.
If you look at my son, he's a brick shit house. And
No.
he's Viking all the way.
She turns 35 this year.
The one thing I tried to tell my kids not to do is fight.
See, I only had one, so who's she gonna fight with? Just me.
No, my daughter will get out there and fucking fuck you up if she wants to. But I tried telling her, please not do that. Now that you're older, you must pertain yourself. But she will still mouth you off. I know that. She's kind of like my real mom. And it's one of them, just go and do what you need to do. Get your yah-yahs out. As long as your yah-yahs aren't coming out on me, I don't care.
It skips a generation.
Actually, right now, it's one of them. I think something happened to her kid. And I'm telling you, my daughter's it's the phone. The phone people.
She has a kid?
Cat.
Oh, cat.
A kitty cat.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Something happened to her cat, you'll fucking hear it. I'm telling you.
Why do you think something happened to her cat?
She posted something that I seen. And of course, it said something about her cat. And like an emoji with her cat and a heartbreak. So, of course, I'm reading through that going, if something happened to the cat, you're all fucking in trouble. I'm telling you that right now. My
Did she
daughter
live
will.
there?
If that was the one that we think that got outside all the time, you're gonna hear a fucking rollicking from my daughter. Those are like her children.
So what, the cat ran away, is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't be surprised if the cat got hit by a car.
Oh, don't put that on you.
I'm telling you, I almost hit my sister's cat. You wanna fuck around and find out, you're not that far away. I've got her going fucking here and there over the past few months. Let me tell you, all's not good. I know when things aren't good because you'll portray it that you are doing great. I
So
know.
what's got into you? How come I see you on all the panels? I see you in the chats. You're everywhere.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get around.
Yeah, you are. Lately you do.
Yeah.
I'm seeing you like on almost every panel I look at. There's Crafty.
Yep.
Pop up on Lisa B's. You've been on. I don't think you've been on Tonics. You don't go on
No.
Tonics or HPs.
I quite nicely asked you to stop calling him a beaver because those beavers work so hard.
What? Who is a beaver? I didn't say beaver.
When you were talking about, it was Katie calling him a beaver, and I
Yeah,
said, please
yeah,
stop
Katie
it.
calls him a
Please
beaver.
stop. Yeah,
Johnny?
our poor beavers work very hard.
Yeah, plus he looks more like a rat anyway.
That's what she said. She said, I'm going to call him a Nutra rat. And I said, okay,
Oh
that's
yeah,
better.
that's right. She did start calling him a root. I had to look that up. I didn't know if that was something she made up or if it was real.
No. It's so funny because I have to go through my video or I'll go downtown again because I was like, oh, look, there's a store called Sweat and Tonic. And I thought, fuck, I can't even release this video now because he's going to think I'm talking about him. And that's when I saw Alfrat. And I went, yeah, that's Tonic and Alfrat. An Alfrat. An Alfrat.
You mean like Alf on the TV?
I think so, something like that. But I'll go back down and fucking take a picture of it and be like, this is Tonic Alfrat. When I saw it, I went, yeah, that's what you are, more fucking Alfrat. It was just a sticker. It was funny.
I think Bert's the one who keeps on showing a picture of a beaver.
Yeah, stop he's a muskrat. That's what I was saying.
Hey, I like
Make them like a fucking muskrat or something,
I
or
like muskrats.
a river rat that's ugly, that a coyote would
like
eat.
muskrats. Why would you say muskrats?
Because they're not beavers.
They're friendly beavers. Beavers are not that friendly.
I would say a fucking river rat. There's something that's useless.
Yeah.
That's when I found it on Stella's when I went down. And I went, oh my God, there's fucking river rat right in front of me. And yeah, that's when I found it dead. I went, oh, there it is again. It's dead. I knew it was going to end up dead.
Dead Stella or alive Stella?
Dead Stella.
Oh.
My Stella. Stella Morris.
Well, there's another Stella, right? One that got involved with.
Not that one.
I only know because I made a video of that too.
She makes videos a lot and she doesn't put them out. I know that.
No. I put out the one with a bird being an owl. I put out the one with Rada because it's the one I used. I juxtaposed it with Star Trek, an old Star Trek episode where the guy he's a funny character on Star Trek, the classic Star Trek.
Okay.
Harry Mudd, and Harry Mudd had a whole bunch of robots, and he had one that he made in his wife's image, just so he could shut her down. Her robot would start going, Harcourt, Fenton Mudd, have you been drinking again? And then he'd go, shut up, Stella. And then the robot would power down, ding, 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 like this, right? But at the end, when they were punishing Harry Mudd, they were going to leave him on the planet with 500 of his ex-wife robots yelling at him. And he couldn't even shut them down because they didn't listen to him anymore. He didn't have the controls anymore. So that when I saw Rada getting in shit from all these women, from I want to call her Renee, Ruru, from Ruru and Stella, who I don't know, but I saw her in that, and I think Squishy was in it too. I didn't know her then. I never knew who she was then. But yeah, and they're all yelling at him, and he's just one guy against all these women henpecking him.
I'm watching
Maybe
a
they
girl
get-
make food. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
She's
Yeah.
prepping all of the vegetables onto like a cooking tray and then seasoning them over here.
I love that.
And I'm wondering if, like, she's got corn on the cob. She chopped it up into like smaller pieces.
Right.
Radish and potato and
Right.
green peppers. All these great foods. So now I'm watching her. She's like totally sitting there in her kitchen going, yep, I've got this down pat. Yeah, here comes my oil.
Sounds like a charcuterie.
Well, I don't know. She's making this look fabulous. And what are we doing with it, lady?
Is it on a wooden board?
Well, she just chopped it up and now we're, mixing it up onto another cooking tray.
Oh, she's going to cook it.
Yes, she's mixing it up right now. And getting all the oils and the spices all together, mixing. And she's transferring it from one baking sheet to another with the aluminum foil.
You know what I made on Sunday? I've
She's
never
gonna
had
roast
this.
it.
I made rack of lamb. I slow cooked rack of
Oh,
lamb
nice.
with potatoes and a whole bunch of vegetables.
Yeah, I
And
love
slept
veggies.
8 hours. Huh?
Veggies are great. I bought some corn on the cob myself. Okay, so she's gonna put them in the oven and roast them. Those are new potatoes, by the way, that she's using.
Have you ever had rack of lamb?
Yeah, I used to eat lamb when I was a kid.
I never got to eat lamb when I was a kid. I found that out in my
With
40s.
mint sauce. With the mint sauce.
No, I don't like
That's
mint.
that's what they use on it.
Yeah,
Mint
but
sauce.
you don't have to,
No, I know. New Zealand
just-
lamb.
baby. So, yeah, so I made rack of lamb on Sunday, and a couple of times I've had a big cook of fish, like
Salmon?
no, pike,
Mm.
walleye pike.
Walleye.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
If that's what
They're
you like.
whales. What?
I don't like. I would order out fish and chips. Me. I ordered it on Friday.
I have to eat healthier, so I can't have deep fried fish and chips.
You want me to send you this recipe? This looks healthy.
What? Fish, you mean?
No, she's
Or-
doing the vegetables
Oh,
and
I
like a
don't-
marinara sauce.
I don't like green peppers. I don't like radish. I don't like.
She didn't do green peppers. Oh, she did green peppers, but she did yellow and red.
I don't eat any pepper. I don't like the mild or hot or whatever. I'm not.
You substitute.
Oh yeah, that's what I do all the time. I did that for the rack of lamb. I substituted, and I make my own recipes up as I go.
Yeah, and spices, right? I
Well,
need my
tend-
herbs.
I can't have. If I had money, I would have all kinds of spices. But since I don't have that kind of money, I have certain spice. Like I always have Greek spice, and
Yep.
there's a new one I always have is for lemon and herb, and
Lemon pepper. Lemon
But
seasoning?
I cook everything with turmeric and pepper. And then if I'm gonna salt something, I use pink Himalayan salt.
I actually like the way that she just cooked these and bring out more nutrition and flavor.
Ugh.
She's
What-
using a mortal pesto.
My friend Kendall gave me a book of 100 heart.
Yeah. I'm on a
Heart-
hunt for my cooking books, Kat.
What?
I have cooking books and I'm on a hunt for them, and I've misplaced them someplace in like probably a tote.
Your
And
whole
I'm like,
collection?
it's one of my it's got the Fanny Farmer book in there too. So I gotta
Who's
find
that?
Fanny Farmer is the old way to cook from Chatelaine.
Chatelaine.
Yeah, Chatelaine.
Yes, Chatelaine magazine.
Yes, my grandmother's recipes. Even the ones that I did with Girl Guides. So I'm looking
Wait,
for
how
that kind of stuff.
How
What?
Chatelaine been around?
Long time.
Really?
Yep. My grandma had that book, the Chatelaine cookbook. I didn't take that one, people.
Well, Kendall gave me one that's 100 heart healthy recipes.
Yeah,
So-
she gave me some recipes when I was younger, like with Campbell's soup and shit like that. Easy recipes to make.
Yeah, my dad made that. My-
Yeah, you know, hi, you're just new to cooking. Here you go.
Yeah. Because my mother, she couldn't cook, and my
Well,
father
that's the thing. I was
Palestinian.
17. Like, what are you gonna do? Give me some fucking recipes.
My father was Palestinian, and my mom didn't know how to cook. And so, when you're a
Campbell.
Palestinian woman, you know how to cook. A Palestinian woman knows how to cook. So,
Right.
he was trying to train her to cook. So he said, to make the chicken more interesting, to just put the chicken in the, the casserole dish, and put the vegetables, and then pour mushroom soup over it. And that
Yeah.
was long before they ever put it on the side of a can.
Or
It was,
pork chops.
yeah, or pork chops. That's right.
See, I did it with pork chops, and my family actually liked it. My daughter too.
My
I was
mom
like,
used to
"You
make
like this shit?
with it.
Awesome, good stuff.
Yeah.
That's good to know. I might pull it up once in a while. But
My
like
mom's
with everything, you get tired of cooking.
My mom's pork chops were dry.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know how good a pork chop could taste. But now I don't eat pork at all, so I don't
Right.
eat pork chops. And they can taste pretty good if you keep them juicy.
If
my
you,
mom's were,
if you slow cook them.
oh, we didn't even have a slow cooker.
No,
I didn't
you
even
just
know
put it
what
in the
was.
oven, on slow. Right? Let it go all day, and then it falls apart.
Yeah, that's like any meat.
Where's
That's how I
your
make
sister
my
sauce?
roasts.
That's
That's how I
right.
make my roasts. Yeah. But now there's something else I got from the food bank was
I want to make granola.
it's mushroom broth.
Oh, that sounds nice.
The fuck are they doing upstairs?
I don't know. Dancing.
They're having-
Listen, I will find them. I have to hunt for these things, Miss J.
Mrs. J's talking?
No, if she's still in the chat, I'm talking to her. I'm saying, yeah, if you're still around, I still have to find these things. That's what happens when you put everything in a tote and you kind of move everything around. And then people like, where the fuck did it go? I've been busy putting it here, putting it there. So it's somewhere. And I'll just have to rack my mind where it went. It's in a box somewhere. If anything, hopefully not downstairs. But if it is, we'll get down there. Because my corral's down there. I noticed my daughter took that and wants to play it off like, those are mine. No, they're not. They are mine. Which I need new dishes. So I'd have to just go down to the locker. It's a task for somebody like Crafty.
Yeah,
To go to the basement, It's going
My
to the
locker is
basement,
bedroom.
Dad.
We don't have lockers here, so my bedroom is my storage.
Yeah, normally it's one of them. It might have ended up downstairs, but even downstairs, I need to grab the corral. But I just don't want so much in my house right now.
What's a corral?
The corral dishes that can go into the
Corral. Oh.
baking dishes.
Yeah.
I bought a whole box of them back in the like an international warehouse sale, and I got a really good deal on it. And one of these days, I went around and I went, "Where's my corral?" I could have sworn I had fucking corral. Yeah, my daughter took it. And that's what I'm saying. She didn't use it. She's just like, I'm passing it off as my own. Like I bought it.
Cornell. I knew you were saying it wrong. I couldn't. It's
Corral.
Cornell with an.
No,
it's Cornell with an N.
Relle. Corral. Not Cornell.
Sorry,
Corral.
say that again.
Corral.
That's COR. COR. Hello.
Corral. I put it in the chat. Corral. Corral baking ware.
Okay, do you know about Cornell?
Corral, Canada.
Do you know about
Yeah,
Cornell?
I know about it because I have it.
No, Cornell with an N. Do you know anything about Cornell with an N?
No. I haven't looked into that.
They're also.
I know they don't sell my pattern anymore because that's like not. It's discontinued.
What was it? The yellow flowers?
No. Oh, look at this set. The yellow flowers? No, not that one. I got the whole baking ware, right?
Yeah, that's what it's called, bakeware.
Yeah. And of course, my pattern, when I got it in 2001, it discontinued.
Talking about 60s and 70s. Okay, this is not the same what I was thinking about. Okay, Corningware.
Yeah, Corningware.
Yeah,
I
not
put it in there.
It's not Corral.
It's Corningware. Yeah, sorry. Because there is an outlet up near you on the 400.
Barry, you mean?
The Corral. Yes.
So Corral is the name of the company that makes Corningware.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
okay, so
that's who makes them. Because sometimes you can buy them separately at Walmart.
You're saying that there's a Corningware store that only sells Corningware?
The outlet store. Yes, sweetie. It's right there in factory. Okay?
Is it in
let me get
Barrie?
it for you. Yes. I'm trying to think of the flea market over there.
Outlet. Isn't it
Fucking
the
hell.
427?
400 flea market.
Oh, 400, yeah.
It's on the 400. And it's just off to the right-hand side. Because I've been in that place. That's why I waited for the, when they have these sales that go around. They had these sales that went around, and I was like, oh, I want to get over there and pick up Corningware for like $20. That's how much it was.
Right.
It wasn't that expensive like what you find in the store, right? So I thought, I'm going over there and grabbing it. Any kind of warehouses. That's what I was doing one year.
I've got an old one. It's brown on the outside.
You got a what?
I've got an old one that's brown on the outside and it's white on the inside with the glass top. It's what
I just looked at Antique Market.
I saw a recipe on YouTube last week, and it was like you make mashed potatoes, and then inside you put the stuffing on the inside, and then you wrap the mashed potatoes around, and then you put it in a casserole dish, and you bake it like a huge snowball meatball. And but it's like, you know, puffy on the outside, but it didn't come out hard, like hard enough to keep its shape. Because also you got to put mushroom soup on top. That's the first time I cooked with mushroom soup. Besides making a mushroom soup, that's the first time I cooked with mushroom soup in years. In years, that used to be my only dish that I knew how to make when I moved out on my own. But it's the first time in years that I used it.
Why the
And we're
hell
just
is it doing Google
Huh?
shopping? Piss me off.
What?
The factory outlet store is gonna piss me off where I don't know where it is now. Hang on.
Oh. If you have
Off
any
the
older
highway.
dishes. Oh,
See, they've got
Corel.
it's called Tanger Outlets Cookstown, and they've got a bunch of stuff in there, but it's not feasible, really and truly. However, the Corel store is near me.
There is one near
Pyrex and
you?
stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay,
Let me
I
just
just
bring it up.
Corel products purchased after 2005 are safe and comply with FDA
Mhm.
regulations. I don't know why we're doing FDA in Canada, but
Mhm.
if you have any other older dishes, that gets a bit little trickier. You'll want to avoid eating off of older Corel dinnerware if it shows obvious signs of deterioration.
Mhm.
Glaze is worn if the paint is melting or chipping, etc. So, but I don't have dinnerware, I have cookware. But that cookware gets put in the oven. So, uh-oh.
Uh-huh.
It's my only cash flow.
Pam cooking spray. And on the back here, I just put it Corel.com. That's near me. It's near me. It's open till 9.
Corel is more expensive than some other types of dinnerware because of the unique manufacturing process, which involves laminating 3 layers of glass together to create a lightweight, durable, and chip-resistant product.
Right.
Well, it looks old, but maybe it's after 2000.
See, there's weekly deals.
I got it used, so.
See, you can get the new designs. I gave you the website in the back. Because they can be bought online. If anything, right? Oh yeah, I just gave you a site there, so in case you need it.
Well, you have to put it in the chat because I can't do it from the backstage.
I can't. It's Corel.com.
All right.
Just go to Corel.com. Hi,
But that's not the
Gucci,
link to
Gucci.
the one by your house.
I know, just saying Corel.com, honey.
Yeah, to get all the locations.
That is a warehouse near me. No, she hasn't been up all night. I don't think she was
Yes,
up
I have.
around
Zasky.
4 o'clock. All right, bitchy.
Oh, yeah, I was up all night. I was
Yeah,
gonna go to bed,
okay.
and then I got mad because I saw that stupid press conference, and then I wanted to go
Yeah.
live, and I was thinking about it, but I was trying to be a good girl and just go to sleep, and then Denizen messaged me and asked me if I'd go up on a panel of his friends. So I did reluctantly, and then I politely backed back out again. And then I decided, okay, fuck it, I'm doing my own. So yes, I've been up. But I can
I'm
go to
gonna go
sleep any time. What?
I'm gonna go transfer. Oh, I'm telling Witchy Bitchy. I'm gonna just go play with dirt. Today I'm playing with dirt.
I should probably go to bed now.
I was gonna say I want to transplant my little plants that I got from the Home Depot. And then I'm gonna look at new plants. Witchy Bitchy.
I've got some seeds for some
Yeah.
herbs that I should probably plant in the next couple months.
I got a whack of freaking mullein seeds. Early in the evening, just about supper time. Always got that.
On to, I don't know if I'm reading this right.
She doesn't want to come up if it's just going to get ugly.
Yeah, but I don't know why she can't type properly. She knows how to
She
talk.
says, I'd come to chat, but you're too tired to just get ugly.
Yeah.
Get it? Like she doesn't want to get into kung fu fighting.
Chat. You another time.
I'll just hurt ugly when you're tired.
Might get ugly. I don't want it to get ugly, but good. I can't type.
She's got a cut thumb. She cut herself.
Oh, she cut herself?
Yeah.
Oh. No, but she always types like that. It's like she types like an immigrant.
No.
In
Oh
fact,
my goodness. Witchy bitchy.
She can speak perfectly English.
Yes,
English.
but her swipe
and
isn't working. Her swipe isn't working right because of the thumb. She's got an injured thumb. I have an injured foot. Hey, we're a pair together. Injured thumb, injured foot. Did you see Hippie, by the way, being hippie?
No, he'd be like the plague.
Oh, I'm sorry, he was a girl.
Oh, yes, with the pink wig.
Yeah,
that was so fucking cringe.
Oh, you see, you'd be up there going, "Cat, don't hurt my feelings." Cat would say, "You're fucking cringe." Not me.
I don't care what I say. He doesn't give a shit about what he says about me, so I don't give a shit about what I say about him.
Oh boy.
I don't like people who talk behind your back and they're nice to your face. If you're gonna be an asshole to my face.
Down on the border, out in the street. He was smexy.
Are you trying to say sexy? Because that was so the opposite of sexy.
Man sexy.
No. Jason, what the fuck's his name now?
Hippie.
No. Jason Momoa. That's sexy.
Oh, Jason Momoa. Okay, yes, I can understand what you mean.
Him, hippie, and a pink wig is the exact antithesis of sexy.
Don't forget his dress.
I didn't see his dress. I just saw the pink hair. I went, what the fuck?
I made Ajot tell him, get up and show me the catwalk dance. Damn it.
I don't even know who was on the fucking panel. I just saw the guy. Wig,
I could have gone up there, but I was going to be like, I'm staying in the audience. Ooh, Momoa is cringy, she says. That's Nikki. You see, she's kung fu fighting.
She's just trying to start a fight. She's trying to start a fight.
She's not.
You want to
She's
see
a bat.
things get ugly?
She's a white bat.
You want to see things get ugly? You badmouth Momoa.
Yeah. Now I'm in the middle of this shit. What the fuck have you done?
Don't talk
I'm trying
back
to be on 2-row and you're now fucking around.
Nobody talk bad about Momoa.
I don't like guys with big muscles. We just have different tastes. Yeah, there you go.
It's not just the big muscles. The best thing about the guy is his fucking smile. He has the best smile in the whole entire world.
Cut his head off and put him on a different body.
No, I'm fine with his body too.
No, all righty. But she
He's the
doesn't
only
like
guy.
muscles.
He's the only guy that I would be a cougar for.
Oh, a cougar. Wow.
There is, yeah, but I'm so not a cougar. I was into older guys. I'm not so much anymore because now I'm old. They're even older, so that's not really about attractive.
I just want to know where the real men are.
To the younger guys, that's like so sick.
Nikki, do you know where they are?
He's in his 40s, so that's not too bad. That's not shit.
The real men. I mean, like the real guys.
He's a real man.
I'm
He's
just
a
saying,
real-
like, where's the real man today?
What?
Just asking. There's not really real men today. They're
No, I know.
Sissy babies. Sissy.
I know.
Like, what
I
is
know.
wrong with you, sissies?
What man shaves his chest, for fuck's sakes? That's so fucking gross.
Dare I even give asthma or, sissy sidewalk la la? You know? I fucking love it when he says that. Sissy sidewalk la la.
Look at the guys here. Look at the guys here in the fucking drama.
I know.
It's just a bunch of fucking women nattering, gossiping. And when I was growing up, guys did not gossip.
That's because
Guys things. They didn't gossip.
they're gay. Guys gossip more than girls.
Here they do.
Hell yeah. They can talk more than girls. And ladies, you know this because it's a matter of just sitting around going, fuck you lying. But it's okay. I'll just go along with it. Mm-hmm.
Women are smarter.
I know. Like I grew up with a bunch of guys and I'd be like, you're totally telling the story wrong 20 years later. I'd be the one that would be like, that's not what happened, you losers. You were drunk. I was sober.
They're not paying attention. They're just capturing bits and pieces of it. They're not really.
What they want to do is up each other. Oh yeah, well, I did this, and this, and I go, where the fuck did that come from? Your imagination station? Nice try. You know what they're lying.
Isn't that what they call
lying? I call him fucking liar all the time. I go, what the fuck are you talking about? When did this happen? You lying sack of shit. You aren't that good looking. Come on. I'm talking about. I just like to put it where, put that in your pipe and smoke it, bitches.
Yeah, there's a. I mean, you know who else is good looking and he's totally different than Jason Momoa is George, the one that started on Roseanne.
Clooney?
And he ended up being, yeah. That guy's fucking
Schneider.
gorgeous.
Remember, he was one day at a time.
He wasn't Schneider.
Not Schneider. He was the other guy.
No, he was on Roseanne. He was Roseanne's boss. He was the manager of the factory. He was called, and for a long time, I only remembered him as that, his name on Roseanne. Now I can't remember it right now. He didn't look so great looking that back then. He had his hair parted in the middle. He looked like his hair
Don't
looked
you-
like Al.
Don't you remember everybody loving off Antonio Banderas?
Oh, I love to see Antonio Banderas.
Antonio Banderas. Where have you
Yes.
gone, Puss in Boots? Puss in Boots, come back. Antonio Banderas. Where the ladies went la over him.
I listened to him talk all day and all night.
Melanie Griffith.
Yeah, her I could go past, but
Yeah, well, Don Johnson.
I always got her mixed up with another actress. There's
Meg
Melanie.
Ryan. You probably Meg Ryan.
Meg Ryan. Yeah, that's probably it.
There you go.
She was a little cutesy with her little.
Mm-hmm. You got mail. You got mail.
Yeah.
You're an asshole. You want to take out my little store.
But then you have to remember, these people are not who we think they are. They're not people to love because they're all a bunch of sick, fucking gross, sexual deviants. Like,
Satan.
it turns out almost all of Hollywood, almost all of Hollywood, they're into all this depraved shit.
Yep.
and it's ritualistic.
And they're
Japan.
trying to normalize it. It's so disgusting.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the problem. They're trying to normalize the shit. Normalization. And I'm not doing it. I won't
Well,
go with that.
first,
Sorry.
first they had to put gays in everything, in every show.
That's
All of a sudden,
humiliation.
they just bombarded us with gay people, and then that was just regular people, right? But then they have to twist it and work their other weirdo shit in there, right?
They are weird.
Okay, now you're okay with gays and lesbians. Now here's the real test.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I thought at the beginning, when I started to see,
Oh.
one show here, one show there, my soap opera, Days of Our Lives, they turned one of the
Right.
characters into a gay character, and Will, his name was Will, and he ended up being gay. And at first I was like, okay, this is really gross, because they were showing him kissing another guy, and I was like, I can't watch this. This is back in the 80s. I was like, oh, I can't watch this. And then I thought to myself, it's a really good thing, though, because, when you're from Toronto, you know that Hyde Park was a place where people
Yeah.
used to beat up gay people, right? So it
Mm-hmm.
was good. They were making gay people part of the normal goings on, right? Like a gay person's just
Normal
another person,
society.
your neighbor. So they desensitized people to it, and then that led to gay people becoming more. They were always equal in the eyes of anything decent, but they were more normal in the eyes of people who would normally look down on them, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was really good, but then you could see this other fucking agenda was coming out. It started off, it looks innocent, but it
Looks
wasn't an
innocent,
agenda.
but it's not.
Yeah. Because there's one
And it's
thing.
everywhere.
Yeah, because it's like black people being able to see themselves on like when the Jeffersons came out.
Right.
That was great for and the Jeffersons at Good Times, because they were seeing themselves on the TV being reflected back, right? So Palestinians have never gotten to that height, but black people, they eventually managed to be the mainstream, so they were not, in all the decent places, not the backwoods places where people still talk about black people like they're different, right? But it's
Cat,
just everybody
hold the
came in.
phone.
What?
I just seen something that I know that people would want. I understand, but go ahead. I just saw something that people would actually go for on Corel plates.
Oh.
Sorry. I know my
So-
daughter would say, why aren't you buying this for me? Hello,
So
kitty.
It was good for gay people to see themselves reflected back in the TV, right? And but then they start pulling off this other shit, and now it's like just not right.
Do you know the person in the back chat?
What? Oh, I didn't see somebody was there. The the head bitch in charge. I'm the head bitch in charge. I don't have an overlay.
It's probably Nikki.
No, she would have named herself something. The denizen named her.
Hello, Sweet Leaf.
The time is 11 a.m. Hydro.
Oh, these are too cute.
It's just Nikki. How do I know it? You're just Nikki. Put your cam on, please. I won't put it on. Oh, okay. It is Nikki.
Why would it be not Nikki?
Because it could be a troll just saying it's Nikki because they know we were talking.
No.
It happens. Oh,
Promise
shit.
you.
What? Oh,
It would be her.
wrong. And you.
I just want to defend my position on the Smexy comment. That's it. I don't want to argue with you. I just want to defend my position
Smexy.
on saying that Hippie was Smexy because he came out as he really is. This man owns dresses and wigs. This is not like something he's never done before. He owns several expensive wigs. He owns dresses. He's letting
Like,
himself be himself, and that is sexy.
that's fine. And a lot of people won't take it. And that's fine too. The thing is that I have his back.
He had pink
Just
hair.
because,
Why
you
Yeah,
know,
that's the only
I want
reason
to
I
take him
think it was
downtown.
sexy. It was him letting his true self out and not being ashamed of it, and that to me
It
is
takes
sexy.
courage to do something like that.
Okay, all right, hold
Mhm.
on. Maybe I have to take it back because I didn't know. I thought he's just fucking around. I didn't know he's this is
No,
some sex
this is
thing.
him. No, this is him. This is
I
who
thought
he
it
is.
was a joke.
No, he's
Well,
No, I
not.
since when
get that you
did
thought it
that?
was a joke, Miss Cat, because he did try to play it off a little bit jokingly to try and not be as embarrassed about it. But if you think about it, I mean, this
Hmm.
guy is struggling to pay his bills. He didn't go out and spend, those wigs cost $80 minimum each. I know because I
Yeah.
buy them for my daughter. And I
Okay, but
used to buy them for my mom with her cancer. Wigs are not cheap.
no,
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 they're
I
not.
totally understand that. I totally understand that. But can you describe to me, is this some kind of a sexual preference or is this him just liking to, because it was a pink wig. I mean, he wasn't trying to look
Do you
like a
want me
woman.
to answer?
I
Do you
don't
want me
think
to
I don't think
answer?
he's trying to look like a woman. I think he's trying to
No,
look cute. I think he finds that as an attractive image and he wants to put it out. He hangs out in Provincetown. So where he
he
goes,
likes
the
cross dress.
the 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 cross
I,
dressers wear exotic things. It was more drag than
Right.
trans. It's not a sexual thing, it's a physical persona thing. It's like going to a drag show. Those people aren't making
Yeah,
fun
like
of women,
I,
nor do they want
I
to be
told him,
women. It's
I
just,
don't understand drag.
all
I
right.
don't, I
Cat,
don't understand.
Cat, I would take him downtown and he would fit into the bars and he'd be like, yeah,
Yeah,
bitches, you
fine, but
fuck
he's hippie.
tart.
I don't,
Oh my God. And then I had to tell him, these are places in Toronto where, oh my God, you're ready for fucking Friday night on the
wait,
freaking quarter.
I want Nikki to explain to me what she thinks drag is.
Okay, Kat, there are days where you get really dressed up. I have seen you and you look gorgeous, correct?
Thank you.
When you're going out on dates or when you're going to walk, even sometimes during the summer when you just walk to the store, you dress up, you do your makeup. And how do you feel? Do you feel really good about yourself?
Yeah.
That's what drag is about.
Hmm.
Hold on. If you're a guy, why would you want to look really good as a woman unless you want to be a woman?
Or maybe he doesn't want to look good as a woman. You do realize that if you go back through our history not too long ago, that in many cultures, the men wore the skirts and the makeup.
Right.
It's not
No,
unusual. When you
no,
do
no.
your
They
makeup,
said on
when you do
stage.
your makeup and you look in the mirror and your makeup is done the way you want it, do you
It's a
feel good about
working,
yourself?
Well, yeah,
working.
because I'm a girl.
But it doesn't matter if you're a girl or a boy. That's kind of the point these gender neutral people are trying to make. They're just going about it in a very entitled way, which makes them put people off to what they're saying. But the
Uh,
point is to be happy and feel good about yourself no matter what. And with
To be
drag,
gay.
sometimes, men have very limited options for dressing up. Women, look at all
They
the
do.
fucking options. You go into the stores and the women's clothing section takes up 3 times as much space as the men.
okay, back up now. You said
We have
gender
bigger
neutral.
closets.
Are you saying that hippie is gender neutral? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't. I'm not speaking for hippie. I'm saying in general, the
No,
point that
no.
this
I
gender
want to know
neutral thing is making is that it doesn't matter what clothes you wear if they make you feel good.
No, that's not
And that
true.
doesn't change the fact that he's a straight man with a beautiful wife and children.
No, Nikki, no. There's something wrong here. Very seriously wrong. If you're of what you're saying, I'm saying, because if you're a man, you want to look good as a man. Now, if you identify as something else, then that's a different story. But if you feel that you're a man, that sexually you're a man, that your identity is a man, you don't want to look good as a girl. You want to look good as a man. And there's great ways to look good as a man.
Who said he didn't look like a man? He looked like a
If you
man wearing a wig to me. He didn't look like he was trying to
and
look like a woman.
That's not manly. I promise you, that's not manly. Wearing a pink wig.
That's your societal norms of what is manly and what is feminine. Clothing
No.
has nothing to do with sexuality.
No. Dressing up as something you're not is not sexy.
But he didn't. He looked like hippie no matter what, and he was hippie. He did.
No,
Some people like to look pretty. There's nothing wrong with that.
He did not look like hippie. I know what hippie looks like. That did
And I disagree on that.
Sorry?
I disagree on that. I think he looked like a man wearing a wig and a dress. I don't think he even tried to look like a woman. His lipstick was even kind of smeared. I think it's a character that he enjoys dressing up as, like an actor. It's not this is going to be, I'm going to be a woman. It was more of I can dress up like this too. I can wear skirts too.
So,
and that doesn't make me any less of a man.
That is so not manly. But if you're saying that he's playing a character, like, was he behaving? Like, I didn't see the whole stream. I saw it, saw the wig, I gawped, and then I just turned away. I was like, I can't.
There was comedy, it was a skit, and he was enjoying himself. And that's what I loved about it.
He was playing a part. He wasn't being
like drag. Those characters on drag, if you saw them on their day-to-day, don't dress up like that. It's too much effort.
Yeah. Plus it's hard to do business that way.
So it was not hippie coming out of the closet as a transgender. It was hippie coming out and saying, as a man, I can wear a dress too, and that doesn't make me any less of a man. And that is sexy to me.
But he was doing it as a play, not as himself.
Well, he affected a feminine voice jokingly, and he made jokes about it. It was an entertainment factor, something he enjoys doing. It does not define him as his sexuality. It was just, he was having so much fun with it. And I guarantee you it's not the first time he's done it, because I've seen him do it on stream before. And the money that he's invested in it tells me it's something he enjoys doing from time to time. And I respect that. And I find it sexy that he was willing to put that out there and not hide from it.
Well, clearly you and I find different things sexy. Because I don't find a man dressing as a woman as sexy. Means you want to have sex with them. And that's the last thing I want to have sex with, is a man who thinks that it's fun to dress like something that resembles a possible woman.
No, and that's fine. You don't have to find it sexy. I was just trying to defend why I do. I'm what they call a sapiosexual. I'm not attracted to the physical characteristics. I'm attracted to the personality and the behaviors. The brain.
Are you attracted to me? I want to know if you're attracted to me.
Crafty, you know you're smexy. You are very,
I love you. Mwah.
Same goes for you, Miss Cat. You're both very beautiful, sexy women. You carry yourselves well. You have a personality I respect. So yeah, I do find you attractive.
Thanks, Nikki.
Well, thank you.
You see, you're creative, and that's why I think she's got a beautiful mind. And a lot of people don't understand Nikki. And that's the thing. She's educated. She's got knowledge. She works hard like a fucking son of a bitch for her greenhouse. However, I've learned a lot from Nikki just listening to her or even watching you.
I think the difference, Miss Cat, in what you find sexy and what I find sexy comes down to our perspective on the world.
Right.
And we have very different upbringings, very different cultural backgrounds. So I can see how to you it might come across as insulting. I'm more insulted by people who caricature women but then claim to be a woman than people who caricature women while admitting they are not a woman. Because then it's funny. But if they're trying to claim they're a woman like Dylan Mulvaney with a caricature of a woman, that's insulting.
So he is trying to be funny then.
Yes, it's a humorous thing. Drag is meant to be funny. It's first and foremost burlesque.
Yeah, he's on walking on the wire, and it's funny to us. Like to me, it's hilarious because I'm like, hippie, you are so not gay, but I'm gonna roll with this bitch because I love it, and I know men are gonna hate it, and it's when you got courage coming out doing stuff like that. Like he was
I
hot
think it's
pink.
my
Like look
age.
at he didn't want Crafty Cat making fun of him. Are you gonna make fun
It's
of
my
me,
age.
Cat?
Well,
I know it's
if
your
you
age
can't,
group.
you just go being funny and then being offended if people are laughing at what he's doing. But
It's
I,
shocking to some. We can
yeah,
understand that.
yeah, but I mean, I'm from Toronto. Like I've seen all kinds of different kinds
Right,
of sexes before they even came out with all the cat ones and
right.
all this shit. I've seen all this shit down on Charles Street, but
Mhm.
I didn't
So I have a
understand what the
question for
difference.
you, Kat, Miss Kat.
Yeah.
Um, do you define sexuality or the sex of a person based on clothing, attire, makeup, that sort of thing?
No,
No.
presence, presence, as in
I guarantee
see.
you his presence on that panel was 100% male. He was not trying to be a woman.
Yeah,
Yes,
he was
okay,
him.
but
He was just being his alter ego.
I've
That's the best
never
way to put
that
it.
that whole thing. It's like Benny Hill. It's just so cringe when
It's
men
bizarre
are.
for her.
I mean, you know who would be the funniest would be Monty Python. Monty Python used to do dress up like women sometimes, and I used to find that
Yeah.
cringe. It was funny, but it was still like they so were not attractive when they did that. So I didn't find that sexy. But then I was too young when I was watching. Nothing was sexy on there. But uh, that
I
if
think
I'm
in
going to be
part,
But
sexually
he's
attracted,
investing. When you invest in it, then you know that you can be free. That's the part about being free. There's
I'm
nobody, I'm not judging him. I'm not going to judge him because he likes to do things like that. But a hell of a lot of people will.
oh, I am going to
And
judge
we
him.
know
I'm going to judge him as a
that
courageous,
cat from Church
fun,
Street. A lot of
enjoyable
people are coming at
personality
them left, right, and
why
center.
was
who
it
doesn't
that
take himself too seriously.
Yeah,
why was it
that's
courageous?
right.
Why was it courageous?
That's
Why was it courageous?
because it's
Yeah.
got courage to come out and express to do that on live camera
No,
when
no,
you know your
no,
friends and
he
associates
was
could say, "Fuck this, I'm not coming back." Yeah,
he was
I
just being
disagree.
like
The
a little
reason
too
I think
weird
it
for
was
me.
the reason I think it was
It was
courageous,
shocking. Hmm.
the reason I think it was courageous is because he didn't try to enforce it on anybody. He came out
No,
and he didn't. There were people in the chat and people who joined the panel who were
right.
picking on him mildly, and rather than taking it and being like, oh, I should
He
never
was
do this
high.
again, he took it as like, shit, I should do this more often. Like it
He was
was
fucking
the courage
high.
was that he was going to do what he felt good doing regardless what anyone else thought.
That's what he warned us first, okay, Kat?
hold
He
on.
said, "Crafty, I'm dressing up on Saturday night," and I thought it was gonna be like Pastafarian or whatever hippie does, and that's when I turned on the camera and I went, "What in the bafangu is this?" And of course,
Somebody do
as somebody like me, I'm gonna roll with that. I'm gonna lock arms with him and say, "Let's go," because the people
okay. I'm
are
I'm
gonna
really
to attack you.
see.
Like Miss Cat here, she might have words for you.
No. I really want to understand this because, in the one hand, you're saying he's doing a
Okay.
skit, and so he puts these things on because he's doing a skit. He's just trying to be funny. But on the other hand, he's courageous because he's somehow coming out in some way. So it's confusing me. If you're playing a
If he's
part, you're just
bisexual,
acting.
if he
Hold
is
on,
bisexual,
hold on. If you're acting, you're playing a part,
mhm,
and therefore it's not who you are. Therefore, it doesn't take any courageous bone in your body except
yeah,
making people laugh, and that's what he does as an entertainer. So it doesn't really take that much courage. Whereas
yeah, but you
if he's
heard
coming
how
out,
much money
if he's
he's
coming out
investing.
as part of himself, there's something a part of himself that he wants to come out and bring out to his fans.
It
Right.
is
That's
a
what
part
takes
of
courage.
himself.
It's
Most
a
good
part of
actors will
himself to
tell
come
you
out. Right.
most good actors will tell you that the character becomes a part of them. Look at Jim Carrey or Johnny Depp,
Jamie Foxx,
for example.
Jamie
And
Foxx
they will
got stuck
tell
in
you straight
character.
up that the
It's called method
characters become a
acting.
part of them. And
It's
when they
called
walk
method
away from it, it's
acting.
still a part of them. And
It's
so this is a character that's a part of Hippie that he's exposing to the world. And that takes courage
It's
to
his
do, to
alter,
expose those
his
parts of
alter
yourself.
ego.
no. A
That's the way
character
we look
is
at it.
a character is something you're playing. It's not who you are. When you
I-
do method acting, hold on. When you do method acting, like Jim Carrey, like Al Pacino, when they do
Mhm.
method acting, they are throwing themselves into the character and living that character while they're doing the character. But at some point, Pacino stopped being Serpico. At some point, Pacino stopped being the Godfather.
But they don't. They carry that with them, is what I'm saying. I wasn't talking about method acting. I was talking about those people who get so in depth into their character that later that character is now a part of them. If you ask Johnny Depp if Jack Sparrow is written on the page or a character in his heart, he will tell you Jack Sparrow is me. That is part of who I am now. That is, I am Jack Sparrow.
Yes,
Just as much as I am Johnny Depp.
he is, but in real life, he's not, because he's a fucking rock star that bangs chicks all the time. He's not Jack Sparrow. Jack Sparrow was not someone who he did kind of act like a rock star, and he was a legend in his own mind, but he really was a bit of a loser, and he wasn't I mean, there are times that he was with women, but he wasn't like, I don't know, he's not Jack Sparrow. Like, not the guy that was in court with his ex-wife, that was not Jack Sparrow in the least.
No, but Jack Sparrow is still in there, and sometimes you have to let it out. I'm not saying that you become the character fully, but the character becomes part of you.
It's his
you can see it even in the swagger that he carries. Sometimes it comes out, and I don't think that any of us as human beings show the same facet of ourselves all the time to all people.
No.
But when you have one of these facets to yourself that people might frown upon, and you still are willing to say, this is still a facet of me, that takes courage.
If he's acting a part, why would we frown on him?
Because that part is a part of him. It is a part of himself that he's exposing.
Right.
He enjoys dressing in women's clothing.
Yeah, he does. And that's nothing wrong with that. I mean, he knows he's a man at the end of the day. He's got to
I didn't say there's anything wrong with it. I did not say there's anything wrong with it. I just said this is like, I'm trying to understand, because what I saw.
understand where you're coming from.
But if this was like some piece of him that he's trying to out so that his friends can also share in who he is, then that means something different than somebody who is just trying to make people laugh in a funny wig.
Why? Why is that not part of his character? I mean, you can't tell me that Jeff Dunham's character isn't strongly based around doing something to make people laugh.
Who's Jack Dunham?
He's the puppeteer who does the ventriloquism
I hate
with
that
the
guy.
crazy puppets. Oh, I love him. I've been to see him live. It was freaking awesome.
So think about, Are you?
What?
I like my music. She's saying she's going to go see him live.
I've been to see him live, and we're thinking about going again this year when he comes to Alberta. I really enjoy his comedy.
There you go.
Throw a rock at him for me.
Jeff, no. Oh, she says, please throw the rock. And I say, whatever.
My feeling when I say that it's sexy, what I find sexy was his ability to be himself, enjoy himself, make fun of himself. It's an intellectual thing. It's not about the physical aspect of it. And that for me is a big difference. I've been married twice, and I've had several lovers in my life, and none of them look any way alike. Like, I don't have a physical type. But if you talked to any of them, you would learn what my type is. They're all intelligent, they're all strong-willed, and they're all very masculine in the way that they carry themselves.
Okay, but that was not masculine, so I don't know how that translates into sexy for you. It was the least bit masculine. It
If
was.
he dressed like that every day, it would not be a turn on. The fact that he does it from time to time and is willing to own it is sexy to me.
I find
Yeah.
intelligence sexy.
He's got the courage.
I'm drawn to intelligence. I'm drawn to, I like, it's funny because I'm an alpha female, but I like an alpha male. I like someone who's stronger than me. Someone who could put me in my place. Someone who could throw me up against the wall. So I like a man who's strong. I like a man who has values and morals, and he is intelligent, who's his own thinker. So it's not
They
just
are
about.
rare to find today. Just
I
so you know.
know. I know it's a fucking unicorn, but
It's one of
that's
those, yes, you fucking unicorn, all right. And you don't want to play leapfrog with a fucking unicorn because let me tell you, that's why I'm saying where are the real men today? And
Okay,
some majority of us have scooped them up.
so where you're looking at me and saying, I don't get how you find that sexy, and that's fine. I don't expect you to find it sexy as well.
no,
There are a
no.
lot of women who would look at you and say that you're perpetuating gender stereotypes and what they consider toxic masculinity and would not be attracted to the same men as you. And that's okay.
But
I'm
I
not
don't
saying
like.
you should find hippie sexy like that. I did is all.
No, I
You
know.
probably look at my exes and go, what the fuck were you thinking? And
To
of
me,
course, it's not what's in, it's what's inside comes outside.
absolutely, you can't spend your life with just a cardboard cutout. Yeah, the
No.
man has depth. But what I'm saying, the word sexy means to me that you are sexually attracted to them and you want to make babies with them, or
Well,
you
they
would.
better have nice eyes. If I have to look at you, you better have nice eyes.
Well, okay. I
Right,
mean,
Nikki?
we all
If
have
I had never met Hippie beforehand and I saw him in that getup, I would not find it sexy.
Okay.
Knowing
I
Hippie,
would be like,
knowing the
what the hell?
situation, knowing all that I know is what makes it sexy. Had I
See,
just
that's
met
the
him
thing, right?
at a bar, that look would not be like, oh yeah, I want to fuck that guy.
I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But I want to know what the hell is going on here. So yeah, I'm a little curious. And you
Well,
see, I'm different. I'm one of those kind of like, hey, I get it. You've got a lot of fucking bullshit in the world. If you want to dress up like a girl, it's funny, but half of these people that are not for it, you'll know your true friends. That's what I always think. At the end of the day, you'll know who your fucking friends are when you want to pull some antics like this. And he did
And if you
want to.
sat and listened, Kat, while he was
Yeah.
discussing it and heard about what he's going to post, hopefully, the behind the scenes footage.
I sniffed.
I'm sorry. Pot's making me joke.
I sniffed him because
If
it
you
was
had-
one of them. I'm getting clips. I'm getting fucking clips on this one, but I don't put them out.
making me sick off.
If you watch him in that live stream that he put up, one of the things he
Mhm.
discussed is the 3 hours of a wonderful time he had with his family,
With his granddaughter.
putting himself
Yeah.
together like this. His granddaughter, his son's girlfriend,
That's why
his
he
wife.
picks up the prop.
Everybody
and he goes,
participated
"I love
in
you."
creating this.
Yeah, it's a family affair. Not quoting Pink or what have you, but it was something where his granddaughter put, makeup on him. So it's something we're accepting for his mini me's. You see,
It was
where
just
his
an
son would
enjoyable
be like, okay,
experience.
enough.
He was glowing and happy. Like you see him lately so much and he's just down and the pain is
Yeah.
taking over. And to
Yeah,
see
we
him
don't
just
like that.
glowing with joy, yeah, it was sexy.
Yeah, like when he came on and he's like, I've smoked this, I've done fucking guys, don't do this many fucking gummies. Oh my god. Like he just
Yeah,
sounded
have you
like
ever watched
he came
Brett?
from the bow. Gummies.
Have you ever watched Brett? He does more gummies
Oh,
than human.
that's another one.
possible.
How do you know that he doesn't dress up like a girl behind the scene?
Well, he loves his hair and hairspray.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. How do we know this shit? We don't.
But it's his own
You're just
hair.
sitting
It's
there
his
with a
own hair.
freaking
It's not
mini
pink.
skirt on.
It's his own hair, and it's not pink. And he doesn't put makeup on. But I see
That we
Hippie
know
has
of.
beautiful hair. Hippie has beautiful hair, and he could have just styled his long, beautiful hair. The wig is part of like when you put on a hat,
Yeah,
and it's
it's
you know
Benny Hinn is what
it was assuming the character to enjoy it. And I don't think
like,
that Hippie's a transvestite. I don't think that he's a transsexual. I
No.
don't think that he's got
I think he
gender
likes
or
just
sexuality
dragging it out. I
questionable.
like him
He
in
just
drag.
enjoyed getting dressed up in a dress, and
I like
his
him in drag.
enjoyment
I don't
of it
like it too.
is the
Yeah,
sexy
I
part
like
to
him.
me. It's like
I'd walk
watching.
around.
it was
Yeah.
just a Halloween thing. It was just a Halloween thing.
I'm
In
telling
It
you,
was
January.
it's like
this
scary.
is fun to dress up in, and look how good I look, and he was happy. And I
Can you
think that to
imagine
me is
him
the
and
biggest
Carrie
thing. When you can
together?
see that happiness glowing behind someone's eyes,
Yeah.
that is the biggest
Yeah.
thing that is sexy to me.
I think
That's when
because
you
I
go,
lost my
this guy's awesome.
I lost my affection for him, so that's probably why I'm not really that into whether he's happy or not. But I do understand that if you're friends with him, that his happiness means something to you, and you were happy to see him happy, and that somehow.
Yeah, well, we don't want you down in the dumps. Not even you, Kat. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of them.
Not even you.
We don't want you there. We don't want you there because it's doom and gloom. We don't want you there.
I don't want
So
him in
along comes somebody like me or Nikki, and we'll pull you out of it. Don't worry about
The
it.
thing
There's
the
somebody
thing
here to
about
pull
people
you
like
out.
Hippie, Miss Cat, is that you have to accept the good with the bad, and he's not the only one. It's most people.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are moments that people will
I have
do and
my
say
own
things
moments,
that we
right?
can't respect about them.
He
But everybody
sold me
does that.
out. He
Yeah,
pretends
I've
like
had
he
my
likes
moments.
me. He pretends like he likes me, then he gets in my chat and he starts trolling the chat, and then he gets on Myron's and starts bad mouthing me behind my back. So no, I can't respect that. Everybody has bad points, but I can't respect somebody who stabs me in the back. That's not respectable, and it's not manly.
It's
I
not
don't know
manly.
exactly what you're talking about because I don't watch Myron and I don't follow along with a lot of shit.
It's under. It's
Well,
tremors
he
that have
does.
So I'm not gonna
happened.
argue the
tremors.
validity of that in any way. I'm gonna take it at its face value. This is what he did. And
Mhm.
if that's how you feel about it, I respect that. For me, I mean, Hippie has disrespected me so many times. You have no idea how many times before I ever met you, I would go on his panel and we would talk for hours. And then when ASMR and any fan came around, he would allow them to
Yeah, he's a
completely
fucking follower.
degrade me on
He's
panel.
a follower. He's a
What they've
follower.
said about Nikki,
Yes.
what
And
they
so,
said
so when
about
you learn
Nikki
that
is
about
wrong.
somebody's personality, you can either accept it or not. And you choose not to. And I choose to accept everybody with their faults and all. It's just a choice.
Yeah, see,
No,
Nikki's always stood on her own 2 feet, and that's the thing. Nikki won't be pushed around. They try to push Nikki around, and it's funny because Nikki's got these smart ass motherfucking comebacks, and she comes back with a schooled answer that puts them in their place.
Yeah,
That's
but
why
I
I'm
know
like,
I don't have to fight with them. Stand up for myself. I can stand up for myself by just walking away. These are not people I want to make friends with. If they're
No,
going
and
to
I
stab
respect that
back,
about you, Kat. I respect that about you, Kat. You draw a line and you hold it. We've talked about this before when we've talked about integrity and how we see it differently, Miss Kat. That is your integrity shining through. You draw the line and you hold it, and I respect that about you. I'm just not the same kind of person, you know?
yeah,
no,
I know.
Nikki will actually sit there and debate you till tomorrow.
That's
Yeah.
one of the things that I respect most about you, Miss Cat, is your ability to hold that line. I'm not capable of that. I'm always bending the lines. And it's really nice for me. It's refreshing to see someone who holds that line and believes strongly in it. I don't believe strongly in anything enough to hold the line, you know?
Right.
And that doesn't make either of us good or bad people. We're just different at how we approach the world. That's all.
Yeah, and the connections that you've made with people are, even if it's the same people, but like, you know, and by the way, you know how much that in the past that I've admired Nudu, right? But whenever he'd turn into that Barbara character, I would just want to throw up.
Barbara
So it's,
character.
yeah, there's
and
he's
that's
got a character
Are you
called
talking about
Barb.
Nudie?
Yeah.
yeah,
Nude
she's talking about
Guru?
Nude Guru. Yeah.
And I hate to tell you that because I outed him on fucking Shiz's channel. I'm like, he uses a voice changer.
What?
I told
He's
him,
a what?
by the way, he uses a voice changer.
Well, he says he doesn't change his voice. He says he modifies it or something. I don't know
Yeah,
what
I
that
don't
He
give a
says he
damn.
enhances it, but that's still voice modification. And
He's a
we've had
voice
that argument with him for
changer.
years. It'll go around and round forever. He will never
Yeah.
admit to it. Any
No.
fan used a voice modifier.
You know
ASMR
who
uses
outs him all
one.
the time?
It's
Slow
just
burner
common.
outed him. Slow burner outed him. So don't fucking go there with me. I'm telling you. I go,
Well, him and
you're
Slow
being
were
a
really
troll
close for a long time, and
for a
something
while.
happened.
That
Yeah.
breakup was sad. That breakup was sad.
It
And it
Something
was.
wasn't
happened that was not happy.
it was not necessary either. So
That's the
yeah.
thing.
Again, that's another one that I put on Any Fan. I
And
don't know if you
Slow
were
gets
around for
upset
Any
quick.
Fan or not.
Oh yeah.
With Cat.
I was on Slow when Joe
Any fan. Yeah, yeah.
when Slow had his show. I was on his show.
Well, it was
Many
so long ago, I just couldn't
Yeah.
remember if you were there, if you had been around with Any Fan. Any Fan ruined a lot of
Any
things
fan.
the same way ASMR does.
Yeah,
Right, any fan.
They were much the same, and they resented being mixed up for each other too. They didn't want to be known as each other, but they were very much the same. They had that same snake oil salesman way of talking, and
Here's the thing: when Any Fan was on the downfall, when he was starting to go down in popularity, is when ASMR came in, and as soon
Right.
as ASMR his star was up there rising, Any Fan disappeared. So I'm not entirely convinced they aren't the same guy.
No, they were no. Any fan was definitely he was different.
Asthma
There was
made
a
his way back, just so you know.
What do you
Nikki.
mean made his? Oh, she knows.
Oh, I know ASMR made his way back. He showed up at Hippies the other day, and I left.
Well,
No,
and he
Any Fan has never come back since ASMR
No.
came on.
Exactly.
I think he
Any
died.
fan's
Somebody told
not
me he
back.
died. Someone
No.
told me that Any fan died.
I don't think so.
Well, that's
Yeah, he
possible,
was
being
so-
that the last time I had spoken with him, we'd actually had a decent conversation, and he said he was going through some health issues. It was really weird the last time I spoke to Any Fan. I was at Slow Burners,
Really?
and he used to always be really, really cruel to me. And he said, I'm just done with all of this. I can't be doing it anymore. I'm too sick for this shit. And it was weird.
He was actually nice to me. Any fan was usually nice to me. I don't even remember
He
a
was
time.
okay with me.
Yeah, but if you remember the big
Well,
fight
he
you
was
and me
horrid
had
to me.
on
I know
Slow
he
Show?
was.
Do you
Yeah.
remember the fight you and me had on Slow
Yeah.
Show?
Yeah.
We had this big fucking knockdown drag out fight.
That's because I didn't know who you were.
Yeah, I
When you
know, we
came
were
on, and
fighting.
I was like, "Who the fuck are you?" Yeah, I was one of them. Like, you have to remember what they did to me in the hospital was put me on a whole whack of fucking drugs. So I was coming off of these drugs,
This was before you went to the hospital.
and that's another thing. Like, if we fight, we fight, and that's just us, me and you. You know that.
It was the beginning of 2022.
Anyway, she's making a point
got the
about
date.
Any Fan sticking up for her, if I'm reading this right.
You what?
If I'm reading
You
your
might
story right, you were making a point about Any Fan sticking up for you.
No, I don't know that he stuck up for me, but he was just. Yeah, I saw him be rotten. I saw him ruining a show, but I'm just saying that to me he was always nice. Doesn't mean I didn't see what else he did, and I saw him be mean to you, and you know that I was protective of you. So I didn't like him doing all the other stuff he did. It's just I was surprised that he was always decent with me, even though
I think,
was.
to be fair, he knew who to be mean to, who could take it. Like, to be
Yeah,
mean to
Kat,
you, your
you didn't
feelings,
want to
you
do
do
that to
put
you.
wear your feelings on your sleeve, Kat. And so
Yeah,
to be
oh,
mean
yeah.
to you, it's really going to hurt you. But to be mean to me, I was going to be like, well, fuck you then. Whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, it's not going to wound me. He wasn't the
Right.
type who, like ASMR, who was looking to wound people. He
Right.
he would find the person to pick on because he thought it made good content. That wasn't
Right.
that wasn't going to back down, that wasn't going to cry mommy, that was going to instead come up on the panel and tell him what a fucking asshole he was.
Right,
be
right,
you. That's usually Nikki.
And again, this has to do with the different ways we approach the world and other people. You're very open,
And
Kat,
life.
and I'm a very closed off person. And that's one of the reasons we clash from time to time is because you are just so open.
Yeah, Nikki
You
and
call
Mara
it
are not.
just being honest, but I feel like I feel protective of you a lot of times. I know you don't know this, but I've many a time stuck up for you, many a times walked away from things where I tried sticking up for you and it just wasn't worth it because they're not going to change their mind. You're vulnerable in that you're so open. And some people will attack when they see that vulnerability, and others, which I have to give any fan credit for, will say, nah, this will actually harm her. I'm going to go after, say, Nikki instead or Amanda because
Or crap.
yeah, because they've got the thick skin and they're just gonna fucking bite back.
Yeah.
Well, that was something nice too. That's probably why the difference why I did like Any Fan and I didn't like ASMR because
Probably.
ASMR came the very first
He was
night.
softer with you.
Pardon?
He was softer with you. ASMR is a different character altogether.
Yeah.
ASMR is Cyboxes, he la la, because when I found out he went over the Wandering Hippies with Steph, I asked the same thing. What were you doing over there? Causing trouble?
Okay, but also ASMR will go on a panel and say things as if they're true when they're completely lies, whereas there was no. I don't remember anything that any fan tried to pass off as true that wasn't true. I'm not saying he didn't
Called
do
me
that.
He called me a black widow and said I murdered my husband on several panels. And he said it like he knew it was fact.
And I was protective of you because I thought that's going to hurt you, but I didn't think that anybody would ever consider that real. But that was ASMR.
Yeah,
that
but
was.
These are
No,
new
Any Fan
minds
started
around
that.
here.
ASMR picked up on it because he was trying to find my vulnerability. And that's when ASMR gave up on me. My name almost never comes out of his mouth because I don't care. So why should he bother?
So when he first came back, he was on somebody's panel and he goes and shows a video of me doing the gang, it's a stupid name, gang thing. Remember? I said that if you guys were a real gang, then another real gang would beat you up just for the fucking name. Remember when I said that?
I do.
Yeah. So he shows that video because he's trying to get in and I'm expendable, right? I'm not a human being. So he just uses my image.
Oh, you're not expendable, honey. They need you. You're not expendable. That's why they keep trying. They try to draw you back in. If you were expendable, it'd be different. I'm expendable. They don't need me. They need because they feed off of that. They feed off of somebody being vulnerable and being able to hurt them.
They do feed off people being vulnerable, but if I don't know, you didn't notice because I'm the one who's watching. But
what did you do to Rebel?
On the night when I ran into that problem with AC on Brett's, and then I came out and did. I said, "Oh dear." I came out and did my own live stream, and we had that back and forth in the comments. Then afterwards, AC was on Brett's show. I think it was the next night, and he's trying to tempt Brett into using me to make fun of. Brett says, "Oh no, I can't stand that bitch." Blah blah blah. He didn't want to do it. Then next time he's on Tonic's show, and he tries to tempt Tonic into me making me the butt of the joke. And I've got her live stream. If you want, we can go over it. And Tonic wasn't interested either. It was like, yeah, maybe later. And I was like, AC just he was trying to get them to make me the butt of the joke, and they're not even interested. So I doubt very much that I am. It's only AC. AC is
how many
me
clips do they have of you that they play?
Oh, there's probably, I don't know, 4 or 5.
How many clips of me do they have that they play?
Anymore? 0.
I've never. The only person I ever saw take a clip of me and do something with it was PDF, and it got like almost no views.
ASMR did it
like
too.
45 views.
ASMR.
I heard ASMR did something, but I never. Yeah, that's. I mean, meh.
Talking about during the show, or are you talking about an individual video that gets put up as a video?
I mean, in general, there aren't clips of me out there. They don't give a fuck about me because they cannot draw me into being emotional about it.
Well, I mean, I'm emotional because of the bullying when I was a kid, and then I worked through the bullying during this thing, during these past
Well, and you're open, Miss Cat. You put yourself out there open and honest and real. And even when you contradict yourself, it's you being open and honest because we all internally contradict ourselves in our beliefs. So you're just so vulnerable. And unfortunately, the kind of people that are attracted to someone vulnerable are going to often be predators.
Oh yeah, predators galore around here.
Isn't that horrible? Because
it is, but it's the way the world works. If you show vulnerability in the wild, you know, a rabbit with a broken leg is a way more easy prey than a rabbit with its full capability to run.
This is true, but at the same time,
I'm not telling you to change yourself, and I am not degrading the fact that you were vulnerable, honey. I'm just telling you this is why these people see you the way they do. It's not that that's one of the things, like I said, it's that integrity that I respect and I like about you that keeps drawing me back to you. Is you're like my mom. You're one of those people who can, you know, put your foot down and right or wrong, you stand behind what you believe.
But you like to come to my show to laugh at me. So how does that work?
I don't even know where you got that idea. Am I laughing?
Told me that. You told me
I come to laugh when you argue back and forth with the chat. I find that amusing. When you argue back and forth with AC or What's Truth in your chat in the past, that I find amusing. When you come and you're having an intellectual discussion with somebody or you're having a heartfelt discussion with somebody, I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at when you let these people get your go and then you're mad because they got your go when you could have just not given them your go in the first place. And it is amusing to me. But at the same time, I'm also watching you grow and start to build some barriers out here to where you just walk away from things. And it's pretty nice to see.
Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you very much. Maybe when you said it, we were fighting when you said it. So maybe you were saying it to hurt me, but
I don't recall the instance and what I said. Most likely, Kat, I wasn't saying it to hurt you. Most likely what was happening is we were discussing you arguing back and forth with the chat because I do find that amusing. I'm not going to say that that's what it was because I don't recall this conversation. We have a lot of conversations under our belt. And because you get emotionally attached to some of them, you have a better memory of them than I do because I wasn't emotionally attached to it. And if I was trying to hurt you, I would have been emotionally attached and it would stick. Do you see what I'm saying? So don't believe I was trying to hurt you. And if it did, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're not
We've all
fucking
said some shitty ass fucking things around here. I will admit, I've done it myself.
You know me, Miss Cat. I don't give apologies lightly.
No, I know. I'm just wondering if I'm being stupid by just like, because I'm like, I don't like being upset with people I love. And if there's any way to make everything better, then I'm like right in there. But then that's a mistake I make because if I'm being trolled or friend trolled,
if you were smart, Miss Cat, with me and everybody else, you would keep some wall of protection for your heart. Because people are stupid, people are selfish, and we all hurt each other. And if you don't build up those little walls, the little hurts become big hurts.
Yep.
And it's the only person harmed is you, my dear, and that sucks.
It's a tower. You have to go in and out sometimes. Like
I would never ask you to take down a wall that you started to build when it comes to me. Because it's good to have those walls with everyone. There should be very select few people you allow beyond those walls. You don't plan to be hurt all the time.
You and Nudu were those people.
Mm.
And Joe Cool a little bit. Joe Cool, I love Joe Cool so much. I mean, like he's my real brother or my cousin. Like I really.
I can't speak for Nudu, Miss Cat. but the times that you've mentioned to me that you were hurt by something I said or did, it was not my intent to hurt you.
Okay.
And this is why I say you should keep a wall with me, because you were hurt, but it was not my intent. And therefore, even if I'm continuing to not intend to hurt you, you still might get hurt.
Wait a second. Are you sure you're remembering it properly? Because those times when you were on Ruse and when you made that clip, those were times when you must have been angry, because you never did anything like that to me, ever.
The only thing I ever did at Ruse was one conversation we had about drug use. And I mentioned, I don't think she uses meth. Said she has mentioned using coke once, but I don't think she uses meth. That's what I said.
No,
I don't
it
think
wasn't
that was.
like that. You made it like I was a crackhead. And now also you came up there specifically and you said you don't remember this, but you did do it. You said that you did that fuck, marry, kill thing. You brought me up with 2 other people to make sure that the people that were answering the questions were going to kill me.
I don't think it goes like that, Kat.
I think I'm finally remembering the game that you're talking about, and I did bring up your name. And I brought up your name because I wanted to see which one they hated more. You, I believe it was you, and what's that bitch's name? The one they make all the cartoons at Paige. I wanted to see which one they hated more, you or Paige. I didn't assume they were going to kill you. I wasn't sure whether it would be you or Paige, and I was curious.
You didn't say you wanted to see who wanted to kill me, but it was like you were humiliating me. You were bringing my name up.
You felt humiliated. I was not trying to humiliate you. That there are 2 different things there, and I'm sorry that you felt humiliated. It was not my intent.
I felt humiliated because you're supposed to be my friend, and even though we were arguing, we were supposed to make up at some point, and then you made it so we could never make up. So
Again, I did not intend to humiliate you with that. It was literally me discovering whether they hated you or Paige B more. It was, you knew I was watching them, trying to gauge where everybody was, and it was a soap opera to me. And because you had become a character in it, I was trying to see where you were on that totem pole, and it was possibly wrong of me if it made you feel humiliated, because that was not my intent.
But you admitted what you were doing back then. Now you're saying that it was some experiment, but that's not what you said at the time. When I confronted you at the time about it, you had this devilish giggle about it, because you said, and you admitted that you had done that on purpose. So I don't know why you're pulling back now, unless you either don't remember or you're gaslighting me. I don't know which. Maybe you just don't remember, but you admitted it. And you did make me sound like
I often say that I admit to things that I apologize for, even though I tell you I'm not admitting that was my intent, but I apologize for how you felt. You later come back and tell me I admitted to something. I don't recall
It wasn't
this.
a conversation like this. The conversation we had at the time when you admitted it was not a constructive conversation like we're having now. It was a battle that we were having.
And it was probably me just saying, fine, if that's how you see it, fuck it. That's why I did it. Because I don't like to battle. I've battled too much in my life, and I concede often. If somebody says, this is what you said, enough, I'm like, fine, that's what I said. It's not worth it to me. It's too much work to battle it.
You made and not only that, also there was another time where you were on What's Truth was making a live stream that he included me in, where he just completely turned around everything that was real and made it look like I was somebody to be afraid of.
On that panel, I stand by everything I said, because that's how you were treating me in that moment. I stand by everything I said on the panel.
I wasn't treating you anyway. I wasn't on that panel. He was.
No, you weren't. You weren't. What they were discussing were your behaviors on other panels, and I was seeing the same things, where you were treating me in a similar way that What's Truth felt you were treating him. We agreed 100%.
What you said, you were having a conversation with probably Ellie in the chat, and you said that people who have been abused tend to be abusers. And you had a tiny little discussion about that. in the fucking chat, and I watched in fucking horror. That was also not something that you're like an innocent thing.
It's a fact. People who were abused tend to grow into abusers.
You can you can hide behind it. That was a fact, but you were talking about me, and how could you even think that I would be like that? I'm the exact opposite of that.
You see yourself that way, Kat, but in those moments you were taking out your anger and being abusive towards people. You were.
No.
If you can't own that, that's okay. I'm not going to argue with you
Talking
about
about
it.
child abusers, child abusers, not being angry with somebody and raising your voice or saying some nasty things. I'm talking about child abusers. That's the kind of thing that people who are abused tend to abuse other children. That is not
I think
me.
we did have a discussion about that, but more in the fact that we were talking about our abusers were probably abused because her and I have both been through it.
Oh, you're talking about me. You're talking about me.
Did we say your name?
The topic was me because you
Just because the topic is you does not mean that the side chat down in the chats. I'd love to see this because I don't think I've ever implied that you abuse children. And if something I said came across that way, I'd love to see it so I can understand what I said and not say it again. Because I don't believe that I have ever implied that you abuse children.
Well, that was the topic, and that's what you guys were discussing.
And I think Ellie and I might have been having a side conversation, having both been abused, and what's truth, having been abused, that we were talking about the fact that our abusers were probably abused too.
Yeah.
And I think we may have even inferred that the abuse that we felt we were getting from you may come from the fact that you had been abused, because that's something we had all discussed before.
It's not, how can it be abuse? I'm sticking up for myself. That's not abuse.
Some of the things you said and did to me in What's Truth were cruel. And if you don't own that, that's okay.
Tell me what I did.
I don't hold on to them. That's the difference between me and you. I don't have like this catalog of things I'm mad at Miss Cat about. I get upset about something, I deal with it, and I move on. I don't have a catalog of things that I hold against you.
It's not in my character to be cruel. Like for instance, if I were arguing with AC right now, I would argue with him about what he's done. I would not say, oh yeah, well, why don't you put a butt plug in that? Or something like that.
One of the things we said was when you don't like what people are saying, you throw them off panel, and it's cruel.
I throw them
abusive.
When
me or What's Truth, or you didn't like what we were saying, so you would just throw us off.
If you're disrespectful to me, what?
I said I'm back.
She went to get coffee. She's back.
I went to go get coffee, and I let you just discuss while I was cleaning up some rope lights.
Okay. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Whenever I kick people off my panel, it's because they're being disrespectful, and there's no reason why I should have people in my house that are disrespectful to me. So I don't see that that's abusive to protect myself to kick you off the panel. And there's been many times, even now, right now, we're having a disagreement. I'm not even thinking about kicking you off the panel. It's not about that. It's about if somebody's disrespectful to me, then they get kicked off the panel, and everybody does that on all their fucking live streams.
So do you see now how what your intent is versus how we felt about it are different?
But how could you even call that abuse?
That was just an example I was bringing up. Like I said, I don't have a list of offenses to draw from, because I let these things go.
But that was something that What's Truth used to bend the truth about, used to change the narrative about, is saying that I was a tyrant and I was kicking everybody off who didn't agree with me. That was part of the.
That was how it felt. That was how it felt because I didn't feel like I was being disrespectful, and that's the point.
I don't even remember ever kicking you off the panel unless we were in an active fight. I don't remember ever kicking you off the panel just because we disagreed. There were plenty of times where I thought, oh, Nikki, why can't you have my back? I didn't kick you off. It's when people are disrespectful. And why should I
think that that's where the difference in point of view comes in. perhaps they don't think they're intending to be disrespectful and you take it that way. Again, I'm saying sometimes, and your intent isn't to be disrespectful to them by kicking them off anymore than it is because it's more so to protect yourself from being disrespected in your mind. So again, what I'm trying to say is being that we had different perspectives of these situations, perhaps that's why like you took it as me throwing you under the bus with the marry fuck kill thing, or maybe because we see it from a different perspective. And I'm not saying either of us is right or wrong or better. I'm saying we see it differently. This conversation that I may have had with Ellie, I'm not going to say I did or I didn't. I don't want to drag Ellie into anything, and that's why I'm saying I don't remember the conversation very well, and I'm not going to drag Ellie into anything. So I'm going to stick to, my side of that. My side of that would be that if we were having a discussion about abusers becoming abusers, even child abusers, we may have been even talking about the any fan bullshit. I don't think any of us ever implied that you abuse children.
I know what I saw.
Yeah, and
worry about
again,
it, Kat.
I'd love to see what I said that gave you that impression so that we could, wipe that out of my vocabulary, when
Live stream, so.
right, because I don't understand.
But you knew
where you got that impression from.
You knew that he was giving false narratives about me. Every fucking time he opened his fucking mouth, it was like listening to Satan Yahoo talk.
So a lot of what he said I agreed with, and that's where we had disagreed. You saw things from your perspective and I saw them from mine, and there was a lot of things he had to say I did not think he was making up or pulling out of thin air or lying against you. And
when you and I had our talks, our many, many hours of talks behind the scenes, you knew damn well what he was doing. So when he did that stream,
I knew damn well what you felt he was doing. I didn't necessarily agree with it.
Oh, now we can't talk about this in public because I'd have to bring up when we talked in private, but you did see it.
Oh, there are some of what he said I agree that was exaggerated or blown out of proportion and misused.
Out no lies.
Some of what he said I agreed with, and that's where you and I differ. Because you have a different perspective than I do.
You felt I was being a tyrant because I just kicked the bully who was bullying me off my panel.
I guess I didn't see you in the moments that I'm referring to. I didn't see you being bullied. I saw what you were doing as
you put me on a stream with a whole bunch of sexual abusers. You put me on that fucking stream. How did I belong on that stream? You just had it in for me.
Put you on a stream with I have no idea what you're talking about right now. This is a while back. I'm sure I would have known then.
There was News Now Houston.
Oh.
There was News Now Houston. There was some guy that went out with what was her name? Love. Everything she did was love. She's not around anymore. I wanted to say that, but no, that's somebody else. This was Lady. Did you say Baby Love or Lady Love?
No, I said Lady Love. Lady Love.
Yeah.
Lady Love used to have panels. I remember those.
Love.
Yeah,
and then
I
Lady
never
Love
understood her. She talked in some kind of slang, and I never understood her. But I liked her. But she talked in some. But she.
Her ex had abused their children. Yes.
Kylie. And Dacone.
She went. Oh yeah, that's her real name, Kylie. And Dacone. That's it. So News Now Houston, Dacone. I don't know this Dacone person, but that was somebody that had that What's Truth had in his sights. Mm-hmm. And then I might have been somewhere else. Someone else. I did not belong on that fucking panel. He was only bullying. I don't know.
Yes, someone else was Tony, Kathy. Tony. Okay. I'm remembering what she's talking about vaguely now. That someone else was definitely Tony at that time.
The lady and Tony. Now, game over.
I did not
Dacone
stream. He did it because he was targeting me because he was a bully.
He put you in that stream how? Like, because you're holding on to this, so you can remind me. Like he put you as one of them. Was this at the point where you were telling everybody that what's his name was innocent until proven guilty?
Yes.
See, and that's the thing, Miss Cat, is I kept telling you to let that go, but you were so stuck on innocent until proven guilty with a bunch of people who don't trust the courts.
But it
And
was
so they were
me
going to
who
pick on
didn't trust, but I didn't trust the courts, aka the police or the authorities, because I thought
But
that they were
saying innocent
snitching up.
until proven guilty, that's putting your trust in the courts.
No, I'm putting my trust in the process of innocent until proven guilty. So you put him in the courts, then you find out whether he's guilty. You can't call him guilty of that thing
But that's
unless you
trusting
have
the courts to decide if he's guilty or not, when instead of trusting the word of a woman with someone who already has a history of that sort of
So
behavior.
what about Huck? Huck's a woman. Huck's a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, she's an example of somebody who accuses somebody of rape when they didn't do it. And there's a shitload of people like her that do that.
And I'm not going to say he did or didn't do that either, because Tonic's been accused several times of that sort of behavior.
Yeah,
So
right.
I'm not getting
come
into
on.
that discussion at all.
Come on, Nikki. You
Right.
saw the whole thing. You saw the thing go down. And
I did, and I think the whole thing was staged between the two of them to get donos. And I told you that then, and I'll say that now. That's why I didn't want to get into it.
You did tell me that then, but it was not like that. She lied about that, and she's not the only woman who lies about that kind of thing. There's plenty of women who lie about that thing. And so I thought, to me, based on who I thought that NNH was, based on who I thought he was,
I'm not
from what
saying
I saw,
you're wrong.
I
I'm not
thought
saying you're wrong.
it's possible that the woman who was accusing him was one of those women who lies about that kind of thing.
It was
Because
his
they're
own
everywhere.
daughter. It was his own daughter. That should have struck
girl.
home for you.
Look, when I found out that he was found guilty, I completely did a 180, right? Because now he was
Yes,
found
but
guilty.
my point wasn't that you were wrong to believe in innocent until proven guilty and to give him the benefit of the doubt. My point was you were wrong to vehemently argue it with people who have been falsely convicted and or accused and have no trust in the courts and legal system. And I kept telling you that then, and it's the same thing I'll say now. It's not that you're wrong to believe that. You were wrong to so staunchly support that to people and that don't trust the courts and not expect what they did. You know the kind of people they are, and you know what they believe, and you're going to argue it with them and not expect them to find anything they can nitpick at you. That's not logical.
I don't find that these people here in this drama community have any problems with the courts. They're shaming each other for not paying their goddamn fucking taxes. They believe in this fucking system. So these people here are they just look for somebody they can, I find this, see, before I even came here, this innocent until proven guilty concept was very important to me because I see people not practicing it. And so I felt that it was one of those things to come to YouTube to talk about, was that people should honor the innocent until proven guilty. It's a principle that people should be honoring if they believe in the court system at all. Whether you might not believe in the judges that are there, but the actual system itself is a good system. Put all the facts out on the table and then judge, because you can't judge until you have all the facts out on the table. And these people here, if they were convicted of anything, I'm sure they were guilty. These people. There's lots of people.
And this, before you go off on the people, this is where I talk to you about your integrity, and your integrity makes you vulnerable. This is where you will stand for what you believe is right, even in the face of an insurmountable enemy. And that's why you get targeted, because you will stand and fight. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you will.
See, if I was arguing based on looks and stuff like that, I'd lose every fucking time. But if I feel strongly in a principle, I'm not losing. No matter who's against me, I'm not losing, right?
But that's how you feel, and then they come at you from other angles because they can't beat you there.
Yeah.
And that's what makes you vulnerable, because you're open with those other angles while standing a hard line.
Right. Only I'm not so vulnerable now. You're talking about
Right.
3 years
Right.
ago.
You're growing. You are definitely growing and learning that not everybody deserves all of Miss Cat.
Well, I don't know that. Did I learn that? What I learned was that because I was gaslit all my life by my own family, even, it was just the way everything was. It's like everything I thought I knew was not that way, and all that stuff. And so I was confused so much of my life. And then I get to a point where I know that I know what's right and wrong. And so my worry was what other people were thinking about me. When I realized that I'm giving them too much weight. That was what I learned, was I'm giving them too much weight.
You were giving them parts of yourself to have control over. It was their opinion that mattered instead of yours.
That was the way I was, but I was transitioning from that.
That's why I said you were. I said you were, and I'm seeing that growth, and I'm seeing some walls come up. Instead of standing in front of the wall, professing what you feel, you building a wall to stand behind and profess what you feel, and that I think that's a safer place to be at.
Oh, I don't.
You jumped over the wall.
What?
Now you're on the other side.
I don't know. It's funny because I view it as lowering the wall. Like they can't hurt me like they could before. I mean, I'm sure that they could hurt me if they were to really go at me. They'd probably make me feel ostracized, all that stuff. They do that anyway, right? Make me feel like I'm, nobody. I'm just a fly on the wall, not important. But I'd rather not be important than be the target of their fucking hate, because it's not good energy to bring onto myself. I don't want that energy on myself. But I feel like my walls came down, like I'm not afraid of them anymore, right?
So speaking of growing, why are you still watching them?
Oh, I think they're fucking fascinating. They are fucking fascinating. They are just
like a train wreck, Nikki.
But they're hurting themselves more than they're hurting anybody else. Mm-hmm. They don't realize it. And it's amazing.
And you like that?
No,
like
I
that?
Like
seeing people get hurt?
I'm friends with them? No, I am not. No, God, no. I guess you're not been watching my stream.
You're entertained by the fact that they're hurting each other instead of others. I mean, somebody's still getting hurt.
No. The only thing that entertains me is that everybody's seeing who they really are. That does entertain me. But
why does that matter?
It does not entertain me when I know that AC and Brett, their marriages are at risk because Bird is threatening to tell the wives. That does not entertain me. That makes me want to cry sometimes. I don't go that far. I don't feel that much. I probably should if I was a nicer person, but I don't feel like crying for them. But when they're making fun of AC, I'm in two minds of it, because in one, it's like, look, this is what it feels like to be the butt of the joke. This is what it feels like to be a lolcow. Are you going to learn not to make other people lolcows? And then on the other hand, I think to myself, okay, that's enough. Don't do it anymore. You're hurting him, right?
But why does either of those things matter?
Well, it's my feelings. That's all. It matters to me. But
why does it matter to you if it's about them?
Well,
why does it matter to you that they learn their lesson, or that the pain stops for them? Either thing.
It's illustrating to all the deadheads in the audience who believe shit that they say. It's when they okay, they are power.
Why do you care if those people believe?
Because I want society to be better. I want society to see that hurting each other goes against humanity.
Twice in a row, you said the first two words the same. What were those two words?
I want to see, or I want.
I want.
Yeah.
And that's where you're going to keep butting your head against a wall and being hurt in the world, is thinking that what you want has any bearing on how the world is.
Can I give you two other words to use?
What?
I am. It means something, Kath. I am.
It's everybody's
Wow,
nature.
Crafty, coming in the clutch, woman. That was
I
brilliant.
am the captain of my ship and the master of my.
Ah, that reminds me of
What
the
I
video.
want for others is irrelevant. All that matters is what I am. And you
All
already
life
know
matters.
what you are, so quit caring about what you want for others.
You're in transformation and healing at the moment, just like the world is. And of course, these people will get what they get served, right? It's quite like you like to use the word karma. So the memories that you're holding on to, are they worth it? These are questions to ask yourself, Kat. Is it
Well,
worth
the
it?
thing is, when I was
Write
bullied from
about
grade
it, hubby. I know,
when I was
but these are the
I was
things
bullied
also that you need to write about.
when I was bullied from grade 2 through grade 8, it
Hmm.
affected me because those ages from 7
Very
years
fresh.
old, yeah, they were very impressionable, and they see this is where my suspected autism comes in, because I take people so literally, or I have in the past taken people so literally. I mean, to the letter of what they say. I can't
Right.
help it. I don't understand because I say what I feel. I could
Mhm.
never understand it before. I do now, but for much of my life, I'm very literal. So when people would say things to me, and when it'd be more than one person, now I'm outnumbered. My thoughts, my feelings are outnumbered by other people
Mhm.
who, even being honest, they're just saying things to hurt me, but I took it as serious. So that colored my view of myself. So that affected me for all of my life. So to get to this point where I'm being bullied in my 50s, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, and when I didn't even do anything wrong to anybody, it it sort of brought up all those vulnerabilities that I had back when I was 7.
Right.
So
It's not
Like a
bullying
flash.
if you've done something wrong, Miss Cat. So that's why it's bullying. Secondly, I'm
when
going
you
to bring
say
back something that
wait, can you say that again? I didn't hear it.
it's not bullying if you had done something wrong to deserve it. So that's why it's bullying, because you didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
See,
So,
I call it mob mentality. Hyenas.
and I'm going to go back to something I said to you before you started following the nudie train.
The nudie
Shadow
train.
work. Yeah, when you started like trying to adapt
Shadow
his
work.
idea of being all good and eliminating all the shadows instead of accepting them. You have shadows within you, we all do. This is why I
Yeah.
say you should always have walls, even with someone like me who, for the
Black
most
Moon
part, you
Lily.
can trust to not intend to hurt you. And again, I said for the most part because you still have beliefs where I intended to hurt you and I'm not undermining those. For the most part, you should always have these somewhat walls with people because what we come when we come to terms with the shadows within ourselves, it's easier to accept the shadows in other people. And I
Yeah,
asked
and
you to do this years ago when I first met you, is to do some
yeah,
writing and be honest
shadow
with
work is
yourself about
very
your
hard.
negative qualities and learn to accept them because sometimes we just can't change them.
Well, the
That
fact
way
that
you can learn to accept them in other people.
the fact that
Yeah.
I like camera, it's not a good part of me.
Listen,
That's not a
Kat,
good.
we all have traits and characteristics that we don't like. It's ego versus pride.
I
And this is where a lot of people, yes, a lot of people are also dealing with inner child. Are you the inner child at 7? Or are you going to be the 7-year-old in a 50-year-old body? You could do that. However,
But
writing is an
just
outlet that you need to do.
I'm just naturally a 7-year-old in a 50-year-old body.
I get
That's just
that
me.
being playful is one thing, right? So there's the
But
responsibilities now that we know it comes along.
being open and loving, like I don't want to have walls between me and my friends. Like when I spoke to Nikki. We talked for many hours behind the scenes. We kikied about people. We talked about our own lives. I didn't want walls between us. I wanted to lower any walls. I wanted to make it so there were no walls between me and Nikki.
But I'm no angel. I'm not perfect and I don't
I
ever
know you're
plan to
not.
be. So
I
you
know
see,
you're
we either
not.
have to accept that we're going to hurt each other
No,
because we have shadows, or you
no.
have to build a wall to not be hurt. Those are the two
Just
options
because,
because we're
just
both only
because,
human.
just
Right.
because you and I will have our negative qualities does not mean that hurting each other should be okay. That's not okay. That's not okay. It's
No,
one
it's
thing.
not. You bring it out in the moment and you move on. What's not okay is holding on to it like it's a badge. You have a catalog of things to hold against everybody, Miss Cat, that that you're not accepting that that's who they are, and then accepting who you are.
I'm learning
still
to
learning
accept
who she
myself.
is.
I'm learning to accept myself more and more every day. But as far as
I do see that growth, but you still have a ways to go with me, especially in learning that I am not perfect. I have shadows. You have shadows.
Yes.
But if you're
but
going to
my
hold
shadows
on to every hurt, if you're going to hold on to every hurt like you're getting freshly stabbed today, you're going to hurt your whole life.
But I'm not, Lo. That's not what it's like. It's not like
You know,
I'm
I just
getting
did a reading.
stabbed.
I just did a reading myself. Okay, listen, Kat. When you're at a crossroads, a lot of people are at crossroads today, and definitely you have to walk your own path. I'm going to respect your path no matter what. However, you want no ill will toward anybody is a better way to say it. And yes, we want you playful. We want your serious side as well. You have all these characteristics.
Yeah, but
And remember, we were just talking
shadow
about
shed.
Black Moon Lilith. When we were talking about Black Moon Lilith, these are the characteristics of your shadow side.
Okay,
All
but
right?
my bad points are things like I'm lazy.
I understand that. Those are traits.
I like drama. I like drama.
Mhm.
I like to. Well, I don't know if that's a bad thing, but I'd rather watch
Sometimes
things.
it can be. It's a double-edged
And I'm not
sword there
asking you,
with the drama.
I'm not asking you to say these things now. I'm asking you to write about it and really process it yourself.
What the
Right.
things that are when you said something about me being cruel to you, I don't know one example of when I was cruel. I've been angry. I've
From
displayed
your
my.
point of view, it wasn't cruel. Now imagine that I have a different point of view and how it came across to me.
That's why I asked you. I didn't say I wasn't cruel. I
I
asked you
did
what
tell
I
you, to me, it came across as cruel behaviors, but I've let them go. So I'm not holding on to it. I can't pull from a
Don't hold on
catalog
to
of
it.
things that have hurt me in my life anymore. I let that
That's
catalog
another
go.
thing. Right. So you have to forgive yourself. It's a hard fucking job, let me tell you. Quite like loving yourself, because we've been brought up not to do that. We've been brought up to give it away. Don't give it away, Cat. Don't give it away. That's your armor. Now where's your stone? Are you wearing it?
On armor.
You need
I
to
want
be
to get
grounded.
up here.
You need some armor. You're in a world of cruel people. To
Yeah.
sit there and think that it's,
Predators.
and I'm not telling you if this is how you want to be, fine, but then you have to accept that with that comes the bullying.
Oh yeah, I do accept that. I know that happens, but what I want to do is affect society in a way, because I don't know if you saw the 24 hours that me and Nudu was in most of it, where we talked about, are you a bonobo or are you a chimp? Because this was based on some research that scientists did about who we were a long time ago before we became these treacherous fucking animals, who we were as human beings before, when we were cooperative with nature. We're like the other animals. We were cooperative with nature, and where we turned, and the theory was that at one point, the humans were traveling. We were nomads, and so we'd move in the seasons, and we'd go find the food, and then we'd move again. So at one point, as the humans were traveling, one human saw something off to the side, which was not in the path of the nomadic path they were doing. They went to go investigate something that was their own thought. They weren't working on the instincts. They went with their own thought. And that led to shame. And that shame led to nowadays, in these, thousands of years later, that we are all, I forgot what he said, but like my interpretation is we're lost and we're scared, and that if we could stop feeling shame ourselves, we could be more cooperative and less competitive, because competing does not help us. Being cooperative, it helps us. And try,
But by saying I want this for society, you're saying I want this for other people. That is by its very nature a competitive thing, because you want your thing over what other people want.
It's not.
Instead of saying I want this for society, I am this in society should be enough.
I am the master of my fate and the captain of my soul, or the captain of my ship. All right, you need to be the ship.
Miss Cat, you're older than I am. In all of your life, have you been able to direct the people around you to do the things you want that you know would make it better for them?
No.
What makes you think that anyone has the capability to do that on a societal level?
Yes, the media does it all the fucking time. They've always done it. And I want you to counteract that negative influence. And I can't do it myself. But when I'm sitting here watching it happen, watching karma happen to the people who do nasty things to each other, and now it's happening to them, that is the consequences of what they've done. And to watch them, to see if they learn, and to
so you want retribution.
No, now you're changing.
Karma is retribution. Karma is payback for what you did before.
No, it's not. Bad karma.
That's literally what it means.
No, karma is just consequences.
Karma is all bad. You can't say bad karma. Karma is all bad.
No, it's not all bad. No, of course it's not all bad. Karma can be just as good as it can be bad.
No, that's dharma. Look it up. Dharma is when you build up good energy for the next life. Karma is when you build up bad energy for the next life.
Okay, well, when I talk about it, I'm talking.
And it comes in the next life, not in this.
Hold on. I'm not talking about this Indian way of believing. I know that it's an Indian word, and I know that it came from that. But that's not what I mean when I say karma. Me and Nudu have had lots of conversations about this. It means the consequences of your actions, because if you think about the way that I think that the universe works, it just happens this way. It's not like it's not something like there's somebody deciding for you, or you get rewarded or anything like that. It just
happens this way, but you keep saying what you want, as opposed to it just happens this way. I want. Well, I thought it just happens this way.
What I want is to see society change while I'm still alive. That's what I want. I want society to realize that they're hurting each other and stop.
But the universe gets to decide that, because it just happens this way.
But the universe doesn't decide shit. We decide it.
Then how is there karma if the universe doesn't decide to get somebody back for their bad behavior?
It's not for getting people back. That's not it. I'm not saying that I don't derive a certain amount of pleasure from seeing my bullies bullied. That's part of my negative side. I do enjoy seeing my bullies bullied. It's just that as soon as they get their bullying, I want it to stop, and they keep on going on, right? Like I want it to stop. I want them to feel like, oh my God, what I've been doing was wrong, and then stop doing it. That's what I want, right? So I'm not saying it's going to work that way. I'm watching to see how it works. There are people who are getting something out of this, like learning, and there are other people who just won't budge, and they're stuck in the rut, and they just have to.
Why is it important that they learn or don't learn for you?
Because then my grandson gets a better world.
How do you know that would be better? You think that if there's no adversity, that it would be better? You should see these kids growing up with no adversity, how they behave. How does that make it better?
What? How do you mean no adversity? With each other or with the government, or what do you mean no adversity?
These kids who are given safe spaces, and like we go to the fair and they have a freaking sensory zone now where kids can go and it's quiet and dark. Like these kids who have been catered to, look how they're behaving now that they're growing up.
No,
You think that removing this adversity of having other people who are just as imperfect as you are around you, like you have this idea of utopia, but at the same time you believe the universe decides fate. So which
no,
is it? Can you control the
no,
fate, or does the
no,
universe decide it?
no, I don't. No, I don't believe in fate. No, I'm not believing
Well,
in
then you
fate.
can't believe in karma.
Well, I probably shouldn't use that word then with you because you're taking it very literally. But I'm
Well, no, in
meaning,
general, the idea of karma of you did something and now it's going to revert back to you. I
it's not.
use the universe as a term, like God, because most people don't like
Yeah,
God.
that's how I use it. That's how I use it. But
Right. And so I'm
I'm
not
not
saying
taking
like
that.
the physical universe. I'm saying something out there. You bounce shit out into the universe and it gets bounced back at you. There's
Yes,
something that's bouncing it back at you.
and yet energy. And so when people can see that using the negative energy only makes things worse because they're carrying that energy, their body
Would you have
is.
ever learned that if you didn't see the negative energy? So why
No,
do you want everybody to be enlightened? That's not how it works.
I want it so that when somebody is negative and bullying and stuff like that, that the audience, and you know that that's always been that's the freak out level, is the
Yes,
audience.
and why do you care if those people think what they think?
Because those
Why
people
is
are
that so
raising children.
important to you?
Those people are raising children with my grandchild.
Yes, and they need those people out there, your grandchild being raised by you and your daughter to shine light. The only way their light is going to matter is if there's darkness to shine it into. So I don't see why you think removing that adversity of having those other people out there who aren't like them is going to be better for them.
Because the balance is way off. When you have whole countries like America believing that it's okay to do what they do to the Palestinians because they're so brainwashed, they think that it's okay. That's the balance is totally off. That's not just a bit of darkness to shine your light on.
That's some evil in the world to
That's a
complement
lot
the
of
good
evil.
in the world.
That's a
You
lot
can't
of
say
evil.
you can't say that it's off balance. Where are you looking at it from to say that it's off balance? Are you the universe deciding how the balance should be?
Well, I'm just talking about Earth. I'm not talking about the whole universe. I'm talking about the Earth.
Yeah, are
balance
you
is-
the force that's bouncing things back that decides where the balance should be?
I am the force.
I call them as I see them.
Well, your point of view is very limited. The universe has a much bigger view of what's going on our planet than we do. You don't think that it recognizes what balance needs to be? There has
But
to be bad or there is no good.
of course, the universe, if it had eyes, would see it differently because, of course, their eyes or its eyes or whatever would be on everything. I'm talking about the fact that that things are acceptable that shouldn't be acceptable. It's one thing when you have evil in the world. It's another thing when it becomes normalized. And the way that people, and it's been done like this on purpose. It's been fed into people in ways that they don't even understand, like things like putting Roseanne on the air. Roseanne was supposed
You know what the yin yang is?
Roseanne was supposed to be an exception to the rule.
I have a
She was
coin up there.
reverent. She was supposed to be irreverent humor that was the exception, and yet everybody then emulated her and became like her, and now everybody just thinks it's okay to be mean. They've normalized being mean. That
It
is
is
not
okay to have meanness in the world. Have you seen the yin yang?
The Tao.
The yin yang are equal parts
normalized
white
mean.
and black. The white does not
Right.
overpower the black. You don't get the good to overpower the evil in the world. That is not how it works. That's not balance. That would be imbalance. Why do you think Anakin went over to the dark side? Because it was already imbalanced for the light side. So
The
they had to
same
throw
for
in.
the yin.
They said Anakin will balance the force. And what did he do? He went to the dark side because that's where he was needed to balance the force.
Right.
The evil world is running in a
the yin
evil way.
yang. You see the two different colors. It looks like a fish too, right?
Yes.
So of
more-
course
it's
the
more
fishes
black,
are always
more-
going to chase themselves. Hang on a second, Kat, because everybody bad has a little good and everybody good has a little bad. That's what the yin yang is representing.
Don't both sides it. This is not
I'm
both
telling you,
sides.
that's what it means. That's what it means.
But
The yin yang.
I know what yin yang means. I'm 58
A
years
lot.
old. I know what yin yang means. I'm saying to you that the dark is way out balancing the light.
But it's not. You're just looking at it from a different perspective. The vast majority of people in the world today live in far better conditions than the vast majority of the people of the world lived in 100 years ago.
Mhm.
The vast majority. The balance is what it is. You focus in on the negative and then you pretend that it's taking over the positive. The positives are there too. You just need to focus on them.
We have had our brains taken over. They have owned our brains. They have turned it. So
if you believe that, then you're falling into it.
Going on. If evil wasn't normalized, what's
A
going
lot
on
of
in
people have
Palestine?
been brainwashed, Kat.
Yeah, well, it needs to
What's
stop.
going on in Palestine has been going on all over the world for the history of humanity. The evil and the good
And
have to
everybody.
be equal. They balance each other. Balance means the same weight. So good is not more important or better than evil.
There's way more.
That's why I say shadow work, and accepting the bad parts of yourself helps you accept the bad parts in everyone else.
That's right. It's a hard job
No,
to do the shadow work. It doesn't take like a year.
I don't accept normalizing cruelty. There is no way in hell that I'm going to accept normalizing cruelty.
But it is normal. It's been normal throughout the history of humanity. It has never not existed. If you have love, you have cruelty. You can't have one without the other.
It was
Balance.
clearly marked. It was
Cruelty
clearly marked.
behind.
These people are bad people. These people are good people. It was clearly seen. Nowadays, everybody is picking up this.
It was not clearly seen. The people who were bad didn't think they were bad people. They thought the people, that's just because you read the history books. The history books bring up the victor as this good guy. They make him look so good and everybody was on his side. That's not how it really is. The majority of people in Germany sided with Hitler. I mean, evil is as much a part of us as good.
I think you're attributing thoughts to me that don't exist.
Brainwashed.
This is not, I understand that.
These are the things you're saying. You want balance. Balance means equal. I don't think that the bad stuff outweighs the good stuff in the world today.
Well, then you're not, that you also don't watch the news.
Oh no, I've been keeping abreast with the news lately, and I still believe that the good and the evil balance in the world as it stands.
What's going on in Palestine is so important.
Has been going on somewhere in the world throughout human history. It has never stopped happening in the world. What's going on in Palestine? What's going on in Palestine is going on in other parts of the world right now too.
No. What's going on in Palestine is a central thing. What happened in 16 months ago started waking people up in their own countries to see their own government.
It's only a central thing if you're only watching certain media, because if you look at what's really going on in the world, you can see far greater genocides happening in the African continent than Israel.
Yeah.
It's who's doing it.
Nobody's talking about it. Nobody talks about Ethiopia.
Look, it's the evil people that run the world are Zionists. And the Zionist people are centralized, headquartered in Israel and in America. Okay? So it's not just all, I mean, I know that Sudan, there's starving in Sudan. There's shit going on in Africa. I understand that. There have been genocides there was genocide in Rwanda. What the Americans did in Afghanistan and Iraq was also could be considered genocide. So I understand that this shit goes on all over the world. But the players involved in the Palestine-Israel conflict are directly related to the people that run the fucking world. So they don't, when it's in Rwanda.
That's true of all of it. Where do you think those people in Rwanda are getting weapons from to fight each other? You think they're fucking making AK-47s down there?
No.
They're getting shipped.
So how is it any different? What's going on in Ukraine? Where the fuck did Ukraine get all the weapons to fight Russia? You don't think that the powers that be have their hand in all of these conflicts? Like you're saying that, you're focusing on
Money.
Palestine, and I understand that because it's dear to your heart. But
Yes,
that
yes.
sort of behavior has gone on throughout. It happened here in the United States with Native Americans, with the Chinese. You should have seen what we did to the
Okay,
Chinese during the war.
wait a second. Nobody is trying to take
Cuban.
away to take away somebody's Ukrainian heritage. What happening in Ukraine was that they wanted.
You know, this area that you're calling
Hold on.
Palestinian was part of 3 different countries, right?
The Americans wanted a post near Russia. They wanted to put their weapons in Ukraine to be right on the border with Russia. Russia said, they were the controllers of Ukraine because Ukraine used to be part of the USSR, and according to Putin, was part of Russia Central. And
Crimea.
so they were not going to let NATO try to convince Ukraine, saying, "Oh, you guys could be a star. We'll bring you into NATO," and then use their land to strike at Russia. That was what was going on. That's what is
Actually,
going on.
I think Russia was pissed because they asked to be part of NATO and were denied, and then Ukraine was allowed.
Yes, and you wanted to use Ukraine. They don't give a fuck about Ukraine or the
Because
Ukrainian.
NATO has no purpose if Russia joins it, because the whole point of NATO is all of us against Russia.
Exactly, and they wanted to use part of Russia to go against Russia. So Russia said, "No, you're not doing that. You're not putting any."
Again, though, I'm saying that regardless the reasons for the fighting, we still have our hand in it all. We were talking about like Rwanda, for example, you said it, and there's a couple other genocides going on in Africa and one going on in South America that's pretty severe.
And there's horrible things going on in Haiti too.
But to sit there and say that isn't balance for the good things that are going on in other parts of the world, it's like when I say if we have billionaires, if we have billionaires, we have to have homeless people because balance. And I know that sounds evil to some people, but that's just the way the world works, is balance. And you brought up balance, and the balance is there. You can't eliminate the evil and call that balance. That would be all the weight on the good side.
There's no way that we can eliminate evil. And I understand the yin yang law. I understand that. But what I'm saying to you is that this is not, the rest of the world does not feel the way that the U.S. feels or that Britain feels. The rest of the world is on Palestine's side. When it comes to balance, it's over on our side for the love and support that we get from the whole rest of the world. And in the UN, they're on our side. 153 countries voted for us. Okay, so I'm saying to you that the way that they're forming people's thoughts, okay, they've taken over Afghanistan.
Democracy isn't balance.
I know that, I'm getting there. What they've done is they've taken over in other people's countries. They've gone to Australia, they've gone to India, they've gone to all over the world. And they are taking over, trying to buy people with all the stuff you can get in the corporate world and buying their fucking souls and then making it so that it's okay to do things. Whereas people had principles, they had morals that they went by. And if their religion was part of that, then it was part of that.
You firmly believe that evil has outweighed good.
What was considered normal was to be kind and generous and compassionate. That to be understanding. That is what was normal. So yes, you had some bad guys, but the rest of the people knew that was bad. Nowadays, people don't know what's
But that's
good
saying that
bad.
evil has to be less than good for balance. You believe good should outnumber evil in order for there to be balance. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, because you just said the rest of, there were some bad people, but the rest knew. So you're saying that the majority being good and just a small percentage being bad is balance.
But the number is not what's important. It's the mindset that's important.
But right now what we have is, equal parts evil and good, in my mind. not more evil than good. And you're saying that it's too much evil, that it should be, just some bad guys, not an equal amount of bad guys to the good guys.
Because everybody is. Look at this drama community. It's not just the people up on stage that are being cool.
Everybody is like that, though. Do you know how many billions of videos are out there of happy people gardening?
Oh yeah, I know that.
I am.
But
there is balance. The thing is we can't. The balance stays no matter what. It is finite. We can't change the balance. It is there. So what exists now is the balance. And for you to think that evil is overpowering good, or good can overpower evil in some way, is going to frustrate you. You can be that way if you want, but it's going to frustrate you a lot, because evil and good are always going to be at equal odds. If not, though, the world stops spinning.
The world will stop spinning.
Well, if you don't have balance, how are you going to have a freaking centrifuge? A centrifuge has to be balanced, or it jumps off the table.
Well,
like you can't put. Have you ever run a centrifuge? Have you seen those? Like in a doctor's office?
It's that one where the water goes out or the water comes in.
Well, it depends on which direction you spin it.
Oh, so you can spin it both ways. Yeah, okay.
So yeah. you spin this thing, and it causes separation of particles. Right? It's kind of like that ride at the amusement park where you stick to the walls.
Yeah, I love that. Devil's
centrifugal force, okay? Yeah. You have to balance it. Did you ever notice that those guys, when the ride wasn't full, would come and make people move so that the ride was balanced?
Yeah, oh yeah.
You have to balance it.
Yeah.
And if you throw the balance off and you put a bunch of people on one side and only 2 people on the other side, the ride doesn't work.
No. Yeah.
Well, our Earth is centrifugal. So if you make everybody good and not have the evil to balance it, there's no world.
There's centrifugal, and then there's centripetal. Centripetal. There's two. That's the 2 ways. So I think centrifugal is clockwise, and centripetal is counterclockwise. One or the other. It's two. There's not just the one.
Right, but you get the point, though, that you can't put a sample on one side and not on the other and have it spin right.
Okay, well, to have balance, it has to be equal. So unfortunately, to have the good that we have, which is the miracles that we see all the time, and you can watch as many YouTube videos about miracles as you can these drama shits. The miracles that we have, and then the evil that meets up with it. They're going to be equal. So for as much good as we have in the world, we're going to have some really bad. That's not the way.
I agree with you that what's going on in Palestine is not how any of us would prefer to see humanity. But it's the balance. And if you try to change it, you're saying you think good needs to outweigh evil, and you're going to be sad because it won't happen.
Look, the good has to have as much power as the bad. And the good does not have as much power as the bad. You can't convince me otherwise. The people that are running this world are doing it in an evil way. They're not doing good things for people. They're only doing bad. It doesn't matter what country you're in. They're only doing bad for humanity. They're not doing anything.
I'm sad that you see it that way.
The people themselves are doing good for each other. There are plenty of people out there feeding people who are. I'm out there feeding people. All summer I was feeding people. There's plenty of people out there doing beautiful things for other people. But the people that are running the world are only doing evil. They're not doing any good. And they creeped into every part of the world. And how did they get there? Because the people were good and let them in. That's how we ended up with all those fucking Ashkenazi Zionists, because we felt bad for them for what Europe was doing to them. We didn't do a shit. We didn't do anything for them except let them live on our land. And then they fucking took over. We should have just said no to begin with. Fuck you. Go back to Europe. Take your fucking chances. Go to America.
See, and part of what you're saying is from the fact that you have a personal connection to this particular thing. That's why I didn't want to talk about Israel with you at all. You have a very emotional attachment to it, and I respect that. So I just don't even want to. But in general, the evil in the world does not outweigh the good. And if you see it that way, I don't know what to tell you
Okay,
because
what are the people who run the world? What are they doing that's good for the world?
I have electricity in my house that keeps me warm or cool, depending on the weather.
Those people
There's
didn't invent
We're
roads
not
that I
near a
drive
volcano.
on, cars I like to drive so I can get places, airplanes to fly on,
vibes.
YouTube to sit and shoot the shit with you on. I sure as
They're
fuck didn't
bribes,
make
though.
that.
They're bribes.
How is it bribes? It's the equaling out. It's the equilibrium of there's good and there's bad.
They
There's
give
children
us
being cured of diseases in the world. There's
children being stolen in the world and nobody's doing anything about it. The whole Puff
people-
Daddy has brought out people who are witness children being stolen, boys and girls being stolen, young women and young men being stolen and taken kidnapped, and we never see them again. And this is like a worldwide thing going on, and nobody's doing anything about it. And the Puff Daddy thing brought that shit out. Is anybody talking about that? No. Nobody even wants to deal with it. There are people that are languishing, being imprisoned, and being drugged, and being raped, and we're just sitting here in our cars and eating our Big Macs. We're just being pacified. And the internet, which is a great thing, and I said it earlier in the stream before you got here, Nikki, was that the internet's not a bad thing. It's how you use it that makes it a good or bad thing, right? Just like money is a good or bad thing based on how you use it. So I'm not saying the internet's a bad thing. And they didn't invent the internet. People invented the internet. They used it for their purposes. They gave it to us so that they could spy on us. We're getting the benefit of sitting around talking to each other, but they are spying on us while we do it. Just like people line up to pay for
in my home state
in their house.
In my home state, there are several refuges for birds that are endangered. And there are people who go out and care for these birds, and they're paid for by the federal government. They keep the wetlands clean and safe for them so they have a place to be. You're asking me for the good things. The preservation of the national forests in my state. If people here had their way, they'd go in and they'd dig out all of the resources for personal gain if the state didn't stop them.
That's local, and that's local people. The people that run the world don't give a fuck about ducks.
Those are the people who actually run the world more than anything. Those people up on the high, they posture, but the enforcement happens at the local level. So it depends on local values, what gets enforced and what doesn't, as you see in the states, especially with some states having legal marijuana and others not. And the federal law still being a prohibition. So typically speaking, the actual running of the world happens in the day-to-day things, getting food to and from. We have a really great system of what's the word? It just went out of my head. I had it. Logistics in this country, and that's provided by quote unquote the powers that be, the corporations. You know, to sit and say that everything that any entity does is pure evil is to not look at the whole picture and accept that with the bad comes the good, and with the good comes the bad in everything. Balance.
I could say that the world gave me Big Macs, right? I love Big Macs. They make me feel so warm and comfy. I just love them. And what do? They kill me.
Smile, your government's trying to kill you.
And you choose to take that good with the bad because you still will, if you have the opportunity, eat a Big Mac. You do know how
Gotta
to take
live,
the good
Kat.
with the bad, but in some cases you focus so much on the bad because of how much it personally hurts you emotionally that you don't want to see the good. And I'm not saying
I do
I'm
see
not
the good. If
saying that the bad isn't horrible, but some of the good is really fucking good too, honey.
the best things that have happened to me have come from the universe. They haven't come from the people that run the world.
Best things in life are free and usually little.
Really? Because I remember a time when I met you that you were coming on here talking about how you were about to lose your home, and the powers that be started sending you a check so you got to stay where you wanted to live.
Yes, but I also am lazy because it's easy to get that. If I lived in another country somewhere where they didn't have that, I'd have to do it for myself. But I wouldn't resent it because I'd be living in a society that this was a normal thing. Whereas here, it's not a normal thing to try and live in this fucking cold with legs that you can't even walk on. There's nothing you can do. But if I lived in Vietnam, I'd be eating healthier. I'd be eating from the land. I wouldn't be so sick. And I would.
Do you really believe that? Have you
Oh, yeah.
ever been to Vietnam?
No.
Do you really believe you'd be eating healthier and living better if you lived in, you know, their life expectancy there is like 45.
Get out.
I'm not kidding, honey.
Get out. 45.
So many women die in childbirth. Their infant mortality rate is high. Now, that you're talking about the country in Vietnam, not the city, because you realize that Vietnam has cities just like New York.
Oh yeah. No, I meant no. When I was
in the countryside.
When I came up with Vietnam, it was because I was thinking about
rice patties.
No, I was thinking about my monkey BB and the guy that has him. There's two monkeys that I love. They're both called BB. One's rich BB and one's poor BB. And poor BB lives on a guy who he doesn't have any family. He doesn't have anything except what he does for himself. And he looks probably almost as old as me. And he does everything for himself. Even the rich BB, that guy, his mother, she looks like she's fucking ancient. She's still walking around doing everything for herself because they live a more active, more natural life. Now, I'm not saying in the cities, yeah, all cities are going to have that. That's not going to be.
Yeah, but if we're talking about like the rice paddies, they have a very low average life expectancy. You may see the odd 60, 70-year-old woman, but it's not the rule. They have a much lower life expectancy than more developed nations.
About 45, right?
Huh?
You were joking about 45.
It's in the 40s. Here, I'll just look it up. Last time I did this, it's been a while. Someone else actually brought up Vietnam as being somewhere where you would live healthier and longer, and we went and looked it up.
It's going to be somewhere in the mountains. I'll bet you anything. I have to go pee. I'm putting away my dishes, but
I'm doing fine.
I'm gonna mute. You guys go ahead and talk.
It's actually gone up.
It went to a higher expectancy.
Yeah, it's actually 74 years old.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, probably because of change of diet.
Well, they've actually
pretty cool.
It's not just change of diet, but it also has to do with their commercializing. They're actually becoming a first world country. Like I said, they have a bunch of cities and stuff. So they've adapted the food distribution logistics like we have here now.
Yeah, that Asia's working together. Same with India, South Asia. It's big. So that's good.
Yeah,
I mean, there's good things that are
they're
happening.
developing a lot.
along,
But it's not because
amongst
they
all
live a
the
peaceful,
shit,
quiet
even
life. It's because they're becoming more developed, which is
right.
kind of the point. But
It's because
he's
they're
not
getting
here.
bigger. More people are going, and more people are going. Like more people will take vacations. I mean, what they do over there with just elephant poop
It's actually just
paper.
more investment
You know,
in
they have jobs
infrastructure.
connected
Yeah.
to Canada. Yeah, infrastructure plus the lifestyle, and definitely with Europe, it's easier to get to. You know, like if you're in England, you can slip on over to Taiwan or the Philippines. It's cheaper for them. So
Yeah, but I
that's
don't
where I
think it's
get
like a
jealous.
vacationing thing when we're talking about Vietnam. I think it's investments in infrastructure because
No,
of corporate
Hold on a second.
growth.
everything that's gone on there.
Are you back,
You
Miss Cat?
just for a moment, then I got to mute again. You were saying that you were under the impression that 45 or somewhere in the 40s was the limit for their life, right? But
Was the life
you're
expectancy, and I looked it up and I was wrong. You walked
oh
away
yeah,
when
but
I said I
no,
was wrong. It's like
no,
74 now.
yeah, but you're saying the way that you put it was you said it went up. So how could it
It
go
had,
40s to the 70s in such a short time? That just doesn't make
well,
sense.
I'm thinking this is in over a decade, maybe even 15 years.
What 15 years is enough to change their life expectancy from the 40s to the
Because
70s?
they've become because they've become like, and it was in the 50s, not the 40s. It was like the 50, low range 50s. And yes, it has because of industrialization. Believe it or not, it's become because of how quickly they've developed.
So eating processed foods are keeping them alive?
Not eating processed foods, but having an infrastructure built in that distributes the food and spreads healthcare and makes healthcare awareness possible. They didn't have that infrastructure in the past, say 30, 40 years
Healthcare
ago.
is killing us. Their healthcare was way better when they were using natural medicines.
You recognize that um, that not everybody even had access to that, and having infrastructure put in gives people more access to whatever the medicine is. Yeah, they don't follow our pharmacological medicines. It's Eastern medicine we're talking about. You're right.
They
But it's
probably do
still
now.
having access.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about they westernized their medicine. I said they westernized their logistics, their
no.
infrastructure to make everything more accessible to everybody. They're still following a lot of their basic cultural traditions, and absolutely the Asians have us beat in medical care because they've been studying it a lot longer than us, and they weren't looking to make a profit off of it the way that our culture is. But development makes a big difference. And that comes from the powers that be because they want to get their products out, like you said. So, like I said, you take the good with the bad. You know, they built really nice roads here in New Mexico, and some of them are really well maintained because of something called the WHIP project, which moves nuclear waste. And it sucks having nuclear waste in the state and having it being moved about the state and whatnot. But the roads are a benefit that everybody gets to use. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Balance. There's good and bad in everything. Even what's going on in Palestine, as much as you might not want to see it, there are good things coming of this. There are people waking up around the world. You see college students protesting.
Yes.
There are children who are getting out of there, and because of the adversity they went through, they are more empathetic, better equipped to be good people, and have goals based on what they've been through that they might not have had they grown up in a posh suburb.
Okay, I don't know what you're
State.
talking about now. Clarify that part.
You were
Because
asking for good things that might come from the evil.
this good thing that you're mentioning doesn't seem like it's real. It's what you just said was
Really,
not,
there's not in the States and in Canada, there's not Palestinian children who have become doctors and lawyers who went through adversity and got out of it and
You
became better
realize that
people because of it.
you realize that
Mhm.
that's in Palestine too. There was even more female students than male students. Their universities were full of people becoming doctors and lawyers and scientists.
Yeah, yes, I'm not knocking that. What I'm saying is you're asking me where good comes out of the bad is in that people who survive adversity become better people than people who are coddled. People who are coddled don't know how to empathize with other people who've had adversity because they've never had it. But
No,
people who
no,
have lived through adversity have some empathy because they've been there.
there is a threshold that they've crossed where it's not just like I can't me coming here and dealing with bullies. That was adversity that I could grow from, right? But what's happened to them has been psychologically damaged, and they will be damaged for the next 7 generations with this fucking damage, psychological damage. This is way past facing adversity. This is fucking up a culture of people. This is not
Again,
adversity.
again, this is happening all over the world and has been for the history of humanity. And it's just not going to end. Nobody is going to say if it's right or wrong because each side has a different idea. Like some people would just say, okay, we needed a place to put the Jews. That land actually belongs to 3 different countries, and we took a little bit from each of them to give them a place to be because nobody wanted to take in the Jews. So they made this place for them. And some people would say that the good thing, the right thing to do would be for the Palestinian peoples there to, go to their respective countries that they were a part of before that land was offered up to the Jews. Some people would say that. Some people would say they should fight to the death for their land.
No,
These are opposing viewpoints.
they're not valid views because those Palestinians are not going, they're not from anywhere else. They're from that land. They're not from anywhere.
Right. And some people would say, take the offer of land elsewhere, which many of them were given, of citizenship elsewhere, go elsewhere and live your life and let the Jews have that place because none of us want them. And some people believe that is the better choice. And you can't say that that's invalid because it's just not your point of view.
No. It is invalid because whether they're Jews or not does not mean that they belong in that land. They can be Jewish anywhere they fucking want. It's a
yeah, but we had to have a place to stick them after World War II.
Stick them anywhere. After World War II, they were vindicated. Everybody cared about them. Everybody cared about their plight. Why'd they have to fucking
Exactly. So we had to give them their own place because we didn't want them coming in and taking over ours.
This was a Zionist plan who are fucking atheists. They're not even Jews. This was a Zionist plan and has nothing to do with being Jewish. And the real Jews, not the fucking European Jews, the real ones that are ethnically Jews, right? Not just religiously Jews, actual ethnic Jews.
Jewish is a religion. How can you be ethnically a religion?
No. That's where this is where how they were tricky about the whole fucking thing. Jews are an ethnicity. They're the same ethnicity as Palestinian Arabs, by the way, but the way that we live ended up being different, so the culture is different. But these are ethnic Jews, as in their blood is from that fucking land, not from Europe.
Honey, nobody's going to let people keep the land just because their blood was from there. That's not how the world works. We conquered and reconquered everything. Most people say they would stay and fight for their land. But if the government came here today and told me we're going to give you fair value and send you on your way because we need this land for something, I'm not going to take up arms against the government to stop them. I want to go get land somewhere else and move on.
Your ancestors are not buried there. Your ancestors don't have huge history there.
It doesn't fucking matter where my ancestors are buried. That's fucking bullshit.
Like you think like an American. You don't think like a Palestinian or like an Arab. The land has the energy of your ancestors. That is the land that your ancestors put their blood, sweat, and tears into for generations upon generations.
That's not true. That area of the world has been through multiple different ethnicities and groups conquering it.
No, conquering, what you're talking about is ruling it as opposed to living in it. The Ottomans did not occupy Palestine, they just ruled it. The British did not occupy Palestine, they just ruled it. But then when the Zionists came in, they occupied Palestine.
And when the Romans came in, they occupied and assimilated.
They didn't. They just had their troops there. They did not occupy it.
That's not true. They moved in, they married and intermarried and had children together. These societies, you go back to Nero and see what the Borg is. Humans throughout history have conquered each other, taken land from each other. This is nothing new, and it's nothing special just because it happens to be your historical land.
Well, for thousands of years, longer than any American can even fucking fathom, Palestinians, Arabs, and Jews were on that land, and therefore that makes it special to them. So why would, if you went to maybe you would move, but if you went to a First Nations person and said, look, we were thinking of moving you to Greenland. How'd you like to live?
They did move.
What do you mean they did move?
We moved them all over the fucking place. They moved.
Still on North American
reservations now.
They're on North American land.
On reservations.
Well, they couldn't help that. At least they're still living.
They
but they're
moved.
on native land. They're still on native land. Their native land.
Well, so if the part of the Palestinians who move into Egypt were on Egyptian land before and they're still on Egyptian land, then how is it any different?
What are you talking
the
about?
The Navajo's ancestors aren't buried where we have their reservations.
No, and if they ever want to rise up, me and Crafty are gonna fight for them. But
the Dene and all of them.
Hey, now you're messing on my friend. Now you're messing on my friend.
They either assimilated or they moved. So I'm not
the Navajo. Eastern down in Navajo.
You do recognize how much bigger the United States is and how many more peoples were displaced.
Yes,
than looking at the Israel-Palestine issue.
I do.
Is what I'm saying. Throughout history, these things have happened, so they're going to continue to happen. And I'm not saying it's good or bad. That was not my point. My point is when you focus on it and act like it's something that can be changed, you're going to be disappointed and hurt a lot. It can't be changed. It is just the way it works. It is what it is.
That's not acceptable. That is not acceptable.
You have to understand that
you know what else is not acceptable.
It doesn't matter to the universe.
You know what else is not acceptable, Kat? I think we're gonna have to ask for my fucking slow cooker back. And that's becoming an Indian giver. You see, I'm gonna say, how's the slow cooker working? If they say I haven't touched it yet, I want it back. I want it back. No,
can't help
I gave it
just
away. I gave it away. I'll buy another one.
If the First Nations gave up, I can't do anything about that. The Palestinians are not giving up. The First Nations battled hundreds of years ago when they didn't have a fucking chance.
I'm not saying they should or they shouldn't. What I'm saying is there are people who would say they should just give up. I'm saying I would. I'm also saying that this has happened over and over throughout history, and the people who fight get killed. They don't win. They get killed, and the empire moves on.
Nobody wins.
So I wouldn't want to be one of the ones killed. I would rather give up my land than die.
Well, they're martyrs. The ones that have died at Israeli hands, they're martyrs. And the people love
them. And that's fine for you to see them that way, but the evil and the good that exists there are both necessary.
I didn't say they're not necessary. I know there's no way.
For Walmart, it's going to be necessary.
I already faced this yin-yang factor many years ago when I decided, when I still believed in Sky Daddy, or I didn't know let's say I didn't know any other way to think about God other than a sky daddy. And there was a line there in the Bible where God supposedly said, I am the Alpha and Omega, which means the beginning and the
Yeah.
end. And so I said, back when before I was a teenager, I said, I didn't believe in the devil, right? I never believed in the devil. Not one day in my life did I believe in the devil. And I said, if there was a devil, it would also be God, because God has to be both sides. God's the mother and the father. God would be everything, right? So God would have the good and the bad. So I understand there's always going to be the good and the bad. And again, good and bad, the universe doesn't see it that way because there's no such thing as good and bad. In the real world out there beyond our life, there's no such thing as good and bad. There just is. Things just are. Right?
Mm-hmm. And that's what I want you to get around to letting your feelings get attached to it. Just so you don't get hurt so much.
I'm a human.
And I can't make you do it, but I would hope it for you.
But I'm a human in the 3D. And we make these measures on purpose so that we measure our actions. If we didn't understand.
We make these measures for ourselves, not for everyone else.
But because we're given, as humans, because we're given to the easy side, the bad side would be the easy side, right? Because we do that, we hold each other to account. Because sometimes if you don't have any, like, look how the reason why Israel gets away with what they've gotten away with is because they have never been held to account. So the longer time went, the more they get away with. So if you just let people get away with doing a bad thing, they'll just keep on doing it because people are naturally selfish. So you have to hold people to account. You have to have standards. The standards are gone in the United States. They're gone in Canada. They're gone. They're not gone so much in Britain. They've got better standards, but they're on their way out. Same as Australia.
It's one world, honey.
That's why I think that the bad side has been winning. It's because those
and
standards.
I'm trying to tell you that the bad side can't win, and neither can the good side. It just isn't possible.
Well, are you going to keep on? If you're going to say that when we all turn into AI, if we're still living,
I don't want to be AI.
It's going to be at some point. It's going to be either you accept the injections and become yourself AI, or you're gone.
I'm gone. Fuck that.
Yeah, I know.
Me. Don't care.
I know.
I'm not having that shit in my head. I even asked.
See, I won't say what I'll do.
Oh no!
I won't say what I'll
Nikki,
do. Because I don't know.
Asked,
in the moment, we let go of a lot of morals when it comes to survival. Most humans. I won't say what I'm going to do in that moment until I'm put into that position.
I will tell you to fucking kill me, not a problem. Cat will do it. And on top of everything else, just so you know, I know she would. She would be like, fucking hell, I'll kill her. I'll fucking kill the bitch. See, all of the ways would just come out on me. I'll kill you, and then somebody has to kill me. Slow burner will do it.
That's what they're doing. They're trying to get us to kill each other.
That's the thing. So I wouldn't do that. I would be like, Cat, you're not doing that. See you later. We have problems, and this is going to be a major problem. Trust James Blunt. And actually, speaking
and
of
this is why I don't claim integrities, because I won't say what I would do without actually facing those situations. Because in the past, when I faced situations, I did things I thought I'd never do.
Many said they took the shot, right? So, needless to say, your beliefs will change along the path.
Well, I never got the jibby jab, and my kids don't have it either. That's why they keep sending me emails to try and get them into double-blind studies.
I wanted to touch something on Nikki just for 1 second. Of course you did.
I put my life on the line, literally, for the V thing, you know, the Kool-Aid.
I understand.
Because I refused to take the Kool-Aid, and I was literally dying outside the hospital, and I refused for them to put a face diaper on me, and I refused to have the what do you call Kool-Aid, and I risked my life. That was the hill I was willing to die on, literally. So there are times where you would give your life up for your principles. I was not going to play.
Some people, that's true. Like I said, I won't say that until I'm in the position. I did none of us got
things. Yeah.
None of us got the Kool-Aid.
I could say that I would never kill somebody, but I've seen lots of shows on TV where they put that to the test in the characters, right? They're just characters, but they put that to the test. And I think about what I would do in their situation. And sometimes I think, I don't know what I would do. You know, like if I were to keep my daughter alive, I'd have to kill a stranger to keep my daughter or my grandson alive. I could say to you here right now, I would never do that. But in reality, maybe I would. Like, I don't know. I just don't know unless I was faced with it.
What about right now? You say you would never let the AI into your body.
Right.
But you purchase cell phone and internet and laptop.
Yeah, that's against
tablet,
my body.
Whatever. But you bought into it. And you said yourself, it's their way of spying on us and keeping us in hand. So if you bought into that, who knows if the culture would change enough that in 20 years people would buy into having it injected in their body.
I don't think it's even 20 years. But I know that where I stand now, if I wouldn't take the Kool-Aid and I wouldn't even put a face diaper on, then obviously
20 years ago, Kat, 20 years ago, would you have imagined that you'd be willing to carry around a chip that has all your information that is accessible to all of those people you don't think are doing a good job?
No.
Yet today you're carrying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
20
called
years
phone.
ago, you would have said, I wouldn't do that. But now you do.
I won't let them put
So
something
in
in my
20 years
body.
from now, what you say you won't do now, you might do in
That's
20 years
called
from now.
Schwab giving you a phone.
I can get rid of the tablet. I can get rid of the phone. If you put it in my body, I can't get rid of it. So just like
I get that you say that now, but
I did it. They wanted to put that Kool-Aid in my body, and I said no. And even though
a lot of people said no to that. That's not
even
the
though
same thing.
but my blood pressure was down. My heartbeat was all over the place. My blood pressure was down 50/40 or something like that.
How do you know what your blood pressure was if you wouldn't go into the hospital?
Because I went in the ambulance because I couldn't breathe. I had the what do you call it?
They took you in the ambulance without a mask or a jibby jab?
Yep. But they tried to do it, but I wouldn't. And so I said I didn't even want to go to the hospital. They said, you have to go to the hospital because they could see that I was dying. They said, we got to do something. So I went, and it was a horrible decision. I should have just said no all the way, but I didn't because I was weak. I couldn't even stand up. I couldn't make it down to the stairs to open the door. I had to throw the key out the window, make a tear in
she was
the
weak on
screen.
one of.
No, this is before I even came here to.
Yeah, she was like that on one of her.
It did happen in another time, yes, but when I'm talking about happened in October of 2021.
Yeah, when you couldn't get up the stairs there, you were like, "Fuck you, Jules."
I came to YouTube in late of November, so it was just like a month and a half. It had happened before I came to YouTube, like on the panel life. I mean, right? So, but I was willing to die because I was not going to capitulate, and so I'm lucky enough that I didn't die. It wasn't my time yet, but they even thought in the hospital.
Mandated over here. Remember, they tried to mandate everybody.
I decided that if I was going to die, I was going to die right outside the hospital because that way it's going to make it into the papers. Yep. It's going to make it into the papers that I refused to do what they wanted me to do. I wanted people to see that. I wanted people to see when I went to the grocery store, I wanted people to see I was not wearing a face diaper. What I did do was put the shield on just to try and keep the old people from twisting in their underpants as they pointed at me like, remember Invasion of the Body Snatchers, where they point at you and squeal. That's what it looked like in fucking, that was what was going on during the COVID times. And they would just point at you, and then they'd make like a measure on their face, like mask. They're trying to tell you you're masked, like as if I forgot it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, I'm not playing that game. So they were so fucking
I got a
terrified.
face shield, bitch. I got a space shield, bitch.
Yeah,
I
that was
loved
just,
all
I can't
that
spit
shit.
on you.
I love the masks and the social distancing.
well, see, the
I still
social
do it. Are you kidding me? Get away from me.
that was evil. I'll social distance myself in my own time. If I want to be a hermit, I'll
That's
be a
right.
hermit. But their plan was to make it so that we don't recognize each other, so we can't see each other's exchange of emotions and energy.
Well, it
They
was
want to
also by
steal it away.
but it's also to scan your eyes. Like a lot of Syrians came in migrant crisis were scanned,
You actually
and of
believe
course
that,
having
and yet
that.
you actually believe that, and yet you think Palestine is this great place where the women are forced to cover their faces.
They're not forced.
They
What, that
can't
doesn't
even
happen.
talk in Dubai.
Whoa.
They can't
That
You
talk
think
in
doesn't happen.
Dubai.
You think
Hey,
Hamas is going to tolerate women
please,
walking
I
around
want
with their
to make
faces
sure
exposed?
anybody who hears this knows the truth. People in Palestine do not have to cover their faces. That is not true at all. They don't wear burqas, and they don't have to cover their faces. That's not a
Maybe
thing.
not by law, but it's still societally enforced.
No,
You
they
think
do not have
you
to
think
cover
Hamas is okay with women walking around with their hair and face uncovered?
okay, covering their head and covering their faces are two different things. And Jews do the same thing. They cover their head with the
I'm
kippah.
not saying that the Jews are any better. I'm saying you're complaining about having to have coverings when you're supporting people who use coverings.
I'm not, but that's their choice. That's their choice. They want to do that. They don't have to do that. That's their choice. They believe in a religion where that is necessary to cover your head, to show respect to God, because God, Sky Daddy's looking down on your head, and it's rude
Sky
to show the
Daddy.
top of your head. So that's why they do it. They believe that's what God wants. So they do it.
Enforced physically.
You realize that whole shit thing about pushing gay people off rooftops is not actually a thing, right? You know that? You know that's propaganda?
I know
Propaganda.
that a lot of things are propaganda, but I do know that they preach a religion and follow a religion that does not abide by certain things. And if you do not abide by their religion, they will cause you physical harm.
They will ostracize you. If you're not going to follow in the way that they believe, they will ostracize you.
Or harm you, which is the same thing that Jews do.
Not in Palestine, no. Yet there are other Arab countries or Muslim countries where they have
no country of Palestine. There never has been.
Stop
that
it.
piece of land was 3 different countries on the map when it was given. It was a piece of Jordan, it was a piece of Egypt, and it was a piece of, I think, Syria. I'm not great at geography. They all had a little piece down there that they were warring over all the time. And we said, okay, we're going to take those pieces and we're going to make it Israel.
No, that is not. I don't know where the fuck you got that. That sounds like something AC would
From
pull
the
out of
maps? From the maps as I've grown up?
Look, the Palestine was from the river to the sea, from Egypt to Lebanon. That was Palestine. In fact, in the old days, it included Syria and probably bits of Lebanon too. But there was no Lebanon, there was no Syria. It was all Palestine. But nobody got given anything, okay? And what you're talking about is when in 1948, in the Nakba of 1948, when the European Ashkenazi Zionists came and took over, stole the country, they forced 750,000 Palestinians out of what they call now Israel proper. And there were already people living in Gaza, but like 75% of them ended up in Gaza as refugees on their own fucking land. So they got pushed out and pushed into the West Bank and into Gaza. No, and Jordan said, okay, just let them have the West Bank, because, by the way, Jordan was also part of Palestine. And Egypt said, go ahead, we'll let them have the Gaza. It wasn't called it's just Gaza. It's not Gaza Strip. That's a political bullshit. It's Gaza. Yeah, and Gaza is thousands of years old. And I've got a video that I wish that I could show. It's a woman telling the history of Gaza from long away till now. And it was a fantastic story. It's like listening to First Nations people around the fire here. She's sitting around the fire. She's telling the children what the history of Gaza is, who has come through, what battles have happened. It was a great piece, but I can't show it because I can't share anything. So they weren't given that land by anybody. The Gazans have always been there. They've just always been there. From the time that people stopped being nomads in their area, they've just always been there for thousands of years. Nobody fucking gave it to them. And the West, they just let them not be ruled by Egypt, right? Egypt said, oh, fuck it, we'll just let it go. They got the Sinai back, which Israel wants to take back. Then they want to take Syria, and they want to take Lebanon. And they've said this out loud. This isn't just me thinking that that's what they want or that's what I see in their action. They've said it out loud. They call it Greater Israel. That's what Zionists do. They're all about taking more. That's what they do. That's their raison d'etre. They are evil, and they should be quashed. They should be sent away. We don't need that evil there.
Where do you want me to send them, to the fucking sea?
They
Want me
should
to
just
get
go
them
back
on
where they came
to
from.
the sea?
Let them go back where they
Okay,
fucking came
let's
from.
chain them down to the sea. That's what you're supposed to do with this energy.
No,
You're supposed to chain them back down.
I don't want to kill them. I just want them to go back to Poland and Ukraine and Hungary and Germany and England and go back where your fucking people belong. You do not belong here because all you do is steal, rape, and pillage. It would be nice to be neighbors with you, but you don't make good neighbors because you're fucking monsters. So fucking leave. You're not welcome anymore.
You got that? Exactly what she said.
And this is why I keep trying to take it into the abstract and not talk about that specific conflict with you. You're very emotionally attached to it.
Yeah, because it's been the biggest injustice I witnessed in my life. And I never saw anything more evil than what was going on in Palestine and in Israel. But now there's something that beats it. There's something that beats how I feel about Palestine. And that is those children that are going missing. I did not believe it. I thought it was tinfoil hat bullshit. You know that? I thought it was more flat earth bullshit. But it's true.
They're always going to take the kids.
People are and young people too, and it's men too, not just women. But they are these people. Imagine what it's like to be each one of them plucked from their lives, their families not. I never knew anybody who was stolen. I was stolen by my parents. If there was such a thing as an Amber Alert.
They did it at Standing Rock. They did it at Standing Rock. They did it at Standing Rock.
Yeah,
taking
but
kids.
This is worldwide. This is worldwide.
It's been happening forever throughout human history.
But I didn't know it was happening, and now I know it's happening.
Yeah.
And other people.
We still have the Indian schools here in New Mexico. The tribes run them now. But they've been taking children from people in this way and abusing them and malaligning them for centuries.
Decades and eons.
No,
since the Gaza girls.
Being sold into slavery. They're not.
Yes, this has been happening throughout human history.
Okay, It's got to stop. Now that we know it's happening, it's got to stop.
We've always known it was happening and it's never going to stop.
That does not make it okay just because, no, we didn't always know it was
It doesn't
happening.
make, you maybe
know
didn't,
it's
but
happening.
in general, society has always known it's happening.
No, 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 we have been stupid.
I don't know. I've known about it my whole life. I mean, all my life I was told to, when I go to my car, hold my keys with the key pointing out because somebody might grab me up. I got kidnapped when I was 9 years old by my babysitter. So
yes,
I know girls went missing all the time. I'm from New Mexico. I don't know if you know about the missing and indigenous women situation that's going on here.
We have it here.
And it's been
Too
going on
many.
since I was a kid. I mean, most people knew about this. Maybe you didn't, but most people did. And it's just the way it is. If we could stop it, we would, but we can't. Are you the person taking those children?
No, but we got to.
Are you the person using them after they are taken?
No, we need to rescue
them. Then you can't stop those people. Those people will just get another child when you rescue that one. They're not, you can't stop them.
Yes, we can.
How?
Because, first of all, I do not believe that people know. I don't think that people know.
Epstein, for example, here in my home state, Epstein had a really nice estate. He was charged with abduction and child endangerment and sex trafficking and human trafficking here in New Mexico in the early 90s. And he paid some money and he got off and the charges disappeared. Like, people have known about this stuff. People know. It's not unknown. There's nothing we can do about it. When you took out Epstein, somebody else slid into his place. The evil exists. We can't undo the evil. It has to exist because good does.
That's because Puff Daddy and Epstein are not the ringleaders. They're just high profile people, but they're not ringleaders. The ringleaders are the oligarchy. They're the ones who are making this possible. The bad people who do bad things in the world and make the world bad. Those are the people that need to be held accountable.
So you want all the evil wiped out and good to take over. And I'm sorry to tell you that's not going to happen.
I am willing to accept regular evil, not this kind of coordinated evil that has...
So then you can only have regular good. You won't get good on a large scale either because there's balance.
Okay, there's probably not going to be any UNRWA, right, to feed the Palestinians if there's no good, because there's no bad to make it so the Palestinians are starving. Palestinians could just live in peace and make their own fucking food like they always did. So there wouldn't be any need for that.
You believe in peace. Do you have peace?
No.
You want to find inner peace.
Sometimes I don't want peace, but
well,
yes.
When you decide that you do want peace, take the time to study what that means. It doesn't mean fixing everything external, because you can't.
I know. Peace is in my own soul. It's not about anybody else.
And if you're not focusing on it for yourself, then other people out there are also not going to do so. They're going to focus on controlling you, which you don't like. But you're focusing on controlling other people's behaviors, even though you don't like the idea of somebody controlling yours to the point you would have died rather than put on a mask.
No, what I'm concerned with is influencing, not controlling. I'd like to influence things.
Influence is a form of control.
It's not a control. It's having my say.
Right, but having your say, but then expecting other people to react to it is controlling them.
I'm not expecting them. I'm hoping. I'm hoping that they'll see the logic. There's always going to be bad people. And you know what? When I'm really mad, I fucking litter. That's how I take it out.
That's how she takes it out on everybody. Fuck you. Pick it up.
I hate to step away for a minute, ladies, but I have to resolve something with one of my children. If you're still here in a bit, I'll come back.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Her dad's supposed to pick her up and we haven't been able to reach him, so I've got to call him.
Get it?
Oh, okay.
Understand. When she's pissed off, she's littering. She doesn't care.
Well, I'll leave my cigarette butt on the ground. I won't pick it up. Or if I have like a McDonald's hamburger or something, I'll just crumple up the thing and I'll just throw it. But I have to be mad at the city or the government or authorities for me to do that. Not just if I'm mad at a neighbor, I'm not going to litter. But if I'm mad at the city, I am. That's how I take it out, because I got to get it out. But I don't expect anyone to do anything. I just hope. I hope that I can influence, or I hope that seeing these bad guys on YouTube suffer their slings and arrows will teach the people in the audience that if I lie constantly, I'm going to get found out. If I trust, if I make friends with bad people, eventually they're going to turn on me, right? I want people to learn it. I don't have to do the
comes out in the
influencing.
wash. Truth will always come out in the wash.
It does. And the more people that learn that will avoid doing the shit that has to come out in the wash.
It will. Truth will always be revealed in the light. You got to understand that. So as long as you're holding light, you'll be fine. And same with the shadow work. Like what Nikki's trying to say is, if you jot down these things, then you're not so vulnerable when you come live. And talking about it, those are where people will. I understand, but needless to say, it, it's the shield again. Bringing your cloak, grabbing your stone necklace if you need to.
I'm more powerful if I have less of a shield. Like maybe
I
I'm not
get
looking
that,
at
but
this.
they don't know what you got on your own side.
And when I say powerful, I mean powerful
come
over
guarded.
myself. When I say powerful, I
Yeah,
mean powerful over
definitely.
myself,
I mean,
not over other people. They are trying to control other
everybody,
people, and they're trying to control me.
everybody
But
transitions.
if I stand there with no shield and they still can't hit me, then I feel powerful of myself, and therefore they can't hurt me. And when people realize that the people that were saying bad stuff about me, that's where my shadow side comes in, where I enjoy seeing my bullies bullied, right? When people can see that, oh, maybe the shit that AC, What's Truth, and whoever else framed, they're going to see that, wait a second, maybe I should have listened to Miss Cat a little bit more, or maybe she's not as bad as what they made her up. And actually, I think that I think what was going on was I was thinking that everybody in the audience was against me, when really it was just a handful of people that take part in the fuck shit with the defamation
Do you
nation,
really
right?
care about their opinion? Do you really
Well, I
care
do.
about their
That's the thing. That was the thing that I managed to work through was,
There
who gives
you go.
these urchins think about me if they're going to be so unfair, if they're going to be so unkind?
Who the fuck are
why give
you?
a shit about what their opinion is, right?
Who the fuck are you? Exactly. Who the fuck are you?
But the damage was not what they did to me. I was able to get over that because I was stronger by the time I came here. Like, it wasn't that bad. It really, like, the bullying I got was just nothing. It was just like fling. The bullying I've seen other people get, it's gotten way worse than anything that I've had. So, like, I feel lucky in that sense. Spirit's got my back. You can only take as much as you can handle, right? Apparently, the universe won't throw anything at you that you can't handle. So, the universe.
God's gonna bring you to it. He'll bring you through it. You know that. The big daddy's in the sky. You know, God brings you to it. He's gonna bring you through it. There ain't nothing that you can't conquer that He's gonna give you. Remember that.
Face your bullies. Don't get yourself
That's
into
right.
an outnumbered fight, but
Don't
stand
get
up.
your panties in a tiz wash, cat.
What?
Don't get your knickers in a knot, okay?
In a knot. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Have a glass of
Exactly.
wine.
Yeah, I gotta
Smoke.
be more like I gotta be more like Squishy. Just let it ride.
Stop
see,
and you just laugh at them.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, you're funny. Oh, you're so funny. Oh, you're so funny. You're America.
Oh, I laugh a lot when I watch them, but just that I'm not
Right.
always what they're giving me to laugh at. I'm laughing at something else.
Oh, and by the way, I'm kidding around. I'm like, America. America, Canada, whatever. If I have to, I'll go and fucking redo this pot shit. I'm looking at
But,
a crappy tire. Crappy
but the
tire,
thing
actually. I
is,
need new roasting tins.
you know the difference though, is that people are here for the drama. They don't care about their reputation because they're putting on an act anyway, right? Whereas my reputation is important to me because I'm here to talk about serious things. I'm not here for the drama. I just ended up liking the drama, but as long as I'm not in it. But I'm not here for the drama. I'm here for serious things, and that means that my word has to mean something. That's why I don't take donations from people or put up my find a way to put my PayPal out without my name on it. There's only one person who puts money in my bank, and I just can't stop him. So I don't care. He wants to give money, let him give money. But it's only like
You
10
know
bucks
who
a year.
that is.
Yeah, I know you do. So, but
You
I'm
can
not
give me
asking
10
for it.
bucks a year, bitch. You hear that?
What?
That's the sirens coming for you. Woo! Woo! Because you told me how to do it. But you know what? My privacy means more to me.
I have decided to accept the fact that that specific person doesn't actually mean me harm. He didn't realize, like, you know how Annie took it easy on me because he knew that I really wasn't part of this crowd. I don't have that thick skin. Well, I don't think this other person was thinking about me at the time that he was doing what he was doing. But I think that he was going through a bad time in his life, and now he's probably evened out more, and he probably wouldn't do it now, right? So, but I'm not going to be, again, I've got a shield up there, right? Because I know
Right.
that it's possible that it could go bad again. So I keep my shield up. I don't want a shield between me and Nikki. I love her. I want that. I mourn the relationship we had before where we were talking on the phone and, you know, all the stuff we talked about. And you see her, she doesn't, she's not my choir. She's constantly challenging my thoughts and my ways.
That's what she's here
And
for.
I appreciate her for that, actually.
She's
Even though
direct.
it's
Nikki
uncomfortable.
is direct. Nikki is direct. She's not going to
No, it's
sugarcoat her
not just,
fucking words.
it's not just direct. She is part troll, right? So
I get that,
was,
but she's not going to sugarcoat her words.
well,
Just to,
actually,
you know,
she doesn't attack me with it.
right.
She probably does put it in a nicer way. I think I see her doing things in a nicer. She's not trying to go, well, I'm just telling you the truth and then trying to hurt with it. She doesn't do that.
No, she's not.
But it is
Nikki's learned
uncomfortable.
over the years too. I've noticed with Nikki, she's learned over the years too.
But
Oh,
I learn more when I'm
mhm.
uncomfortable anyway, right? So
Right.
when I feel uncomfortable, I think
We
to
learn
myself,
off
okay,
each other,
there could
Kat.
be something in this. Yeah.
Right?
Now, if she's gonna say stuff that's not true about Palestine because she doesn't have
I
the
get
proper
that.
education,
And
then
hey,
I don't find that uncomfortable stuff something I can learn from. That just frustrates me and takes time off my life. But when it
that's
comes
where
to
I
me
decide not to talk
challenging my
about it, right?
ideas,
I will not decide to talk about those things because they can just get so heated.
but they need to be talked about.
I understand that. So it's one of them where it's tricky. It
It's
really
not
is. Yeah. That's why I
it's
say
not a
genocide
drama.
is suicide and all lives matter.
It's not a drama queen community thing. It's a
No,
serious thing in life, right? So
that's right.
I'm serious about it. And my
Hmm.
word, Frodo,
You
stop.
know why we're here? We're land keepers and water keepers. We're here to take care of the earth. Majority of us are doing this. Now, if you're doing that, you feel better about yourself, right?
That's true. But
Exactly.
it doesn't
So
feel good. It doesn't
getting
feel
back,
like I understand how you troll people can make fun of
no,
rebel being homeless. It's
I
not
don't do
funny.
that. I don't do that because it's not funny.
It's not funny. And what he's
No,
going through right now, learning his lessons, is not pleasant at all. And the
these
last
are
thing,
things that
so
he's
I'm
learning.
really proud of him. I'm really proud of him. He's
Hmm.
grown. He has shown growth, and he's shown more growth than all the bullies put together.
She
He
Rebel
has
is
shown most growth.
I asked him yesterday the same thing. How come you're not here for coffee? Like, what the fuck? However, if he doesn't want to play that game, he doesn't want to play the game.
Right, right.
Right.
Because now it's
He's
more
smarter
like
than
he's
that.
playing the game when he comes.
Mhm.
He's only playing the game. He's not actually
No, he comes
spouting
in
off.
different and like, yeah, so what? I got a full head of hair now. My name is Super Riddle, Super News, full-headed bear.
I
How
saw
you like
that.
me now? I'm a big motherfucking troll.
He's so
I think
funny.
he's awesome.
Did
I
you
think
hear his impression of Rada? It was
mm,
spot on.
hello,
Spot on.
my name is Rhoda. How you doing? I like when he tries to do COVID and then he fucks up and he starts laughing. This, that, and the fourth.
COVID does that?
And he's saying this, that, and the fourth. And he's trying to be like
Oh.
COVID.
I thought that this, that, and the force was something he
No,
picked up
that's
from
COVID. This, that, and the fourth. And I mean, they'll just troll each other. It's how it runs. Something major is going on. What'd you do?
when
Knock
I-
off? Did your friends knock off an ATM again? Did you get your people to do something?
That's on your end. It's not on my end.
Yeah, I know. Did you contact somebody to knock off something down here?
Yeah.
Excuse me, can you
'Cause
go
I-
and knock off the ATM down that way? That way I have money for later.
I don't even know the drug dealers in Toronto anymore.
Oh, that's too bad. We should get back down here. We'll find them.
Yeah.
I'm
sure
only
it's not hard.
kidding. I'm only kidding. Stay with the dispensaries. It's better that way.
Yeah, well, that's not how I got my ounce.
No, there's violence down the street. That's what I
Yeah,
mean. That's why I'm
not
sitting.
back to Toronto.
I don't
I
really
can't live
go
in
out.
Toronto.
It's an energy that came through Toronto, and I felt it come through, and I was like, no, I don't like this shit. I don't like
Yeah.
this shit. This shit's
It's the
about to
wrong
get
energy.
nasty. It's an energy that I pick up
It
on,
is.
and it's just one of them. Yeah, I'm not going out there today. I go to the
That's
forest.
why I didn't come back. When Theo died, and my brothers were like, you got to come back to Toronto. And I'm like,
No,
I
it's
can't.
an energy. That's what I tell
Stay with
Jason as well. Stay the fuck out of there,
Yeah.
or we'll find you
No,
and we'll fucking drag your asses right back, and
It's
you
my
won't like it.
birthplace.
We'll
It's my
humiliate you.
birthplace, and it's my stomping grounds. It's
I'll
my
say,
hometown.
slow burner. We gotta go downtown. Somebody's not supposed to be there. And I'm on it. All right, bring the dog.
It's a nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there anymore.
It's one of them places where we tell you to get the fuck out of here for a reason, because we like you and we love you and we don't want you down here. That's why I'm saying get the fuck out of here. We don't want you here because the temptation is always gonna be around.
You know, all the people that I knew from the junction,
Yeah.
most of them have just moved away or died.
Oh, it does.
And so what's the point in going back to the junction again? And where I grew up in North York,
Mm-hmm.
that's not my, there's
No.
nobody, no people I know from low
Oh, it was so yuck
anymore.
back then in the 90s, just the starting of 2000s. It was like, ew, this is not a nice part of the city. I want to go back home.
Which part of the city?
North York. North York, yeah.
Which part of North York are you talking about?
Bathurst area, I think it was called. I was
That's
like,
the
let's
Jews
get the
there.
fuck out of here. I'm fucking getting out of here. I'm going home.
The Jews have Bathurst in
It was,
Toronto.
it's just people that we knew, and I was like, are you ready to leave? Because I'm fucking getting out of here. I don't like this area.
Yeah, but just west of that at Jane and Finch, that's the
Yeah.
bad area to be. And
That's
that's
what
North
I've said. I just don't like
I'm
this
not
area.
from there. Do you know where Fairview Mall is?
Mm-hmm.
Shepherd and Don Mills?
Yeah, that's where
That's
the
where I
shooting.
grew up. That's
That's
where
what
I
I'm
grew up.
saying. Exactly. What I'm saying is when I had to drive and my girlfriend was drinking or whatever, knowing somebody out there, I was like, okay, you ready to go now? Because I'm not staying here. I don't like this fucking area. Like
But it's
bang,
not, it
bang,
wasn't,
violence.
wait. It might be a bad area now, but when I was growing up, that was middle class. That was
Yes,
the
yeah.
suburbs.
Still, it was for us. It was for me, it was one of them. I'm not liking this area. I'm not comfortable here. It's
What year was
something.
that?
Coming on the 2000 year.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
like,
talking
I'm
about
out of here.
60s. I'm talking about 60s, 70s, and 80s.
I'm
That's what I'm
not
talking.
talking then. I'm talking like today. You don't want to be there.
Yeah. Well, there's probably no place in Toronto I want to be anymore.
No. I drive around it and I go, all right, let me go home.
The only ties I have to Toronto now are my brothers, and they're assholes. So.
And even
really
then,
don't-
it's let's drive around our normal route and get the fuck out of here because these people go
Nothing is the way I
stupid.
left.
They go
Nothing's
dumb,
the way I
Pat.
left it 15 years ago.
No, and you gotta learn. It's just like me learning to accept the change that's going on.
Yeah, but when you
As
go
that's going on,
away,
but listen. As that's
when you go
transforming,
away and
will
come
you
back,
listen?
things
Will you
change.
just listen to Crafty Cat for 1 second? When you're transforming outside, you're also transforming your inside. Always look at it that way. You're gonna have to accept
What
this
I'm
shit.
talking about is going away and coming back. I'm not talking about
It's
living
gonna
there
be
and
all around you, Cat. Sooner or later, as we were talking earlier, it's gonna be all around you. So you have to accept this shit. When they want to build new roads and stuff like that, I don't like it either. Okay, so I look at my own community like, what the fuck can I do? Well, there's the city hall. I can get my voice in there. You rally up your people around you. You start talking to the people and being like, oh, you know what? Instead of getting this, you can find it over here at this place. You know how much service that is in just a brief walk? Helping people? That's what you're looking for. And word of mouth gets out. Clickety, clickety, clack. You just address every single person in your path, and it works. Have a 5-minute conversation. Stop somebody, smile at them. Trust me. Them ones that are willing to receive, they'll be lending their ear like, oh yeah, okay, I didn't know that. You might enlighten somebody on something during your day, whether you're taking your dog out or what have you. That
were you
one,
talking this time?
I'm talking to you.
You realize that I got kicked off the stream, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I got kicked. I come
Well,
back.
you'll have
You
to rewind now. You see? You'll have to rewind it. I'm trying to give you fucking wisdom, and there she is getting kicked out of the stream.
Yeah, but I don't think you understand the difference. When I was living in the junction and things were changing, I was seeing them change one by one. So you
Right.
accept the things as they come one by one. If you leave the area and come back years later and find everything's changed,
No, this is
that's
gonna. That's
you're
right.
like, what the fuck am I? You don't see the old tailor, you don't see the old
Nope.
market. They're gone.
Nope.
It's like, where is this place?
We
So
need to
it's not
bring it
about
back.
transporting.
So that's
No,
where today, like, think about this tariff war, right? Today,
Yeah.
you need to bring this shit back into Toronto. We have these fashion designers that can make clothes. We have these things over here. Why are we going elsewhere? Joe Fresh, what the
I
fuck
agree
are
with
you
you.
doing?
I
You know what I
agree
mean?
with you.
Tip top tailors, you want to turn that into fucking condos and lofts. How about no? How about let's get the fucking kids onto the programs and
Well, that's a different.
understand how to make our own knickers like they do on Coronation Street. Okie dokie. I'm sorry, and bitchy bitchy, you're probably going to say, yes, she's fucking right. Like, you should be making these soaps, not just in one area, all areas. And if not, we come online and we do it here.
Well,
The smart ones will
growing
tune in.
growing the population is a different agenda than us trading our own goods. I believe that we should own. I've been believed this for decades that we should just. Now I don't know shit about money, okay, but I just think that it makes more sense for us to build our own cars, to build to sew our own clothes, to make our own products, sell them to each other within Canada, and then if we have extra, that's when we trade our stuff
You
for
see,
others.
this is where I could say, listen, Wishy Bishy, can you do me a favor and I'll pay you? Can you make me something like this, and this? And she would do it. And that's where barter and
Yeah,
trade
we can
comes
do that
into
then.
play.
We can do that
Hey,
now.
can you do me a favor? Can you send me up a bottle of alcohol from in and around your area from
Yeah,
like a
Fireball.
winery or something
They're
that's
still gonna charge you with the
original. Just a minute, just original to your area. I know you can't send agriculture or seeds. If you can, stick it in there. However, it's just something that you barter and trade. That's why they
yeah, but we
brought
can
this
use it
system
now.
to you. That's why they
There's
brought this system to you. You're not paying attention. Listen, this is why you have the computer today. Use it for the good, not the bad.
I do.
There you go. Use the tools that they give to you, but use them in the correct way.
The only porn you'll find on my computer is the ads that come up when I'm watching the movies.
That's just sexualization that they try to sell.
Yeah, but I don't buy in.
Yeah, because sex will always sell. So why would we do that to our girls and ourselves? Like, please, you're degrading. Ew. We're worthy. We're worth more.
Well, that's the thing. That the women that do it don't feel like they are worth more.
No, the
They're
women that do it, we're told you're not fucking talented enough. Get onto the other side of Hollywood Hills. Those are the rejects. Those are the girls that should be on the fucking Hollywood screens. But hello, a
have
lot
you
of
seen
them
them?
are accused too.
I don't think a lot of them do belong on your Hollywood screens, but they might think they do, but
At the end
they're
of the
not.
day, they wanted to be there, didn't they? So they
They
got on
want
the
to be
Hollywood
there.
screens one way or another.
Yes.
Yep,
Yes. Pretty Woman. You're making me think of Pretty Woman.
there you go. A
Yeah.
woman can always sell her body if she wants to, but we choose you not to. Please and thank you, Roxanne.
I want to have the riches that the housewives have, but I don't want to live their lives. I don't want any one of their
You don't
lives. It's
want
not
that
one of
life.
their lives.
You don't want that life. You'd have
No,
to clean up everything.
I just
It's
want their
mess.
shit.
No,
I
you
want
don't.
their shit. Yes, I do.
You have
I just-
envy. That's envy.
I know.
Fuck that. What did they have to do for that shit? Yeah,
Well,
morals. Morals and
that's-
ethics,
I
honey.
want it-
Morals and ethics.
I won in the lottery. I didn't do anything bad.
Lottery is different. When you're I shouldn't even say that. I'm going to get crude.
What should you say?
I was just about to be so blatant here, and 4 people are watching. Yeah, it's a good thing I stopped myself.
Great. Now I'm going to always wonder.
Because it's one of them, like, you know what you're doing to get all that stuff is you're sucking a lot of cock, huh? Cock-a-doodle-doo. Fuck you. I don't think so.
I don't want to suck a lot of cock.
Well, that's the problem. You shouldn't be sucking anything to get anything. What's wrong with you? You don't know how to play the game?
Well, yeah, but hold on.
You don't know how a man's fucking mind works here? I
Hey,
do.
having a sugar daddy is the oldest hobby in the world.
Are you not understanding today it's sugar mama? Like, what the fuck is wrong with them?
Yeah, but I'm not a lesbiana.
Well, it's a good thing that you're not a sugar mama.
Well, I'm not the sugar. I need a sugar mama, but I need a sugar daddy.
You want both. Now you're being greedy.
I just want a sugar mama.
She
What am I
wants
gonna do
both.
with the
Don't let her fool you. She wants both. I want a sugar mama and a fucking sugar daddy. That's right. I want a whole new family.
lesbiana for money?
No, you just want to have a whole new family that's rich. Where's
Well,
Daddy
I wanna make-
Warbucks when we need him?
Part of the loveliness of winning the lottery myself is that I
Right.
get to give other people the money, right? I
Well,
get to hand it to my daughter. I get to fill up the food banks and help Habitat for Humanity. I get to build my Haven. Was it Harmony Haven? I can't remember what I
I
called
can't
it.
tell you about Habitat for Humanity. You'll not like it.
Why?
Mm.
I got my boots from Habitat for Humanity.
I'm just saying when it goes all back to the church. church.
The church? What did the church got to do with it?
It's a write-off. I thought you wanted
What's
to
the-
learn how the big players end up saying, oh, here, and then I'll give it to the church. I'll make a foundation called Habitat for Humanity, and I'll just write that fucking shit off as
Which church is
religion.
this?
Religion.
Which church is this?
All of them, motherfucker. Aren't you paying attention?
Not all of them. They don't work that well.
That's why I don't go to church. Thank goodness my grandma never did that to me. Thank you, fucking forever. That's why I look at a lot of these people like, wow, you really soaked up into that book, huh? That's the problem here.
I can't say for sure. I think you're mistaken. I don't think the church
No, I'm
has
not.
anything.
I'm not when it's read. It's written, honey. I wrote it. I
But
read about it.
It's going to be one church because they don't work well together.
No.
It's going to be the Anglican, it's going to be Protestant, it's going to be Catholic, it's going to be something.
They're all going to Rome, aren't they? All roads lead to Nazi and Grazi. Mm-hmm. I can give you the ugly truth. But right now, there's a lot. That's why I don't really watch the news. I just walk away from it, do something different.
I don't watch.
I might actually put my jacket on and go string my balcony.
I don't watch.
I don't even
any
watch
news
TV.
That doesn't have to do with Palestine or now Trump, because that has to do
Honestly,
with Palestine.
I keep up with what's going on, but seriously, I already know their end game. So, needless to say, I'm good over here. I mean, my own little place, my safe space, as I call it. I'm in my fucking safe space. Leave me alone. I might even, like I said, just go string lights on my balcony. Well, we have some sunshine out there.
We have trade with Mexico, and that's why we got avocados, right? Do we get them from the States or we get them from Mexico?
Got the what?
Avocados.
Avocados come from Mexico.
So they don't, because they have to be even hotter than the States, right?
Right.
To grow avocados.
Just like dragon fruit.
I thought that, do we grow that here in North America or?
Dragon fruit? No.
Yeah. It's from
No,
Asia,
tropical.
right?
It's tropical.
Right. So I've never had it, but when I looked at the description, it said it was minty, and I'm not a big fan of mint.
Yeah, when I saw it in Mexico, it looked like little black seeds, and it looked really woody, like a pear, like how pears kind of taste sometimes. And I thought, I'm not eating that.
So
got a lot of black things in it.
Is Mexico considered tropical?
Yeah, it's hotter.
Oh, I didn't know that. I know it's hot. I know it's
Love
hot.
it.
I've seen movies where people are just sleeping because it's
Go
so
to
hot.
Mexico, fly over the United States, and just go to Mexico or Cuba. That's where everybody goes.
Canadians never go to Mexico.
No, that's where a lot of Floridians are saying, fuck you, we're selling and we're leaving. We're going to Mexico or Cuba.
They kill Canadians and then blame it on other Canadians.
Look what just happened with a bunch of freaking people again in Dominican Republic. Like, you didn't learn from the alcohol? What's wrong with you?
I don't know what goes on in Dominican Republic, but it sounds kind of gross.
Yeah, sketch, right? It's anywhere. And don't forget, as Canadians, we get wrapped up into a lot of shit. Like, oh, wait a minute, you're locked up in a freaking... Wait, how come Canadians are all locked up?
In Mexico?
Yeah, in the lobbies. That's why when you... Oh, never mind, I'm not going to repeat what I've already said. I don't travel. And if I was coming to America, you would know about it. I'd make my way, saying, I'm coming! Hide, motherfuckers!
See, that's the thing. I don't have any persona to be like, I'm a badass. And
I'm coming to Buffalo, maybe to shop and go back over the border, and I'm not going to tell them what I have.
Eat you alive in Buffalo.
No, I need roast. I'm not going to Buffalo. It's fucking bullshit over there.
You can
Nothing.
go to Buffalo, but you can't go with that attitude and say,
Want to make a bet? I can say, get out of here. You're from Quebec.
you're going to tell people from Buffalo that they're from Quebec.
I've already told fucking people down at Niagara Falls, get out of here. You're from fucking Quebec. You're pissing me off.
You get away with so much because you're batshit crazy. Everybody just leaves you alone.
That's because they were in the lane of the horse. You're not supposed to be there. So I said, move. Don't you know the rules? The horse, he gets this lane. Now it's fixed.
The horsey what?
The white horse down there, the carriage ride. Everybody would park their car on the side, and it's like, what are you doing? Stop. You fucking horse and carriage has to come through here.
Much
That's why
of
they
it
say, oh, we're
probably-
stopping to look at the dolls. Yeah, fucking I know what you're doing, Quebec. It was a Quebec car. And that's why I said, keep going. I'm going to be
Pink-
the police down here.
Look at this sock name, Painted Leg. I wonder if they allow to
Pink
advertise. Painted Leg.
Hi, Painted Leg.
Good afternoon, Painted Leg. Fuck, it's 2:00 in the afternoon. God damn it! How
Yeah,
long?
no,
have I been-
goddammit. How dare you call the granddaddy of this guy? The Alpha and the Omega.
10 hours and 20 minutes.
That's just you. This is normal for you.
Yeah, I know. Now the last stream I did was only 2.5 hours, but it's either 2.5 hours or 2 days.
Yeah. And then they wonder, how come they don't ever ask you if you fucking need to sleep? Exactly. How come they never
What?
ask her, witchy bitchy, that they, oh, I'm sorry, do you need to sleep? Have you been on here too long? Da 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 da. Like, nobody comes over here and tells Kat that. How come?
Oh, lots of people have come and told me that, but they.
when I
but
go
they've
live,
long
when
been-
I go live and I want to be a machine, when I want to be a machine, they want to fucking come at Crafty Cat like, hey, what are you doing over there? Are you fucking high? Are you this, that, the other? I'm like, no, I haven't even smoked. Like, hello? I do things?
I
Getting
smoked
shit
twice
done in
and
my
I'm still
home?
awake.
You see what I'm
I
saying? Like,
Still awake. But
and that's what
I
we
don't.
do. Say, we're like, wait a minute, you need a brain rest.
Witchy, you know when it's time to sleep? When I start getting into an argument. When I start getting into an argument, now I've been on too long. But until an argument happens, I'm okay.
Wishy, I just want to, witchy bitchy, I just want to get over to Crappy Tire and get some roasting tins because all of mine, you know, when you can have them too long, like think about 2001, y'all. And hello, if I have to cook I guess it's a pot roast or something like that, I want like new containers. I gave away my slow cooker. What am I supposed to do? Call him up and be like, Mo, can you bring me back my slow cooker? I can't do
You
that.
said you have another one.
No, it's a taller one, not a wider one. I gave him the wider one because his wife then could cook more soups for their little girl. He's got 2 little kids. He's a
So
worker.
why would you take it back?
I can't do that.
Oh, I thought you were saying you're gonna.
I can't do that to him. Come on. As much as he loves me and everything, come on. Even his brother outed him. His brother says, no, he wants to come and see your wife. And I'm like, Isimo will do anything for me. He'll come in and change my electricity. This is somebody that you need. Like, when you find these people, you go, you're mine. And fuck your boss, I hate him, and I don't hate him. Don't hate him. What I say is, fuck your boss, you come over here, you make some money, and you tell him to go fuck himself. You have to eat too. It's not when the boss it's not when the boss sits on his ass and wants to smoke cigarettes in my fucking house all day and watch him sweat his ass off. No fucking way. I know a good worker from an asshole. Right? Was she bitchy? And then his brother came in. Then his brother comes in and his brother says the same thing. I just use him too because when I need money, because I'm a framer. These guys are civil engineers from the East. Do you think that I'm going to sit here and fucking let them slip through my hands? Or let a Canadian fucking idiot want to turn around and not pay the man equal? Are you kidding me? That's when I say, get the fuck out of my house. What you're doing is wrong as a Canadian. And otherwise, you'll have this because you're a fucking place. Oh, 5 stars. 5 stars. I'll have you down to 3 fucking stars. Don't you remember I'm on YouTube? That's exactly what I tell them, Nikki. I tell them, smile, motherfucker. You're on YouTube. Don't piss me off. And he pissed me off. Not the worker. Not his workers. Because his worker was asked for another person at my own fucking house. And I was like, so you're telling me that you're sponsoring this guy to hold him back and not even give him equal pay? Are you fucking nuts? When I'm paying for everything? An electrical socket, a doorknob, a this, that, and the other, and I'm watching this man put my floors in. I mean, doing a lot of work. That's why I said I don't need you. I just need him. And he will give him to me whenever I want. Fuck you. I'll put money in his pocket. And it's cash money. That's right. I've been waiting for this day. That's why he knows. Santa knows. Yeah. You don't come here from a migrant crisis to go back home.
So you're queen coffee.
Yeah, well, he knows. Like, my coffee pot will be on for him, and he can smoke in my house and paint my rooms, and don't worry about it. That's why I say get one from each culture. If you're gonna do the path, you gotta go out with all the cultures and the younger ones.
Why don't you just be Christian and accept that other man that you
What are you
don't
talking
like?
about? All these men want to be with me, Kat. They want to live here.
With
They
you
want me
and
to go to the mosque and say, sure, no problem, I will fucking lie for you. No, not doing
do they
that.
know the Polak lives there?
Yes, they do. Do they care? No, they don't. Should I bring something else up to you? Prophet Muhammad. It's a little creepy, isn't it?
What?
To normalize that fucking shit. That's why I say Allah and all the rules. Whatever.
No,
Who
the
gives a
woman,
shit?
the woman is not allowed to have more than one man.
Really? Then how come the woman over next door, she's squeezing them out like a motherfucker? Like a cow.
Then she's either not Muslim or
Are
she
you
doesn't
sure?
actually.
Are you sure that there's not 2 ladies in the house?
Look,
you need to
one-
understand how it works, Kat, when you see them.
One woman can only have one man. It's the man who can have more women. And listen to me, it's up to 4, I think it is. It's however many. Hold on. Okay, so maybe, but it's however many you
Now
can
you see why
support.
Canadians are getting upset why we don't want to pay for 7 kids, sweetie?
Listen to me till I put the period on the sentence. They are only allowed to have enough wives that where they can take care of them. If they can't take care of them and the children, they can't have any more wives.
I'm
It's
telling
only
you,
what they
the
can
way
take
that it
care of.
goes around here, when I see the one girl, I even look at her and I go, don't even start with me. Because I know what you are. You're nothing but a fucking whore. That's what you need to understand about the Muslim faith. Okay?
What?
You have to understand about some things in the Muslim faith, and it's not all of them, it's just some of them. From different areas.
A woman cannot have more than one man,
You need to learn
period.
about the Prophet Muhammad and why we have a problem. Why we have a big, huge problem with Prophet Muhammad against Jesus Christ.
Oh, God has helped me. I
Yes.
think I'm going to have to fight now.
Because it's called perversion at 14 years old. And when you're in England, if you're burning the Quran, if you're burning the Quran, you will be fucking charged. I will tell you that much.
Crafty, if you want to spread this racial nonsense,
I don't
do it on
spread
your-
it. I'm
Do
telling
not-
you. I'm
do not
telling you
spread
this is the problem.
lies
here.
in my
I'm
stream.
telling you this is a big problem with both males, females. Doesn't matter where we're coming from. It's
It does
perversion.
matter.
I
It
can
does
sit
matter.
here and talk to my Muslims myself because it's one of them. I come from a loving place, and this is where the problems
You are
are.
prejudiced fuck.
No, well, that doesn't matter if I'm prejudiced or not. They accept me for who I am because I'm going to stand there
They
with
accept
them
you, but you don't
as
accept
well.
them. They accept you, but you don't accept them.
That's,
And now
I
you're
do
spreading
accept
shit
them.
now.
I do accept them, but then when they're gonna be rude, okay, that's when I'm gonna tell them. You know what the problem is? The Prophet Muhammad. The Prophet Muhammad, and
Oh,
what
wow.
you're. That's the problem here, and a lot of people will agree with me. However, we're going to not. We're not dictating to you. We just know a lot of things. Crafty Cat knows a lot more.
You don't know
However,
shit about
you want to
Muslims.
make a bet? You want to fucking make a bet? I do. You want to fucking guarantee that I
You
do?
just
You want to
demonstrated.
make a bet? I do.
You just demonstrated that you
Allah
don't.
salakam. Okay, Haji, don't start with me.
Fight to
I
sleep.
learned the language too. Yeah. That way they can't be so fucking ignorant behind my back. You understand this? When they're sitting there wanting to talk about people like you. I'm just saying, this is what happens in my own building. You want to have a spiritual warfare, you come on down to where I am, because it's not
My
going
head.
to happen.
Change the topic, Crafty. You're making my head hurt.
I accept everybody. Right?
Yeah.
Little boy came to my freaking door yesterday, day before, knocked on the door. Him and his sister. I close the door and I tell him the same thing. You know what? I think what they're doing over in the East is kind of disgusting. It's wrong. Imagine your little sister fucking dead. What's going on in this world is disgusting. I tell him the truth. I don't sugarcoat fucking shit.
Oh my God.
I'm not sugarcoating the shit. When he knows this kid is young and he's impressionable, and he said to me the same thing, Kat. He said, I'm going downstairs to learn more about my studies. I said, good, good.
Trying to get away from you.
Because then,
Don't tell little kids.
no. Otherwise, he would have not knocked on my door. Husef knows he could come to me anytime he's feeling lost, if he's not feeling wanted at home, if he feels bitten by the bitches down the fucking hall, he can come and knock on my door. Because I will sit with him until his parents open that fucking door. Because it's like his daddy. I seen his daddy the same thing. I don't want them in trouble, Kat.
Unless the parents are Canadianized, then
they're not.
they
They're from the East. They speak less English than lots of people. Daddy is working. They're 17
children will never feel like they're not wanted. That's not what happens in a Muslim home. That's what happens in a Canadian home. That's what happens in an American home. That doesn't happen in the East. That's not a thing. So you don't have to worry about those kids ever feeling
What I
like they're
said to the kid was, listen, thank you for knocking on my door because of the Amazon, right? Needless to say, he comes to me all the time. And I told his daddy, when summertime comes and I go to the river, can I take him? And he said, yes. Good. Then I need your kid because he's high energy and he's going to learn the backyard of this area and he's going to bring you home fish and he's going to bring you home good stuff because I'm going to teach this kid my way and he's going to teach me his way. That's how you do it down and dirty. I don't talk to you people. I talk to the kids because you guys are useless. You guys are useless with your conversations. And it's like, whoa, there's a kid at my house. What do I do with this kid?
I hope to God you're just posturing
to him
in real life.
I listen to him, Kat. And his baby brother. When he's saying, I have no idea what my baby brother's talking about, I go, he's talking about sharks. He's learning off of TV. The one next door to me, she doesn't even want to have TV on her daughter. I say, good. Good. That's the problem. It's fucking TV. Or you're giving them a device. This kid here doesn't want the device. He wants to do things. He's bored. He hates Canada. Really and truly.
The bad things about religion are that you're indoctrinated into a system of a hierarchy that shouldn't even be there, and you're not thinking for yourself, and sometimes the rules can be too strict. The good parts about being in a religion is that it keeps you focused on your connection with spirit, however you see spirit, and it keeps you from doing shit like wearing pink wigs and not giving your children the idea that they're wanted. You know,
Pink
the Americans
wigs.
tried to buy the Houthis out. They tried to buy Hezbollah out. It didn't work because they have better values, different and better values, in my opinion.
That didn't
better
say
values.
much for Canada.
Canada
Hezbollah
has
and Hamas with
almost
Trudeau.
zero values left. We
No,
have just
come on.
smidgen Muslim states.
Let's take the pickle out of the bum, and you'll understand that Hezbollah and Hamas was paid for by freaking Trudeau, right? And if that's the case, how come Jagmeet Singh can't go home because of, I don't know, he's not allowed because of all this stupid shit that he's done.
I'm not
That's
talking about
the
India.
problem.
I'm not
That's
talking
the
about
problem.
India. That's India.
India's
That's
free
not.
state too. A whole bunch
They're
of
not
people
Muslim
just ended
country,
up
first
dead
of all.
there.
They're not Arabs and they're not a Muslim country.
It doesn't
Pakistan
matter.
is.
They're Muslims. Yes, they are. They're
No,
Muslims,
India.
Christians, and Catholics there.
Look, yes, there are Sikhs and stuff in
What's
Pakistan.
with Pakistan?
The
Exactly
major
what
part,
Modi's saying. Go back to where you came
major,
from.
the major part of the population in Pakistan is Muslim, and the major part in India are a combination of Sikhs and maybe
Right.
Buddhists. I can't remember the other one. Hindus, Sikhs and
Hindus.
Hindus. Yeah.
Right. I'm watching everything. And
Okay,
I
so-
don't like our government because I know that you paid them.
And
And
Jagmeet Singh seems very fucking Canadian to me.
fuck him.
I know, fuck him. He's just as corrupt as everybody else.
He's more corrupt.
What? More corrupt? How is that possible?
You don't think a Maserati driving to work is a fucking corrupt man?
He has a fucking Maserati?
Yes, sir. Has a
Oh my
Maserati. What about this man who's not allowed back in India? And
what is-
Kazakhstan. Shall we talk
what's
about Kazakhstan? He
Hold
doesn't
on,
do
how-
fuck all in Brampton.
Hold on. How did he get the Maserati? Does his family have a business or something?
He got a tenure, didn't he? You should have fucking voted him out, Canada. Pay attention. Not to America.
Listen,
Pay attention to
I'm
us.
asking you a question. I'm asking you for a question, Crafty.
I'm
How
just
did
saying.
how did he get all that money to buy a Maserati? Does his family have a business?
No, you think about all the fucking bullshit that a politician does.
He's not going to show it off with the Maserati. You ever watch?
Want to make a
Goodfellas?
bet? He drives it to fucking Ottawa every day.
Okay, but if he knows that people are going to see him in the goddamn Maserati, and people
He
are going to
almost
ask
hit
questions.
somebody.
You don't
Hit a
make that much.
protester.
You don't make that money officially through the positions that they have.
No, Canada,
make
you're
it-
paying him.
No, that's not. That's
Yes.
not Canada.
Canadians
that's-
are paying this fucking asshole for doing nothing. Quite like a libtard. He's hooked up with the libtards. Follow along. And this other fucking idiot's not going to do you any good either. Poilievre.
Okay.
I hate them all.
Give up asking the question, or what? There's no way that any politician is making that money officially. And did you see Goodfellas when they robbed the place, but they couldn't spend the money yet, right?
So I wonder who actually gives them the money from all these nefarious fucking places. That's what you got to look at, honey. And when he smiles at you driving to his turban to work, okay, and does
What do you care
nothing.
about his turban?
I'm
What do you
just
have
saying.
against his turban?
I don't. It's a cultural thing.
No, you're being prejudiced again.
No, I'm not.
Then what's his turban got to do with him being a fucking
His
corrupt
turban is
Canadian?
a different color every time he comes to the TV. You need to learn the chakras and what it means. He speaks in codes. They all do. So you're not
He's a
fucking passing it on
politician.
me.
He speaks with a forked tongue.
Yes. Well, I'm not taking him. Thank you. I like Mr. Modi.
I just found out in the last couple of days that there's an election on February 27th.
Yes, Doug Ford. Now
Yeah,
watch them
'cause
all
they-
fucking squirm. Watch them all fucking squirm, including Trump, because, oh, Jesus. Yeah, we forgot you make cars. Yeah, we do. And bye-bye to Tesla, too. All right? Because, honestly,
listen.
he's same with Starlink. Bye, bitches. Bye. I can't
know-
stand these fuckers.
Listen, Doug Ford is the same right winger that Trump is. The only
I
thing
get
was
that.
he came at Canada And so Doug Ford stood with Canada. But I'm telling you, he would probably be a willing participant.
Chicago.
First state.
No.
He was telling us
No.
New York Minute if he thought he was going to profit.
The end of the day, when I get a hold of the fucker's number, I'm calling the fucking guy. And I don't care who sees it in Ontario, because you're allowed to look at his phone. If
Call
you
him
didn't
now.
know that, you should be on that. Oh, if I had his number, because he gives his number to everybody.
He does?
We know where he lives. This is the dangerous part of anybody coming to Toronto. We know where you live. We know where your house is, Drake. We know what to do with you. And we will piss the fucking shit. We'll piss you off. Oh, Trudeau knows it too. That's right.
Who was his? What was his brother's name again?
Michelle?
No, not Trudeau. Doug Ford.
Rob.
Yeah, Rob. God bless Rob.
Yeah, well, it's okay. We're gonna find your Gravenhurst fucking. Somebody's already got it. Your Gravenhurst freaking cottage. Remember in the pandemic, you had to go up there. Why couldn't you make a fucking phone call like we're telling you to do?
Rob Ford was right wing. He was a PC, but he did. You know how when the Americans are talking about being a right winger and all that, they have all these principles that they're going by, whereas the actual politicians that are right wing, they don't have those principles. But the people who vote that way, they do have those principles. They may not even think that for themselves. But Doug Ford is the kind that doesn't have the principles, and Rob Ford did.
It floored me to find out a lot of people fucking, like, I'm sorry, you voted in Trudeau just for the fucking cannabis? When I heard about that, I was like, damn, these people are just blind. Blind.
I would have voted because I thought he was
I didn't
cute.
give a flying fuck if it, I did not fucking vote that priest, Jesuit fucking priest in, because I was schooled a little bit better. Thank you, Grandma.
I didn't vote at all. I didn't
She
vote
taught
at
me
all.
about war. She taught us about war and how it affected Canada.
Who's she?
My great grandparents also taught me about war and Constantinople. I think I told you this before.
Okay, I just
We
didn't
come
know.
from the North Yorkshire. And my other side is Lancashire.
See, now Trudeau, before he got elected, before he was even in politics, they used to ask him in the news. You're probably too young to remember this. They used to ask him in the news, "Are you going to run?" and all this stuff, and he said, "No, I don't want anything to do with politics." I think that's when he
that's
was.
a bullshit move. Okay, that's called lying.
It was, but at that same time, he used to speak up for Palestinians in the news.
Oh,
when
yes,
nobody
of
else
course
was.
he's going to. He's going to speak up for everybody and anybody until he gets voted in.
No, if he wanted to get voted in, the last thing he wants to do is talk about Palestinians, because it's the Zionists that run all the fucking elections. They do everything.
Nixon's got a big deal to do with this, right? And his daddy.
What?
Nixon and his daddy. You need to learn the truth, honey. Once you see the truth, it's fucking bullshit. You won't even talk about it anymore.
No, what gets tiresome talking about your daddy when you are a full-grown man who's now in charge of a whole country. I don't think he wants to talk about his daddy anymore. But
really, but his daddy started it with fucking Blackwater or Brightwater or whatever the fuck. Oh, I'm sorry. It's called Richard Nixon. Watergate. I think Leonard Skinner puts this right. Gonna pick up my 6-string and just go play.
My mother
and on that
was
side of the United States of America, I don't know. Start thinking about every single fucking rocket you have. Mobile, Alabama, Diamond cruise ships. That's how your CV-19 started. Somebody wanted to argue yesterday that Trumpy Trump wasn't a part of that with the mask. Excuse me? Had to refresh his memory. Yes, it did.
My mom was a flower child from the 60s, and my dad was a Teddy from the 50s. You know, the kind that they slick back their hair and they put their cigarettes in their sleeve. And so when they used to argue politics, it was usually about Pierre Trudeau and Nixon.
Right.
And my dad thought that Pierre Trudeau was the quintessential man. He was somebody to pattern your life after. I love Pierre Trudeau. My mother couldn't stand Pierre Trudeau, and she couldn't stand Nixon. And my mom, she liked JFK, and my dad liked Nixon. And
Okay, so listen.
they used to argue because my mom would say what a crook that Nixon was, and my dad said they're all crooks. That Nixon just got caught, and he said JFK is a booze runner, and he has no business being in politics. So they used to argue about this constantly, left and right. In my fucking,
Right.
That's how I got to know more politics.
Hmm. See, mine were landed immigrants. Trying to sway our votes, and no.
Who's a landed immigrant?
My whole family.
Uh-huh.
Want them gone? They can't go anywhere. I wouldn't do that to them anyways. It's they're landed immigrants. They're not Canadian citizens. My grandmother was never a Canadian citizen. She said, "Fuck Canada." Like I really want to be here.
So where are the citizens of? England?
Where are their roots, you mean? I just
Well, you
told
said that if they're not citizens here, they're citizens somewhere.
they're not Canadian citizens. They're landed
Okay,
immigrants.
so landed immigrants from where?
England, you dum-dum.
That's what I asked.
You don't need to swear your ass in. Why would you do that? My grandma said, I don't want to be Canadian for nothing, including my great-grandparents.
England owns Canada anyway, so.
Not anymore. Really and truly, it's just the land.
Okay, Rome owns Canada, but it's through the British.
It really doesn't matter to me. When you say screw the British, I say go fuck yourself. How's like that?
So I said it's through the British.
That's true. Everything, including Yankees. I call them Yankees with loving terms, of course. They're down to the crown, too.
They're different religion, but the Europeans seem to go everywhere and try to take over.
But that's where you got to understand Brexit. Brexit is coming out of Europe. They were not really Europe to begin with. We're the West. See, the Danish is the queen. She's a queen. Was the Dane. Denmark. That's where she did a lot of work.
You know, people going from England to Spain is like people going from here to fucking.
My auntie did it. She went from England to Spain, lived in Spain, then came to Canada.
The British seem to love Spain.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Real Housewives.
Yeah, my family lived there.
To Spain.
It's warmer, that's why. It's warmer in Spain.
Oh.
See, my auntie lived there for a few years, and then she came to Canada. See, but my auntie was older. Like, when I'm reading, I'm thinking, fuck, they had the real earth, witchy bitchy. Not this tainted shit that we have today. So, when my great-grandparents used to come around, I mean, these are things that a lot of people don't have. They didn't grow up with. I was lucky to have this knowledge right from the elder.
Nikki, click the link, man. You must be finished with the phone call.
You know what I mean? Like,
Unless you're
knowledge
teaching
from the elders, and knowing that my great-grandfather was also part of the militia standing the shores of Sri Lanka. So I go downstairs and I go, my grandfather stood shores, and he was a militia cop, and no, he never fucking yelled. So I could never imagine that.
Hold on a second. You said your grandfather stood the shores of Sri Lanka?
Sri Lanka. Yep.
As a British person?
Yep.
Well, do you
not
think
just a
that's
British
wrong?
person, a Yorkshire man. A Yorkshire man.
Do you not think that's wrong?
No, not what he's protecting.
What's he protecting?
The people in the land.
From what?
from the
Invaders.
invaders.
Yeah, but England is the one invading.
No, they weren't. Not at that time. Needless to say, it was his part of his duty, and he did it well.
Yeah, well, our grandfathers weren't smart enough not to trust the government.
My cousin's in the military too.
There's no excuse except absolute ignorance for anybody sending their kids to the fucking military nowadays. They should know better. When was the last time that Canada had to protect itself?
We have England to protect us as well. You're forgetting this.
To protect us?
Mommy, what
We
to
have-
do?
No, nobody's come at us. Our army is
Well, no, well, nobody's come at us, but there's people here that we don't want here, Kat. They don't have good intentions for Canada.
Look, nobody comes at Canada. Our army is supposed to protect us.
No, that's not going to happen.
States, country.
Your army is going to put you into disarray. That's where Trump is right with the Americans, the United States. Even though we have our own army, they have more people that will sign up for their army, for sure. And they have more over there. Warships and stuff like that, for sure.
There's
That's
no-
why we're being told to get up to the Arctic and fucking build. Because that's where it's going. Or that's where they are. They're in the Arctic.
You know that the Israelis come illegally and steal diamonds from the earth that's in Canada's realm.
The Canadians are doing it illegally, Kat. Raping the mother.
It's not for Canadians to do it.
Canadian mine in Peru. Look it up.
In Peru?
Yeah, why don't you look things up like that?
Because I don't care.
Atawapiskat diamond mine, right there.
What I'm saying is our land, or the land that we own, is invaded by another country that's stealing the resources and not getting a.
Corporations.
You can't have. See, they're getting away with it because there's nobody patrolling. That's why they get away with it.
Well,
It's
get
one thing-
outside and patrol.
If the Canadians have a mine in Peru, it must have been approved by Peru.
They were part of a association. That's why I'm saying you need to look at it, because Canada, you're a part of that too. And well, you wanted to play with the mining, and this is where you're at.
Do you know that most of the pedophiles that are escaping from their country, they're welcome in Israel? Welcome.
I don't know. They're all over the place, and they're not welcome here.
You would think they're not welcome anywhere.
They ain't fucking welcome in my house. I don't know if you remember what my daughter said. She said 3 bullets, and I said 1 if you can one if you can make it just 1. You know, because there's too many everywhere. You grabby, and no. That's what I tell you. Keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah, but this is the thing. As far as I'm concerned, I feel that now I'm more convinced than ever, seeing all these people that have been molested and raped as children. I'm convinced now that my abusers and all the other abusers, it's never going to be 100% anything. But I think that most of them, they were abused, they were imprinted in the wrong age. So I don't think we should be killing them. And I understand that some people want to kill them, but I don't think that we should be killing them.
Did you know that it's a World Day for something, and I'm just going to put it here?
What?
Hold on, I'm putting it in your chat. Because they want to fuck around and find out with me. I hate this word. And I let everybody do that in my chat. You're allowed to do that since it's World Cancer Day. Fuck cancer! Oops, I spelled it wrong.
your
There. So that's the thing. I've dealt with that bitch for fucking my entire life. Go fuck yourself. That's to cancer. Okay? And to the
All I
oligarchs that are
see-
listening to me, go fuck yourself and go die of cancer. You oligarchy bitches. The oligarchy bitches. That's all who I'm talking to in the fucking microphone. Google gods, that's you. The Google gods, cat.
all you
that are
wrote,
listening.
all you wrote was cancer. You didn't write fuck. You just wrote cancer.
Yeah. Because I spelled cancer wrong, so I'm correcting it for this thing. Won't even let you write in genocide, just so you know. I tried it, and it won't let me do it.
I didn't take it off the list.
No, they did.
Or put it on the list.
They did. So you have to write it a different way.
Well, the way I do it, I do GEN and then asterisk and then CIGE. Probably better if you put a period after every letter. But it's a lot of work.
Did that go through? Did that go through?
Something came through.
There you go. You want to play a game, Google? You want to play a game with me, Google? I came fucking prepared to this game. Come on. I ain't stupid. Google. Google, Google, Google. Google, Google. It's just like fucking Blue's Clues. That's how you write it. Mm-hmm. I'm always the one to test the, Nikki, if you're listening, I'm always that girl that's going to test the freaking system, you know that? What can come through, what can't come through, and it comes with the updates. Because we got a couple of long updates that went through for Google. Okay, Kat, just so you know, if you're going to get a new computer or what have you, there's been new upgrades that have come through. And, of course, I catch it first. Well, when I want to say genocide is suicide, like, what are you doing? Why are you canceling out my words? What's going on here? You know, see what I'm saying? Forms of control. And I'm not doing it. Like tariffs and stuff like that, we get it. If we have to pay it, we pay it. It's one of them fucking, we'll try to do what we can. It's, and likewise, the same on your side, Yankee Bill. You'll do what you can to keep it in your neighborhood. I know majority of the people that I know will keep it in their neighborhood. Keep it in your 100. Keep shopping in your 100-mile fucking radius, like Masterclass taught you with Oprah Winfrey. Damn it. 100-mile radius is all you need. You'll get everything. And I'm not talking like, ooh, just because it says organic on the bag, it means it's organic. Like, I went, wow, carrots from United States of America. Right? Where's carrots from Canada? Well, this is where provinces need to trade with provinces. You get me? And that's the kind of message that we need to get through to these big fucking egos in our government. Now that the women are coming in, it'd be like, hey, lady, guess what? I think we should have, region by region, all the farms, and we should have like one big motherfucking. How come we're not doing this online? Eh? However, Kat, just saying that, it's Viola. See, Longos and stuff like that. If I wanted to pay the $10, we could get on there and have fresh produce at our door. Or whatever it is, and they'll go and grab it. It's like, the Ontario terminal. It's like they go down to the terminal and grab all what they need. Right. So if you're shopping at Longos, it's like, oh, this is from Longos, but it's going to the same house. Exactly my point. It's online. Voila. And you see the trucks going around all the time. They have like peaches on the truck. Because I looked into it and I went, because HelloFresh will give you a box, and that's the necessary meal that you're going to make, right? Yeah, I'm not wanting that. I want groceries. I just want groceries and not from Walmart.
I don't know. I'm not dealing with them. They've been doing the hard sell too. I'm not
Right.
dealing with them. They have
So-
this thing where, hold on, the way they do business is you can't even get anybody on the fucking phone. The only time they'll call you is when they're trying to sell you their business, but they don't.
Right.
But they're all automated, and I can't do business like that. And they also make it so that you automatically are paying
Right.
for it every couple weeks. It's coming out of your bank account.
Okay,
And
so
you have to
this
choose
is
it.
one that I've seen. This is one I've seen, and I looked it up. And you know the Pollock, how he is like, no, you're not doing that. Fucking blah 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 blah. Stuck into the grocery store. Yeah, you know how
Is
he
it
works.
is it
Anyway,
Voila a store brand?
yeah, well, no, Voila is when you go here to Google and you press Voila grocery, it's Sobeys. So I have a Sobeys card, but Sobeys is taking things away, right? Like, where's the Sobeys around here? Holy crap, I have to go and travel. But as long as I have that Sobeys card, at least then I can go, oh, okay, Voila Longos. Anything that's in the flyer there, you can grab.
Yeah.
Order online today, like from Farm Boy or wherever. Metro,
We don't have
stuff like this.
we don't
Yeah,
have
you see?
Longos.
From Sobeys.
We don't have Longos or Sobeys where I live.
No,
We have
no, but
Metro.
they've got a head office. They have questions. They're live right now. They're telling you they're busy on the phone if you're trying to call them. So, yeah, I mean, if you don't like something, or, excuse me, yeah, you brought me the wrong vegetables, you know, you fucked up my order. They'll fix it. Instacart's another one. But
We
they'll
have
go Walmart too,
Bulk Barn.
right?
We have Bulk Barn. We have Metro. We have No Frills. We have food basics. And there's
Yeah,
another
this
one
is
that's
Freshco. This is a lot of places.
yeah, but that's
But
pretty
what I'm
self-
trying to say is it's a lot of saving our asses from going here, there, and everywhere.
I know.
I'm looking into it. That's why. To link even my Fresco card, like your scene card, if you collect points.
I can only go so far, especially like now that the snow is here. It's so hard to get around in a walker, but I can only
That's
go so
why
far.
I'm doing this.
I have Metro close to me, so I go to Metro, and if I need any, like they have food at Shoppers that's even cheaper, so sometimes I'll get stuff from Shoppers. Drug Mart.
Yeah. See, I'd look through it and see, is this worth it? You know, because if you've got to pay this price, and of course, like I said, if I've got those gift cards, then I'm silly not to use it. As opposed to, let's go and drive to the fucking store when your store can come right to me. And I can use that gift card.
Who gives
Guaranteed.
you the gift cards?
Work.
You don't work.
Who says?
Fuck off.
I don't tell you a lot of things about what goes on. That's part of my shield. I'm not going to tell you my life story.
So
None of
you
your
just
fucking
left
business.
right now?
And I'm sure Nikki would. Damn, that's right, Kat. I'm not going to tell you everything. You're on a need to know basis.
Don't troll me.
What's that?
Don't troll me.
I'm not
I know
trolling you. No, not really, because you don't know what I do.
Mm-hmm.
I keep a lot of things private. That's just who I am.
Well, we've spent a bit of time behind the scenes too.
Yeah, but even then, I'll keep things to me. I've always been that way. It's been like teeth and nails for my even grandmother to try to get things out of me. And I understand that with my own. Where it's like they're not going to talk. And because we don't want to talk. End of story. We'll keep it inside. But with that, yes, you're going to go through the emotionals. And that's where I write. I write, Kat. I fucking write. and I do not stop. I've stopped lately, but I've been busy. I'm always doing something, keeping my mind occupied.
My mind is always occupied. Oh,
Right now, I'm yeah, thank you, wishy bitchy. I'm not. I'm going to keep things to myself because it's better to keep things to myself. Otherwise, again, you're making yourself a target out here. And they're just craving that shit. Why would I do that? Look what happened with my own family.
Hold on.
My
Why
own
would
fucking stream. Like, you
Why
think
would
that I wanted
why
to
would
get down and dirty like that? Do you really think I wanted to get down and dirty like that? No, but you want to bring it to my house. It's one of them. All gloves are off, and I'm sure Witchy Bitchy understands what I mean. When I keep my distance, it's because I keep my distance for myself
Crafty.
and maybe the other person.
Okay, Crafty, are you stripping? Because during the day you're at the water
No,
and you show everybody you're at the water.
no, but why do you need to know what goes on in my home? That's what I don't understand about even the drama people. I don't understand why you need to know everything. Whether
Well,
I
I need
work, whether I work from home, whether I'm working right now, what's it of anybody's business?
Well, unless you're working for the oligarchy being a troll.
Maybe. No, I do a lot of reading when I'm online. Like I say to them all the time, like, hello, even though you see me on a panel, chances are I'm doing fucking things behind the scenes. And I do. Like you and Witchy Bitchy were having a conversation. I had to take my headset off to go and do some things instead of being stuck at the computer 24/7. I do gardens. I listen to you. I can chime in at the same time. I'm coordinated that way. Not everybody is. I get that. But when it comes down to my home life, that's something that comes from no, 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 no. It's bad enough what you saw last year on my phone, and that's because I was revved up with my sister. And what you're doing is wrong, and I'm pointing it out. And I know those words are gonna no. What I said to my sister, I know they're gonna fucking hurt her. That you're not wanted. You're supposed to be an abortion. Your daddy doesn't love you. Ha ha ha. How you like me now, bitch? Okay? I don't like feeling like that. So I walked away from it even as a child. I had to. When they used to turn around, Crafty, why are you so mad? Why? Fuck cancer is why. And fuck you all. That's how I felt. So I go back there, which is 28 years ago, when Saturn was right in your fucking face. And you change those things around today because they're going to affect the next 28 years. That's called your dark side. And I've changed it. But they don't want to believe me. I'm not here to impress them, sweetie. I look at them and I go, maybe you haven't changed. And you'll wake up. And I continue doing what I do. And I know that they watch me.
I know that Crafty keeps shit to herself.
Yeah.
It's always obvious when she keeps things to herself. If you ask her a question and then she deflects it to something else, she's keeping something to herself. So I know that there are parts of Crafty that she doesn't like to show. But at the same time, after 3 years of on again, off again, talking to each other in the background and seeing what she does, almost, I mean, it depends because she gets in cycles, right? So there are cycles where she's on every single day during the day. So unless she's stripping at night.
No, I'm not doing that because I wouldn't do something like that.
Well, I'm just saying.
I'm worth more. It's one of them working. It comes from working. And doesn't matter how it gets to me, as long as it gets to me. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I work in my own home. I do things around here. I have to take care of, organization of me. Right.
I'm not putting down housework. I meant you don't work for a boss.
No, I'm
You don't
my
go
own
out
boss
celebrating.
today. I look at it like, you know what? Phew, today, look at where your jobs are going, right? So I've already understood that with the last economy fall. I've got the kids where you sit there and you say, you should be working. Oh, you don't want to work? Okay.
Good.
You want to just smoke all dope all day? Is that what you want to do? That's not good.
Kids are
That's not
fun.
good.
Happy.
And that's my kid. However, I was the same way where, fuck it, I give up on life.
Yeah, that's when we start wearing sweatpants.
I'm wearing sweatpants right now.
I know, that's when we
Injuring,
become,
I'm
that's how we give
injuring,
up on life.
I
We
have an
start wearing
injured foot.
sweatpants.
I haven't gone out to the river because I have injured foot. That's why you
I
haven't
just
seen
saw
me
you.
down outdoors.
I just saw you outdoors like 3 days ago, I think.
That's the backyard. Spy.
Spy, fuck you. You put it on online.
Ah,
Fuck
fuck you. You're in the tree. Ha ha. I got you.
That's right, I
See what
am.
I'm saying? So I know it's
Never
one of
told
them.
them
Like I
once.
know who's here. What? Miss Cat is so fucking bored. She figured, Cat, go outside and fucking take a walk.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but if the big guys are on, or there's
But if the
news
big
about the big
people are on,
guys,
the big rigs are on, even then, I don't care. It's one of them like, oh, look, I'm going to put on my own stream. And I don't give a flying fuck because half of you will get stupid over there and you'll come over to my quiet stream.
I'll go in. I'll go in and check on you. And by the way, this is the first chance I get to tell you. I am very happy for you. I want to say proud of you, but I don't know how much you have control over it. But I'm very happy for you because I was thinking what's going to happen this Christmas, and
Mhm.
you kept it together. So bravo, good
Yeah,
job,
I'm
good job.
fine. I've lashed out on a lot of you. That's just who I am. I'm gonna fucking kick you and love you the next minute I see you. I'll be like, oh shit, did I kick you? Yeah.
I'm not talking. I'm not talking about your victims. I'm talking about what happens to you as a person when that happens. And so I'm very proud of. I'm very
I was fine last
happy
year,
for you.
except for when you wanted to enter my space and do that. Like, what the fuck
Me?
is?
What are you
No,
talking about?
my own. But when I seen that last year, it was like, whoa, you bitches.
No, last year, that last Christmas, which was just a couple months ago, and probably would have been about October, November, you would have start uh, getting different, right, in your other mode and your harmful mode, and you didn't. You
Nope.
kept it together.
Yeah, I've
You
got
kept it
too
together.
much shit on the go. I'm in a better space.
Yeah, that's good. I love that.
I am. I don't get high very often. I've got this shit doing around here. Pot lights, construction work was done. So yeah, I want a nicer home for sure. So I'm doing that. And
Yeah,
it's
you're
like
all into that, eh?
getting rid of everything. It's been a process.
Yeah,
Like I said, I've misplaced my freaking cookbooks. Pisses me
yeah.
off a little bit, but you know,
It's treasure to find. It's treasure to find somewhere in another room. There's some treasure
no,
to
by the
find.
time I find it, I'll go, what a fucking idiot I am. It's right here.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Like, it's probably right in my face and I'm not seeing it. And I have a
yeah,
lot of crafting things that I can give away that I've noticed. Like,
yeah.
I'm not gonna use this. So I'll take that money and it's sentimental, obviously. He's not here anymore, but if I can pass it on to somebody that's gonna utilize it, definitely. And
Well,
there was somebody here on YouTube, but I'll find crafty cats people that like to do stuff like that.
are
Which
you
you think
saying
you might
someone
want it.
died?
Hmm.
Are you saying someone died and left you their art supplies?
Somebody died last year. That's what you didn't understand.
Well, I didn't. I wasn't really. You're being a treacherous bitch a lot, so I wasn't hanging around you a
Somebody
lot.
died last year, very close to me. My cousin.
Oh,
That's why I
oh,
was a
I'm
little
so,
bitter over Chilliwack. Yeah,
that's a
I
girl
should have
though.
gone. I know, and I
That
should
was
have
a girl in
gone.
Chilliwack.
Yes, I get it. It was my cousin. However,
Yeah.
if those calls. I should have gone and got her.
It's
And
not
I
your
mean,
fault, Kathy. You know it's not your fault. Don't put yourself in a
bullshit.
spiral.
It's just bullshit.
I thought you said he, like there was a
Yeah,
guy, a male
Michigan.
that, from Michigan.
Yeah. These
Oh,
people are younger. He was younger than me, but I knew he died.
he's an artist.
No, he became a friend,
Yeah, no, I
a
mean
good friend.
his life. He was an artist.
Hmm. Well, yeah, that too. He was also native.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
in Michigan with the Arabs.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah. But that's where I knew a lot of people were going for what mom had left behind. So yeah, you needed somebody with a voice. I was that voice to tell you, get back, fuck off before I come back over the border, and I'll get you gone. If he doesn't want to do
I
it, I'll do it.
crossed the border again.
I couldn't get across the border then. I was tied up with other things. I couldn't get across the border then because I was tied up with a few things. But it was one of them, you don't want me over that border, I'll fucking flip my lid.
Yeah, yeah.
And
If you have any
I know
morals,
where we come from, and where we come from, it's all fucking gloves are off. And he understood that.
the whole country is Escape from New York.
Oh, that's the thing, right? Like, he understood that when I'd be on the phone and I'd say, get the fuck out of his house. You're not wanted. You're utilizing him for money. And
What are
he's
you talking about?
stuck
His girlfriend?
there. The guy over in Michigan that passed
Yeah,
away.
he had a
So,
girlfriend.
no, just girls that want to come in and steal his stuff. Like, when you see that shit, you think you're downright dirty. And you're scum. Right? Scum. And you think, no.
Is he a drug
I can't
user?
believe it. Well, that's when he knew, like, I didn't want nothing from him. He sent me some money, and he told me spend it on myself, not my kid, not anybody else. Spend it on me. I did, and I came home and I said, "Here, you motherfucker! I spent it all at the Dollarama, pretty much. Don't fuck around. I went to the stone store too. Don't fuck around." And I put it all on the table, and I said, there, and I bought myself a wood burning set. So dig yours out. I made him
A wood
finish a
burning
freaking pot.
set.
Yeah,
You have those are cool. I want one of those.
Yep. That's why I'm saying I need to get rid of some shit so we can move on to the next project.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, when I get stones, I'm not doing that no more. From the river, I'm not painting them.
Why can't you get stoned at the river and do your art at the river?
Oh yeah.
Getting
I will.
stoned inspires me to do art.
That's the thing. I bring them up, and then I paint them. They go on gravestones, Cat.
What?
That's
Not
what
wood
people don't
burning. You're talking about
understand.
rocks, right?
I'm talking about when I paint stones, they go on graves.
See, now when I paint stones, they go in shopping carts and under trees for people to find them. I don't go fucking graveyards I don't belong in.
Yeah, but those are my people.
Yeah.
I know a lot of dead people, right? So I could sit here and be like, oh, this one's for my aunt. This one's for... And if you take it, I'm going to be pissed. Because I
Oh, are
mark
you
on the
putting them on
back.
family graves? Are you putting them on family graves? I thought you
Yeah.
meant just random graves.
No, family.
But it's nice. It's nice that you do that. I was just joking around. It's nice that
Yeah.
you do that because
That's
I
why
do
I'm in
it
the graveyard.
to make people happy. I want people to find this treasure and go, "Oh, look what I found." So if you
No,
do
I
it at
could
a
do that when I go to the river. I could always add to the kids'
yeah,
rock art that day I saw there, and I thought, ooh, I know where I could put some more painted rocks right here.
that's where Kendall left her last one, was at the lake for the kids to find.
Right. So these are the kids right next on my way to the river where I go, oh, I see a painted rock. I think I should paint some rocks, leave them so they can design them, and there you go, kid. You'll have more rocks at your tree.
I have four nice rocks here that are
Mhm.
waiting to be painted. But I found practical uses for them instead, so I didn't end up painting them. But
These are the
like,
ones that kids will find that are just like not even when I come up from the river, I'm packing big pieces, and it's heavy. They're
I
heavy,
know,
and
but you know what? Now I have my walker, so I can carry more stuff on the walker.
you see,
More weight.
doing that trek alone, it's a challenge for me. And I did it through COVID, and I did it for family when they wanted to paint stones. So I gathered up all them stones, I put them on my back, and I came up the hill, came up flights of stairs because we had the energy off and just the generator in the building. And then I soaked them, cleaned them up, and I gave them to family next door. And she goes, "Holy fuck, these are heavy." I go, and that's just a little bit of what I brought. I got the rest. And let me know how you work out. I'll be going home and painting my own. And
Yeah.
that's why, I've got them all here. I can draw them out first, and then I've done boxes, stained boxes.
Stained boxes.
Yep, stained different
Like,
boxes from the Dollarama instead of
like
pine.
how you stain wood?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
so those are all full of stuff up in my creative room. And here.
My mom painted a piece of furniture. It was like Indian red, and so she had a whole
Yeah.
bunch of paint left over. So she painted our toy boxes. Our toy boxes were just boxes from the store, like
Yeah,
with the
I
hand
got a stool.
cardboard boxes. That was our toy box, and she made it into a toy box by painting it. It was nice and solid. Whatever that paint was it made it more
That's
like
what I'm gonna do. I looked
wood.
at the in my room. I have somebody threw out like a little kitchen stool or bar stool, whatever, like little stool pedestal
Yeah.
for even a flower pot. And of course, it's one of them where I looked at it. You don't want to sit on it, obviously, because it's not that good. But I had to hold my fan in my bedroom if I needed a fan or what have you. Props it
Yeah.
up to the proper height. Yeah. So I brought it up and I was going to throw it out and I went, oh, fuck that. I'll paint it because I've got leftover paint. So it would become a project. Stick a plant on it. It's probably done.
I don't have that fucking drive to do that shit. If I can get through the day and make sure I do my housework and don't die,
I did
feel
a
like
whole set of
something.
stairs, Cat. When I moved to Dundalk, I did a whole fucking set of stairs. I sat there and I
Yeah, I used to
brought
have
out
more
the
in
Thompson seal, so that it would be good in the water. I
Oh.
sat there in the sun and I just painted the freaking new stairs that the neighbor, somebody in the fucking town paid. Here's your stairs. Thank you. And of course, that was for my dog, so you wouldn't trash my yard.
You painted the stairs so the dog wouldn't trash the yard?
Yes, because I had a corner house, and I didn't want them pissing all over the yard and shitting all over the yard. So there was another entrance because it was the corner and it had gravel. And I knew that my dog wouldn't go past a chain link fence if I put the chain link fence there. Because we had a garden bed. Oh no, it was a great place to have. Like if I had that lot today, fuck. The garden that I would have today, never mind the garage.
Were you renting or did you own it?
I owned it. I don't
How long
rent.
have you been
I
owning
own
houses?
since 2001.
Jesus Christ.
That's right.
You were what, 21?
No,
No. You were 77 or that was which?
I am 77.
Oh, so you are 77. Okay. So that's 3 to an 0. So 80, 90.
I was
Oh, you
21,
were 3.
22. 21, 22. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's right, because you're almost to 80. Yeah. So yeah, and you owned your own house at 22.
Yep.
So somebody must have gave you the money. You can't own your own house
I was
unless you
working as well.
Huh?
That's what happens when you meet a Polak. And you turn around and you go, yo, what are you gonna do? Oh, you're gonna not. Oh, look at that. Ex-husband. I've been married twice. I've been married twice.
Oh, you're so funny.
That's okay. There's many
So were
more
they
that want to marry me today. Fuck's sakes. It's crazy.
Were they both Polacks?
No.
Oh.
One wanted
So-
to tell you. One wants to tell you he's from Germany, and I say you're from Ukraine. Get the fuck out of here. It's
Are they next to
really
each
nice
other?
when you.
Do you know
they
if they
don't.
next to, is Germany next to Ukraine?
Germany and Poland. You mean Ukraine and Poland are next to each other?
But not
They-
Germany.
And then Germany.
Then
Think of
Germany.
Auschwitz. Auschwitz is Poland. That's where, you see, that's where a lot of Alzheimer's, like with his grandmother. I watched this lady just wither
Trying to
away.
say Alzheimer's comes from there.
Well, yeah, she was in the camp.
I think you're thinking about Ashkenazis, not
No, she
Alzheimer's.
was in the camp. Grandma was in the camp. In Auschwitz.
Right.
And
Your
just like the Hungarian Jews.
Your grandmother was in Auschwitz.
Not my grandmother. My daughter's great grandmother. She was in Auschwitz.
Oh, you mean from on her father's side?
Yes, his grandfather had to walk and not stop.
So were they
These are the-
Jewish or they were Polish? Was their crime being
Polish.
Jewish or
Polish. Didn't matter. They fucking rounded everybody up.
I know.
Including in Hungary.
I know.
Anywhere. Right, so if you had blue eyes, like granddad had, you were fine. You're an Aryan race. When you have brown eyes, it's one of them, who are you? Now, George
Even
Soros,
though
That's
Mustache
why I say-
Man was not light haired.
fuck
or
you,
light.
George Soros, fuck you, George Soros. And that's the thing, right? So, of course, blonde hair, blue eyes.
Isn't he Greek? Soros.
No. He's not allowed back to Hungary.
He's Hungarian.
Yeah, he's a Hungarian Jew. He's a sellout on his own. In the camp, he sold out.
Well, that's one of
Learn-
those things where you don't know what you're gonna do until you're faced with it.
You know, a lot of ladies talk about that today, and it's sad when you hear these stories and you actually know that they were stamped. It's one of them where I know that your grandmother was stamped on her arm. That's why he keeps looking
You know-
at me like, what do you mean? And I go, because she always wore a fucking cardigan. Don't tell me.
Look, those same people are the ones that have been doing these things to Palestinians. Those same victims
Yeah.
then turn around, moved to Palestine, and did it to another culture who never did anything to them. So, excuse me if I don't break out into tears.
Needless to say, and same with my son's great grandmother. So I had to learn about their culture. I'm not so much the Polak here. The Polak understood about it, but I meant like for my son, like speaking Ukrainian to him, German, whatever.
Yeah, well,
I was like, go
that's
ahead, continue talking to whatever language you wanted to speak to my son in. Please do, because his uncle spoke fluent German, and I was like, you see, and then you spoke English, and he didn't really remember those words, which is sad, really and truly, because you were totally fluent as a child.
Yeah.
Right. And if you understood German, that was obviously what they had to speak, yeah? Around the Nazis. They had to speak this. But you were Ukrainian. You walked from Ukraine to West Germany. That's why I said your mother is really and truly from Ukraine. But she was born in West Germany, yes.
It's probably not as far as it sounds.
It's not. Not if you can walk. And that's what they made you do.
Yeah.
So think about Ukraine. And then, of course, if anything, you've got to train to nowhere.
There's a guy I used to watch on YouTube that he made log cabin, like he would go and find somebody's log cabin, and then he'll repair it and make it better. He'll stay in it while he does it, because apparently you can just go find a log cabin and stay in it and then move on, right? So he would stay in them. He'd improve them that weekend that he stays there, or a week or whatever, and then he'd move on. And he'd either go home or he'd go find another one and improve that one. So he'd you could leave your cottage. It's like leaving your cottage, and then you come back in the spring and somebody went and refurbished the whole thing for you. Fixed up the wood and put in some new shelves.
So I have these
and they're in he's in Hungary. Sorry. The reason why that was relevant was he did these videos from Hungary. That's why I brought it up. Sorry.
Oh, I know somebody from Hungary, and then we always tell him he's Michiganer. You're Michiganer.
That's a Yiddish word. That's not.
Well, yeah, we tell him he's from he's Yiddish. Must be Yiddish to him. Why not? Michiganer.
Yiddish is a language, and the Jews in Europe use it, but it's not Hebrew. It's Yiddish. So, but that's not Hungarian. He would also probably speak Hungarian if he's Hungarian.
Yeah,
that's a different language.
He does, and he's actually turned his life fucking around. It's great.
Why, was he a piece of shit before?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
He was a junkie. And I wouldn't talk to him for 2 years. For reals. Like when I had to be subjected to, I'm sorry, you want me to go where? To go see more junkies? Great.
Was he an ex-boyfriend?
That's what I did. No. Family friend.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it's one of them, like, no. And today it's not a fuck around situation. He counsels. So I love that you turned yourself around. And that was due to my grandmother, because she looked at him and she said, "Get the fuck out of the city. It's gonna kill you." Because
but that you meet here in Canada.
My grandmother was always that one to go to, and definitely my friends. It didn't matter who you were. It was like, she's over there. If you
so did he go back to Hungary from here?
They tried sending him back to Hungary, and he was like, "Fuck that! I'm not going to boarding school. I'm going back home to my friend, and I'm going to sit at her table and talk to my Nana." Yes, he ran home to my house, apparently to my grandmother. So my grandmother would be like, "No, you're not taking him. He doesn't want to go."
Spoiled little rich kid.
A lot of people understood that about my grandmother, including my cousin. When my grandmother knew she was not happy when she stepped off the plane from Italy. And of course,
from Italy?
My aunt moved to Italy for a couple of years. And she got tired of it. And she said, "Fuck this. I'm going home to Canada. Back to family," right? And majority of my family lives in England. So I'm like, why are we here? We don't even see our cousins. Like, this is stupid. You know, that's how we grow up, because some cousins live out west. And I'm like, this sucks. Like, these are my
Yeah.
immediate cousins and we don't talk? That's how fucked up it is. So, needless to say, there was always inner fights happening.
Well, because we knew our cousins through our parents, right? So once the
Well,
parents stopped interacting or died, then
or
we
the
didn't
ones
really see
out
them.
west, we weren't calling you on the phone because it costs money
Yeah.
all the time, right? So,
Yeah.
and it costs money to go and see you.
Yeah.
And likewise, you come in here. It would be like, oh, you're coming to Ontario? Yeah. Well, do you have money? Okay, because we got to take you places, right? And that's the thing. We have family come from England, so it was always going to Niagara Falls. It was boring.
Yeah, I know. Got it. That's where
Always going
anybody who comes from overseas, yeah, I got to take them to Niagara Falls.
Canada's Wonderland. It's
No,
like, oh, here we go. Well, my
that was
cousins,
just for us.
yeah, my cousins would come. And it would be like, oh, great, all three of you are here. Great, two of you are here. You know, like, they kind of came together, Kat. Anyways.
I had cousins that lived in Bramalea or Brampton or whatever. What's the other? There's 3 B ones right in the same area. Bramalea, Brampton, and what's the other one? Oh no, it wasn't. It was Richmond Hill. They lived in Richmond Hill, so they were closer to Canada's Wonderland than we were. But when I was 16 and I had my 365, remember in the old days we had 365 for drivers. Okay, so I had my 365 and my dad sat beside me because that's the way you got to do it. And I drove all the way from where we lived in North York to Canada's Wonderland on the fucking highway. I was so proud of myself. And then before we got there, we switched seats before we drove in. This was when the first year the Canada's Wonderland was open.
82.
Is that when it was?
Yep.
That's when I was 16.
1982. That was a fucked up year. That's why I,
I don't
said,
know
fuck
that.
you, cancer.
You know that.
No, fuck cancer. That's when we lost my grandfather.
Oh.
Then I started school.
I can't believe that you know the year that Canada's Wonderland was open.
Yeah, because it's 1982. It scarred in my head. Hello. My grandfather with cancer.
Oh, something bad and something good happening all at the same time.
Yeah, that's my father.
Your father?
Yeah, you didn't know. I'm adopted. In the same family, of course. If you wanted to know.
Yeah, you told me about women. You didn't tell me anything about the men.
No, that's because my family's more women dominant. There's more girls in my family. But no, it's the same family.
But your mom was your aunt, right?
Hmm?
Your mom was your aunt?
Well, you don't want to understand my family tree. Oh my God, fuck's sakes.
Of course I do. I love to
like, trust me.
About people. Because it tells me the eyes you're looking through, right?
You see,
So-
that's almost like my friend who's passed away as well. She passed away from cancer. So fuck cancer again. World Cancer Day. You know, just fuck you and fuck the cancer. She was 44. And definitely, there's another one. That's why I said my brigade is big. And they're gonna give you.
Gonna run into anybody today who's gonna say, "Yay, cancer."
You better not, or I'll punch them.
I doubt anybody's gonna say that. Maybe one of the trolls, but otherwise, I don't think any normal human beings are gonna say, "Yay, cancer."
No, I hope not.
None of us like. No.
They'd be kind of sick and twisted in their head. However, ignorance would show itself. No, I have these sausages. That's what I was saying. And I've never had them before. And hopefully they taste good. If it's got fennel in it.
Pork? Are they pork?
Italian. I think so.
Yeah, then they're pork.
Needless to say, it's got fennel in it. I picked up the wrong one. I was like, this better taste good. And I better have an alternative. Fennel.
Oh, fennel. Oh. I don't even know what that tastes like.
I know it's one of somebody bought fennel, and I was like, I have no idea what that tastes like. I know you're trying to tell me to eat it because it's got greens on it. However,
Yeah, it's for
because
you. I've seen it used in medicine.
yeah, greens also prevent cancer, and it's one of them. But you're not eating it either. You just want junk food.
I think that's a vitamin C thing. So anything with vitamin C in it puts more oxygen in your body, and cancer can't survive in an oxygenated environment.
So that's where I'm thinking, okay, but I'm not eating the fucking shit. I don't know. Like, you want to eat it raw? Like, weird. Okay. But this is like got it in it, obviously. So I don't know how it's going to taste, Kat. But I got applesauce. I'm ready. I'm going to cook it. And I've got a backup just to cook some more. And I got to get to Canadian Tire because I see that they've got a roasting dish on sale.
That's where my son-in-law is a manager. The entire.
And it's like $20.
What, the fennel?
No, the roasting dish.
Oh.
That's because I gave my slow cooker away. No, Dumb Crafty Cat gave her slow cooker away.
Do they stop lamenting it, or you'll have the wrong energy for it?
That's all right. I got a roasting tin. I'll be fine.
Do they put the dates on the bottom of Corningware?
No.
No. I don't know when my Corningware was made. It could be toxic.
I don't think
there's no chips in it. There's no chips in it.
Corningware is good. Ceramic. Mine was just old. Tells you how long I've cooked both of them. I had round ones, and I have a longer one, but I need a bigger one.
Mine is oval.
Yeah, that's what this is for $20. That's a good buy right now, as opposed to regular price. And that's because I gave my slow cooker away, but I need them anyhow. And I just need the car.
Okay, you know what? This is not Corningware. It's Pyrex.
Pyrex. It's fine.
So I don't need to know the year.
No.
It's got a number on the bottom.
Okay.
20. 20 is the number on the bottom, and it's Corningware. Stuff I can't read, but it's too small, and it's not raised or anything, so you gotta kind of hold it in the light and change the position. This might be different. But I always thought it was Corningware.
Well, that's what you can call it. But we know what you mean.
I think Pyrex is a totally different company. What you doing, Fody? No. Uh-oh, there's a rule here, and I can't read it properly. No stovetop or I hope it doesn't say oven because I put it in the oven. That's where I put it. How can you not put Pyrex in the fucking oven? What good is it? I don't put it on the stove though. What do you want, Cody? Want in? Hello, Sam White. Come on.
Hold on, Kat.
Move. Trying to read the bottom like Pyrex. Oh. I only have till 11:45, or no, 3:45. So that's like 15 minutes, and then it'll be 12 hours, and I'll have to close the stream. Okay? This doesn't say 20, it says 10. or 19. No, 10. No stovetop or broiler. That's what it says. Or oven and microwave. So it can't be dual.
Let me see something. Hang on.
Let's say NV or NX. USA. Oh, so it must be a state. So maybe it's NV for Nevada. N NZ.
I wish I could find a set. Hello.
Can you look up?
I'm
if they
sorry.
make Can you look up if they make Pyrex in Nevada, please?
In Nevada?
Yeah, I think it says NV USA.
I know that
Unless,
the Roastington is from the United States. It says it on the lid. USA.
does it say Cornell?
Corningware or Corel?
No, Cornell. So Cornell is the parent company that makes Corningware.
Yeah.
Corningware. They also make Pyrex.
Right. And they make another thing too. It says it when I showed you Corel.com at the store. Like it's an online thing near me.
It's got to be Nevada. There's no N. There's no state that's N.
Your head offices are like close to me. It's hilarious. That's how intertwined USA and Canada are. Like your head offices are here. Like I could show you and be like, look, bitches, look.
I think it's MX. Isn't that Mexico?
Maybe. New Mexico? I don't know.
Doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh, maybe it is New Mexico.
Maybe.
Hey, Nikki, you still here? Wait, that's not an M. No, that's definitely an N.
You need a magnifying glass.
What?
Yeah, I think you need a magnifying glass.
Well, I got the reading glasses on, but it's also because it's the same color as the bottom of the, like all it is like raised letters, but they're old, so they're not as raised. They're kind of scratched up and oh, Frodo. No, whatever you want. No. That's got to be a V. There's no way there's an NX.
It's chilly outside. Brr.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I know. I should close the door.
We're back in the deep freeze again.
Yeah, I know. It's. I was gonna put a jacket on and go string lights while the sun was out, but the sun's doing that funny fucking thing again. Hang on.
Unless the building goes on fire, I don't plan on going outside.
I don't trip on them. I'm healing my foot.
3:33. It's 3:33. It's 3:33. Oh, you are still here. Good. MX is Mexico. Isn't it? Yeah, but it turned out to be an N. So it's an N and it's either a V or an X. But I don't know any state that's NX, so it's got to be a V for Nevada. I know way too much about the state. Those kind of little details. I know where cities are in the States. And it's all because I watch TV.
Fucking hell, it's cold out there.
Stop going outside.
Oh, I had to put the rope lights outside since I took them all down.
You don't have to do anything like
Yeah, I did.
that.
They
Could
were
wait till
sitting
next
right. No, they were sitting right here, Cat. It's bad enough that I haven't even. I cleared out the art yesterday. I took that back upstairs. What else do I have to do? I
You have
just
to
look
smoke a
around my
joint.
living. Yeah, I gotta do that too. I'm doing that.
Ready?
Ready?
3, 2.5, 2, 1.
Cheers.
Light up your day shit. Nikki, if you're gonna come up here, you got
I want to just grab that box.
11 more minutes. There's only 11 more minutes, Nikki.
I'm grabbing a box. I'll put this shit in the box.
Yeah, and leave it there till March.
No, it's wine bottles. Put them back in the box. Take them and get the money.
Who drinks wine? You?
Take them back in and get the money.
You don't drink. Must be the pull-up.
This is from when when the LCBO went on strike. Do you remember that?
I heard about it.
Okay, so oh hell, no, this is, so when the LCBO went on strike, they were closed, right? So I was like, fuck, I guess I'm gonna have to go support you and get some wine. So I had to go to the winery, and I did that online. I think it was Lisa's stream. So I was like, yes, let's go into the winery. I'll just put you on mute and, you know what I mean? Like walk around and grab all these bottles. I walked out with like $83 worth of wine. I thought that will help them all, you know what I mean? Go home.
It's going to help who?
The workers. You know, I'm shopping at
You bet the booze.
Yeah, I went to the vineyard. The actual vineyard location around us.
So you're bribing the
definitely,
workers.
I was like, oh, there's a. Yeah, I said, look at that. I'm actually going to fund you while you're on strike. I'll fund you. Don't worry. I'll come in and drop a couple of bucks in here because I know that, you know, it's Ontario. Why not? It's Ontario wine too.
Well, why don't you do that all the time instead of just when it was on strike?
Maybe I do, Kat. Maybe I do, Kat. I've got enough wine on my fucking rack now.
You said during the liquor strike you did it.
Yeah, is it a no GST going off right now? That's what I was doing, collecting wine. Need to get my vineyard, which is in Niagara, which I can just do right on my way to Niagara Falls and say, stop over there, please. Thank you. Let's go to the escarpment. I need to go pick up my tragically hip flamenco.
I just, it wasn't exactly a hot box, but I just farted in my chair and I could feel Samwise underneath. He moved around. I was like, oh shit, I wonder if he smelled it.
So,
well, I suppose I should close the stream. Nikki doesn't seem to be coming up. Oh, hold on, she wrote in something. Sorry, I'm dealing with my family stuff.
She wrote something?
Listening in. Okay. I've got like 5 irons in the fire right now. I hear ya. I just wanted to make sure you knew that if you're planning on coming up later, that time's running out. That's all. But if you got shit to go do with at home, then I understand. It was nice having you up here. It was nice trying to solve our problem.
Oh, I see how this works, Kat.
What?
I could just click on this little voila. Oh, look. Make ahead cabbage rolls. You're speaking my language already.
That's a lot of work. Love you too, Nikki.
Voila. Be safe, Nikki. You
I
can
will
come
rest.
to my streams.
She knows. She goes wherever the
Please
fuck she
bring
wants.
her carrots. She can. She's more than welcome. Carrots with walnuts and raisins. Ooh.
Ew.
Hey,
Actually, it's
some people might like it.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Steam. I'm reading a recipe here. Make ahead cabbage rolls. You speak in our language.
I'd rather make cabbage rolls. If I'm gonna work that hard, I'd rather make vine leaves.
And pierogies.
Everybody, oh man, I got some of those in the freezer right now.
Me too.
Oh my
I
god.
just don't have sour cream. Damn it.
I've got. I eat it with tzatziki. It's fucking $8 a fucking bowl of the tzatziki.